news from across India and the world. Let's begin first with the headlines at the top of 8 a.m. The top story coming in from the Parliament. Delhi Services Bill will be in the upper house today. This, remember, means a big showdown between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Home Minister Amit Shah will table the Delhi Ordinance Bill. Aam Aadmi Party stares at an endgame in Rajya Sabha and likely will want to use the numbers of opposition. All eyes also on the Lok Sabha Secretariat because Rahul Gandhi will be eyeing a return. Congress claims it's a willful delay deliberately being done on his return. BJP hits back saying Rahul is still on thin ice. Expect big news from the northeastern state of Assam as the state is set to bring ban polygamy law. Himanta Biswa Sarma is pledging empowerment of women irrespective of caste, creed, religion. Opposition, however, calls this move communal and deliberately diversionary. Day 5 of the archaeological survey at the Gyanvapi complex. Scientific survey of the 3 domes have been done. Hindu side claiming Narsimha idol was found in the mosque premises. The Muslim side is alleging these are fake rumors being spread. And look at this incredible visual on your screen. Chandrayaan-3 successfully enters into the lunar orbit and ISRO has shared these images from Chandrayaan's insertion into the lunar orbit. First image of how closely the moon can be viewed by our Chandrayaan. Bharat Mata Ki Jai sloganeering and chanting has now become a political face-off between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Bahujan Samaj Party. So here's what had happened. One of the BJP MLAs had decided to go ahead and chant Bharat Mata Ki Jai. And the BSP is fuming over it. The furious BSP Member of Parliament and MLC of the BJP got into a verbal spat. And we are being told that even Danish Ali of the Samaj Party, we'll get more details on that. Danish Ali is arguing with the BJP MLC on the stage. Danish Ali stopping the BJP MLC, Bharat Mata ka chanting on the stage. BJP Neta is threatening him, says will kill the anti-Bharat brigade. That's the big news coming in. Remember, even Bharat Mata Ki Jai has now become a political showdown here. And this is interesting because just giving you a background. Kumar Danish Ali is from the BSP. He's a member of parliament. And it was the BJP MLC that decided to shout that slogan. And so not the MLA, MLC, I correct myself, got into this whole issue. Why does basically Bharat Mata chanting is needed at that point? Listen into the argument.
भारत माता की जय करने में क्यों परेशान हो? भारत माता की जय करने हम किसी के विरोधी नहीं। जो भारत माता की जय बोले वो हमारा भाई है और हम उसके लिए अपनी जान भी दे सकते हैं। और जो भारत माता के खिलाफ बोलेगा उसकी जान लेने में भी हम पीछे नहीं हटेंगे। ये हमारा संकल्प है।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक वो हो गया है कि वो हर किसी सरकारी कार्यक्रम को पार्टी के कार्यक्रम में तब्दील कर देते। वहां पर भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं ने जिस तरीके से पार्टी के नारे लगाए, पार्टी के नेताओं के लिए नारेबाजी शुरू करी, उस पर हमने अपना विरोध दर्ज कराया कि ये सरकारी कार्यक्रम है, ये टैक्स पेयर्स का पैसा इसमें खर्च होता है, ये कोई पार्टी का कार्यक्रम नहीं है।
Okay, let's try and put this in perspective. Now, the BSP Member of Parliament was Danish Ali. BJP's MLC was Hari Singh Dhillon, who was shouting Bharat Mata Ki Jai sloganeering, to which basically now BSP MP is saying they were also shouting the party workers, BJP's leaders sloganeering as well, and that is what we objected to. While Dhillon has said this was all a government event, and why couldn't we shout and chant Bharat Mata Ki Jai sloganeering? Let's go across to Samarth Srivastava, who's joining me from Lucknow, and also Hemendra Sharma about the reactions that have come in. First, over to you, Samarth. What exactly unfolded? Where was this event? Why has it become such a political showdown?
See, it was an event happening in Amroha district of Uttar Pradesh where BSP MP Danish Ali was accompanied by BJP MLC Hari Singh. All was going in a soothing way, but just the moment when the slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai chanted by the public out there, by the workers out there who were present at the event, Danish Ali in a way raised the question, why are you sloganeering Bharat Mata Ki Jai? It's a government function. Why are you raising such slogans? And on that particular thing, BJP MLC confronted him and verbal spat happened between the two leaders. Though he is a member of parliament, Danish Ali, he questioned the sloganeering of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. He even blamed the BJP of converting every government event into a party event. He said, when this is a government event, the money of taxpayers is being invested in this particular event. Why are you raising such slogans? But the question is, why? What is the problem in raising Bharat Mata Ki Jai? That's the bigger question. That's what BJP is urging and questioning, that why you hate Bharat Mata so much that you have problems with slogans being raised on the name of Bharat Mata. So that's the bigger thing. Though Danish Ali in a way clarified that they were also raising slogans of the party slogans of BJP. But in what we saw, what we heard here in the video, there's a clear voice of Bharat Mata Ki Jai coming from the video that came from Amroha district of Uttar Pradesh. But this is one thing where BJP is now confronting the BSP, because Mayawati's policy has been very clear. Though Mayawati is saying, Mayawati hasn't tweeted or has commented on this particular issue yet, but it's going to be very important, like how Danish Ali will reply or hit back to the BJP.
So this issue could have stayed on till about the Amroha event, or whether it was Bharat Mata Ki Jai that Danish Ali was objecting to, or was he saying, why are you even raking up all of these slogans, including praising your party leaders, when it's a government event for a railway station? But adding fuel to the fire was a senior leader of the BJP. He's also the National General Secretary, Kailash Vijayvargiya, in Madhya Pradesh. Hemendra Sharma now joins me, and we heard what Kailash Vijayvargiya had to say. Hemendra, you go ahead and tell us what exactly did Kailash Vijayvargiya said, referring to the same Bharat Mata Ki Jai sloganeering controversy.
Well, Kailash Vijayvargiya, the Bharatiya Janata Party National General Secretary, he was in Ratlam addressing a gathering of party workers. First, he referred to the so-called Tukre Tukre gang, and then he talked about Bharat Mata Ki Jai and said that those people who raise these slogans, he and his party members can give their lives for them, and those who don't and those who speak against the country, they can, that is the BJP workers, and they can take their lives of such people.
All right, Hemendra Sharma and also Samarth Srivastava joining us with the latest. Can these slogans be raised at a government event or not? Was it just about this slogan or much more? But definitely led to a massive showdown, and now leaders of both parties are starting to react on that. All right, big news coming in. India opposition that is going to now meet. The alliance is set to have a meeting at about 10 a.m. So stay tuned for that. Leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha's office has, in the parliament, will be chalking out strategy for the floor of the house. That's the big news that we are bringing to you, that India's party floor leaders meeting at about 10 a.m. It's going to be the big opposition huddle. Remember, it's going to be very crucial Monday today. One, it is about the Delhi ordinance bill, the Delhi services bill, which will grant the government of the centre higher authority over the elected Delhi government. That is what is a face-off expected between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party in the Rajya Sabha. But more than that, remember, it is going to be about Rahul Gandhi's return to the Lok Sabha. And that is what the opposition will want to look united over. What precisely is going to be the strategy? How can they step up attack against government at the centre over Rahul Gandhi's return? So let's bring you the top political story coming in from the parliament about the Delhi services bill. It got an easy pass through in the Lok Sabha because the NDA has, of course, the majority of numbers. But in the Rajya Sabha, where it will be taken up today, that's where Delhi Dangal will be crucial. Remember, this is about taking control over services, specifically of bureaucracy and the decisions taken. After the bill sailed through the lower house smoothly, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will now move the bill in the upper house today. Aam Aadmi Party will be ready, even though it barely has a few number of MLAs, but has issued a 3-line whip to the Rajya Sabha members, asking them to be present in the House on 7th and 8th of August. Congress Party extended its support to Delhi government in this battle against centre, has also issued a whip, calling all the Rajya Sabha members to be mandatorily present. The whip basically is asking the members to ensure they are present today in the Rajya Sabha. Government of the centre didn't face any hurdle in Lok Sabha. So it looks like the Chief Minister Kejriwal could be all set to lose control or complete control over the services in Delhi, as the government will have a clear majority also in the Rajya Sabha, while we may expect an opposition also with fireworks in the upper house.
दिल्ली के अधिकारों को जबरदस्ती छीनने के लिए केंद्र सरकार जो बिल राज्यसभा में लेकर के आ रही है, सबको इंतजार है। सभी पार्टियां मिल करके एकजुट होकर के कल राज्यसभा के अंदर इस बिल का विरोध करेंगी और इस लोकतंत्र की रक्षा के लिए अपनी आवाज को बुलंद करेंगे।
Number is going to be after the bill is going to be introduced and discussion is going to take place. How people are going to react, we have to wait and see. And we all hope that India Alliance is united, and we in the Lok Sabha we were united, and Rajya Sabha also we will be united, and we will be trying to defeat the bill.
ये संविधान पर एक खतरनाक प्रहार है। यहाँ केंद्र प्रदेश को निगल लेना चाहता है, उसके अधिकार विहीन कर देना चाहता है। इस फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को बचाने के लिए, संविधान को बचाने के लिए हम कल पूरी ताकत से इसका विरोध करेंगे।
बार बार अरविंद केजरीवाल का ये कहना कि मुझे ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग का अधिकार देना चाहिए, तो दिल्ली की जनता को दिखाना चाहते हैं कि मैं कोई काम इसलिए नहीं कर पा रहा क्योंकि मेरे पास अधिकार नहीं है। राष्ट्रीय राजधानी वर्ल्ड में जितनी भी कैपिटल्स हैं, उनके जो भी अधिकार होते हैं वहाँ के केंद्र सरकार के पास होते हैं। इसलिए बार बार वो दिल्ली के सारे राज्य के अधिकार मांगते हैं। तो ये हमारे मुख्यमंत्री साहब को भी पता है कि ये उनकी मांग बिल्कुल ही नाजायज़ है।
केजरीवाल ये कैसे कह देगा कि एक साल में केवल एक ही कैबिनेट मीटिंग बुलाई है उसने? ये तो ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। ये बेतर्क नहीं है, ये तर्क है कि आप अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल सदन चलाना चाहते हैं। अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल शराब घोटाले से लेकर शीश महल बनाने से लेकर तुम सब पापों को अधिकारी अपने अनुसार रख के ढकना चाहते हो। तो कैसे तर्क, सारे तर्क ही तर्क तो थे जो अमित शाह जी ने दिए। तो राज्यसभा में भी वो कल निश्चित रूप से पास होगा।
इस बिल के पास होने के बाद आप पार्टी के जो भ्रष्टाचार हैं, उनके कई मंत्री जेल में पड़े हुए हैं, उन पर ये पर्दा डालना चाहते हैं। वो उजागर हो जाएंगे, इसलिए वो तो विरोध करेंगे ही करेंगे। राज्यसभा में कल इस पर चर्चा होगी, बाकायदा जवाब दिया जाएगा विपक्ष को, और ये 100% राज्यसभा से पास होगा।
Let's go across to Amit Bhardwaj for the latest on that. Amit, of course, Aam Aadmi Party does have its share of members of parliament in the Rajya Sabha, but they're not enough. And one, Sanjay Singh, was suspended through the session. Tell us an update on that. But what do you think will be the strategy of the Aam Aadmi Party or the India opposition to at least create some fireworks when Home Minister Amit Shah is set to move the Delhi Services Bill? Amit.
Well, Pooja, this is like a opening game of the mega IPL competition. You have the India bloc strategizing every morning in Mallikarjun Kharge's room, but this is the real litmus test for the India bloc. We know for a matter of fact that the numbers are at odds for the Aam Aadmi Party and for the opposition parties. For that matter, you have the NDA plus BJD, YRSCP and TDP coming together in favor of the Delhi Services Bill. On the other side, you have the India bloc parties, which is roughly 105. That is the number that we are looking at. And Sanjay Singh not being inside the house would also mean that Aam Aadmi Party would be missing a fiery voice, aggressive voice, which might have opposed, which would have definitely opposed the Delhi Services Bill. Nevertheless, you will have Raghav Chadha from Aam Aadmi Party leading the attack on Delhi Services Bill. You could see that similar leaders from the opposition parties, such as be it Manoj Jha, Pramod Tiwari, and maybe Keshav Rao from the BRS. All these MPs could make sharp attack on this Delhi Services Bill. What it appears right now is that the focus for other opposition parties would be contesting the fact that this particular bill does not only concerns the national capital of Delhi, but this is also setting up a trend, an example for the states that any subject that falls under the concurrent list, the centre might tomorrow wake up and tell that we are amending the laws and we are making the laws under those provisions as well, and that it is an attack on the federal structure. So today what we will see is that from the opposition benches, the statement would be focused on how it is an attack on the federal structure, while the NDA or the Treasury benches would focus on the line length which it had stuck to.
NDA has the numbers, so it will very likely sail through Rajya Sabha as well. But Aam Aadmi Party MPs will be banking on the India opposition bloc at least to create enough fireworks and question the government over the Delhi Services Bill. This is big, remember. This is about the services, the authority of the bureaucracy and the decisions to be taken by either the elected government or eventually by the government at the centre. Amit, stay on with me. We have big news coming in from the Parliament. When will Rahul Gandhi return to the Lok Sabha? This is, remember, after the Supreme Court decided to stay the conviction over the disqualification of him as a member of parliament over the Modi surname remark. He will be eyeing his return very soon. Now, the controversy may not have ended, but for now the conviction has been stayed. The Lok Sabha Secretariat is set to examine the papers submitted by the Congress party. Of course, they are seeking reinstatement of Rahul Gandhi as the member of parliament elected from Wayanad in Kerala. The Lok Sabha Secretariat is expected to weigh all provisions before they restore Rahul's membership. The Congress has been accusing the government of dragging its feet over restoring Rahul Gandhi as the Lok Sabha MP, pointing to his almost instantaneous disqualification after conviction. The Lok Sabha Secretariat, remember, is closed on weekend. So India bloc parties had also sought immediate restoration of Rahul Gandhi this week to enable him to take part in the no confidence motion, because that's also the debate that's currently raging on. And will Rahul Gandhi be present during that vote if and when that happens?
The speed at which Honorable Speaker reacted on the disqualification of Rahul ji, the same speed he should have acted, by this time Rahul ji's membership would have been reinstated. But he has not acted. Our leader, floor opposition leader, Adhir Ranjit Chaudhary ji, has wrote to Honorable Speaker, and we all hope that Honorable Speaker will reinstate Rahul Gandhi ji's डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन.
जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट, देश का सबसे बड़ी अदालत ने जब राहुल गांधी जी के निर्णय, सूरत के निर्णय के, अदालत के निर्णय पर रोक लगाई, उसके 26 घंटे के अब 40 घंटे बीत चुके हैं, अभी तक राहुल गांधी जी की लोकसभा की सदस्यता को बहाल क्यों नहीं किया गया? मोदी जी, क्या आप नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन पर राहुल गांधी जी के सवालों से इतना भयभीत हो चुके हैं?
भाई उनकी सदस्यता कोर्ट ने खारिज की थी, जिसको सजा मिला 2 साल का। 2 साल की सजा होते ही आपकी कोई सदस्यता चली जाएगी। बीजेपी के भी कई लोगों की गई है। अगर कोर्ट अपना फैसला बदलता है तो सजा भी बहाल हो जाएगी। अब अभी जो राहुल गांधी जी की सजा पे रोक लगी है, तो सजा पे रोक है या सजा माफ कर दी गई है, इसकी क्लियरिटी आते ही हो जाएगा। इसमें कोई रोल नहीं है। ये पूरी कहानी राहुल गांधी जी से शुरू होती है और राहुल गांधी जी पे खत्म होती है।
पूरा देश ये जानता है कि राहुल गांधी देश के खिलाफ विदेश की धरती पर हमेशा बोलते रहते हैं, और राहुल गांधी जी की सदस्यता देश के कानून के मुताबिक गई है, न्यायालय के आदेशों के बाद गई है।
Let me now bring in Amit Bhardwaj for the latest on what is expected now from the opposition parties. They're going to meet at 10 a.m. Amit, will we expect fireworks with regard to demanding a return because he was disqualified within 1 day? Will the reinstatement take a lot of time? What are you picking up on your sources, Amit?
Well, Pooja, the Congress party is pretty clear about it. They are saying that Rahul Gandhi's disqualification from the parliament was based on the decision in the defamation case. And the very fact that disqualification was stemming from the conviction, now the Supreme Court has stayed the conviction in the case, which means that he should be reinstated, and reinstatement should be at a speed at which Rahul Gandhi was disqualified as a member of parliament from the Lok Sabha. Now, remember, on Friday itself, the Congress party had started to create its ground, build its ground. And today what we'll see is that in both houses, be it Lok Sabha, the Rajya Sabha, the Congress and the opposition parties put together, make this demand that Rahul Gandhi should be reinstated, or at least this demand will be in different ways and methods raised today. We'll have to see as to for the specifics of the strategy that will be, instrumented and used in Lok Sabha. The meeting of the opposition parties happen around 10 a.m. in the parliament. So Lok Sabha specific strategy will be chalked out at that point in time. And we'll have to see as to whether only the Congress party, in most likelihood, will be all opposition parties coming together and seeking the chair.
So there is the Delhi Services Bill. And then there is Rahul Gandhi's return. Today will be all eyes on Parliament. That is going to be a sight in action about a lot of developments expected today. Thank you so much, Amit Bhardwaj, for the latest perspective on that. Along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir, a major infiltration bid has been foiled ahead of Independence Day. Remember, Pakistan is attempting to clearly create disturbances. We are being told that 2 to 3 suspected Pakistan terrorists attempted to cross the line of control. One was killed, another one was injured in firing. They shot while fleeing toward the LOC. We are being told, according to our sources on the ground, terrorists planned a terror strike in Jammu and Kashmir. And I want to add here, remember that this line of control is along the Jammu region, which the terrorists from Pakistan have started to now target, because in the Kashmir Valley there is heightened security. The situation is also comparatively calmer now in the past 4 to 5 years. But it is in Jammu where they are trying to catch the security forces and civilians by surprise by launching targets. And this is in Poonch, which is along the line of control as well. Let's go across to our colleague Sunil Ji Bhatt for the latest on that. Yes, Sunil, good morning. Because the timing also with regard to the month of August, we have 15th August coming in. What are you hearing from what is coming in from the line of control in Poonch?
Well, Pooja, as far as this infiltration attempt is concerned, I will just give an update that, one terrorist was successfully neutralized by our alert troops on ground. Another terrorist has also been shot at, but it's not clear yet whether the second terrorist has also been killed or he is in injured condition. Search operations are on, and the security forces are trying to trace the dead bodies of these terrorists. But it's a big success for the security forces that they have been able to, foil this major infiltration bid along the line of control in Poonch district of Jammu division. And Pooja, there are intelligence inputs that suggest that, Pakistan is desperately trying to, push terrorists into Jammu and Kashmir to create mayhem in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the Independence Day. That is why high alert has been sounded across the length and breadth of Jammu and Kashmir in view of the Independence Day, and vigil has been stepped up both along the line of control as well as along the international border in Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you so much, Sunil G. Bhatt, for the latest, telling us about how there is heightened security now along the line of control and constant infiltration. This time, thankfully, it was foiled by the forces. All right, from Jammu and Kashmir, after a very short break, I'm going to take you to the northeastern state of Assam. Expect a big development there. There could be a law coming in Assam to end polygamy, which means a man cannot marry more than one woman. Now, the opposition, of course, has called it communal, diversionary, but the Assam government, or Himanta Biswa Sarma, has basically said this is going to empower women irrespective of caste, creed, religion. We get you that big story coming in from Assam, and amid the Uniform Civil Code debate, this could be a big update.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
Karnataka Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao has stirred a controversy, putting the India alliance in a tough spot. Dinesh Gundu Rao called Aam Aadmi Party's Mohalla Clinic overhyped after visiting Panchsheel Mohalla Clinic in Delhi city. Meanwhile, AAP claims the Karnataka minister changed his stance after receiving a phone call. Here's more.
The opposition India alliance is in a spot. War of words erupt between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress over Mohalla clinics in Delhi. It started with a guided tour of Mohalla clinic given to Karnataka Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao, shared widely on social media by AAP leaders. But Dinesh Gundu Rao later called Arvind Kejriwal government's Mohalla clinics overhyped and disappointing.
It was not like the way it was hyped up to be. So in that way it was a disappointment. It was not like the way it was hyped up to be as a model for the whole country. I think there are better models in many other states also. And even in Karnataka also we've got our own good model.
Now, Congress leader Sandeep Dixit has slammed Arvind Kejriwal's governance.
जब कभी बड़ा अलायंस होता है तो उसमें ऐसे सब भी हो जाते हैं। वो ऐसा नहीं है भाई, जंगल में जहाँ शेर रहते हैं, हाथी रहते हैं, वहाँ गीदड़ भी रहते हैं। गीदड़ से भी नहीं करेंगे यार, गीदड़ बेचारे में भी बहुत बढ़िया क्वालिटीज होती हैं, वो भी प्राकृतिक होता है, उसका भी प्रकृति में कोई योगदान होता है।
Meanwhile, the Bharatiya Janata Party did not miss out on the opportunity to take a dig at the Kejriwal government.
These two parties that cannot see eye to eye have only come together not because they have any mission or vision. It is only because they want to save their corruption, their commission, their politics of division and their obsession and ambition for position.
AAP claims Dinesh Gundu Rao changed his position on Mohalla clinics under pressure from some quarters.
दिनेश राव जी बहुत तारीफ कर रहे थे, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक देख रहे थे, अखबार वाले साथ में थे, मीडिया साथ में, अचानक एक फोन आया, किसका आया तो वो बता सकता है और उनकी भाषा बदल गई।
The open fight between the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party has come as an embarrassment for the newly forged opposition alliance, India. Will the two parties be able to bury their differences ahead of elections? Bureau Report, India Today.
Days after riots and violence engulfed the state of Haryana, bulldozer action continues in Nuh. The Haryana administration razed down several establishments in violent hit Nuh. Meanwhile, over 600 shanties were demolished under CM Khattar's anti-encroachment drive in the Nuh district. Also, Section 144 was imposed in the district in order to restore the law and order situation. So far, 104 FIRs have been registered. About 216 have been arrested so far in the July 31st violence. As per sources, 8 of the accused who instigated the violence are from the state of Rajasthan. Meanwhile, VHP leader Surendra Jain said the yatra is not over yet. Yatra will resume this month. While probe is still underway, Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij has claimed that no violence was pre-planned.
देखो जी, फिलहाल तो यही टारगेट है, उसके बाद प्लान आउट करते हैं, जैसे भी प्लान आउट होता है उसके अपडेट कर दिया जाएगा। मालिक कौन है? मालिक जो भी हो जी, इसका अवैध निर्माण है और इसके जो है नोटिस प्रॉपर दिए जा चुके हैं। नोटिस बहुत पहले दिए जा सकते हैं।
लोकल प्रशासन का फेल्योर ये 100% था और इसीलिए आज मजबूर होकर हरियाणा के गृह मंत्री को कहना पड़ा कि मुझे 3 बजे के बाद मालूम चला और वो भी मेरे मित्र ने बताया, क्योंकि मैं अंदर घिरा हुआ लोगों को बचा रहा हूं, मैंने ही उनको फोन किया। और तेज चलना चाहिए और केवल चलना नहीं चाहिए, स्थायी व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए और स्थायी व्यवस्था यही है कि मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके के अंदर सीआरपीएफ और बीएसएफ का स्थायी केंद्र बने। वहां के समाज ने आश्वासन दिया है कि हम बची हुई यात्रा पूरी करेंगे, वहां की खापों ने कहा है। इसलिए जब वो आह्वान करेंगे हम उस यात्रा में शामिल होंगे और इस यात्रा को पूरा करें।
All political parties traveling from different parts.
There is a big development expected from the northeastern state of Assam, and that's on ban polygamy. That's a law that could actually come in and be brought in by the Himanta Biswa Sarma government, prohibiting polygamy in the state. Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has said that there is a law that is coming to ban the practice of a man marrying multiple women, and it will be brought this year in the Assam Assembly. As per a High Court judge-led expert committee, Assam government can proceed to enact a law prohibiting polygamy in the state. Now, according to the Chief Minister, he has said that this is about empowering women irrespective of caste, creed, religion. Chief Minister has added that the law has to be cleared by the President instead of the Governor. Remember, on 12th of May, Sarma had announced the formation of a 4-member expert committee headed by retired Justice Rumi Kumari Fukan. Meanwhile, opposition has been quick to jump and slam this. They are slamming the decision of the government and calling it diversionary and communal, especially at a time when there are already uniform civil code suggestions that are being received by the Law Commission. Could Assam be leading with one of the aspects of UCC that will not have polygamy likely?
আইন কৰাৰ অধিকাৰ ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰৰ আছে নে নাই সেই সাবজেক্টৰ ওপৰতে আমি কমিটিখন বনাই দিছিলোঁ। আজি কমিটিখনে আমাক সৰ্বসন্মতিক্ৰমে ৰায় দিছে যে পলিগমিৰ ওপৰত আইন কৰাৰ অধিকাৰ ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰৰ আছে, খালি তাত যেটো ফাইনেল সিগনেচাৰ যেটো এসেন্ট বুলি কয় সেইটো ৰাজ্যপালৰ পৰা নহয় ৰাষ্ট্ৰপতিৰ পৰা ল'ব লাগিব। Whether we'll do it in September or December or January, that is to be decided. But within this financial year, this law will definitely come.
3-4 बार हम लोग बैठा है एक कमेटी बैठने का बाद एक हम लोग रिपोर्ट हम लोग प्रिपेयर किया है और रिपोर्ट प्रिपेयर करके आज हम लोग का रिपोर्ट चीफ मिनिस्टर का ऑफिस में हम लोग चीफ मिनिस्टर का हाथ में दे दिया। अभी बाकी गवर्नमेंट का ड्यूटी गवर्नमेंट करेगा, पॉलीगमी का ऊपर क्या करना है क्या करना नहीं तो ये सब गवर्नमेंट करेगा।
So on one side, the hill state of Uttarakhand prepared a draft on the UCC, have submitted also, and now it is Assam that is bringing a law to ban polygamy while the UCC debate is on. So very interesting developments. Let's bring in India Today's Afrida Hussain to tell us the latest about what has led to Assam taking this decision. Afrida, this could be seen as controversial. It could be seen interfering, for example, with members of the Muslim community where there is this permission that is given. How is this becoming a political showdown? How is Himanta Biswa Sarma attempting to say this is not about a religion or a community, but this is about irrespective and is for women? Afrida.
Yeah, Assam government is very confident of taking a decision to ban polygamy in the state. And the expert committee has submitted its report to the Assam Chief Minister to enact a law to end polygamy in Assam. And as it said that it will happen in this financial year only. And on this polygamy in Assam, CM Himanta Biswa Sarma had constituted an expert committee to examine the legislative competence of the state legislature to enact a law to end polygamy. And the report which has been prepared has already been submitted to the CM yesterday. The expert committee, which was headed by the Justice Rumi Phukon as the chairman and the 3 members, Advocate General of Assam Devajit Lonsaikia, Lanin Kohli, and Additional Advocate General of Assam, and Nikibut Jaman. So they have examined, as they say, that they have examined the legislative competence of the state legislature to enact polygamy in the polygamy. The committee has sat 4 times. And this report has been prepared and submitted into the Chief Minister.
But eventually, Afrida, of course, you know, the state may want to enact it, but the president's approval, will that come from President Draupadi Murmu over this? That remains the big question. Thank you so much, Afrida Hussain, for reporting on what Himanta Biswa Sarma is attempting and which is possibly to bring the ban polygamy law. Will it get support from women, specifically like triple talaq ban had got, or could there be further objection to it? Thank you so much, Afrida, for now. Haryana's NU is slowly limping back to normalcy. The curfew is likely to be lifted today for about 4 hours. So that means if the curfew is being lifted, that there is a sign that the situation may actually be turning slowly back to normalcy. But there is bulldozer justice already that we can see on the streets of Haryana, specifically in NU, where some of not only illegal encroachments are being raised down, but a hotel from where stones were allegedly pelted from the hotel terrace. That hotel has faced bulldozer action. So bulldozer action amid, you know, remember it's been controversial, but it's got support as well. And this time, this hotel that we had seen is being brought down. You're looking at some of the earlier visuals of violence that was seen on the streets, specifically in the Mewat region, from where first signs of violence were seen. Sushant Mehra joins me for the latest on that. सुशांत, होटल को रेज डाउन कर दिया गया है, कर्फ्यू उठाया जा रहा है, तो काफ़ी एक्शन लिए जा रहे हैं, पर क्या हम कह सकते हैं अभी कि नू या स्पेसिफिकली पार्ट्स ऑफ हरियाणा में नॉर्मलसी आ रही है धीरे धीरे?
देखिए, फिलहाल अभी अगर कहा जाए तो ये जल्दबाजी होगा, क्योंकि जिस तरीके के हालात नू में थे 31 जुलाई के बाद से, उसके बाद से अभी तक स्थिति जो है वो सामान्य करने की कोशिश जो है वो फिलहाल जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उनकी तरफ से की जा रही है। कर्फ्यू अभी पूरी तरीके से इम्पोज है और अभी फिलहाल आज जो है वो अधिकारियों की बैठक होगी और उसके बाद देखा जाएगा कि क्या कर्फ्यू को पूरी तरीके से खत्म किया जाए और या फिर छूट दे दी जाए कुछ टाइम तक के लिए, ताकि लोगों को राहत मिले। लेकिन बुलडोजर एक्शन जो है वो इस वक्त तेजी के साथ देखने को मिल रहा है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से 31 जुलाई को आसपास की कई ऊंची बिल्डिंग्स पर खड़े होकर के जो स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुई थी, उसको लेकर के सरकार एक्शन में है, हरियाणा सरकार, और जो आरोपी हैं उनके छतों पर और उनके घरों को जो है उन पर बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जो है वो फिलहाल की जा रही है। इसके अलावा अगर बात की जाए तो हरियाणा सरकार की इस कार्रवाई को लेकर के जो ओवैसी हैं उनकी तरफ से भी एक्शन जो है वो आया है कि आखिरकार जिनके ऊपर आरोप लगाया जा रहा है उनको बोलने का मौका दिया जाए और उसके बाद बुलडोजर एक्शन कहीं किया जाता है तो वो माना जाए। लेकिन ऐसे में बिना जो मालिक है उनसे बातचीत करे, बिना सरकार इस तरीके से जो एक्शन ले रही है, वो सवाल के घेरे में कहीं ना कहीं हमारे जो ओवैसी है वो
Action remains controversial, got support, got objection, but for now it appears the good part about Haryana and specifically New is that curfew will be lifted for 4 hours today. That means that the administration is willing to take a chance right now looking at the situation on ground. Thank you so much, Sushant Mehra, for the latest on that. So after that tragic, terrible communal violence that we saw in Nuh and spread to the Gurugram district, now some action and initiatives are being taken. And one of those actions followed from Uttar Pradesh, now in Haryana, is the bulldozer action. Several illegal encroachments and establishments have been hit and have been brought down. For example, take a look at this. A hotel building from where stones were allegedly pelted from the terrace at a religious procession has been brought down, has been demolished. This is one of the bulldozer action taken. Curfew in Haryana's Nuh district was lifted for 4 hours on Sunday in an attempt to restore. It will continue to be relaxed today for a few hours looking at the ground situation. Now, as per our sources, Intelligence Bureau had alerted the state police over the violence 4 days prior to the yatra that was supposed to be organized. Why wasn't then this intelligence input taken into consideration with at least heightened deployment of police? As far as investigation goes, Haryana police is now intensifying investigation amid the backlash it has received. Police is in contact with even Rajasthan government because Haryana, some districts border Rajasthan, specifically Mewat Nuh region. This after, on Saturday, there were 8 accused arrested from Rajasthan. Taking a dig at district's law and order situation, Congress has jumped in to attack BJP government at the state and the centre, alleging deliberate lack of security during the Jal Abhishek Yatra.
जब ये यात्रा हुई तो उसके पहले ये सुना है कि कोई 2, 4, 5 बड़े खतरनाक और बड़े सांप्रदायिक माहौल को बिगाड़ने वाले वीडियो सर्कुलेट हुए, कहा जाता है, जिस कारण से वहाँ उपद्रव हुआ। तो जब आपको मालूम है कि इस तरीके के वीडियो सर्कुलेट होंगे तो स्थानीय स्तर पर टेंशन तो हो सकती है। तो ये तो मैं नहीं मान सकता कि पुलिस वाले भी उसी समाज में रहते हैं, वहीं रहते हैं, उनके पास ये वीडियोस नहीं आए होंगे। धार्मिक कोई जगह एक ऐसी जगह से जा रहा है जो संवेदनशील है या जहां कुछ भी हो सकता है, तो वहां आपको पुख्ता इंतजाम करना चाहिए था।
अब तक 56 FIR रजिस्टर हो गया डिस्ट्रिक्ट नो में और 147 लोगों को हमने अरेस्ट कर दिया। इन्वेस्टिगेशन हमारा चल रहा है, 4 टीम्स को बनाया। इन्वेस्टिगेशन तेजी गति में प्रोग्रेस चल रहा है। अभी टेक्निकल एविडेंस में जोड़ा जाएगा और इन्वेस्टिगेशन वगैरह आगे बढ़ता जाएगा, सब कुछ खुलासा हो जाएगा।
Now on Haryana's incident, other channels may be telling you who said what, but on India Today we bring you facts on the ground. Take a look at this investigation that we have managed to do to try and also expose the procedural lapses. What exactly happened that led to violence in Nuh and then had it spread even to other districts? Don't miss it. Take a look at this special report.
A battleground of flames. Just a short drive from the national capital. Pitched battles between 2 communities rocked Nuh in Haryana's Mewat region on Monday, reaching even the tech hub of Gurugram. An India Today investigation has delved into the causes behind this destructive frenzy. Our probe reveals how 4 warnings about possible communal flare-ups were ignored. This is Vishwajit, the district inspector of the CID. Vishwajit is responsible for intelligence gathering across Nuh. When our investigative team met him in his office, Vishwajit claimed to have formally warned the local authorities about potential trouble during the VHP Yatra.
कल वाले जो रैली को लेकर कोई स्पेसिफिक इनपुट था आप लोगों की तरफ से?
स्पेसिफिक इनपुट था, वही ये लोग यात्रा निकालेंगे तो इनका कानून होगा कहीं कहीं।
अच्छा, ये था।
अगर ये निकलेंगे गांव के बीच से, एक तलवार ले आएंगे, घुसा ले आएंगे।
तो क्या ये पहले से इनपुट आप लोगों ने नहीं दिया?
सरकार को सब दे चुकी।
कितने दिन?
आपको पता है टाइम हफ्ता 10 दिन पहले ही
तो हफ्ता 10 दिन पहले दे दिया।
You heard that. Nuh's CID gave its assessment of potential trouble during the VHP Yatra planned at noon on Monday. The district's CID inspector claimed the intel inputs he shared were not acted upon by law enforcement. A notorious cow vigilante linked to the Bajrang Dal, Monu Manesar, had earlier issued video messages about him participating in the Yatra. Police did not let him attend the event on Monday. In March, India Today exposed widespread extortion rackets of Gaurakshaks in Haryana. According to News CID chief, the activities of Gaurakshak squads had already infuriated residents of Nuh.
तो वहाँ ब्रीफ करने में उनको हैंडल करने में जो शुरुआती दौर में 60-70 जो भी हुए वो कहीं न कहीं अधिकारियों ने सोचा भाई चलो ये मान जाएंगे खदेड़ देंगे उसमें ये नॉर्मल ये ले लिया उनको हाँ फिर मन से नहीं आया समझा देंगे यार वो आ भी नहीं रहा था लेकिन वो मानने वाले कहाँ थे वो मोर्चा में वोट फोन कर दिए भाई किसी ने अफवाह फैला दी वो आ लिया मंदिर में और यात्रा चलने वाली है अच्छा तो हम यात्रा को रोकेंगे उनका मकसद उस रास्ते को ब्लॉक करना था अच्छा जो मोड़ है जिससे जानी थी
कितने टाइम लगा था बिल्डअप होने में चीज़ों को मतलब कल
बिल्कुल लग गया था 1 घंटे का तो मोर्चा में वोट फोन कर दिए
कौन
जो यहाँ के लोकल है ना अच्छा और वो बच्चे लगभग 17 साल से 21-22 साल की एज ग्रुप के थे अच्छा उनमें बड़ा मैच्योर था नहीं
Kishan Kumar, the SHO of the police station under whose jurisdiction the unrest unfolded. When probed, he claimed he received no intel from his superiors about any potential trouble from the yatra.
मतलब 100 भी पूरे नहीं थे और इतना बड़ा प्रोसेशन निकल रहा है इतना बड़ा इंतजाम होना चाहिए था सीआईडी वालों ने कोई पेपर चिट्ठी पत्री तो भेजी होगी आप लोग मेरे पास कोई आपके पास पत्र चिट्ठी नहीं है कोई ये भी तो आया होगा कि भाई इतने लोग इकट्ठे हो सकते हैं आप लोगों का ये आपका इंतजाम कोई इंतजाम के बारे में मेरे लेवल पर कोई बात नहीं आपके लेवल पर इंतजाम का भी नहीं बताया ना
अगर ये होता भी इतना पता लग जाता है ये ऐसा हो जाएगा तो यात्रा नहीं रुक जाती यात्रा पूरी इमरजेंसी क्या होती तो ऊपर लेवल पे अपने तो बोले भाई अपने सेम थोड़ा ध्यान रखना
You heard Nuh Sadar's SHO admitting that police at his level received no warnings beforehand. Scars of yet another devastating turmoil. A grim reminder of how intel oversight, inadequate law enforcement, social media manipulation can converge into a storm of violence. A report by Mohammad Hizbullah and Nitin Jain for India Today's Special Investigation Team.
I'm heading to a very short commercial break, but when I return, I get you some sports news, and it's not looking good for India. India is trailing with West Indies 2-0. Hosts are 2-0 ahead in the 5-match series. Men in blue are on the verge of a defeat.
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look.
When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels.
Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well.
Even the Harrison Cloud9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic.
I'm a sucker for color this monsoon, and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it.
Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist.
It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot.
While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
India are trailing West Indies 2-0 in the 5-match T20 International Series. Hardik Pandya's team failed to put up a good total after winning the toss, and as a result, men in blue are staring at a series defeat against Windies. Yuzvendra Chahal did well to bring India back, but the hosts managed to still cross the line. Take a look at some of the highlights of the match.
India won the toss and opted to bat first. The openers unleashed a couple of big hits, but much like the first T20I, Shubman Gill lost his wicket early.
Not exactly where he wanted it. Field on edge. Shimron Hetmyer completes the catch.
Minutes later, Suryakumar Yadav joined him in the dugout, losing his wicket in the most unfortunate manner.
They're confident.
Tilak Verma continued where he left off in the first T20I, giving India some much-needed breathing room.
Tremendous.
But wickets continued to fall at the other end. For the second straight match, Sanju Samson failed to make the most of the opportunity. Tilak Verma was the lone Indian batter who played well to the conditions and reached his maiden T20I 50. The hosts, however, got another opportunity to stop the run flow when Tilak Verma was dismissed by Akil Hussain. Hardik Pandya played well for his 24 of 18 but lost his wicket just when India needed him to switch gears. India had lost momentum, but the tailenders scored a couple of vital boundaries in the last over, and the visitors finished with 152.
Defense of their 152.
Captain Pandya decided to open the bowling for India and gave India a dream start. Brandon King and Johnson Charles were dismissed in the very first over.
Pandya is having a sensational first over.
Nicholas Pooran and Kyle Mayers steadied the ship for the hosts and took the attack to the Indian bowlers.
This one he connects.
Arshdeep Singh bowled a superb knuckleball to deceive Mayers, and with that, the Windies lost their third wicket.
They'll consider reviewing.
But despite the fall of wickets, the momentum did not drop for the hosts, and Nicholas Pooran was the key for that to happen. He dispatched the ball to different corners and gave West Indies the edge. India needed Pooran's wicket, and it was Mukesh Kumar who got it for the visitors.
Absolutely smashed it.
Although West Indies had done enough to be in the driving seat, but they found a way to complicate things. India came back into the match as 3 wickets fell in a UZCHL over.
Maybe just short.
However, despite the late drama, the Windies found a way to eke out a win and have now gone 2-0 up in the series. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Wedding bells in the cricket fraternity. Indian domestic cricket star Sarfaraz Ahmed recently tied the knot in Shopian district of Jammu and Kashmir in a quiet private ceremony. Sarfaraz's wife is Rumana Zahoor, and the two of them met when she went to Delhi to see a match in which Sarfaraz was playing. And as it turns out, Sarfaraz was friends with one of Rumana's sisters, and the two of them met through her. It was, as we are told, love at first sight for the batsman from Mumbai. And just about a month after they met, their wedding was fixed. Both their families are happy, of course, with the match. And Sarfaraz elated over how he received a welcome in the wife's hometown, saying he enjoyed the hospitality that was shown to him. Here's best wishes coming in from India today to Sarfaraz and Rumana. Wrapping up first up for now, but stay tuned. Big political stories, especially coming in from the Parliament after a very short break. Stay tuned. Have a great day. Thank you.
Very few people in the country have access to the Couture Week, and hence through our medium we're going to get you what really happened at the Couture Week. Let's first begin with the opening showcase of Falguni and Shane Peacock. Let's bring you a roundup of the beautiful showcase by Tarun Tahiliani and a gorgeous one while added by JJ Vilaya as well. Here's a look. Designer Tarun Tahiliani presented his latest masterpiece capsule, For Eternity, at India Couture Week. With For Eternity, Tarun paid homage to the timeless allure of traditional craftsmanship and art.
India's, as we've discussed before, a fashion tradition. This is a new Western interpretation where we are blending our craft with the Western idea of changing fashion and a modern fit and size-specific fit. It's taken me a long time to navigate myself back through a very organic but real process that would make me feel better, you know. I grew up, I thought Studio 54 was the last one.
Falguni and Shane Peacock's show had a strong social commentary. They shattered the glass ceiling with model Victor in a lehenga. So anyone now calling the lehenga bridal should now think twice, as inclusivity is the order of the day. Falguni and Shane Peacock opened the Couture Week and had Kiara Advani as the showstopper.
This year we wanted to do a lot of layering. If you noticed, we had a kurta and then we had a short jacket and we had a veil and we had dupattas. We just wanted to make it really dramatic and I think
also we wanted to reinvent the Indian bridal scene actually. The modern bride wants to wear a jacket, they want to wear short jackets, they want to look cool.
I guess inspiration that comes behind every garment, a lot of detailing, just makes it look so elegant and yet so glamorous.
The House of Vilaya by JJ Vilaya celebrate the couture season in its new collection, Baroda. It was a marriage of craft and opulence that unfolded through 3 signature interpretations.
It is based on various very interesting nuances from the past of Gujarat, which involve the Maratha Empire, the Mughal Empire, as well as the Portuguese. Lipan, the Kutch mirror work, everything put together to create a new sort of language and a new dialogue.
In New Delhi, with Riya Modi, Shaithi Narula for India Today.
So sorry. नमस्ते टमाटर प्रेमियों, 104.8 इश्क एफएम पर आपको चखाना चाहता हूँ आजकल का टमाटरी गीत। ये हो ग्रेवी, बिरयानी, हो चटनी, पाव भाजी, सदमे में अम्मी और अब्बा, 1 किलो टमाटर 2 200 का था बिल, बजट हिला मेरा रब्बा। टमाटर कैसे लोगे, 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर। टमाटर कैसे लोगे, 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर। किलो में ना निकले एक भी ढंग का, मम्मी का दिमाग था सन का। टमाटर जो ना मैं छांट के लाया, मम्मी लगा देगी लंका। टमाटर वाला एक नहीं आ रहा, ऑनलाइन भी चेक कर चुका मैं। मोहल्ले की सारी रेडी पूछ पूछ के मर चुका मैं। नहीं जरूरत बर्गर में टमाटर की, सलाद बन रही खीरा प्याज और गाजर की। एक टमाटर से पूरा दिन तुम चलाओ, वन हो गई सिस्टर और अम्मा। टमाटर कैसे लोगे, 200 के किलो हो गए टमाटर।
जना स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, जमा करो जना करो। गैलेक्सी Z Flip 5।
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning into India Today Television. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at the top of 9 a.m. The big story coming in from the Parliament today, Delhi Services Bill set to be moved by Home Minister Amit Shah in the Rajya Sabha today. Will the Aam Aadmi Party MPs and India bloc create fireworks? Will they be able to oppose the bill? All eyes will also be on the Lok Sabha today. Rahul Gandhi eyeing a return. Congress is claiming there is a deliberate delay in Rahul Gandhi's return and to ensure that he's reinstated. BJP hits back, says Rahul Gandhi is still on thin ice. Northeastern state of Assam is set to bring a banned polygamy law. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister, says this is empowerment of women. Opposition jumps in, calls this move communal and diversionary. A furious BSP-BJP verbal spat on stage over Bharat Mata Ki Jai sloganeering and more. BJP Neta Vijay Vargiya then goes on to even threaten more, says ready to kill anyone who gives and Gill from the anti-Bharat brigade. And look at these incredible visuals of your screen, the closest view to the moon and the lunar surface. That is Chandrayaan successfully entering into the lunar orbit. The Indian Space Research Organization has put out these first images of the moon as viewed by our Chandrayaan 3. You may have seen all sorts of fights on the ground, but on sea, what does it look like, specifically when two countries are at war of words? Look at these visuals on your screen. It's a dramatic fight in sea that was caught on camera. This is China versus Philippines Coast Guard vessels engaging in literally what can be seen in more than a war of words. Water cannons was used. What happened? The Chinese vessel was using a water cannon, accusing Philippines vessel of trespassing. So you see from the China's vessel, the Coast Guard are using a water cannon into the water that is clearly going to disturb the route and the flow for the Philippines water vessel, and it is the Coast Guard of both China and Philippines alleging and getting into an issue of the border areas, the trespassing, remember, in water, to decide what precisely is the location for you to stop so that other countries' jurisdiction begins. This is China versus Philippines, and with China's vessel Coast Guards throwing and using water cannon against Philippines. Never seen such a scenario right now. Remember, specifically when on sea there is this jurisdiction that is with any country, but to decide on it, which clearly will not be easy. This is China and also Philippines getting into this fight over water cannons. Let's go across to our managing editor Gaurav Sawant for the latest on that. Gaurav, this is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it where two countries Coast Guard, there may be war words, but this is beyond it. What should one make of it? What exactly happened?
Pooja, China stands accused of bullying tactics in the South China Sea. China has resorted to these bullying tactics in these waters that China illegally claims is its territory, which it isn't. Now, these are waters that are heavily contested between multiple countries. China is building, artificial islands. China is putting a lot of naval assets in these waters. Whether it's with Philippines or with Vietnam or with Brunei, China has a number of disputes in the South and East China Sea. In the current instance, Philippines, which fiercely guards its territorial integrity, its Coast Guard ship was bullied by the Chinese Coast Guard vessel, and Philippines has released these images. Now, the Philippines calls this the Ayungin Shoal, and this is a submerged reef. Philippines actually guards it only with a handful of troops on board a rusty World War II era US ship, which was grounded in 1999. And this is a fierce battle. Remember, China tried the same bullying tactics at Galwan. China tried the same bullying tactics in eastern Ladakh with India and was pushed back. There were casualties on both sides. Similarly, China is trying these tactics, whether with Taiwan or with Philippines or with Vietnam or with Brunei. And several countries are actually coming together to counter Chinese bullying tactics, whether in the Himalayas or in the South and East China Sea.
Thank you so much, Gaurav, for this perspective. Gaurav correctly pointing out how the South China Sea has been a bone of contention, specifically between Manila and Beijing. But here, look at how the Chinese Coast Guard ship is firing water cannons. Remember, this is a dangerous maneuver at the ship for Philippines. Add a water at a time like this, it could have actually posed more trouble. This is, as Gaurav mentioning, a way of bullying as well. And Philippines, remember, is not as strong as China, and therefore this attempt to push them away. Thank you so much, Gaurav Sawant, for the latest on that.
Speed, sir, 0.7, not sir, 0.8, not sir.
The Congress party will eye the return of their Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi in the Lok Sabha today, but will it happen as soon as they would like? What is the Congress game plan then to push for the reinstatement of their Neta Rahul Gandhi? Now, we are being told by our sources that they also don't want to jump and create a ruckus within the Parliament premises. So the Congress party will, at least till afternoon, would like to wait and watch. It's Monday. Remember, the weekend is when the Parliament is shut. So therefore, today, there will be strategies put in place. What does that mean? Mallikarjun Kharge, the party leader, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, also both are senior leaders in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha of the Congress party. They are reaching out to allies and speaker so that there can be a consensus for his return. But India parties will be meeting for Rahul Gandhi's reinstatement. Remember, there are two crucial bills today for the Parliament. One is the Data Protection Bill, another is the Delhi Services Bill. Congress says this is to divert opposition focus because they don't want to have Rahul Gandhi back. Congress may actually move the court as well if the delay is too long. Let's go across to Rahul Gautam, who is telling us all the perspective on that. He's been trying and tracking the information coming in from the opposition camp. Will the wait and watch approach really work for the Congress party, Rahul? Because at this point, shouldn't they be all guns blazing? Why would they want to take a few hours and see how this goes?
But Congress party, is alleging that the manner in which Rahul Gandhi was disqualified from the Lok Sabha, the same urgency is now not being shown by the Treasury ranks, and in fact they are saying that this is nothing but an attempt on the part of the government to keep Rahul Gandhi away from Lok Sabha, and therefore they have adopted this policy. What we are learning from our sources that that Congress party and opposition camp will wait till noon, for a response from the government side, and if there is no positive response from the government side, then they might move to Supreme Court. Remember, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, in fact, he also says that the legal options are always available. And as Mohammad Faisal, we all know, who was a Lok Sabha MP of NCP, in fact, he was also disqualified. Later on, he was reinstated after the intervention of the Supreme Court. Well, at this point of time, Congress Party is also exploring all possible angles. But at this point of time, they are waiting for Speaker to respond to their request. And in fact, around 10:30, this is what learning from our sources, Congress Lok Sabha MPs are going to deliberate a strategy as to how they're going to approach this. You can expect that this is certainly going to lead to fireworks.
10:30 a.m. There's likely to be a meeting of the opposition. Very interesting. Rahul, thank you very much for now. But that means that the Congress Party is keeping legal options also ready in case there's a delay in reinstating Rahul Gandhi. And many, and specifically within the opposition, are saying he was disqualified so soon. Why can't he be reinstated fast as well? It will be a big moment, remember, when Rahul Gandhi returns to the parliament. Will he return more defiant and stronger than before? Rahul Gandhi will want to return to the Lok Sabha very soon. Remember, he's elected from Wayanad in Kerala as a member of parliament in the Lok Sabha. But for now, there is going to be a wait-and-watch policy by the Congress Party to see what precisely is the step. They will, of course, be pushing for it within the parliament. Congress leader's conviction, remember, in the Modi surname case was stayed by the top court. Lok Sabha Secretariat will now examine papers submitted by the Congress Party. The Congress, of course, seeking a reinstatement. The Lok Sabha Secretariat is expected to weigh all provisions before they restore Rahul Gandhi's membership. The Congress has been quick to accuse the government of dragging its feet over this issue and pointing to a deliberate delay of reinstating, even though the disqualification was instantaneous. The Lok Sabha Secretariat remained closed on weekend, so India bloc parties will now want a restoration today itself as the week begins. Listen in to the reactions coming in, specifically from what the Congress party leaders have to say and also from the BJP.
The speed at which Honorable Speaker reacted on the disqualification of Rahul ji, the same speed he should have acted, by this time Rahul ji's membership would have been reinstated. But he has not acted. Our leader, floor opposition leader, Adhir Ranjit Chaudhary ji, has wrote to Honorable Speaker, and we all hope that Honorable Speaker will reinstate Rahul Gandhi ji's disqualification.
जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट, देश का सबसे बड़ी अदालत ने जब राहुल गांधी जी के निर्णय, सूरत के निर्णय के, अदालत के निर्णय पर रोक लगाई, उसके 26 घंटे क्या 40 घंटे बीत चुके हैं, अभी तक राहुल गांधी जी की लोकसभा की सदस्यता को बहाल क्यों नहीं किया गया? मोदी जी, क्या आप नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन पर राहुल गांधी जी के सवालों से इतना भयभीत हो चुके हैं?
भाई उनकी सदस्यता कोर्ट ने खारिज की थी, जिसको सजा मिला 2 साल का। 2 साल की सजा होते ही आपकी कोई सदस्यता चली जाएगी। बीजेपी के भी कई लोगों की गई है। अगर कोर्ट अपना फैसला बदलता है तो सजा भी बहाल हो जाएगी। अब अभी जो राहुल गांधी जी की सजा पे रोक लगी है, तो सजा पे रोक है या सजा माफ कर दी गई है, इसकी क्लियरिटी आते ही हो जाएगा। इसमें कोई रोल नहीं है। ये पूरी कहानी राहुल गांधी जी से शुरू होती है और राहुल गांधी जी पे खत्म होती है।
पूरा देश ये जानता है कि राहुल गांधी देश के खिलाफ विदेश की धरती पर हमेशा बोलते रहते हैं, और राहुल गांधी जी की सदस्यता देश के कानून के मुताबिक गई है, न्यायालय के आदेशों के बाद गई है।
The opposition parties and specifically the Aam Aadmi Party are ready with a game plan with regard to Delhi Services Bill. Remember, that's going to be the most crucial bill today in the Rajya Sabha. It's been cleared in the Lok Sabha. In the Rajya Sabha, the India bloc and specifically the Aam Aadmi Party will at least want to challenge it strongly, even though eventually NDA has a stronger number. We are being told that ailing former Jharkhand Chief Minister Shibu Soren will also likely vote. Outnumbered opposition will go all out to at least ensure that they put up a strong challenge. The NDA, remember, has the numbers. Each vote counts for opposition. Can there be cross-voting at all? Can there be perhaps a margin that even the NDA or the opposition did not expect? Let's go on the ground. What is the strategy of the Aam Aadmi Party? It has 10 members of parliament in the upper house. and will want support of the rest of the opposition as well. My colleague Amit Bhardwaj is currently getting us a top reaction from Aam Aadmi Party's Member of Parliament, the Rajya Sabha, Sushil Kumar Gupta, one of the senior faces. Amit, go ahead. What is the Aam Aadmi Party going to do? They don't have enough numbers. How will they challenge the NDA? Go ahead.
Absolutely right, Pooja. This is the litmus test day for the India Bloc MPs as well as Aam Aadmi Party. And let's take this across to the man who is responsible for the floor management for Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Sushil Kumar Gupta, the Chief Whip. Sir, numbers आपके पास नहीं है. लोकसभा में ये बिल पास हो गया, आप लोगों ने प्रोटेस्ट किया, सवाल उठाया, बिल पास हुआ. राज्यसभा में आएगा, सवाल ये उठ रहा है कि विपक्ष के पास नंबर्स नहीं है दिल्ली सर्विसेज बिल को रोकने के लिए.
देखिए, दिल्ली सर्विसेज बिल एक काला बिल है और उसके खिलाफ पूरा विपक्षी एकजुटता के साथ लड़ाई लड़ रहा है. सरकार को एक्सपोज किया जाएगा. किस प्रकार ये बाबा साहब का नीला रंग है ना, इसको आज मैं जानबूझ के पहन के आया हूं कि किस प्रकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस संविधान को तार तार कर देना चाहती है, किस प्रकार संघीय ढांचे पे प्रहार कर रही है, चुनी सरकारों की ताकतें कम कर रही है. इस एक्सपेरिमेंट को दिल्ली से शुरू करके पूरे देश के अंदर ले जाना चाहते हैं. एक तरीके से क्षेत्रीय दल, गैर भाजपा सरकारों की ताकत को कम करना इस बिल के पीछे उद्देश्य.
लेकिन गुप्ता जी, आंकड़े क्या हैं आपके फेवर में, इंडिया ब्लॉक के फेवर में, आम आदमी पार्टी के फेवर में, दिल्ली सर्विसेज बिल के खिलाफ आंकड़े क्या हैं?
दिल्ली सर्विसेज बिल के खिलाफ आंकड़े हमारे पास पूरे थे, इसके अंदर कोई दो राय नहीं है. परंतु एक दो दलों के ऊपर कहीं न कहीं दबाव पड़ा है. क्या दबाव पड़ा है, क्या उसके अंदर उनको परेशानियां हुई हैं, ये तो बेहतर वो बता सकते हैं. परंतु आज भी मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जो आत्मा की आवाज पे वोट देंगे तो इस बिल के विरुद्ध के अंदर वोट आएगी और ये बिल राज्यसभा में हार सकता है.
तो आप इशारे कर रहे हैं कि बीजेडी, वाईएससीपी और टीडीपी जैसे दल आपकी तरफ आने के लिए कहीं ना कहीं एक तरह से मन बनाए हुए थे, लेकिन वो आखिरी मोमेंट में गेम चेंज हुआ है.
बिल्कुल, वो हमारे साथ ही थे. परंतु ऐसा लगता है कि कहीं न कहीं जो दबाव की राजनीति भारतीय जनता पार्टी खेलती है, वो किस तरीके का दबाव पड़ा है, क्या दबाव पड़ा है, क्या मजबूरी हुई है, दे में टेल बेटर. बट आत्मा उनकी इस बिल के विरुद्ध है.
ठीक है सर, अब ये भी खबरें आ रही हैं सूत्रों के हवाले से, इंडिया टुडे को कंफर्मेशन मिला है कि शिबू सोरेन, जिनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, हो सकता है वो भी संसद के अंदर आए, सदन के अंदर आए और इस बिल के खिलाफ वोट करें. तो और भी कुछ इस तरह से मेंबर्स हैं.
डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी भी मुझे उम्मीद है कि वो आएंगे. सभी जो लोकतंत्र इस देश के अंदर चाहते हैं, जो सभी देश में संविधान की गरिमा को चाहते हैं, वो किसी भी स्थिति के अंदर है, वो संसद में आएंगे और इस बिल के खिलाफ वोट करेंगे.
ठीक है, दो और सवाल सर. फ्लोर मैनेजमेंट कैसा होगा, कितने घंटे की चर्चा आप लोग उम्मीद कर रहे हैं इस पूरे मसले के ऊपर, इस बिल को वोटिंग पे जाए उसके पहले?
हमने 6 घंटे की चर्चा की इस पे मांग की थी और आज ये तय हो जाएगा और मुझे उम्मीद है कि 6 घंटे की इस पे चर्चा होगी और विस्तृत चर्चा होगी. हर दल अपने अपने इस बिल के विरुद्ध के अंदर विचार रखेंगे और सरकार अपने विचार रखेगी.
डिवीजन की मांग कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
डिवीजन होगा 100% और वोटिंग होगी.
Okay. So Pooja, you just heard about the strategy of Aam Aadmi Party, the flow strategy, the discussion. They had demanded 6 hours of discussion of the issue, as well as Mr. Sushil Kumar Gupta also indicating that not only Shibu Soren, there's a possibility, or they would want the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to be in the House as well today. We'll have to see as to how.
Amit, I will say that opposition is being very hopeful as well when they say 6 hours of discussion in the Rajya Sabha today of the Delhi Services Bill. Will that really happen? Will it be an easy sail for the NDA with the vote as well? That remains to be seen. But Rajya Sabha, unlike Lok Sabha, at least is where opposition will be able to give some strong opposition. That was the first reaction coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party's Member of Parliament of the Rajya Sabha, Sushil Gupta, saying 6 hours of discussion, we are ready and we will be voting and ensuring there is division of the bench on that. All right, so let's move on. Remember, because Delhi Services Bill is going to be the highlight of today, specifically after it got a very easy sail through for the NDA in the Lok Sabha. It was Union Home Minister Amit Shah now set to move the bill in the upper house today. Aam Aadmi Party has issued a 3-line whip to its Rajya Sabha members. AAP has 10 members in the Rajya Sabha. All of them have been asked to present in the House on 7th and 8th of August. Not only that, Congress Party, which has extended support to Delhi government in battle against centre, has also issued a whip for its own members of parliament of the Congress Party. Now, the central government did not face any hurdle in the Lok Sabha. Chief Minister Kejriwal therefore looks to be losing control over the services in Delhi. The government has clear majority in the upper house as well. There could be opposition strongly coming in, but interesting how Delhi will now be, remember, if mainly the services will eventually stand with LG, with the centre, more than the elected government.
दिल्ली के अधिकारों को जबरदस्ती छीनने के लिए केंद्र सरकार जो बिल राज्यसभा में लेकर के आ रही है, सबको इंतजार है। सभी पार्टियां मिल करके एकजुट होकर के कल राज्यसभा के अंदर इस बिल का विरोध करेंगी और इस लोकतंत्र की रक्षा के लिए अपनी आवाज को बुलंद करेंगे।
क्या दिल की धड़कनें तेज हो गई हैं क्योंकि अब परीक्षा देनी है आपको?
निश्चित रूप से ये हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है, दिल्ली के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। तो हम बड़ी उम्मीद के साथ देख रहे हैं कि आज सदन में, संसद में कुछ अच्छा होगा दिल्ली की जनता के लिए। बाकी जो होगा ऊपर वाला निर्धारित करेगा।
जाहिर है क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी के 10 राज्यसभा सांसद हैं, लेकिन एक सस्पेंड हो चुके हैं, तो अब उनकी संख्या 9 हो गई है राज्यसभा में। लेकिन आपके साथ है इंडिया, विपक्षी गठबंधन। कितनी उम्मीदें हैं कि ये जो बिल है आप इसे राज्यसभा में गिरा पाएंगे और इसके लिए तैयारी क्या है आम आदमी पार्टी की?
मुझे लगता है कि राज्यसभा में आज इस पर काफी कड़ा मुकाबला रहेगा, नंबर के परिप्रेक्ष्य में भी और बहस के परिप्रेक्ष्य में भी। आज नंबर में भी उन्हें उतनी आसानी नहीं होगी जितना लोकसभा में केक वॉक था इनके लिए, और बहस के माध्यम से भी आज देश के सामने, जनता के सामने भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो दिल्ली की जनता के पीठ पे छुरा घोंपा है वो सारा स्पष्ट करेंगे।
Number is going to be after the bill is going to be introduced and decisions or discussion is going to take place. How people are going to react, you have to wait and see. And we all hope that India Alliance is united, and we in the Lok Sabha we were united, and Rajya Sabha also we will be united, and we will be trying to defeat the bill.
ये संविधान पर एक खतरनाक प्रहार है। यहाँ केंद्र प्रदेश को निगल लेना चाहता है, उसके अधिकार विहीन कर देना चाहता है। इस फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को बचाने के लिए, संविधान को बचाने के लिए हम कल पूरी ताकत से इसका विरोध करेंगे।
बार बार अरविंद केजरीवाल का ये कहना कि मुझे ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग का अधिकार देना चाहिए, तो दिल्ली की जनता को दिखाना चाहते हैं कि मैं कोई काम इसलिए नहीं कर पा रहा क्योंकि मेरे पास अधिकार नहीं है। राष्ट्रीय राजधानी वर्ल्ड में जितनी भी कैपिटल्स हैं उनके जो भी अधिकार होते हैं वहाँ के केंद्र सरकार के पास होते हैं, इसलिए बार बार वो दिल्ली के सारे राज्य के अधिकार मांगते हैं। तो ये हमारे मुख्यमंत्री साहब को भी पता है कि ये उनकी मांग बिल्कुल ही नाजायज है।
The data protection bill that is set to be moved today in the Rajya Sabha has now faced opposition from the India bloc opposition netas. Now the opposition leaders are saying defer it for another day as the data protection bill is set to be now brought in, but the demand of the opposition is refer this new bill to the Parliament committee. The opposition is saying take views of those who believe in democracy. These India bloc members of Parliament have said, and I'm quoting them there, can we expect serious action? So basically, the data protection bill that has raised our questions has been controversial. But for now, the India opposition MPs are saying that refer this to the Parliament committee. Take views of those who believe in democracy. That's a big statement coming in from the India opposition. Let's go across to Rahul Gautam, tracking the latest from the Parliament. Rahul, what is their problem? What is the objection do they have to the data protection bill? Because apart from the Delhi services bill, that's the big bill set to be moved today in the Rajya Sabha.
Well, primarily, there are two objections that are being put forward by opposition bloc. First of all, they are saying that the data protection bill severely compromises the data privacy of an ordinary Indian citizen, and therefore it should be sent back to parliamentary committee where it should be discussed, accordingly amended, and then should come back to Lok Sabha. A second thing that they are saying that this is nothing but a diversionary tactic on the part of the government to table or to introduce this bill at a time when entire opposition is agitated because of the fact that Rahul Gandhi is not reinstated as a member of parliament, despite the fact that there has been an unfavorable order, and it has been already 48 hours. So clearly, opposition bloc, you can expect that they're going to, create a ruckus. They're going to oppose this bill at a time when it will be tabled in Lok Sabha. Also, we must understand that several members of parliament from the opposition bloc are saying that this bill actually gives utmost and absolute power to the government to look into the data of an ordinary citizen and actually compromise the safety and security of data of an ordinary citizen. Therefore, it should be sent back to parliamentary committee. It should be discussed thoroughly, should be amended accordingly, and then it should come back to Lok Sabha. So you can expect that this is
Rahul, keep tracking the latest, because apart from the Delhi services bill that is said to be full of fireworks, apart from Rahul Gandhi's reinstatement, this is the third big issue, that the data protection bill will face further opposition from the opposition members of parliament. Thank you so much, Rahul Gautam. All right, time for a quick commercial break. From national capital Delhi, I'll be taking you to the northeastern state of Assam, because that's going to be where a big development is set to take place via a law. Himanta Biswa Sarma has said he's set to now introduce a law which will ban polygamy. Himanta Biswa Sarma says this is about empowerment of women, that one man cannot marry more than one woman. Opposition has called this move communal and diversionary. We get to that big story. What could that mean amid the UCC debate already on? After a very short break.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports. 100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
UNESCO has recommended Venice to be added under World Heritage in Danger list ahead of its 45th meet that is to be held in September. Climate change and over-tourism are some major issues for which Venice has been recommended under the danger list. Take a look.
The United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization has recommended that one of the most popular and fragile tourist destinations of Italy, Venice, be added to its list of World Heritage in Danger, a designation that is given when a vulnerable heritage site is in need of support. The recommendation to put Venice on the World Heritage in Danger list was made by UNESCO and its advisory body experts ahead of the 45th session of the agency's World Heritage Committee meet, which will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in September this year. Mass tourism, development projects and climate change are some major reasons behind UNESCO's recommendation to put Venice under the danger list. According to the organization, these issues are causing deterioration and damage to the building structures and to the urban areas, degrading the cultural and social identity of the property and threatening the integrity to its cultural, environmental, landscape attributes and values. UNESCO has asked the Italian government to ensure that utmost attention is given to Venice and its long-standing problems should be addressed that have been causing damage to the city. over-tourism in Venice has been a serious issue. Venice is one of the places that is currently designated as a World Heritage Site because of its outstanding universal value, cultural and natural offerings. With Neha Kumari, Bureau Report, India Today.
As the Lok Sabha polls approach near, political showdown between opposition BJP is escalating. Prime Minister Modi took a jab at the opposition alliance, recalling that Mahatma Gandhi's Quit India movement was launched on 9th August. The Prime Minister said similarly the country wants dynasty, corruption and appeasement to quit India. Meanwhile, the opposition has slammed the Prime Minister Modi's remarks and called it a diversion from real issues like Manipur, Haryana, violence and inflation.
साथियों, 7 तारीख के एक दिन बाद 9 अगस्त आ रही है। 9 अगस्त वो तारीख है जब ऐतिहासिक क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट की शुरुआत हुई थी। महात्मा गांधी ने मंत्र दिया था और क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट ने स्वतंत्रता की तरफ भारत के कदमों में नई ऊर्जा पैदा कर दी थी। इसी से प्रेरित होकर आज पूरा देश हर बुराई के लिए कह रहा है क्विट इंडिया। चारों तरफ एक ही गूंज है, करप्शन, क्विट इंडिया, यानी भ्रष्टाचार, इंडिया छोड़ो, डायनेस्टी, क्विट इंडिया, यानी परिवारवाद, इंडिया छोड़ो, अपीजमेंट, क्विट इंडिया, यानी तुष्टीकरण, इंडिया छोड़ो।
पूरे हिंदुस्तान ने और पूरे देश ने, पूरी इंडिया ने ये तय किया है कि इस बार 2024 में सिर्फ इंडिया को अपनाएंगे और इंडिया को ही जिताएंगे। इंडिया का मतलब है कि इंडिया जब होगी तो देश के अंदर में बेरोजगारी दूर होगी, महंगाई दूर होगी, यहाँ पे किसानों के सम्मान की बात होगी, महिलाओं के सम्मान की बात होगी। ये इंडिया है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है इस इंडिया को पूरा हिंदुस्तान अपनाएगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जाहिर सी बात है कि इंडिया से डर लगने लगा है, तभी इंडिया की बातें इतनी करते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया की बात न करके अगर मणिपुर पे बोलते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, अगर वो हरियाणा की जो घटना है उस पर चर्चा करते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, टमाटर इतना महंगा इस पे बोल देते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर सेड भ्रष्टाचार भारत छोड़ो, तुष्टीकरण भारत छोड़ो, वोट बैंक की राजनीति भारत छोड़ो। तो व्हाई इज इट द ऑपोजिशन इज टेकिंग इट पर्सनली? ही हैज नॉट नेम्ड द ऑपोजिशन। That means the opposition knows that they represent Bhrashtachar, they represent Tushtikarana, they represent Parivarvad. Therefore, they are taking it personally.
A bizarre comment coming in a surcharged atmosphere of Haryana, and this comment coming in from the BJP councillor. A shocking comment, no less. The BJP councillor's remark has sparked a controversy. This is a councillor for Gurugram, and his remark is on boycott Muslims. That's a shocking comment that's coming in from the BJP councillor, and he said that the members of the Hindu community should not give rent to the houses to the members of the Muslim community. This is after the communal violence that had broken out in Nuh to begin with, where a religious procession taken out by the VHP was pelted stones at. There was firing also involved and had led to further charged atmosphere between two communities. And now BJP councillor says, do not give rent to members of the Muslim community. Let's listen to him first.
हमारे हिंदू भाई हैं, जो हमारे हिंदू भाई है वाल्मीकि है, मेरा निवेदन ये है भाई कि इन किराएदारों को मत दो, मीट मच्छी की दुकान जैसे तिगरा में घुसे हम भाई, ऐसे मुसलमानों को मत दे, भूखे रह लेंगे, लेकिन इनका पैसा हमारा पैसा इनके पास जाता है, इनसे हमले। तो भाई हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन है सभी ग्रामीण वासियों से, जो यहाँ गुड़गांव के कोई भी आए हो, जैसे मैं कातीपुर से आया हूँ भाई, मैं भी अपने गांव वालों से निवेदन करूंगा, हाथ जोड़ के सबके आधार कार्ड देखो, जो मुसलमान हो उसको अपना मकान कोई भी जमीन मत दो। और जो हमारे हिंदू भाई हैं, जो हमारे हिंदू भाई है वाल्मीकि है, कोई भी है भाई, वो मीट की दुकान हिंदू भाई करे, बाहर से आके मुसलमान यहाँ कमाते हैं और फिर वही हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चलाते हैं।
Let's go across to my colleague Arvind Oja, who's been reporting from Haryana on the latest on that. The councillor's name is Brahma Yadav. Arvind, अभी सिचुएशन फिर भी सेंसिटिव है, काफ़ी कम्युनल और टेंशन्स भी हैं अभी। ऐसे वक्त पे एक बीजेपी काउंसलर का ये कहना कि मुसलमानों को मत दो रेंट पे अपना घर, ये तो काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग और बिजार शॉकिंग स्टेटमेंट है। किस तरह से ये कौन है, इसके बारे में हमें थोड़ा बताइए, क्यों इसने ये कहा, क्या कोई एक्शन इस पे लिया जाएगा?
नहीं, देखिए कल एक पंचायत हुई थी और उस पंचायत में 3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के, हरियाणा के 3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के तकरीबन 14 गांव के लोग शामिल हुए थे, जिस तरह से नूह में वायलेंस हुआ था उसको लेकर। और वहीं पर जो काउंसलर हैं ब्रह्म यादव, उन्होंने ये स्टेटमेंट दिया है। साथ ही साथ जो सोहना से एमएलए हैं संजय सिंह, उन्होंने भी स्टेटमेंट दिया है। कहीं ना कहीं देखिए, जब नूह में जो स्थिति है वो नॉर्मल हो रही है धीरे धीरे करके, डीएम एसपी वो तमाम गांव के पंचायत से बात कर रहे हैं, ऐसे में इस तरह का स्टेटमेंट जरूर भड़काने वाला है, जिसमें कहा गया है कि जो मुस्लिम्स हैं, खासतौर से ये 14 गाँव के लोग, उन्होंने बाकायदा लेटर भी लिखा है, वो बाइकआउट करने की बात कही है इकोनॉमिकली, उसके अलावा रेंट पर जो मकान है वो नहीं देने की बात की है। तो इस तरह के जो पंचायत हुई उसमें ये फैसला लिया गया है। 3 जिले के जो हरियाणा के 14 गांव का ये फैसला है। पूजा
Anvid, stay on with me. So in this comment, Brahma Yadav, the BJP councillor, has said they come and stay on rent and then they bully us. They bully the original inhabitants who are the Hindus there in this region, in Mewat and Nuh, so do not give them houses on rent. So let's listen in once again for what exactly has he said.
मेरा निवेदन ये है भाई कि इन किराएदारों को मत दो, हमारा पैसा इनके पास जाता है, इनसे हमले। तो भाई हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन है सभी ग्रामीण वासियों से, जो यहाँ गुड़गांव के कोई भी आए हो, जैसे मैं कातीपुर से आया हूँ भाई, मैं भी अपने गांव वालों से निवेदन करूंगा, हाथ जोड़ के सबके आधार कार्ड देखो, जो मुसलमान हो उसको अपना मकान कोई भी जमीन मत दो। और जो हमारे हिंदू भाई हैं, जो हमारे हिंदू भाई है वाल्मीकि है, कोई भी है भाई, वो मीट की दुकान हिंदू भाई करे, बाहर से आके मुसलमान यहाँ कमाते हैं और फिर वही हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चलाते हैं।
For now, the situation in Nuh in Mewat region is normalizing slowly. However, the bulldozer action is what has become the big step by the Haryana administration. What is this bulldozer justice or bulldozer action? Haryana administration has razed down several establishments and violence hit Nuh, a hotel from where stones were allegedly pelted from the terrace of that hotel on the Shobha Yatra of the VHP. That hotel has now been demolished. The curfew in Haryana's Nuh district was lifted for 4 hours on Sunday. It is expected to be relaxed today as well. But as per our sources, Intelligence Bureau had alerted State Police of Haryana that there could be possible violence. This was 4 days prior to the Yatra. Then why was that not taken into consideration? As per the investigation that still is on, Haryana police has intensified probe. Police is in touch also with Rajasthan government because 8 accused who were from Rajasthan were taken into custody of the Haryana police. Taking a dig at district's law and order situation, political showdown is escalating. Congress has said that there was lack of security during the Jal Abhishek Yatra that led to that communal violence. Listen in to a quick reaction and then we'll go across to our colleagues.
जब ये यात्रा हुई तो उसके पहले ये सुना है कि कोई 2, 4, 5 बड़े खतरनाक और बड़े सांप्रदायिक माहौल को बिगाड़ने वाले वीडियो सर्कुलेट हुए, कहा जाता है जिस कारण से वहाँ उपद्रव हुआ। तो जब आपको मालूम है कि इस तरीके के वीडियो सर्कुलेट होंगे तो स्थानीय स्तर पर टेंशन तो हो सकती है। तो ये तो मैं नहीं मान सकता कि पुलिस वाले भी उसी समाज में रहते हैं, वहीं रहते हैं, उनके पास ये वीडियोस नहीं आए होंगे। धार्मिक कोई जगह एक ऐसी जगह से जा रहा है जो संवेदनशील है या जहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है, तो वहाँ आपको पुख्ता इंतजाम करना चाहिए था।
अब तक 56 FIR रजिस्टर हो गया डिस्ट्रिक्ट में और 147 लोगों को हमने अरेस्ट कर दिया। इन्वेस्टिगेशन हमारा चल रहा है, 4 टीम्स को बनाया। इन्वेस्टिगेशन तेजी गति में प्रोग्रेस चल रहा है। अभी टेक्निकल एविडेंस में जोड़ा जाएगा और इन्वेस्टिगेशन वगैरह आगे बढ़ता जाएगा, सब कुछ खुलासा हो जाएगा।
Quickly go across to Arvind Oja, who got us that big investigation from the hilltop of the Aravali ranges where many of these alleged rioters are escaping from the law and hiding. Arvind, ये जो राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट के साथ टच में है हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट, इसका हमें थोड़ा रीजन बताइए. What is the reason that Rajasthan is now in coordination, in touch, and specifically with investigation they are also involved?
नहीं देखिए पूजा, सबसे पहले बताऊं जो हरियाणा से सटा राजस्थान का डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहां से पुलिस ने 8 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया है जो राइटिंग में शामिल थे और कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी के तहत इस हिंसा को अंजाम दिया गया। हरियाणा से सटे जो राजस्थान के आते हैं वो भी मेवात रीजन में आते हैं और जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई इसमें पता चला है कि उस रीजन से काफ़ी संख्या में जो लड़के थे, जो राइटर्स थे, वो दाखिल हुए नूह में और सबसे पहले बड़कली इलाके में जहाँ शक्ति सिंह का मर्डर हुआ था वहां पर काफी ज्यादा वायलेंस किया था और कई प्लानिंग की गई थी। तो हरियाणा की जो पुलिस है वो राजस्थान पुलिस के कांटेक्ट में है। हरियाणा पुलिस अभी भी उन इलाकों में रेड कर रही है। हरियाणा पुलिस का कहना है कि वहां पर से बड़ी संख्या में जो लोग थे, जो राइटर्स थे, वो आए थे और साथ ही साथ न सिर्फ राइटिंग करने के लिए आए थे बल्कि पूरी प्लानिंग के साथ आए थे। इस वजह से राजस्थान पुलिस से कांटेक्ट में हरियाणा पुलिस, उसके अलावा बुलडोजर का एक्शन भी जारी है। 37 ऐसी बिल्डिंग्स हैं जिसमें बुलडोजर चला है। उसमें नूह के एसपी का कहना है कि कुछ बिल्डिंग उसमें ऐसी हैं जिससे स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुई थी, पेट्रोल बम फेंके गए थे, फायरिंग हुई थी, जबकि कुछ जो बिल्डिंग है वो इलीगल है। इस वजह से उस पर एक्शन लिया गया। लेकिन जो भी है, जो जिस तरह की टाइमिंग है उसको लेकर जरूर कुछ न कुछ सवाल उठ रहे हैं। तो एक तरफ बुलडोजर का एक्शन चल रहा है, दूसरी तरफ पुलिस लगातार रेड कर रही है। 50 से ज़्यादा FIR हो चुकी है, 150 लोग गिरफ्तार किए जा चुके हैं और एसपी का कहना है कि पूरी जो कॉन्स्पिरेसी है वो कोर्ट में उस बात का चार्जशीट के जरिए वो खुलासा करेंगे। पूजा।
All right, Arvind Oja is telling us more about what's happening. Remember, on one side, Rajasthan government's coordination, on another, the bulldozer action against properties that let its area be used for violence, for throwing stones, pelting stones at the Shobha Yatra that was taken out in Nuh. Thank you so much, Arvind Oja, for the latest. Remember, there is a lot of investigation that's currently on, and one AAP leader has got into this controversy as well. And this is with regard to alleged involvement in the violence. He's denying all the allegations. He's saying, I wasn't even there. But here's what exactly happened.
Days after communal clashes gripped Haryana's Nuh and Gurugram, investigation continues to unearth shocking details. The cops have now zeroed in on an Aam Aadmi Party neta, claiming his role in murder of a Bajrang Dal worker. AAP leader from Haryana, Javed Ahmed, has been accused of being part of a plot to murder a Bajrang Dal activist, Pradeep Sharma. As per FIR, Javed instigated a mob which used iron rods to attack Pradeep. Pradeep, who was a resident of UP's Bagpat, was attacked by miscreants when he was returning from Nuh. A profusely bleeding Pradeep was allegedly dumped near a mosque. He later succumbed to the injuries in a Delhi hospital.
कंप्लेनेंट जब अपनी कंप्लेंट में जो चीजें लिख के देगा, उसके साथ में जो उस समय कोई ट्रेवल कर रहा था मिस्टर पवन, उसकी कंप्लेंट पे हमने FIR लॉन्च करेंगे।
तो क्या उसने कंप्लेंट दी थी?
कंप्लेंट उसने यही दी थी कि हम लोग वापस आ रहे थे और इस प्रकार से जो है वहाँ पे मॉब था, मॉब ने अटैक करा था और मॉब में उसका कहना ये था कि मॉब के अंदर वो भी खड़ा था, ये अपना जो उनका नेता है ये जावेद को मैंने वहाँ देखा था, उसका कहना ये था।
Rejecting the charges of murder, accused AAP Neta Javed Ahmed claimed that he was not even in Nuh during the riots.
मैं यहाँ शहर में नहीं था।
कितने बजे से नहीं थे?
मैं यहाँ 7 बजे से नहीं था। 7 बजे से 31 तारीख की 7 बजे से लेकर के और 1 तारीख की सुबह 7 बजे मैं यहाँ पहुँचा हूँ।
तो ये कैसे आप पर आरोप लग गया कि आप भीड़ को भड़का रहे थे?
ये आरोप लगाने वाले तय करें कि क्यों मेरे ऊपर आरोप लगाया, और आरोप लगाने से कोई आदमी मुलजिम नहीं हो जाता।
The BJP and AAP traded charges over the riot taint. BJP compared Javed Ahmed to 2020 Delhi riot accused Tahir Hussain, who was an AAP councillor. The AAP hit back by accusing BJP of fanning riots.
सवाल ये है कि जब भी आम आदमी पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता सामने आता है, दिल्ली दंगे हो चाहे वो हरियाणा के नूह के दंगे हो, आम आदमी पार्टी चुप्पी क्यों साध लेती है? अरविंद केजरीवाल के शब्द से मुंह से एक शब्द क्यों नहीं निकलता है? आज वो क्या कार्रवाई करेंगे, दिल्ली और देश सवाल पूछ रहा है।
जावेद अहमद हमारी पार्टी के एक नेता हैं, उनके खिलाफ झूठी FIR दर्ज की गई है नूह के मामले में। उस समय जब ये घटना हुई जिसका FIR में जिक्र है, वो हमारे लीडर जावेद अहमद वहां से 100 से 150 किलोमीटर दूर किसी जगह पर थे, उसके उनके पास सबूत भी हैं।
Will the Haryana violence probe unmask political link of rioters? With Arvind Ojha in Haryana, Bureau Report, India Today.
Big news coming in from the southern state of Karnataka. There are corruption allegations against a minister now in the Siddaramaiah government. That's the big news that I'm breaking to you right now. The graft heat is now on Agriculture Minister Cheluvaraswamy, and the charge is that he demanded about 6 to 8 lakh rupees allegedly from the officials. And the officers were threatening suicide if the graft is not investigated. This is a big news that we are bringing to you, that the minister demanded 6 to 8 lakh from officials. The officers eventually said, we will die by suicide if the graft is not investigated. Let's go across immediately to Nagarjan Dwarkanath for the latest on that. Nagarjan, this is a big allegation. Even though it's a charge for now, will have to be proven. But how precisely did an Agriculture Minister of Siddaramaiah government get into this controversy?
The Joint Director of Agriculture Department from Mandya districts, many of them from the taluks, have written to the Governor office stating that we have been put under pressure demanding 6 to 8 lakhs from the other officials, and we have been told to collect it and give it to the minister, and they have named the minister directly. And now the Governor office has written to the Chief Secretary saying, look into these allegations of the officials into the ministry and also give me a tell me what accordingly action can you take, is what the Governor office has told the Chief Secretary, to protect the officials as well. And they also stated that corruption has to be removed from the society. If not, the officials might consume poison and commit suicide, is what the Governor office says. So serious allegations against a mantri in Siddaramaiah government.
All right, thank you so much, Nagarjan Dwarkanath, with the latest on that. That's the big story coming in from Karnataka, that a minister from the agriculture minister has got now graft charges that he's facing, and we'll see how this case develops. Specifically, the first one coming in from Karnataka barely weeks after. Nagarjan, I want to stay on with this. Do tell us a bit more about the minister, because I want to understand specifically for the viewers not from Karnataka, for them to understand how senior or important Cheluvaraswamy is precisely is. And what is the reason, the manner in which he has now got caught himself in this controversy. We'll continue to get you the details. This, remember, giving you an update. The graft charge against him was made by the officers. The officers are saying that that he was asking us for 6 to 8 lakh rupees. When we said we cannot give it, he then they cannot give, and they've now said that we will die by suicide if the charges against him are not investigated. So So Shaluvarya Swamy is the politician. He's the Minister of Agriculture from Karnataka. So Nagarjun, I want to come back to you again. Do tell us a bit more about the profile of Shaluvarya Swamy, because how senior is he in the ministry, in the government, in the Congress party, and precisely at a time like this when he's got caught in the graft charges?
Puja Cheluvanarayana Swamy is a senior mantri in the cabinet. He's been mantri previously also. He's come from JDS to Congress party a few years back, a decade or so back, when Siddaramaiah also moved. He moved from JDS. Initially he was a JDS MLA. Later he's moved to Congress over more than 10 years back. And last time he had lost Nagmangala seat in 2018. And now he has won the Nagmangala seat, defeating a JDS candidate. And he's become a mantri and is a strong Vokaliga face in the government as well. Initially, what the letter was written on August 1st from the agriculture officials, department officials to the governor office, seeking some help from the government, intervention from the governor himself. And the governor, in turn, writes to the chief secretary on the graft allegations that these are serious allegations, that the officials are saying that they would consume poison if not this comes to an end. The chief secretary is asked by the governor to take appropriate action and also inquire if this is true or not. And he's also mentioned the taluks of Mandya district, where the joint directors of agriculture department have leveled these allegations. Maddur, Nagmangala, Mandya, Malvalli, all taluks have been named in the letter from the governor office. You can see the letter that India Today has accessed. It says Karnataka Governor Secretariat, and the written to the Chief Secretary of Karnataka, asking her to protect the interests of the officials and look into this graft allegations. We'll have to wait and see how the government will react, the Chief Minister and the Minister himself.
But what has happened with the investigation? Has it even started yet? Has that progressed? Has he himself given out any statement in his defense? Because it appears all is silent from his side right now.
Well, the Chief Secretary is yet to take action on this, is what we are told, because just 3 days back the letter was written, and firstly it would be brought to the notice of the Chief Minister, and the time the governor has not mentioned any time-bound report as such, that give a report in 7 days, submit in 3 days is not written. So that the Chief Secretary is also contemplating on as to what has to be done. Most likely that today or tomorrow she will be talking to the Agriculture Secretary first and seeking a report from him, and most likely even speak to the officials directly.
So much. Nagarjun Dwarkanath will be tracking all the latest on that. That's a big story. Could actually become a lot of trouble for Siddaramaiah government, because remember, their whole plank was anti-corruption. Their whole reason of being voted was with regard to allegedly BJP in government. Remember, the 40% commission sarkar was their whole slogan. They had come on honesty, and now their minister in the agriculture has got a messaging which is so shocking, remember, from the officials, to say if there is no investigation against him, we will consume poison. That's a big comment to come in from officials. We'll try and get a statement from the minister himself. But for Shaluvarya Swamy, it's a big statement. And BJP, of course, is quick to jump in on that. I'm joined this morning by BJP's senior leader and spokesperson, Mr. Tom Vadakan. Mr. Vadakan, good morning. Now, at this point, what do you have to say? Because the investigation hasn't started, but for an official, and in fact more than one official, to say that we'll consume poison if graft allegations against him are not investigated. He's been asking us for 6 to 8 lakh rupees.
Let me correct you. It is not the BJP who has jumped into this issue. It is the officials themselves who have asked for an inquiry. And I think it's deemed fit that an inquiry should be ordered, because this is the government that said that they're corruption-free and they're different, and they had some guarantees offered and all that. And now today, officers are saying that they're corrupt. So it's not the BJP that's saying anything. We are only taking up the issues which the officials have raised. And an investigation by an agency other than the usual standard CID team and all that. We need a CBI inquiry into it, because the local police and all that investigation will be more of a cover-up than certain realities that need to be exposed of this government.
Okay, interesting. Thank you so much, Mr. Tom Warakan, saying that imagine if the officials themselves are raising this objection. This, remember, is that reflects the sort of situation there is currently in Karnataka. All right, that's all from me for now. But after a very short break, we get you the top story, and that will Rahul Gandhi return as fast as he was disqualified from the Lok Sabha? That's the big news coming in. The Congress is upping the ante and will be waiting and watching eagerly if their Neta from Wayanad will return to the Lok Sabha after the top court stayed his conviction. Big news after a very short break. Thank you for watching.
As the Lok Sabha polls approach near, political showdown between opposition BJP is escalating. Prime Minister Modi took a jab at the opposition alliance, recalling that Mahatma Gandhi's Quit India movement was launched on 9th August. The Prime Minister said similarly the country wants dynasty, corruption and appeasement to quit India. Meanwhile, the opposition has slammed the Prime Minister Modi's remarks and called it a diversion from real issues like Manipur, Haryana, violence and inflation.
साथियों, 7 तारीख के एक दिन बाद 9 अगस्त आ रही है। 9 अगस्त वो तारीख है जब ऐतिहासिक क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट की शुरुआत हुई थी। महात्मा गांधी ने मंत्र दिया था और क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट ने स्वतंत्रता की तरफ भारत के कदमों में नई ऊर्जा पैदा कर दी थी। इसी से प्रेरित होकर आज पूरा देश हर बुराई के लिए कह रहा है क्विट इंडिया। चारों तरफ एक ही गुंज है, करप्शन, क्विट इंडिया, यानी भ्रष्टाचार, इंडिया छोड़ो, डायनेस्टी, क्विट इंडिया, यानी परिवारवाद, इंडिया छोड़ो, अपीजमेंट, क्विट इंडिया, यानी तुष्टीकरण, इंडिया छोड़ो।
पूरे हिंदुस्तान ने और पूरे देश ने, पूरी इंडिया ने ये तय किया है कि इस बार 2024 में सिर्फ इंडिया को अपनाएंगे और इंडिया को ही जिताएंगे। इंडिया का मतलब है कि इंडिया जब होगी तो देश के अंदर में बेरोजगारी दूर होगी, महंगाई दूर होगी, यहाँ पे किसानों के सम्मान की बात होगी, महिलाओं के सम्मान की बात होगी। ये इंडिया है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है इस इंडिया को पूरा हिंदुस्तान अपनाएगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जाहिर सी बात है कि इंडिया से डर लगने लगा है, तभी इंडिया की बातें इतनी करते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया की बात न करके अगर मणिपुर पे बोलते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, अगर वो हरियाणा की जो घटनाएं हैं उस पर चर्चा करते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, टमाटर इतना महंगा इस पे बोल देते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर सेड भ्रष्टाचार भारत छोड़ो, तुष्टीकरण भारत छोड़ो, वोट बैंक की राजनीति भारत छोड़ो। तो व्हाई इज इट द ऑपोजिशन इज टेकिंग इट पर्सनली? ही हैज नॉट नेम्ड द ऑपोजिशन। That means the opposition knows that they represent Bhrashtachar, they represent Tushtikarana, they represent Parivarvad. Therefore, they are taking it personally.
Vasant Valley School secured the top honours in the 13th edition of the Vasant Valley Aaj Tak Hindi debate competition, showcasing their debating prowess and intellectual acumen against formidable opponents there. They showcased a brilliant display of debating skills from top schools across the nation. Take a look.
तो हम लोग बस चुप्पी से इन लोगों को देखते रहते हैं, ना सकारात्मकता को बढ़ावा देते हैं और ना नकारात्मकता को खत्म करते हैं।
पर मूक दर्शिता का अर्थ जो हमारा दल बताना चाह रहा है वह यह है
A fierce clash
of intellect.
स्पष्ट करना चाहूंगा कि हम आज के सदन को भारतीय बुद्धिजीवियों के सदन द्वारा देखना चाहेंगे।
हमें प्रतिस्पर्धा में टिके रहने की आवश्यकता है और प्रतिस्पर्धा में टिके रहने के लिए हमें अपने कार्य पर ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है।
मैं जादूगर बन सकती हूँ, वो जो ट्रॉफी है उसको 2 में भी कर सकती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं चाहती हूँ कि बसंत वैली एंड सिंधिया स्कूल दोनों ही जीते। मुझे इतना मज़ा हिंदी वाद विवाद में कभी नहीं आया जितना इस वक्त आया। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत तालियां। एंड द विनर इज बसंत वैली स्कूल।
And the prestigious Vasant Valley School emerged victorious in the 13th edition of the Vasant Valley Aaj Tak Hindi Debate Competition.
कितना बढ़िया है वह समाज जहां हर घिनौने कार्य का जवाब है मूकदर्शिता।
Students from the Vasant Valley and the Scindia School took on each other in the final round of the competition, which saw a thrilling face-off between the teams of both the schools.
उस पे टांग अड़ाकर उसके बिना ज्ञान होए उसे और बिगाड़ने की कोशिश करता है, वह होता है मूकदर्शिता।
Participants from the two teams sparred on the motion adopted by the House, Mookdarshita mein hi buddhimani, which translate into being a mute spectator is a smart decision. The competition saw an enthusiastic participation from 26 renowned schools from all corners of the country. While students representing the Scindia school debated for the motion,
तो जिस आदर्शवाद की भावना से, जिस मूक दर्शक का चयन ना करने से हमारे ऊपर संकट आ रहा है, हमारे परिवार पर संकट आ रहा है, हम उसका चयन क्यों करें महोदय? महोदय, आज बुद्धिमान वही है जो स्वयं का जीवन संचालन करने में सक्षम हो, जो स्वयं की परिस्थिति को सुधार सके, स्वयं सफलता हासिल कर सके। वह बुद्धिमान नहीं है जो दूसरों की मदद करने का चोला पहन के घूम सके। बुद्धिमानी धर्म से कहीं दूर दूर तक मेल नहीं खाती है महोदय, जिस बात को समझने में मेरे विपक्षी मित्र पूर्ण रूप से असक्षम है।
the students representing the Vasant Valley debated against the motion.
उनके खंडन की ओर बढ़ते हुए उन्होंने आके सबसे पहले मूकदर्शिता की गलत परिभाषा दी, उसको हमारे पहले वक्ता ने सही किया। उन्होंने आके बोला कि हमें अपनी जंग लड़नी जरूरी है। लेकिन महोदय, आप ही बताइए, अगर मेरे पास इस बात का हक ही ना हो कि मैं अपनी आवाज उठाऊं, अपने विचारों को प्रस्तुत करूं, तो मैं कौन सी जंग लड़ूंगी महोदय? उन्होंने आके बात करी निजी विकास की, आगे बढ़ने की, कि हमें खुद आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है, खुद आगे होने की जरूरत है महोदय। लेकिन आप ही बताइए कि हम लोग जब अपने विचार ही आगे नहीं रखेंगे तो फिर हम लोग आगे कैसे बढ़ेंगे?
In the end, Vasant Valley School's compelling arguments and persuasive delivery earned them the coveted title.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today Television. This is India's Agenda. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's tell you what's making news this Monday morning first. Mallikarjun Kharge, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary leading reach out to allies and speaker over Rahul Gandhi's return. India parties to meet on Rahul's reinstatement. Congress may move court if the government delays Rahul Gandhi's return. India bloc readies for Rajya Sabha battle. Opposition to pull out all stops on Delhi Services Bill, ailing ex-Jharkhand Chief Minister Shibu Soren to vote. Assam is all set to bring a ban on polygamy. Himanta Biswa Sarma pledges empowerment of women. Opposition calls this move communal, diversionary. Furious BSP MP, BJP MLC verbal spat on stage. Danish Ali stops BJP MLC's Bharat Mata chant on stage. BJP Neta Vijay Varghya threatens a scan kill anti-Bharat brigade. Chandrayaan successfully enters lunar orbit. ISRO's Chandrayaan lunar orbit insertion has been successful. ISRO shares first images of the moon viewed by Chandrayaan. Big story breaking at this hour. Veteran opposition leaders to vote on Delhi bill. Ex-Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh to vote in Parliament. Opposition to pull out all stops on Delhi Services Bill. Ailing ex-Jharkhand Chief Minister Shibu Soren also to vote. Outnumbered opposition goes all out to save face. The government has the numbers. Each vote essentially counts for the opposition. There is in fact going to be voting on the Delhi Services Bill, which has already been tabled, and opposition does not have the numbers, and that's the reason why they're pulling out all stops to ensure that they get the maximum numbers as possible, as far as possible. And that's the reason why veteran leaders like former Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, Rajya Sabha MP, is going to be voting, and also former Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Shibu Soren, to vote. The opposition clearly is outnumbered, and that's the reason why they're doing what they can to get the numbers in what really is being seen as a face-saving exercise. Getting in details of the voting for the Delhi Services Bill, which has been tabled already. Dr. Manmohan Singh is to also vote in Parliament. He's wheelchair bound. Also ailing former Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Shibu Soren, is going to be voting. This comes at a time when the opposition has in fact rallied around this issue that was very vociferously raised by the Aam Aadmi Party, this Delhi Services Bill, which the centre says is its right and constitutional right. Amit Bhardwaj is getting us more details on that story. Amit, the opposition clearly is worried about the fact that it does not have the numbers. But even if Shibu Soren and Dr. Manmohan Singh vote for this, what is it really going to look like?
Well, Sneha, the battle for India bloc of the opposition parties right now is all about perception. It's about the narrative that they want to build upon. And that is why today what you will see is that all the India bloc parties plus BRS, because remember, BRS is not part of the India bloc, but they will be also siding with the India bloc today, which means that, over 105 or nearly 104, 105 members will be voting against the Delhi Services Bill. So the idea today is to have a long discussion on the Delhi Services Bill. Opposition parties will try to make sure to put the narrative that they are united against the NDA or Narendra Modi's government, and they want to also put across a message that this particular bill is not only about Delhi, rather about the federal structure of the country. Hence, the government should not get an easy way, easy get through on this particular bill. Along with that, to win that perception battle or that narrative, Sneha, what we can also expect today is that former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and Jharkhand Mukti Morcha's President and former Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Shibu Soren, could be also joining the proceedings today. There's a possibility that Shibu Soren, who is unwell, not in best of his health, he could be also brought to the upper house to join the proceedings of the Delhi Services Bill. So all these developments or strategies have been carved out to send across a message as to how the India bloc MPs, India bloc parties and the BRS are sticking together on this particular issue, and they want to send across a message that they are against the BJP's government and this particular bill, which they believe is the beginning of centre's attempt to do away with several laws which falls under the concurrent
clearly a
list
tug of war inside Parliament. That's what we are going to see today, Amit. I'm going to thank you for the moment for getting us those details. The Delhi dangle to take control over services has reached Rajya Sabha. After the bill sailed through the lower house smoothly, Home Minister Amit Shah is all set to move the bill in the upper house today. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party has issued a 3-line whip to its Rajya Sabha members, claiming Lok Sabha was an easy sail, but Rajya Sabha will be the real test, which they are hopeful of passing with majority. While the central government did not face any hurdle in getting the bill passed through the lower house, they have clear majority in Rajya Sabha as well. The BJP and its allies have 105 members and will get the support of fence sitters as well. BJD and YSRCP, each of which has 9 MPs.
श्री अब्दुल वहाब, आपकी अनुमति से मैं
आज की संशोधित
Sandeep Pathak ji, how prepared is Aam Aadmi Party for Rajya Sabha bill is coming today?
Well, we are fully prepared in terms of number as well and in terms of debate also. So from our side, we are prepared and confident.
Do you think that it will be passed or you will be able to stop it?
Well, we'll try our level best to stop it because this is against the people of this country, against the people of Delhi, and we'll see what happens, but we'll do our level best.
दिल्ली सर्विसेज बिल के खिलाफ आंकड़े हमारे पास पूरे थे, इसके अंदर कोई दो राय नहीं है, परंतु एक दो दलों के ऊपर कहीं न कहीं दबाव पड़ा है। क्या दबाव पड़ा है, क्या उसके अंदर उनको परेशानियां हुई हैं, ये तो बेहतर वो बता सकते हैं, परंतु आज भी मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जो आत्मा की आवाज पे वोट देंगे तो इस बिल के विरुद्ध के अंदर वोट आएंगे और ये बिल राज्यसभा में हार सकता है।
Number is going to be after the bill is going to be introduced and decisions or discussion is going to take place. How people are going to react, we have to wait and see. And we all hope that India Alliance is united, and we in the Lok Sabha we were united, and Rajya Sabha also we will be united, and we will be trying to defeat the bill.
ये संविधान पर एक खतरनाक प्रहार है। यहाँ केंद्र प्रदेश को निगल लेना चाहता है, उसके अधिकार विहीन कर देना चाहता है। इस फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को बचाने के लिए, संविधान को बचाने के लिए हम कल पूरी ताकत से इसका विरोध करेंगे।
बार बार अरविंद केजरीवाल का ये कहना कि मुझे ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग का अधिकार देना चाहिए, तो दिल्ली की जनता को दिखाना चाहते हैं कि मैं कोई काम इसलिए नहीं कर पा रहा क्योंकि मेरे पास अधिकार नहीं है। राष्ट्रीय राजधानी वर्ल्ड में जितनी भी कैपिटल्स हैं, उनके जो भी अधिकार होते हैं वहाँ के केंद्र सरकार के पास होते हैं, इसलिए बार बार वो दिल्ली के सारे राज्य के अधिकार मांगते हैं। तो ये हमारे मुख्यमंत्री साहब को भी पता है कि ये उनकी मांग बिल्कुल ही नाजायज है।
All right, we're getting you all the details as to what really is expected in Rajya Sabha, the upper house, as far as the numbers are also concerned. When the government says it has the numbers, what next then really for the opposition? So let's get you up to speed with the numbers here. Government has numbers in Rajya Sabha like it did in Lok Sabha. The strength is at 238. So let's talk about the halfway mark, which stands at 120. Now the government side really is BJP plus 5 nominated, 2 independent and the fence setters. Extremely important. 9 MPs of YSRCP, 9 MPs of BJD and TDP supporting the government. So it's clear that the government has the numbers in the upper house of parliament as well. What about the opposition? Not too good. 105 as far as the opposition is concerned. Until a few years ago, the opposition did have the numbers in Rajya Sabha, but that trend really changed. It has support of others. However, it doesn't really add up when it comes to numbers. So the opposition doesn't really have the strength there. Getting in details as far as the numbers in both houses concerned, where the bill had smooth sailing in Lok Sabha, it's expected that the bill will have smooth sailing in Rajya Sabha as well, but the opposition is doing what it can to get in everyone on its side to vote. It's a face-saver exercise, it's a face-saving exercise rather, and also trying to put out the message that the opposition is clearly united when it comes to this particular bill, which has already passed, in fact, which has already been passed rather in Lok Sabha. More reactions coming in. Let's go straight to that.
आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए बड़ी चुनौती दिल्ली सेवा बिल। हमारे साथ राज्यसभा सांसद संजय सिंह जुड़ गए हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी के यूं तो 10 राज्यसभा सांसद हैं, लेकिन आप सस्पेंड हो चुके हैं तो आपकी एक ताकत कम हो गई, अब 9 राज्यसभा सांसद हैं। लेकिन आज जो बिल पेश होगा उसके लिए वोटिंग होती है, तो कितनी तैयार है आम आदमी पार्टी और क्या रणनीति है?
देखिए, जो टीम इंडिया है उसके लगभग सारे दल इस बिल के विरोध में हैं और उन्होंने एक मत से ये निर्णय लिया है कि जब भी ये बिल आएगा तो इसके खिलाफ बोलेंगे भी और वोट भी करेंगे। आपने लोकसभा में देखा होगा कि सारे दलों ने एक स्वर में इसका विरोध किया। अब सरकार की तानाशाही का आलम यह है कि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी 1993 से लेकर लगातार 2015 तक पूर्ण राज्य की वकालत करती रहे, और इतना ही नहीं, 2003 में आडवाणी जी एक बिल लेके आए थे कि दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य बनाया जाए। आज वो पार्टी हमको सर्विसेज का अधिकार नहीं देना चाहती और माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के 5 जजों का फैसला आने के बाद भी नहीं देना चाहती। तो मानोगे क्या आप? लोकतंत्र आप मानोगे नहीं, संघीय ढांचा आप मानोगे नहीं, संविधान आप मानोगे नहीं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट आप मानोगे नहीं। तो अगर आपको एलजी और राज्यपाल के डंडे से देश को चलाना है तो एक तो हो गए मोदी जी, दूसरे हो गए अमित शाह, बाकी सारे राज्यों के अंदर आप राज्यपाल और एलजी रख दीजिए। क्या क्या जरूरत है चुनाव कराने की? फिर चुनाव का मतलब क्या हो गया? अगर एक इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट, एक ऐसी गवर्नमेंट जिसको प्रचंड बहुमत मिला, 67 सीट मिली, 62 सीट मिली, उस सरकार को ये अधिकार नहीं है कि वो एक डॉक्टर का ट्रांसफर कर सके, एक इंजीनियर का ट्रांसफर कर सके, एक डीएम एसडीएम का ट्रांसफर कर सके, तो फिर सरकार का मतलब क्या बचेगा? आप मुझे बताइए।
लेकिन साथ ही जब हमने लोकसभा में देखा बिल पेश हो रहा था, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी पर निशाना साध रहे थे। उन्होंने तमाम बातें कहीं, सुपाड़ी तक कह दिया आम आदमी पार्टी को, और ऐसी स्थिति में एक नया विवाद शुरू हो गया। साथ ही साथ भ्रष्टाचार की वो बात करते नजर आए, विपक्षी गठबंधन इंडिया पर प्रहार करते नजर आए।
देखिए, इन लोगों की हालत मैं तो आपको कई बार कह चुका हूँ। भ्रष्टाचार का आरोप लगा रहे थे हमारे ऊपर, आज तक न कोई तथ्य मिला, न प्रमाण मिला। और अब मैं भाजपाइयों से कहता हूं कि भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ मत बोला करो। भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ भाजपाई बोलते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है ओसामा बिन लादेन अहिंसा पे उपदेश दे रहा है। भाई, कंपटीशन चल रहा है इनके यहां। तुमने 70,000 करोड़ का घोटाला किया, इधर जल्दी आओ। 80,000 करोड़ का किया, इधर जल्दी आओ। लाख करोड़ का किया, जल्दी। आप देखिए ना, पूरब से लेके पश्चिम तक, उत्तर से लेकर दक्षिण तक, जो जितना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी वो उतना बड़ा पदाधिकारी। वाटर स्कैम हेमंत विश्व शर्मा के ऊपर बीजेपी ने लगाया, हमने नहीं लगाया। उसकी सीबीआई की, ईडी की जांच चल रही थी, उसको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया। व्यापम घोटाला, सीबीआई की जांच चल रही थी शिवराज सिंह पे, उनको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया। येदियुरप्पा पे माइनिंग घोटाले की जांच चल रही थी, उनको मुख्यमंत्री बना दिया। तो बीजेपी में तो भ्रष्टाचार करना एक उपलब्धि है।
Big story we are breaking at this hour. Rahul Gandhi's membership is all set to be restored as early as today. The notification is going to be released shortly is what we've been given to understand. Remember, the Congress has gone all guns blazing, saying that this is the Supreme Court's order. Rahul Gandhi has to be reinstated since his disqualification as a member of parliament from Wayanad has been stayed by the Supreme Court, and the parliament and the government can't in fact prevent him from being a member again and attending the proceedings of the House. So just before the no confidence motion that has been moved by the opposition, Rahul Gandhi is going to be seen back in parliament, reinstated as member of parliament from Wayanad that he is. A notification to this effect is also going to be released shortly is what we've been given to understand from our sources. Gandhi's membership is going to be restored. Rahul Gandhi was an MP from Wayanad and he is going to now continue to serve as a member of parliament is what we know. This notification to reinstate him as a member of parliament is going to be issued very, very shortly. So I think as early as today, and we'll be getting in a word from our reporters also on the ground about this. Mosmi, in fact, had earlier spoken to senior leader of the Congress and leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, about this. Listen in.
हमारे साथ कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोकसभा के नेता अधीर रंजन चौधरी हैं। आइए बात करते हैं। अधीर दादा, क्या इसमें आपने प्रेस वार्ता भी बुलाई, आपने कहा भी कि हम चाहते हैं कि जल्द बहाल हो जाए प्रेस वार्ताओं में भी, लेकिन अभी तक कोई नोटिस आया नहीं।
नहीं, नोटिस आया नहीं, इसलिए हमारी तरफ से जो प्रयास, जो पहल किए जाना चाहिए तो हम करते रहते हैं। आज एकदम अंतिम चरण में हम लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट से जो सर्टिफाइड कॉपी वो भी मंगा रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो भी हम जमा करें, इसलिए क्योंकि और कुछ कहने की कोई गुंजाइश न बचे, क्योंकि ये होना चाहिए था। क्यों नहीं हो रहे हैं? आप जैसे सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, मैं भी ये सवाल में मैं भी सरकार से, स्पीकर साहब से ये सवाल करने के लिए जा रहा हूं अभी। और ये जब तक हमारा अधिकार हासिल ना होंगे तब तक हमारा ये प्रयास, ये संघर्ष ये जारी रहेंगे। हम चाहते हैं जल्द से जल्द राहुल जी की वापसी सदन में हो। हम सब बेचैन होकर बैठे हैं, सारे देशवासी ये सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि क्या ऐसा गलती की राहुल जी से अभी तक, जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सारे कुछ फैसला कर दिया है, फिर भी खटास कहाँ है? तो ये मुद्दे को लेकर सदन में जा रहे हैं, सर्टिफाइड कॉपी सुप्रीम कोर्ट से ला रहे हैं, स्पीकर साहब से मुलाकात करेंगे, एक बार नहीं बार बार करेंगे। सारे एमपीज हम स्पीकर के दफ्तर के सामने धरना देंगे अगर जरूरत पड़े, लेकिन राहुल जी को वापसी होना ही चाहिए।
अधीर दादा, नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन कल आना है और अभी तक नोटिस आपको आया नहीं है। अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी से जब हम बात कर रहे थे, उन्होंने कहा था 48 घंटे हम इंतजार करेंगे। अब 48 घंटे दोपहर तक हो जाएंगे, तो फिर क्या करना है? उच्च न्यायालय जाएंगे आप लोग? देखिए,
वो तो मनु सिंघवी जी है, वो तो हमारे अगुवाई कर रहे हैं कानूनी मसले पे, उनसे बखूबी ज्यादा जानकारी होंगे। हम तो सर्टिफाइड कॉपी लाने जा रहे हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से, सर्टिफाइड कॉपी लेते ये जमा करेंगे और कोई कहने की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं बचेगी, ये मुझे लगता है। अभी ना करना का कोई जगह नहीं बच पा रहे हैं, अभी हाँ करना ही पड़ेगा ऐसा मुझे लगता है, क्योंकि और कोई जगह नहीं है, कुछ कहने की कोई जगह नहीं, सारे कुछ नियमों के मुताबिक हम कर चुके हैं। अभी राहुल जी को वापसी लाओ, यही हमारा मांग है और इसलिए हम बेचैन है, अस्थिर है, अधीर भी है।
हम बेचैन is what the Congress says, but it looks like there's going to be good news for the Congress and Rahul Gandhi today. Rahul Gautam is with us for more details on that. Rahul, the notification is going to be issued shortly, so as early as today we'll expect Mr. Gandhi to be back in Parliament, and he's going to be obviously then participating in the no confidence debate as well.
Well, it's a big development as far as Congress party is concerned, because if Rahul Gandhi is going to be reinstated as member of parliament, you can expect that then he is going to open the discussion on behalf of opposition rank when no confidence motion would be taken up for discussion in Lok Sabha, and that's what Congress party was aiming for, that Rahul Gandhi should come and in fact lead the charge against the treasury benches and government. What we're learning from our sources that a short while from now a notification would be issued from the Lok Sabha Secretariat, and following which Rahul Gandhi would be reinstated as member of parliament of Lok Sabha. We all know there has been an order from the Supreme Court that actually had gone in the favor of Rahul Gandhi, and following which 48 hours have already passed by, and Congress party was alleging that it's a deliberate delay that is happening, on the part of the government, and that's why Rahul Gandhi is not being reinstated, because government does not want him back in Lok Sabha. But now we are learning from our sources that a notification would be issued very shortly, and you can expect now that the charge would now be spearheading by Rahul Gandhi himself. Congress MPs are obviously very elated over this fact now that their supreme leader, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, will now be leading the charge, and obviously you can expect that this will certainly be infusing a new lease of oxygen, as far as opposition ranks is concerned, and you can expect now that no confidence motion would now be, in all likelihood, would now be started by Rahul Gandhi himself.
Essentially, this also means that there will be fireworks inside Parliament, like we've seen in the past as well, when it comes to Mr. Rahul Gandhi cornering the BJP-led central government. Also, the Prime Minister, because we've seen very, very personal attacks.
Well, opposition camp was alleging that, Rahul Gandhi is being kept away from parliament because of the simple fact that he was asking difficult questions to government, and that's why there was this deliberate delay that was happening on the part of Lok Sabha Speaker. In fact, if you remember, when Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Jairam Ramesh, Adil Anand Chaudhary, they all held a press conference the day Supreme Court gave its order. At that day also, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who was the Congress president, asked and wondered, in fact, in a way he questioned, the government, saying that in how much time now Rahul Gandhi's membership would be reinstated as member of parliament. We have to really wait and watch, because at a time when he was disqualified, when he was convicted, at that point of time he was disqualified within 24 hours. So that kind of speed and pace are we going to see in his reinstatement? This is something we would wait and watch. But now it seems that the government had decided the Lok Sabha Secretariat will now be issuing this notification, and obviously we all know that there was no other second option. In fact, the Congress party was only trying to create this narrative that this is happening deliberately on the part of the government. However, there was no second option as far as reinstatement is concerned, because of the fact that there is a favorable order in favor of Rahul Gandhi. So we all know that his membership would be restored, but it was a matter of time, and therefore Congress party had decided that if this is not happening by 12 noon, they might approach Supreme Court as well. But it seems that the matter is resolved now, and in all likelihood you can expect that tomorrow, when the motion would be taken up in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi would be leading the charge, and you can expect that this is why the entire opposition camp is quite elated.
Pretty much, Rahul, this really looks like a fresh lease of life for the Congress, and also a leg up for the entire opposition, given that they've come together and there has been tremendous bonhomie inside and outside Parliament. Rahul. Okay, we'll just connect with Rahul in a moment from now, but details at this hour are of Rahul Gandhi's Lok Sabha membership getting reinstated. He will be back as Lok Sabha MP, as after the Supreme Court of India had said that he can't be disqualified, and the disqualification order from a lower court had been stayed. His conviction had been stayed by the Supreme Court of India. Rahul Gandhi, who was suspended as a member of Parliament, or rather disqualified as an MP from Wayanad, has now been reinstated, and there is going to be a notification to that effect from the Lok Sabha Secretariat. The Congress, in fact, was going all guns blazing, saying that if that doesn't happen, at the earliest, they are also going to approach the Supreme Court of India, but it looks like it is going to happen as early as today. A notification to this effect is getting issued. The notification to reinstate Rahul Gandhi, first and exclusive on India Today television. As you see on your screens right now, and we're going to be reading out from there what really it says. In fact, this is a notification issued as expected by the Lok Sabha Secretariat, dated 7th of August. Talks about the fact that in continuation of the notification that was previously issued, dated March 24th, the Supreme Court has passed an order, and a consulting editor, Rajdeep Sardesai, is joining us in the broadcast. Good morning, Rajdeep. Certainly music to the ears of the Congress party. I would say a fresh lease of life today with Rahul Gandhi getting back into Parliament.
Well, yes, a short while ago, the Lok Sabha has officially notified Rahul Gandhi that he is being reinstated as a member of the Lok Sabha. This follows Friday's Supreme Court order, which stayed his conviction in a criminal defamation case. And I don't know whether it's music for the ears of the Congress, but certainly the mood in the Congress will be lifted ahead of tomorrow's no confidence vote. Remember, the motion was moved by the Congress's Gaurav Gogoi. The Prime Minister is scheduled to respond to that on the 10th. It's a 3-day debate. And now we are being told there is a real possibility that Rahul Gandhi himself may kick off the debate, which was earlier to be done by Mr. Gogoi. So it gives Rahul Gandhi a chance, a platform to put his views before Parliament. The last time he spoke, you will recall, was in February during the motion of thanks to the President's address in that debate. And following his conviction in a criminal defamation case. So the timing could not be more perfect for the Congress. Congress opportunity perhaps the last big opportunity next Lok Sabha election to make its point. Its leader Rahul Gandhi can use that opportunity to make all the points that he makes outside Parliament, this time on the floor of Parliament, ranging from money pool to economic growth. These have been issues that he's been raising, rising prices. And we'll wait and see what he has to say on the floor of Parliament, Sneha.
Rajdeep, I also want to ask you, is this a dilemma before the Congress party, given that, okay, I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now, Rajdeep, because we have the notification with us that talks about the fact that Rahul Gandhi is indeed going to be back in Parliament as a member, and I'm reading out from that particular notification, which is dated the 7th, in fact, of August. These are details. So look at this notification. This is first and exclusive on India Today television. Now, what does it really say? 7th of August, this notification has been issued. It talks about the fact that in view of the order of the Supreme Court of India from the 4th of August, essentially a few days ago, the disqualification of Shri Rahul Gandhi notified by Gazette notification dated 24th of March, in terms of the provisions of Article 102 of the Constitution, read with Section 8 of the Representation of the People Act, has ceased to operate subject to further judicial pronouncement. So up until now, till the time there is anything that has been said on this as far as legalities are concerned, the order that was in fact put out to prevent him from being a member of Parliament, that ceases to operate subject to further judicial pronouncement. That's what this notification says. In continuation of notification number 21 dated the 24th of March 2023, the Supreme Court of India has passed an order in special leave to appeal, staying the conviction of Shri Rahul Gandhi, member of Lok Sabha representing the Wayanad parliamentary constituency of Kerala, which was ordered by the judgment dated 23rd of March of the Court of the Chief Judicial Magistrate in Surat, is what this notification talks about. This copy has been forwarded to Shri Rahul Gandhi MP and to the President's Secretariat, the Chief Electoral Officer, Liaison Officer, Secretary, New Delhi Municipal Council, Liaison Officer. So interestingly, Secretary, New Delhi Municipal Council. Pictures of celebration right now on your screens. What does this also mean? Rahul Gandhi is going to be back at his Tughlaq Lane residence. Interesting, because at a time when he was disqualified as a member of Parliament, Rahul Gandhi had to vacate the premises that he was in fact in for years together as an MP. Pictures on your screen are of celebrations that have broken out right now. On the left side of your screen, pictures are in fact from the day, the 4th of August, when the Supreme Court had stayed the conviction of Mr. Rahul Gandhi and had said that he can in fact function as a member of Parliament once again. The pictures on the right side of your screens are from Delhi's AICC headquarters. That's 24 Akbar Road, where celebrations, as expected, have broken out. Pictures of protests that have broken out at the AICC headquarters. The Congress, in fact, was all ready to even move court, given that they were worried that this notification wouldn't come on time and Mr. Rahul Gandhi wouldn't be able to participate in the no-confidence motion against the government. However, ahead of the debate, this is what really is happening right now is that Rahul Gandhi is going to be given an opportunity to, in fact, take part in that debate, given that he's been reinstated as per the notification that you also saw first on India Today, back as Wayanad MP. And inside Parliament, it's a fresh lease of life really for the Congress party, and also a shot in the arm as far as the entire opposition bloc is concerned, given that they've displayed bonhomie inside Parliament and outside, and they in fact spoke together against his disqualification, and also welcomed the fact that the Supreme Court has stayed the order of the Surat Court and allowed him to function as a member of parliament once again. This was welcomed by members of the opposition. The entire India bloc had welcomed this, and previously we had seen them also unite the last time around inside the house when Rahul Gandhi was first disqualified. Rahul Gandhi is back as member of parliament from Wayanad, and these are pictures of celebration that has broken out at Delhi's AICC headquarters. It's a Congress headquarters in Delhi city. The notification to that effect has been put out by the Lok Sabha Secretariat. This means clearly that there will be, in fact, fireworks inside the house, given the very one-on-one face-off that Mr. Rahul Gandhi has had with the Prime Minister of the country in the past as well. So is it going to be Mr. Gandhi versus Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again in the run-up to 2024 Lok Sabha elections? The Supreme Court's move to stay the conviction means that Rahul Gandhi is back in Parliament as a member from Wayanad. Rahul Gandhi, of course, has to be, like the BJP said, that there would be many other cases against him. But this is euphoria right now that we see within the Congress and its sympathizers. With Rahul Gandhi coming back, in fact, to Parliament, we'll be expecting to see more of him in the House. There is a no-confidence motion also being moved against the government. It has been moved and there is a discussion. I'm going to go straight to my colleague Kumar Kunal, who is in fact at Delhi's AICC headquarters.
महिलाओं ने जो पारंपरिक तरीके से जो नृत्य है वो कर रही हैं, साथ ही साथ ढोल की आवाज यहाँ पर चल रही है। जिस तरीके से सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आया और उसके बाद आज लोकसभा में सदस्यता बहाल की गई है, उसको लेकर के लगातार यहाँ पर जश्न का माहौल। इस समय राहुल गांधी जी ने जब अपना आधिकारिक आवास छोड़ा था तब से वो अपनी मां सोनिया गांधी के साथ 10 जनपद में ही रह रहे हैं। तो एक तरीके से ये घर भी है इस समय राहुल गांधी का। और यहाँ पर आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं, पटाखे भी छोड़े जा रहे हैं और यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से माहौल जश्न का बना दिया गया है। तो ये सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम रंगारंग तरीके से राहुल गांधी का लोकसभा में वापसी का ये पूरा जश्न। कैमरामैन नासिर के साथ कुमार कुणाल, दिल्ली, आज तक।
Heard, in fact, from a reporter on the ground getting us those pictures right now as far as the celebrations that have broken out at Delhi's headquarters, in fact. Getting in more details as far as Mr. Rahul Gandhi is concerned, expected that he will be back in Parliament as early as today. His disqualification from Lok Sabha now stands revoked. He is going to be certainly in Parliament for a no confidence motion debate.
Celebrating this victory, and what was written on the banners and posters, that it is a victory of Rahul Gandhi, and that's why the kind of celebration with goals and traditional colorful dresses is going on at 10 Janpad. I will let you know that after leaving his official residence, Rahul Gandhi is presently residing with her mother Sonia Gandhi at 10 Janpad only. So this is official residence of Sonia Gandhi, but a temporary residence for Rahul Gandhi as well. So this kind of celebration is going on. आप लोग जो यहाँ पर आए हैं, क्या जश्न मनाने आए हैं?
जश्न नहीं, यार देश में ही नहीं विश्व में जश्न मनाया जा रहा है। सत्य की जीत हुई है, राहुल गांधी के सिद्धांत वसूलों की जीत हुई है, गांधी जी आज महात्मा गांधी की जीत हुई है और झूठ का हार हुआ है।
Big victory, and it's a victory of truth over what they are telling, that it was a deliberate attempt by government to shut mouth of Rahul Gandhi inside the parliament. But ultimately the truth has prevailed, and that's why Rahul Gandhi's membership has been reinstated. I can show you some colorful pictures right here from 10 Janpad, that how women are celebrating, they are dancing, they are making it realize that it's a big victory It's a victory of truth over. This is what actually the government was wanted to stop Rahul Gandhi to speak inside the parliament. With cameraman Nasir Khan.
Amit Bhardwaj is also getting us more details on that story. Amit, when do we expect to see then Mr. Rahul Gandhi? Yeah, more reactions coming in. Let's go straight to that.
मूर्खता प्रदर्शन करते हैं, जहाँ तक मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ, ये तो क्या है, उस कल वो फ्राइडे आ गया है और सैटरडे संडे शायद नहीं होगा. वो स्पीकर आज निर्णय किया है और क्या है, आज तो जो फ्राइडे होने के बाद आज तो रिस्टोर हो गए ना. कम से कम जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के बीच में जब चलता है विषय, थोड़ा संयम तो रखना पड़ेगा. तो ऐसे तो बाकी एमपीस को भी हुआ है. तो इसलिए जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है, संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है, वो प्रक्रिया हमने बिना डिले किया है.
जानबूझकर देरी की गई है सर.
नहीं, क्या उसी समय का सुप्रीम कोर्ट के डिसीजन आने के बाद ऑर्डर कॉपी पूछा था, ऑर्डर देने के बाद तुरंत कर दिया है. तुरंत
24 घंटे के.
नहीं, वो तो उस दिन वर्किंग आवर्स था जी.
सर राहुल गांधी को आप
निलंबित कर दिया, मुझे पूरे सत्र के लिए निलंबित कर दिया. क्या हम बच्चे हैं? हमें समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्यों कर दिया. ये दिल्ली के बिल की वजह से पूरे सत्र के लिए मुझे निलंबित कर दिया गया. कोई बात नहीं, लड़ाई जारी रहेगी. मणिपुर पे बोलना पड़ेगा प्रधानमंत्री जी को.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. जाहिर है कि विपक्ष को मजबूती मिलेगी.
राहुल गांधी
denying the delay in restoration of Rahul Gandhi as a member of parliament, saying that there has been no delay in terms of revoking the fact that he was in fact disqualified from parliament, and that they have no hand in it because the Congress had raised questions about the government dilly-dallying on this. The government says we have got nothing to do with it. The Lok Sabha Secretariat has issued a notification, but the Congress alleged that the government tried to delay this process. The government said we never tried to delay the process of getting Rahul Gandhi back as a member of parliament, and we have no hand in it. Rahul Gandhi's Lok Sabha membership has been restored. However, the Congress has alleged that the BJP tried to block it and delay it. The government says that's far from the truth. Now we're getting in pictures, and I'll in fact getting in more details of that. We have Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Mallikarjun Kharge, presuming these are pictures of celebration right now at Mallikarjun Kharge's office inside Parliament, where you see a certain Congress MPs there who were in fact celebrating. These pictures on your screen are from the 4th of August. Now, these are live pictures on your screen, and there are members of the India bloc as well. We do see Congress along with the TMC and who are celebrating right now, given that Rahul Gandhi is back in Parliament. These are pictures coming in from Parliament where celebrations in fact have broken out. As you can see on your screens, this I would presume is Mallikarjun Kharge's office inside Parliament, where opposition members have gathered. These are members of the India bloc, as is evident, and are celebrating the return of Rahul Gandhi to Parliament back as an MP from Wayanad in Kerala. The opposition is celebrating and the Congress is jubilant, given that Rahul Gandhi is going to be in fact in Parliament once again, taking on the government and taking on the Prime Minister. Amit Bhardwaj is getting us more details on that. Amit, we're staying with these pictures in fact of celebrations that have broken out inside Parliament, with opposition coming together and distributing sweets pretty much like we've been talking about. It's a shot in the arm for the bloc as well, for the India bloc as well.
True, Sneha, this is shot in the arm for the India bloc and the opposition parties. We know for a matter of fact that the next 3 to 4 days are very much crucial in the entire monsoon session. The entire session has been washed out in a way because of the Manipur violence issue and opposition parties demanding discussion and Prime Minister's address on the issue. But now today there will be a Delhi Services Bill which will come in the Rajya Sabha, and on the very day you have Rahul Gandhi getting reinstated as MP, which means Rahul Gandhi will be in the House, will participate in the proceeding, and from tomorrow, remember, it is the mega showdown between the India Bloc MPs, India Bloc parties and the government because of the no confidence motion which has been moved by Congress MP Gaurav Gogoi. So there's a possibility that Rahul Gandhi will be participating in this particular debate, and ever since Friday the Congress has been saying that the delay which is being done on the part of the government or the Lok Sabha Secretariat is to stop Rahul Gandhi from participating in the no confidence motion proceedings. But now that the notification has been issued, it is pretty clear that Rahul Gandhi is now reinstated as MP in Lok Sabha, and he is eligible to come and participate in the House proceedings. What we are given to understand that Rahul Gandhi could in fact come to the parliament today itself, which also means that he will be part of the no confidence motion tomorrow, the proceedings which is to happen from tomorrow. Very interesting that the visuals that we are getting to our viewers right now from the Congress headquarters, and similar visuals I believe will start coming from all across the Congress party offices across the country, because remember, Rahul Gandhi remains the biggest crowd puller in the Congress party, and this also strengthens the India Bloc party's public perception, because now you will have Rahul Gandhi, who is eligible to contest elections, to contest the Lok Sabha elections, at least as of now till the stay on the conviction remains, and he will be able to speak in the parliament as well, on the floor of the house as well. So what we are expecting is a mega showdown between the India parties and the treasury benches as well. But right now the visuals that are coming from AICC, these visuals are very important visuals, because these Congress workers were waiting since Friday. I was there at the AICC headquarters even on Friday when the Supreme Court judgment had come, and the Congress workers, the Congress MPs, the Congress Karyakartas, they were eagerly waiting for Rahul Gandhi that day to step in the AICC headquarters. And when he had come, flowers were showered at him, sweets were distributed. So a similar celebration is being witnessed today as well, and this celebration could actually reach its peak when Rahul Gandhi will be entering Lok Sabha. So what we are expecting is that a similar kind of celebration could happen all across the country. It will be very interesting to see as to what would be Rahul Gandhi's first activity or first action as a member of the parliament when he is reinstated as MP in Lok Sabha. That would be very interesting to see as to how the opposition party, or rather the India Bloc parties, welcome him inside the parliament complex as well. We have seen that this morning the India Bloc parties were in a huddle sitting in Mallikarjun Kharge's office. All these MPs had come together to strategize about the strategies that need to be deployed and used in Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. But now the expectation or the eagerness among these MPs would be also for Rahul Gandhi to come to the Lok Sabha complex today and to meet them. So the celebrations that we are seeing in the ICC headquarters right now could actually spill over to the parliament and to Congress offices all across the country. And this is definitely a big shot in the arm for the opposition parties and the Congress party, to be precise in this particular case, because remember, again, Rahul Gandhi is the biggest crowd puller for the Congress party. So, this is also a big win for them as far as the perception battle is concerned, because, as soon as Rahul Gandhi was disqualified from the Lok Sabha, there was an attempt to send across a message.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. Amit Bhardwaj is reporting from outside Parliament. Also, in fact, Kunal Kumar is with us. Rahul Gautam, in fact, is also with us from Delhi's AICC headquarters, where the pictures, in fact, have broken out. Give us an idea about what really is going on. Of course, the Congress today is euphoric.
The celebrations are in full swing here at 10 Janpath, where Rahul Gandhi is now staying along with his mother. And as you can see, dancers are here, dhols are here, sweets are here. And in fact, it's a big moment for Congress party, because they are saying that the conspiracy to keep Rahul Gandhi outside the parliament has now been defeated. And in fact, Rahul Gandhi will now be returning. You can see These are the folk dancers who have come here, and obviously they were brought by Congress workers who were quite elated over this fact that Rahul Gandhi will now be walking into Lok Sabha as a member of parliament. His membership has now been reinstated, and you can say celebrations are in full swing as far as Congress is concerned. Opposition camp, in fact, is quite elated over this fact that Rahul Gandhi will be now coming back to parliament, and Congress party is saying that the conspiracy to keep Rahul Gandhi away from parliament now stands defeated, and in fact justice has been prevailed. Rahul Gandhi will now be coming to parliament. He'll be raising questions against Modi government. He'll be raising pro-people issues, and therefore the entire camp of Congress party, these Congress workers have come here from various parts of the national capital. I just try to catch a word. आप क्यों आए हैं यहाँ पर? क्यों आए हैं?
यहाँ राहुल गांधी जी के लिए, जो राहुल गांधी जी देश बरी हुए हैं, उसके लिए हम खुशी मनाने के लिए यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं। सारे
नाम क्या है? कहाँ से आए हैं? नाम क्या है?
हम गिराड़ी से आए हैं, दिल्ली के अंदर गिराड़ी से, और राहुल गांधी जी की जो आजाद हुए हैं और राहुल गांधी जी की जो संसद छीनी गई थी उसको दोबारा से पाने के लिए आए हुए हैं।
Okay, so there's full support for Rahul Gandhi. You can see dolls are here, tirangas are here, the official flag of Congress party is here. You can see these placards that clearly says Satyamev Jayate, Rahul ji संघर्ष करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं. In fact, there are banners as well that clearly says that the entire country stands with Rahul Gandhi, and you've come here. अपना नाम बताइए, कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं दिल्ली से हूँ, मेरा नाम विजय तिवारी है। यहाँ पर हम लोग आए हैं। मैं सबसे पहले धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, जिन्होंने के ऐतिहासिक फैसला सुनाते हुए इस कांग्रेस में जीत की लहर की खुशी बांट दी है, और हमारे नेता आदरणीय श्री राहुल गांधी जी को जिस प्रकार से फंसाया जा रहा था 2 साल के केस में, आज वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बरी कर दिया है उन्हें, और हमारे नेता आदरणीय श्री राहुल गांधी जी आने वाले समय में देश के प्रधानमंत्री भी बनेंगे और संसद में आम लोगों की आवाज भी बुलंद करेंगे।
I'll show you some more visuals here. Congress workers expressing their happiness over this fact that Rahul Gandhi's membership has now been reinstated, and in fact he'll be now joining discussions inside the parliament. Apart from these folk dancers, these drum beats, there are sweets also being distributed, and in fact scores of Congress workers. You can see sweets are here. And, so all the Congress workers, they are feeding, offering these sweets as a mark of gesture, as a token of appreciation because of the fact that Rahul Gandhi will now be coming back. His membership has been reinstated. There are more, you can see. So clearly, Congress camp is quite elated. Celebrations are in full swings. Crackers are bursting right outside 10 Janpath, where Rahul Gandhi now stays with Sonia Gandhi. You can say it is official residence now of Rahul Gandhi. And just outside 10 Janpath, at the very gate, these are the Congress workers expressing their happiness, quite jubilant, quite elated over this fact that now Rahul Gandhi will be joining discussions. They are saying that the conspiracy to keep away Rahul Gandhi now stands defeated, and justice has prevailed in the favor of Congress party.
Yes, be with us. Rahul, I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. Amit continues to be with us as well. Amit, the notification talks about the fact that this letter of Rahul Gandhi getting reinstated as an MP has been sent to the NDMC as well. Will there be a separate notification to talk about the fact that he then can go back to his previous residence that he was in fact living in Delhi's Tughlaq Road, not very far away from 10 Janpath, in his capacity as an MP? In fact, we are going across to the Prime Minister, who is addressing BJP workers.
जिला परिषद और स्थानीय स्वराज को मजबूत करने के लिए कितना काम किया है। पंचायती राज संस्थाओं के लिए 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का प्रावधान किया गया है। ये पिछली सरकार के मुकाबले 3 गुना ज्यादा है। पिछले 9 वर्षों में देश में 30,000 से ज्यादा नए पंचायत घरों का निर्माण हुआ है। इसके अलावा क्षेत्रों में काउंसिल के लिए नए ऑफिसों का भी निर्माण किया गया है। साथियों, विकसित भारत के लिए आपके जिले का विकसित होना भी उतना ही जरूरी है। और इसलिए जब भाजपा के जिला परिषद के नेता यहां बैठे हैं, आप सबको 2 दिन में कई विषय चर्चा में आएंगे, लेकिन आप आपस में भी बात कीजिए कि 2047 में हमारा जिला भी विकसित होना चाहिए, देश के किसी भी पैरामीटर में पीछे नहीं होना चाहिए। इसके लिए हम कैसे काम करेंगे, कौन क्या काम करेगा, कब काम किया जाएगा, आप अपना 5 साल का नक्शा तैयार कर लीजिए। वैसे 5-5 साल की योजना बनाकर 47 तक, और इसके लिए आपके जिले में कौन कौन सी योजनाएं जरूरी है, आपको इस पर दिमाग खपाना चाहिए। सरकारी अफसरों को लेकर बैठ करके चर्चा करनी चाहिए। कई जिले ऐसे होते हैं जहां एक योजना जरूरी नहीं होती, लेकिन दूसरी बहुत जरूरी होती है। अब आप तय कर सकते हैं क्या, आज जब दुनिया में भारत का नाम हो रहा है, आपके जिले के वो कौन से उत्पाद है, किसानों की वो कौन सी पैदावार है, कारखानों में से बनी हुई वो कौन सी चीज है जो दुनिया के बाजार में पहुंचेगी, जिले से एक्सपोर्ट होगा? क्या कभी आपने उन लोगों की मीटिंग बुलाई कि भाई बताइए आपकी कौन सी चीज विदेश जा सकती है? आपके जिले में जीएसटी कलेक्शन, क्या कभी जिले का हिसाब लगाया कि पहले की तुलना में कितना जीएसटी कलेक्शन बढ़ा है? चोरी तो नहीं हो रही है, कोई गड़बड़ तो नहीं हो रही है। जितना ज्यादा जीएसटी कलेक्शन होगा, उतना विकास के लिए धन उपलब्ध होगा। आपके जिले से ऐसी कौन सी विशेष उत्पाद है जिसको जीआई टैग मिले? और आजकल दुनिया में जीआई टैग वाली चीजों की मांग बन गई है। अब आपको ढूंढना चाहिए ऐसा काम करने वाले लोगों को। आपको पता होगा, मेरे यहां बनारस का पान जो है ना, वो भी जीआई टैग है। तो ऐसी बहुत सी चीजें आपके यहां भी हो सकती है। आपके जिले में ज्यादा से ज्यादा घरों में रूफटॉप सोलर पैनल, ये अभियान कैसे चले? क्या जिले में 5 गांव ऐसे बना सकते हैं जो पूरी तरह सोलर एनर्जी से चलते हो? अभी आपको पता होगा, यूनाइटेड नेशंस के महासचिव देखने के लिए गए थे मोढेरा। देश का पहला सोलर विलेज बना है। आपने सोचा है कि आपके जिले में क्या करेंगे? क्या आपने सोचा है कि आपके जिले की जितनी सारी स्ट्रीट लाइट्स है, एक भी स्ट्रीट लाइट ऐसा न हो जहां का बल्ब एलईडी बल्ब ना हो? डेली पूछा जाए, उसके कारण बिजली का पैसा बचेगा, वो और काम में आएगा। आप ये तय कीजिए, जैसे पूरे देश में चला है 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट। आपके जिले में 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट योजना, उसको कैसे मजबूत किया जाए, उसको कैसे विस्तार किया जाए, और जो लोग 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट की पहचान बन रही है, आपके जिले को पूरा राज्य और पूरा देश इस प्रोडक्ट के नाते जाना जाए। ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? उसी प्रकार से एग्रीकल्चर का भी हो सकता है कि आपके जिले में कौन सी ऐसी फसल है जिसके कारण आपका जिला पहचाना जाए। ये ताकत देता है। उसी प्रकार से देश के नौजवान बहुत तेजी से खेलकूद की दुनिया में आगे आ रहे हैं। आप तय कीजिए, आपके जिले में खेलकूद की सबसे ज्यादा महारत है, ऐसे 1 या 2 या 3 खेल कौन से हैं? पूरी ताकत जिले में 2 या 3 खेलों पर लगाई जाए और राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय खिलाड़ी तैयार किए जाए, खेलकूद के मैदान तैयार किए जाए। आपका जिला खेलकूद में भी राज्य में पहले नंबर कैसे आए, देश में पहले नंबर कैसे आए, ये नेतृत्व आपको देना होगा। ज्यादा से ज्यादा खेलकूद की स्पर्धाएं होनी चाहिए, खेल के मैदान भरे हुए होने चाहिए। देश के नौजवानों को, अभी मैं मध्य प्रदेश गया था, शहडोल आदिवासी क्षेत्र है, एक छोटा सा इलाका, 1000 से ज्यादा वहां फुटबॉल की टीमें हैं, 1000 से ज्यादा फुटबॉल क्लब है। और उसका परिणाम ये आया है कि उस इलाके में नशे वगैरह जैसी बदियां, बुरी बुरी चीजें प्रवेश नहीं कर पाई है। साथियों, ऐसे अनेक विषय हैं जिस पर आप लोग चर्चा कर सकते हैं, टारगेट तय कर सकते हैं, हर महीना उसका रिपोर्टिंग ले सकते हैं। और साथियों, जनता जनार्दन ईश्वर का रूप होती है। हमको कहीं पर भी काम करने का जनता ने अवसर दिया, मतलब जी जान से जुटना ही है, परमात्मा की सेवा करने जैसा काम है। साथियों, आपके पास एक जिला पंचायत डेवलपमेंट प्लान भी होना चाहिए। इसमें आप तय समय में अपने लक्ष्यों को हासिल करने का रोड मैप बना सकते हैं। साथियों, भाजपा के प्रतिनिधि के तौर पर आपको पंचायत व्यवस्था का लाभ समाज की आखिरी पंक्ति में खड़े आखिरी व्यक्ति तक पहुंचाना है। और मैं आप जिला के नेताओं से आग्रह करूंगा, आप सप्ताह में 2 रात अपने क्षेत्र के किसी न किसी छोटे स्थान पर जाकर के रात को रुकना चाहिए, वहां के लोगों के साथ बैठना चाहिए। सप्ताह में 2 दिन ये कोई बहुत मुश्किल काम नहीं है, आप ये कर सकते हैं। कहीं गांव गए, रात को वापस आ गए, ऐसा नहीं, वहां रुकना मतलब रुकना है। आप देखिए, इतने से ही फर्क शुरू हो जाएगा। आप जानते हैं कि आज केंद्र सरकार हर योजना के 100% सैचुरेशन का लक्ष्य लेकर चल रही है। और ये तभी संभव है जब गांव-गांव में हम इस लक्ष्य को हासिल करें, और जब हम 100% सभी हितकारी को 100% लाभ पहुंचाने में सफल होते हैं, तो जातिवाद भी नहीं रहता है, परिवारवाद भी नहीं रहता है, मेरा तेरा भी नहीं रहता है, भ्रष्टाचार के लिए जगह नहीं रहती है, सच्चे अर्थ में सामाजिक न्याय होता है, सच्चे अर्थ में सेक्युलरिज्म होता है। और इसलिए 100% ये हमारा लक्ष्य रहना चाहिए। पिछले 9 वर्षों में किसानों के लिए बीज से बाजार तक ऐसी व्यवस्था का निर्माण किया गया है जिससे खेती की लागत कम हो और आय बढ़े। अप्राकृतिक खेती, इस पर बड़ा बल दिया जा रहा है। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के तहत ये आंकड़ा भी बहुत बड़ा है और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। देखिए कैसे काम होता है। 2019 में जब मैंने शुरू किया तो लोग कहते हैं तो चुनाव है ये कर रहे हैं। मोदी की गारंटी चुनावी वादे नहीं होती है। मोदी जब गारंटी देता है तो उसको जमीन पे उतार के रहता है। प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि के तहत 2,60,000 करोड़ रुपए किसानों के खाते में सीधे जमा कराए जा चुके हैं। ये आंकड़ा याद रखना, 2,60,000 करोड़। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं हमारे चुके हैं। ये आंकड़ा याद रखना, 2,60,000 करोड़। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं हमारे किसानों को जो यूरिया 300 रुपये से कम में मिल रही है, लेकिन आपको पता है दरअसल उसकी कीमत क्या है? सारा खर्च सरकार अपने कंधों पर उठाती है, किसान के कंधे पर नहीं जाने देती है। आज दुनिया के कई देश हैं जहां एक यूरिया का थैला जो हम बोरी बेचते हैं ना, 300 से भी कम दुनिया में 3000 में बिकती है। इतना पैसा सरकार बोझ उठाती है ताकि किसान पर बोझ न पड़े। नैनो यूरिया के द्वारा भी किसानों का ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पर होने वाला खर्च कम होने वाला है। फसल बीमा योजना के जरिए भी किसानों को 1,30,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का मुआवजा मिला है। अब 1,30,000 करोड़ पहले के जमाने में कोई होता, पूरे किसानों का पूरा बजट भी नहीं होता था।
तो पूछा है कि इको टूरिज्म उत्तर प्रदेश में एक ही प्रोजेक्ट दिया नहीं है। सर, मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि टूरिज्म को उसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खड़ा करना ये राज्य सरकार का काम होता है, टूरिज्म मिनिस्ट्री का वहाँ का काम होता है, और इसको फाइनेंशियली मदद करना।
आप सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते, ये नारेबाजी का स्थान है। प्रश्नकाल समय के अंदर आप सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते, व्यवस्था अच्छी नहीं है। फिर माननीय सदस्यों से आग्रह करता हूं, ये सदन नारेबाजी के लिए नहीं है। सदन में प्रश्नकाल महत्वपूर्ण समय होता है, आप चर्चा कराएं, संवाद करें। इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आप सरकार की जवाब देते कर सकते हैं। आप यहां नारेबाजी करने आते हैं। सदन की कार्रवाई आज 12 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
At noon today, we've seen the proceedings.
He became the first Indian male archer to claim such a title at the World Archery Championships. Jyoti Surekha Venam won bronze medal in the women's individual compound event, while the team of Jyoti Venam, Praneeth Kaur and Oditi Gopichand Swami put on an outstanding performance to clinch gold medal in women's compound team event. Honorable members, this has been India's best ever performance at the World Archery Championships. Their achievements reflect our rapid stride forward in the arena of sports and is testimony to the unwavering focus, tremendous hard work and wholehearted dedication of our sports persons. This is also on account of affirmative government initiatives and policies. Their exemplary performance is bound to inspire and motivate the nation. On behalf of the House and my own, I extend our felicitations to the archers and wish them all the success in their future endeavors. We hope they will continue to bring laurels and make the nation proud by their achievements. Papers to be laid on the table. General Retired V.K. Singh.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay papers on the table of the House as mentioned against my name at serial number 2A in the list of business today.
Shri V. Muralidharan.
Respected Chairman, sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers listed against my name.
Rajya Sabha is functioning and Amit continues to be with us as far as Rahul Gandhi's return to Parliament is concerned. Amit, in fact, when do we see Rahul Gandhi attend the proceedings in the House, given that the notification has come through?
Well, Sneha, it is very much expected that Rahul Gandhi could come to the Parliament complex today itself. He has been reinstated as the MP in Lok Sabha, and we have been given to understand through our sources that there's a possibility that Rahul Gandhi could come to the Parliament today itself. We know the visuals have already come where inside Mallikarjun Kharge's office, the entire opposition party MPs from the India bloc who had come together to strategize about the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha strategies. They were celebrating amongst themselves the very fact that Rahul Gandhi has been reinstated as MP, Lok Sabha MP, and they were distributing sweets amongst themselves. We saw a very elated Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary offering sweets to Mallikarjun Kharge, and there are other MPs as well who are literally standing inside the Parliament complex with sweets in their hands. So it is expected that Rahul Gandhi could come to the Lok Sabha complex today itself. Now it is to be seen whether he will be participating in the proceedings or not. Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 12 noon today, so there's an hour window as well for Rahul Gandhi to reach here, and whether he'll be participating in the proceedings or not, that is to be seen. But the window or the door for tomorrow's participation in the no confidence motion for Rahul Gandhi is definitely open. So tomorrow there could be massive firework inside the Lok Sabha on the floor of the House, because remember last time around when Rahul Gandhi was there, he had made some very fiery speeches against the government before being disqualified as Lok Sabha MP. So him returning back to the Parliament at a time when Delhi Services Bill is in Rajya Sabha, this is a litmus test moment for the India bloc parties. And in Lok Sabha, there's a no confidence motion moved by Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress party. So tomorrow, when Rahul Gandhi comes to the floor of the House, if he speaks, what we can expect is that there will be massive firework inside the floor of the House. But today, what we are given to understand that there's a high possibility that the Wayanad MP could come to the Parliament complex and meet the MPs from other opposition parties, and specifically those from the India bloc parties. And so much so that these MPs, be it Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, or other MPs from the Congress party, they are eagerly waiting for their leader to come to the Parliament and, meet again like the older days. Back to you, Sneha.
Amit, like I said, the optics of this is great for the Congress and for the opposition. Rahul Gandhi back in Parliament, expecting him to take on the Prime Minister like he's done in the past as well with these celebrations. Perhaps Gandhi even going back to his old house where he stayed since the first time he became an MP in 2004, isn't it?
Well, Sneha, that we will have to wait for, whether he's going back to his old residence in Tughlaq Lane or not. That is to be seen, because remember, on one side you have the notification coming from the Lok Sabha Secretariat about Rahul Gandhi being reinstated till the time the judgment is not changed in the defamation, Surat defamation case. But on the other side, as far as allotment of the bungalow is concerned, that has to be done by the NDMC, that is the nodal authority in this particular case. So we will have to wait whether NDMC reallocates the same bungalow to Rahul Gandhi or not. I mean, there shouldn't be any problem in doing so, because nobody has been already allocated that particular bungalow. So if NDMC wants, it could issue a notification reallocating that particular bungalow to Rahul Gandhi. But the clarity on this fact, whether he's going back to his own house, the old house or not, that we'll have to wait for till the time the NDMC does not issues a notification. It could be a possibility, but whether that is a fact or not, for that we'll have to wait till the time NDMC issues a notification in that regard.
All right, the NDMC has been marked on that notification as far as the notification from the Lok Sabha Secretariat is concerned, because remember, the NDMC is the authority responsible, in fact, for these allocations. The Lok Sabha Secretariat is, but the NDMC makes these arrangements. So it does look like things are going to move swiftly for Rahul Gandhi when it comes to going back to his 13th Tughlaq Lane residence as well. Rahul Gautam is also with us from 10 Janpath, just next to the AICC headquarters. 10 Janpath, of course, is the residence of Mrs. Sonia Gandhi and of Rahul Gandhi staying with her. Rahul celebrations have broken out, and the Congress workers there are hopeful that their leader, Rahul Gandhi, is going to be, in fact, the one taking on the Prime Minister in next few weeks and months to come, isn't it, in the run-up to the elections?
Congress workers are still celebrating,
the grand comeback of Rahul Gandhi, and now you can see, on TV screens, these are the Congress workers who are expressing their happiness, quite elated over this fact that Rahul Gandhi will now be joining discussions. His membership has now been reinstated as a parliamentarian, and therefore all these folk dancers, they have been brought in by Congress workers from various parts of the national capital. Sweets are being distributed.
Back to Rahul in a moment from now. All eyes on Rahul Gandhi's imminent Lok Sabha entry. Rahul Gandhi can participate in the no trust war. Gandhi to get a new house as a member of parliament is what we are learning. Rahul Gandhi can get a new house as member of parliament. Is he going to go back to his old house, or is there going to be a new house? In fact, we'll be getting in more details on that story, but Gandhi will be participating in the no trust motion debate. Tomorrow is what we know. He is in fact possibly going to be getting a new house is what we are also learning. Rahul Gautam also continues to be with us. Rahul, anything that you're picking up on that front as far as Mr. Gandhi going back to his old house is concerned, or is there going to be a new house which is going to be allocated by the Secretariat?
Well, Sneha, there's still no clarity that while Rahul Gandhi will be heading back to his residence that was in Tughlaq Lane, or he's going to stay here at 10 Janpad, and by the virtue of being a parliamentarian, he's entitled to get a government accommodation. However, there is a sense among Congress workers and leaders, at least a portion of it, believe that Rahul Gandhi should now get a new house for himself, so we have to really wait and watch that whether Rahul Gandhi will be heading back to Tughlaq Lane residence where he used to reside earlier when he was a member of parliament, or whether he's going to get a new house for himself. But as we speak, I want to give a quick update to our viewers that around 10 minutes back, Rahul Gandhi has arrived here at 10 Janpad from Backgate, and in fact, what we are learning from our sources that he might go to parliament today. And we all know, as visuals are speaking for themselves, that the entire Congress party is quite elated. Celebrations are in full swing, and because of the fact that the Congress party was insisting for an expeditious process to reinstate Rahul Gandhi, and now since it has happened, you can expect that Rahul Gandhi could be going to parliament today as well. And in fact, what we are learning from our sources that tomorrow, when no confidence motion would be taken up for discussion in Lok Sabha, you can expect then in all likelihood Rahul Gandhi will be leading the charge against the government.
और जल्द से जल्द उसको लिस्ट किया जाए और तुरंत लिस्ट करके राजस्थान के गंभीर विषय के ऊपर चर्चा शुरू होनी चाहिए.
Honorable members, let the house be in order. The house is adjourned to meet at 2 p.m. today. Retired V.K. Singh.
Getting you all details of proceedings inside house. The Rajya Sabha has been adjourned as well. Lok Sabha, remember, adjourned till noon after ruckus, and no different.
On behalf of the House and my own, I extend our felicitations.
Okay, pictures in fact from a few moments ago when the Rajya Sabha just convened, and the Rajya Sabha has been adjourned as well, is what we know. Lok Sabha adjourned at noon today, and we are getting all of these developments amidst information of Rahul Gandhi now being back as a member of parliament, with the Supreme Court in fact paving the way for this by staying his conviction by a lower court. Lok Sabha Secretariat issuing a notification this morning saying that Rahul Gandhi is going to be back in parliament and that he can continue as an MP from Wayanad in Kerala. Rahul Gandhi can participate in the no trust war is also what we know. Gandhi can participate in the no trust war. Gandhi to get a new house as MP. All eyes on Rahul Gandhi's return to Parliament. What we also know is that at 11:45, in exactly 30 minutes from now, Gandhi will be seen inside Parliament. Rahul Gandhi is going to be back in Parliament. As a matter of fact, the houses aren't functioning. But Rahul Gandhi is not, in fact, dealing his entry into Parliament. He will be in Parliament at 11:45 a.m. when the House convenes at noon. In Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi is going to be in the House is what we know. And tomorrow, certainly participating in the no trust war, the no confidence motion and the debate on it. Rahul Gandhi will be there. In fact, Rajdeep Sardesai, our consultant editor, had also confirmed that there is a possibility that Rahul Gandhi is going to be one of the first few speakers when it comes to the no confidence motion from the Congress's side, is what Rajdeep had in fact said. Rahul Gandhi, however, as far as today is concerned, will be inside Parliament by 11:45 in about 30 minutes from now. Amit Bhardwaj is getting us more details on that story. Amit, in fact, if you are picking up any information on that front, on Rahul Gandhi, in fact, being one of the first few speakers of the Congress party, or even the first speaker when it comes to the big debate on no confidence motion tomorrow.
Well, Sneha, the big development right now is that we were telling our viewers that Rahul Gandhi could come to the Parliament today, Parliament complex today. That has been confirmed through our sources. Now the exact time has been confirmed as well. So what we are expecting is that the former Congress president and Wayanad MP could come to the Parliament, is coming to the Parliament around 11:45 a.m. That is 30 minutes from now. We will see Rahul Gandhi once again walking inside the Parliament complex. You know, ever since his disqualification, there was a big question mark hovering over his future as a parliamentarian as far as the Lok Sabha elections are also concerned. But in a turn of few months, what we'll see is that Rahul Gandhi will be stepping inside the Parliament complex at 11:45. That's what we have been told by the Congress sources as well. And, you know, those visuals will be a big shot in the arm for the opposition parties as well, the India bloc parties as well. Because remember, the way Rahul Gandhi was disqualified, the way he was asked to vacate his residence as per the laws, and that was a big jolt to the Congress party as well as the India bloc MPs. But today, when Rahul Gandhi will be stepping inside the Parliament complex at 11:45, this particular visual is something that the India bloc parties, the Congress party in particular, would want to exploit as much as possible in the public perception, in building the public perception, in order to build a narrative that look how Rahul Gandhi was in a very unjust manner disqualified from the Parliament. He was moved out of his house, and now after a legal battle, Rahul Gandhi is stepping inside the same Parliament. And what we are also given to understand that tomorrow, when the no confidence motion will be moved. So tomorrow is the day when the big firework in Lok Sabha is expected. No confidence motion, which was moved by Gaurav Gogoi, will be taken up tomorrow. And what we are given to understand that there's a high possibility that Rahul Gandhi could be amongst, not only amongst the list of speakers who could speak on the issue, but also amongst the first speakers from the Congress party's list to speak on the issue. So clearly tomorrow is going to be a big day as far as the Lok Sabha proceedings are concerned, because on one side you will have the entire India bloc, despite lesser numbers, coming together, you know, targeting the government over a no confidence motion. You will also have Rahul Gandhi once again on the floor of the House, and we know as to what kind of speech he might make, you know, how aggressive that would be. It could be across different issues, and specifically whether and to what extent he speaks on Manipur, that is also to be noted. So tomorrow is going to be a big day as far as Lok Sabha is concerned. You will have the no confidence motion being moved, and Rahul Gandhi
back to you, Amit, in a few moments from now, right outside Parliament, where Amit is getting us all of those details. Rahul Gautam getting us those pictures of celebration from Das Janpath. Rahul Gautam, give us a sense of what the workers are essentially saying vis-a-vis the kind of showdown that they expect in the next few weeks and days to come, and how is this going to move electorally for Rahul Gandhi because right now he's an MP from Kerala. He used to be an MP from Amethi in Uttar Pradesh, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha. And you know, as I was telling you earlier also, that around 15 minutes back, Rahul Gandhi arrived here back at 10 Janpath, and in all likelihood, I was telling you earlier that he might be going to Parliament, and now it has been confirmed that 11:45 he's heading to Parliament, and you can expect a grand reception for Rahul Gandhi by Congress parliamentarians, as many of them have come along with sweets. I've got some workers here. अपना नाम बताइए, कहाँ से आए हैं?
रणवीर सिंह चावरिया।
अच्छा, क्यों आए हैं आज आप यहाँ पे?
हम आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, जो बीजेपी ने जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो वरिष्ठ नेता हैं उनके साथ जो शोषण किया है और सरेआम उनके साथ जो गलत व्यवहार किया गया है, उसकी आज खुशी है। जो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो फैसला दिया है, उस खुशी में कांग्रेस जन जो है यहाँ पर खुशी मनाने के लिए आए हैं, क्योंकि इसमें तानाशाह की हार है और कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेताओं की जीत है।
अच्छा, 11:45 पे कह रहे हैं राहुल गांधी पार्लियामेंट जाएंगे, तो वहाँ पर भी एक बड़ा तैयारी करी है कांग्रेस पार्टी ने?
नहीं, कार्यकर्ता पहुंचने लग रहे हैं वहाँ और जाएंगे और अपनी खुशी मना रहे कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता।
आप क्या कहना है? आप कुछ
सूरजमल खंडेलवाल, दिल्ली सुल्तानपुरी। आज संविधान खतरे में पड़ा हुआ है, इसलिए राहुल गांधी का जो फैसला होगा वो सर्वोच्च और सर्व माना जाएगा। आज
and all of those development pictures, in fact, from outside Das Janpath where Rahul Gautam is, Amit continues to be from outside Parliament House, and we're getting you every single update by the minute, by the second, really. Rahul Gandhi is going to be inside Parliament at 11:45 for the moment. We know Lok Sabha stands adjourned till noon. Rajya Sabha has also been adjourned, but at noon, Lok Sabha is going to convene once again. That continues to be a top focus story right here. It's time for a quick break. News continues in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
India Today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield, and I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
UNESCO has recommended Venice to be added under World Heritage in Danger list ahead of its 45th meet that is to be held in September. Climate change and over-tourism are some major issues for which Venice has been recommended under the danger list. Take a look.
The United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization has recommended that one of the most popular and fragile tourist destinations of Italy, Venice, be added to its list of World Heritage in Danger, a designation that is given when a vulnerable heritage site is in need of support. The recommendation to put Venice on the World Heritage in Danger list was made by UNESCO and its advisory body experts ahead of the 45th session of the agency's World Heritage Committee meet, which will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in September this year. Mass tourism, development projects and climate change are some major reasons behind UNESCO's recommendation to put Venice under the danger list. According to the organization, these issues are causing deterioration and damage to the building structures and to the urban areas, degrading the cultural and social identity of the property and threatening the integrity to its cultural, environmental, landscape attributes and values. UNESCO has asked the Italian government to ensure that utmost attention is given to Venice and its long-standing problems should be addressed that have been causing damage to the city. Over-tourism in Venice has been a serious issue. Venice is one of the places that is currently designated as a World Heritage Site because of its outstanding universal value, cultural and natural offerings. With Neha Kumari, Bureau Report, India Today.
Very few people in the country have access to the Couture Week, and hence through our medium we're going to get you what really happened at the Couture Week. Let's first begin with the opening showcase of Falguni and Shane Peacock. Let's bring you a roundup of the beautiful showcase by Tarun Tahiliani and a gorgeous one while added by JJ Valaya as well. Here's a look. Designer Tarun Tahiliani presented his latest masterpiece capsule, For Eternity, at India Couture Week. With For Eternity, Tarun paid homage to the timeless allure of traditional craftsmanship and art.
India's, as we've discussed before, a fashion tradition. This is a new Western interpretation where we are blending our craft with the Western idea of changing fashion and a modern fit and size-specific fit. It's taken me a long time to navigate myself back through a very organic but real process of what makes me feel better. You know, I grew up, I thought Studio 54 was the last one.
Falguni and Shane Peacock's show had a strong social commentary. They shattered the glass ceiling with model Victor in a lehenga. So anyone now calling the lehenga bridal should now think twice, as inclusivity is the order of the day. Falguni and Shane Peacock opened the Couture Week and had Kiara Advani as the showstopper.
This year we wanted to do a lot of layering. If you noticed, we had a kurta and then we had a short jacket and we had a veil and we had dupattas. We just wanted to make it really dramatic and I think
also we wanted to reinvent the Indian bridal scene actually. The modern bride wants to wear a jacket, they want to wear short jackets, they want to look cool.
I guess inspiration that comes behind every garment, a lot of detailing, just makes it look so elegant and yet so glamorous.
The House of Valaya by JJ Valaya celebrate the couture season in its new collection, Baroda. It was a marriage of craft and opulence that unfolded through 3 signature interpretations.
It is based on various very interesting nuances from the past of Gujarat, which involve the Maratha Empire, the Mughal Empire, as well as the Portuguese. Lipan, the Kutch mirror work, everything put together to create a new sort of language and a new dialogue.
In New Delhi, with Riya Modi, Shaithi Narula for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
We have more news in fact coming in. Congress MP Rajni Patil's suspension has been revoked. Congress MP Rajni Patil is now all set to return to Rajya Sabha. Patil, remember, was suspended for recording proceedings of the House and putting it out. Rajni Patil had posted the recordings on social media. Patil was suspended from the Sansad in the month of February. Aishwarya, in fact, is getting asked more details on that story. Aishwarya, this comes at a time when the government, in fact, when the opposition rather requires the numbers, isn't it, as far as voting on the Delhi Services Bill is also concerned. Certainly a shot in the arm because the opposition really could do with the numbers.
Well, definitely they could do with the numbers, but you know the numbers game, Sneha, actually plays a big role in the Lok Sabha, and that's where the Bharatiya Janata Party with 303 obviously has the upper hand. But you know we are seeing that a lot of MPs are now coming back, starting with Rahul Gandhi, and now one more suspension has been revoked. So the government very clearly giving a signal that we want all the MPs, be it from our camp or be it from the other camp, all of them to be present. The crucial days now, Sneha, will be tomorrow, day after tomorrow, and on 10th when the Prime Minister will be speaking. So both the parties, from what we understand, will be giving out whips, which means that the MPs of all the parties will have to be present. Today, we will see a fierce debate in the Rajya Sabha with regards to the Delhi NCT bill. The Aam Aadmi Party also has issued a whip asking all the, MPs from the party to be present. So once that proceedings begin, then we will see fireworks. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, when he presented the bill, spoke about it and said that Delhi was never meant to be a full state. So those are, those are the kind of arguments that we could see today. One more revocation which came today, obviously, Sneha, as you said, is a shot in the arm for the opposition.
Well, absolutely. In fact, Aishwarya getting us all of those details as far as the suspension of Rajni Patil is concerned. She's going to be back in Parliament. She was suspended from the Sansad in the month of February. Rahul Gandhi is returning to Sansad after being suspended for 4.5 months. The Lok Sabha Secretariat has cleared Gandhi's return as MP 3 days after the Supreme Court stayed his conviction. A notification from the Lok Sabha Secretariat read that his disqualification as MP stood revoked, with the Congress hailing it as a moral victory. With his return to Lok Sabha, stage is set for Gandhi's participation in the no trust motion debate against the Prime Minister against this current government. Celebrations have erupted outside the Congress headquarters. Moments after his membership was reinstated, Congress cadre rejoiced with dhol, dance and firecrackers for Rahul Gandhi. He was disqualified on the 23rd day of March after Gujarat court convicted him in a defamation case over his Modi surname remarks and sentenced him to 2 years in jail.
It's a welcome decision by Honorable Speaker that implemented the Supreme Court order, and we all were hearing conspiracies by the government to stop Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, but Honorable Speaker has overruled that thing and he has prevailed on the justice. We welcome and thank the Honorable Speaker for the decision.
उनको जिस साजिश के तहत भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक सिंह गर्जना को रोकने की कोशिश की थी, राहुल गांधी इज बैक, और फिर उनकी सिंह गर्जना चालू रहेगी। लेकिन मेरी समझ में एक चीज नहीं आती, ये भाजपा क्यों अपने खिलाफ उठने वाली आवाज को बंद करने की कोशिश कर रही थी। आज ये इंडिया की जीत है, राहुल गांधी की जीत है, मोदी सरकार की पराजय है।
We are happy that Honorable Rahul Gandhi ji is back in Parliament, and we still believe that democracy exists in this country, even though the Surat court verdict was not in a proper manner, which was even also stated by the Honorable Supreme Court of India. It is very clear that even a common man can now depend upon the judicial system of India.
बिल्कुल प्रोसीजर होता है कि जिस तरीके से उनकी सदस्यता रद्द हुई थी कन्विक्शन होने पर, और उनका और स्टे आया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, इतना उनको समय लगा उनको रीइंस्टेट करने के लिए। उस पर ही सवाल उठ खड़ा होता है कि किस तरीके की हिपोक्रेसी है कि आप सदस्यता रद्द तो कर देते हैं, बहाल करने के लिए आपकी इतनी रिक्वेस्ट करनी पड़ती है। साथ ही साथ अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के MP का कन्विक्शन हुआ है, क्या उनकी सदस्यता रद्द हो गई है, क्या उनसे घर खींच लिया गया है? तो ये सारी चीजें हैं, अभी हिपोक्रेसी दर्शाता है, बट वी वेलकम हिम बैक। होपफुली वो अपनी आवाज फिर से बुलंद करेंगे।
माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट को बधाई, जिसकी वजह से पूरे देश की जनता का लोकतंत्र पे भरोसा बढ़ा है, न्यायालय पर भरोसा बढ़ा है, और हमें उम्मीद है कि जिस तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जिस तरीके से काम करने का तरीका है कि लोगों की सदस्यता ले ले, हमें उम्मीद है औरों की भी सदस्यता वापस होगी।
हम राहुल गांधी जी को कांग्रेचुलेट करते हैं और स्पीकर साहब का भी धन्यवाद करते हैं कि उन्होंने कोई विलंब नहीं किया और राहुल गांधी जी की सदस्यता को रिस्टोर किया है। थैंक यू।
इथे कांग्रेस पार्टी सब ने अपने आप का एक मूर्खता प्रदर्शन करते हैं। जहाँ तक मैं
बोलना चाहता हूँ। ये तो क्या है, उस कल वो फ्राइडे आ गया है और सैटरडे संडे शायद नहीं होगा। वो स्पीकर आज निर्णय किया है और क्या है, आज तो जो फ्राइडे होने के बाद आज तो रिस्टोर हो गए ना। कम से कम जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के बीच में जब चलता है विषय, थोड़ा संयम तो रखना पड़ेगा। तो ऐसे तो बाकी एमपीस को भी हुआ है। तो इसलिए जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है, संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है, वो प्रक्रिया हमने बिना डिले किया है।
India Today's consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai is now joining us live on that big story that we are tracking. Rajdeep, I want to begin by asking you, do you think tomorrow, and if you do have a confirmation on that, whether Rahul Gandhi indeed is going to be leading the charge, the first speaker or among the first few speakers from the opposition and Congress camp?
Well, what we are told is that Rahul Gandhi will certainly speak in the no confidence motion. Whether he leads the debate or speaks at the end is uncertain. But what is very clear is that he intends to now participate in the no confidence motion. It would seem rather obvious that he would do that, given the fact that he is the one who has been driving the charge against the Modi government in recent years. And the Congress has often claimed that Rahul Gandhi has not been given a platform to speak out in Parliament. You will recall, Sneha, the last time Rahul Gandhi spoke in Parliament was on the motion of thanks to the President's address in February. And on that occasion, that speech had incurred considerable controversy because of Rahul Gandhi's attack on Prime Minister Modi and connecting the Prime Minister to industrialist Gautam Adani. Large parts of that speech were expunged, which led to a controversy. And then 1 month later, he was disqualified after being convicted in a criminal defamation case. So for Rahul Gandhi, the no confidence motion, Sneha, will provide the ideal platform in a way to make his voice heard. And since the Congress has often claimed that Rahul Gandhi is now a newly minted Rahul Gandhi post Bharat Jodo Yatra, ready to take on the government on various issues, we'll have to wait and see how well prepared he is. If you go back in time, in 2018, during the no confidence motion, Rahul Gandhi's hug and wink of the Prime Minister was seen to have cost the Congress some of the seriousness of its Rafale charge against the then Modi government. That was also a monsoon session ahead of a general election here. And it was overtaken by the optics of Rahul Gandhi's hug and wink. So clearly Rahul Gandhi has an opportunity. How well will he be prepared for it is the big question. And whether he leads the debate or participates at a later stage is unclear. But he will certainly speak, we are told, in the Lok Sabha.
You know, Rajdeep, the optics of this look good. Celebrations at AICC headquarters, thus Janpath. Rahul Gandhi is going to be back inside house literally in the next 7 minutes is what we've picked up. But what I want to ask you is this. This also puts before the Congress the dilemma on whether they actually want to position Mr. Gandhi versus Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the run-up to elections next year. Isn't that going to be a bit of a gamble once again?
That is the critical question. How far do you make this a leadership contest, if at all, between Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi? As we've seen in 2014 and 2019, the Prime Minister has very effectively played the Namdar versus Kamdar binary and thereby pushed Rahul Gandhi and the Congress into a corner. Since then, of course, the Congress is at best now a first among equals within this new India alliance that they've forged. And whatever we've been told by India alliance leaders, they've always told us that they will not project anyone as Prime Minister candidate in the 2024 elections. So given that situation, they will have to tread a very fine line. Yes, you want to allow Rahul Gandhi to speak out and be seen as the face or mascot of the Congress party. But within the larger India alliance, do you really want to position him as your as the rival to Prime Minister Modi? Huge question mark. We are already being told of the possibility that when this India alliance meets later this month in Mumbai, Nitish Kumar could well be made the convener and Sonia Gandhi possibly once again chairperson. So I think the Congress is a section at least is very conscious of not making this a Rahul Gandhi versus Modi fight. But, Team Rahul may well go all out once again to project Mr. Gandhi, and the media certainly will do so. So the Congress will have to take a calculated gamble if they want to make this Rahul Gandhi versus Modi once again. My sense is they will try, if to whatever extent possible, to try and suggest that Rahul Gandhi, yes, is a mascot, of our alliance or the anti-Modi, anti-BJP alliance, but he is not necessarily our prime ministerial candidate. That issue will not be decided before the Lok Sabha elections of 2024.
Yes, Rajdeep, also a section of the Congress leaders were in fact fearful, or rather almost getting prepared for this favourable decision not coming Rahul Gandhi's way, in the sense that they thought perhaps 2024 Rahul Gandhi may not even get an opportunity to contest. Now that he will, the big question mark is whether Mr. Gandhi is going to be willing to take on Smriti Irani from Amethi, which has always been a Gandhi bastion.
Well, that's, if that question is looking too far into the distance and we are not sure about that. There's even one view within the Congress that Rahul Gandhi should voluntarily say that I'm not in the prime ministerial race. I doubt whether that will happen, but that's one view being expressed, at least privately, among some of the India alliance partners. They think that Rahul Gandhi is a good campaigner, but Rahul Gandhi need not necessarily be projected as prime ministerial candidate. Where he contests from? Well, only last week he was in Wayanad. And the sense you get is that that is seen by the Congress as a safe constituency. Will he also contest Amethi? Will his sister Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as some are suggesting, possibly contest Rai Bareli, another family pocket borough? These are all questions blowing in the wind. The fear that the Congress must have is that the moment you do that, the dynasty charge will return. Mr. Modi will play Kamdar versus Namdar politics, and the Congress could be pushed on the back foot. So the Congress is going to have to nuance its position on these issues. Smriti Irani versus Rahul Gandhi in Amethi, not certain as yet whether that will happen.
Rajdeep, my last question to you is about what the BJP essentially does next. The reaction first from the BJP when Rahul Gandhi's conviction was stayed by the Supreme Court on the 4th of August was that this isn't going to be the end of his troubles. So the BJP said there are several cases pending against Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So I don't think and correct me if I'm wrong, that there was a possibility that this sort of a euphoria that we're seeing might just be short-lived.
Well, I think that for the BJP, there are two views again. One view is that, let's make this once again Modi versus Rahul Gandhi. If the Congress wants to pitch Rahul Gandhi, that's only to our advantage. The BJP has a fixed narrative when it comes to Rahul Gandhi by calling him basically a dynast, a Namdar, and they will continue to push that. So a section within the BJP believes that Rahul Gandhi returning to parliament is actually a blessing in disguise, because they can then position the battle as Modi versus Rahul. However, there is another view that is slowly emerging that Rahul Gandhi in 2023-24 may not be the Rahul Gandhi of 2018-19, because this time some of the issues that he's taken up are issues that, whether one likes it or not, have struck a chord. And the BJP is conscious of the fact that the Congress, like it or not again, remains its principal adversary in several parts of the country. So while they may rejoice temporarily in the fact that they think that they can repeat a Modi versus Rahul fight to their advantage, they're also aware that this wider India alliance with Rahul Gandhi part of it could pose a slightly more complicated challenge in 2024 compared to 2019.
Rajdeep, be with us. In fact, I'm just going to come back to you in a few moments from now. Several reactions that have been pouring in after the notification of the Lok Sabha Secretariat came through. Let's go straight to that.
हमको इजाजत है अंदर जाने की
तो यहाँ पे देखिए विक्ट्री साइन जो दिखाते हुए तमाम सांसद खड़े हुए हैं और कांग्रेस के सांसद खड़े हुए हैं, बीजेपी के राव इंद्रजीत सिंह जीते जा रहे हैं। आज बड़ा दिन आप लोग के लिए,
हमारे लिए नहीं, देश के लोकतंत्र के। जब एक सत्ता के अहंकार में चूक सरकार ने अपने एक एमएलए से एक फर्जी गैर संवैधानिक स्कीम करके किया है, तो निश्चित रूप से आज देश के संविधान की लोकतंत्र के लिए बड़ी
लोकतंत्र की जीत है आज।
बिल्कुल लोकतंत्र की जीत है और हम सब राहुल जी का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। लड्डू मन में लड्डू फूट रहा है ना, तो खाने से ज्यादा तो अंदर से खुशी है ना। और राहुल जी का इंतजार देश की संसद कर रही है, लोग कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर। वो आए बोले, देश उन्हें सुनना चाहता है।
राहुल गांधी के आने से विपक्ष को भी ताकत मिलेगी।
हाँ बिल्कुल मिलेगी। हम सब एक हैं, संपूर्ण विपक्ष आज बहुत खुश है कि लोकतंत्र की जीत हुई है और हम और मजबूत हुए।
और ये वो वक्त है, देखिए जब भी मेहता साहब भी मैडम भी आ गई है, और ये वो वक्त है जब
वो आए बोले, देश उन्हें सुनना चाहता है।
राहुल गांधी के आने से विपक्ष को भी ताकत मिलेगी।
हाँ बिल्कुल मिलेगी। हम सब एक हैं। संपूर्ण विपक्ष आज बहुत खुश है कि लोकतंत्र की जीत हुई है और हम और मजबूत हुए।
और ये वो वक्त है, देखिए जेबी मेहता साहब ये मैडम भी आ गई है, और ये वो वक्त है जब लगातार अग्नि परीक्षा लोअर हाउस और अपर हाउस में दोनों जगह है आप लोग की। राहुल गांधी का कमबैक।
Yes, we are waiting for the moment. अब नोटिफिकेशन भी आया है. It's only a matter of few minutes.
आएंगे राहुल गांधी?
Of course.
मैडम देवी जी
बिल्कुल आएंगे, क्यों नहीं?
वो मुस्कुरा रही हैं आज तो आप।
बिल्कुल मुस्कुराहट, खुशी का माहौल है तो क्यों नहीं मुस्कुराएंगे।
ठीक है, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। यहाँ पे कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद काफी गदगद नजर आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि राहुल गांधी की एंट्री किसी भी वक्त हो सकती है।
और उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करते हैं और स्पीकर साहब का भी धन्यवाद करते हैं कि उन्होंने कोई विलम्ब नहीं किया और राहुल गांधी जी की सदस्यता को रिस्टोर किया। थैंक यू।
तो डिम्पल यादव भी यहाँ पे कहते हुए कि राहुल गांधी की सदस्यता रिस्टोर हुई, इसके लिए स्पीकर साहब का हम धन्यवाद करते हैं। मौसमी सिंह, दिल्ली आज तक।
Right, so he's in fact heard from Mosmi, who is standing right outside gate number 4, inside, in fact, right at Parliament, from where Rahul Gandhi is expected to enter. That's his usual place for members of Lok Sabha. That's where they usually enter the Parliament building from, and that's where Mosmi is getting in reactions from a very, in fact, members of the Parliament of the Congress were extremely happy. But these pictures, in fact, are also of opposition members who've come together in joining in the celebrations of Rahul Gandhi getting back to Parliament as an MP. Aishwarya, in fact, is with us. Aishwarya, we are expecting Rahul Gandhi to be back in Parliament any moment. 11:45 is what we were told. So I think just before Lok Sabha convenes at noon, he is going to be there, isn't it?
Well, definitely, big thing. Today is a big day for the Congress party, and that is exactly what they were even hoping for, Sneha. When we spoke with those people who are close with Rahul Gandhi, they said that they had full faith in the Supreme Court, and that was the reason why they were quiet and they were just taking the legal route. The moment the Supreme Court pronounced the verdict, then they went to the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, that is Om Birla, and spoke with him and told him that Rahul Gandhi now needs to come back as an MP. It needs to be restored. His status needs to be restored, and even the Speaker did not delay it, and we did see the notification coming out early morning about 10 a.m. today, where Rahul Gandhi has been reinstated as an MP. We will now have to wait and watch what exactly Rahul Gandhi does when he enters the Lok Sabha. Will he be the one who will, start off and ask questions of the government? Because that is what we saw in the last time in Feb, that it was Rahul Gandhi who was the driving force. Will that be something that we will see in couple of hours or in days to come is the big question now. But for the Congress party, today is a milestone, definitely. Even for the BJP, they will also keep a hawk eye on what exactly the strategy of the opposition and the Congress party will be going forward now once Rahul Gandhi is back in the Lok Sabha. Sneha.
So what is going to be the strategy? It remains to be seen, but certainly expect Rahul Gandhi to be in Parliament today. As far as his presence in the House is concerned, given that he's just been reinstated as an MP from Wayanad in Kerala. Pictures, in fact, are right now coming in of Rahul Gandhi. These are pictures, in fact, of Rahul Gandhi. In fact, we'll be getting in more details in a few moments from now, but presumably this is Rahul Gandhi's, in the car in which we see has Rahul Gandhi in it, and they're moving to Parliament, given that he's expected to be in the House just before Lok Sabha convenes at noon, in just about 11 minutes from now or so. So we will have those first pictures on India Today of Rahul Gandhi entering Parliament once again. He's been in fact was suspended, or rather he was disqualified as an MP 4.5 months ago. A reaction also coming in from Congress MP Manikam Tagore. Let's listen in.
अभी पाप और
Justice has prevailed and conspiracies has been defeated. We are very happy that Rahul Gandhi's return in Lok Sabha and Parliament will give a lot of energy for the opposition and the India Alliance particularly.
Right before the no confidence motion is going to come in the Lok Sabha.
Yeah, this is going to be a very important thing for Congress and the India Alliance, because India Alliance alliance, because no confidence motion which the opposition alliance has moved it on the subject of Manipur. Mr. Prime Minister is not ready to come to the parliament. The whole session we are fighting for only one demand, that Prime Minister must come to parliament. Still that has not happened, but we will continue with our demand today also about Prime Minister should come, and we hope that Rahul ji should participate in the no confidence motion debate, and party will decide about his speech in the parliament.
The Yuva Congress MPs in an upbeat mood with Rahul Gandhi being reinstated. Most missing Delhi for India today.
Continues, in fact, to be with us on the very latest. We've seen pictures, Aishwarya, of Rahul Gandhi leave 10 Janpat, where he was, in fact, staying with Mother Sonia Gandhi, all set to enter Parliament in a few moments from now.
Well, Sneha, you've made a very interesting point. The house from where Rahul Gandhi left, that is 10 Janpat, the house of Sonia Gandhi. Now, will he get a house? Now, that also is a big question which will be answered in days to come, because now he is an MP. So, one of the first things that was being done when he was no longer an MP was that he was asked to vacate the house where he was staying for almost the past 1 decade. So, that's also a question that the government will now have to answer. Rahul Gandhi himself will now have to see, the place where he will be staying. So, those are the things which we will see unfold over the last couple of days. But at the moment, all the eyes, in fact, all the top Congress leaders, some people from the Samajwadi Party also already present at gate number 1 to welcome Rahul Gandhi back. This, in fact, is also a big boost for the opposition. But, we have seen how over the last 2 meetings that took place, where the opposition coalition renamed themselves as India. What will be the strategy going forward? Will it be a debate between Rahul Gandhi and Prime Minister Narendra Modi? That's something that now everyone will be very keenly watching. And the questions that Rahul Gandhi will now be asking of the government of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Will Manipur once again be the big question? Those are the things which everyone will now, will be looking at very keenly. In just a couple of minutes from now, Sneha, we will see Rahul Gandhi walking, from gate number 1 and going towards the Lok Sabha. 12 o'clock is when, the Lok Sabha session will once again begin. All those eyes will now be on the way the Congress party takes this forward. The top leaders of the Congress party. We also saw how Adhiranjan Chaudhary, in fact, made sure that... Yes,
coming back to you in a few moments from now, Aishwarya. In fact, I'm going to go straight to Rahul Gautam at 10 Janpat, who sent us those pictures of Rahul Gandhi, who's just left 10 Janpat, Rahul, and is on his way to Parliament.
Absolutely, Sneha. Rahul Gandhi is now heading to Parliament, and at gate number 1, we are learning that the entire, camp of Congress MPs are going to be there to give a grand welcome to Rahul Gandhi, who's returning after...
Yes, and Rahul Gandhi has indeed reached Parliament. We have a confirmation, Rahul Gandhi, pictures of Rahul Gandhi right now entering the Parliament building. As you can see in these pictures, Rahul Gandhi, in fact, has entered Parliament. These pictures are in fact from Delhi's Vijay Chowk, from where the MPs in fact enter the Parliament building. That's where Rahul Gandhi is entering the Parliament building from. He is going to be attending the proceedings, if at all the House functions, and that is something that remains to be seen, given that houses have not been functioning. The demand of the opposition remains that the Prime Minister make a statement on Manipur. Lok Sabha was adjourned till noon today, and these are pictures, in fact, of Rahul Gandhi leaving 10 Janpat and entering Parliament. Just a few minutes, in fact, away in Lutyens, Delhi. Rahul Gandhi is back as an MP from Wayanad and is now entering Parliament. We'll be getting in more details from our reporters who are inside Parliament, tracking all of those details. Remains to be seen what does he do in his on his first day, really, as MP after being reinstated. Gandhi has reached Parliament, and this is, in fact, these are pictures of his convoy, in fact, which has entered Parliament House right now. Gandhi is back as a member of Parliament from Wayanad in Kerala, and is going to be taking part in the no confidence debate tomorrow against the BJP government, against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Rahul Gandhi is in fact inside Parliament right now as we speak. Lok Sabha is going to be convening in just about 6 odd minutes from now, where proceedings are going to be beginning, in fact, in Lok Sabha, which was earlier adjourned after there was a ruckus, as always, that was seen inside the lower house. Rahul Gandhi is now in Parliament, and it remains to be seen how he takes on the government and the BJP-led central government and the Prime Minister in the next few days remaining that we have of this monsoon session. Of course, the debate on the no confidence motion tomorrow itself. Pictures, in fact, from gate number 4. What we see is members of parliament there, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Pramod Tiwari and others who are all ready to welcome. Not just that, interesting that we see Shiv Sena Sanjay Rao as well. So we have other opposition MPs also. Interestingly, waiting for Mr. Rahul Gandhi. All right, so pictures of the opposition, not just the Congress. At gate number 4, you in fact saw several leaders of the opposition who are ready to welcome Rahul Gandhi inside Parliament. They've united on this issue as well. So it's a grand welcome really for Mr. Rahul Gandhi just at the gate number 4 of Parliament, where there are in fact opposition leaders. Rahul Gandhi in fact right now, as you can see on your screens, are paying respects to the father of the nation. That's the massive Gandhi statue at Parliament. Rahul Gandhi first paid respects to the father of the nation. Hugely symbolic and perhaps even expected. He's not been in Parliament for 4.5 months now, and he's back as an MP today. He chose first to pay his respects to the father of the nation, as you saw in those pictures, and then all set now to enter the building. Pictures of Rahul Gandhi. First, he's entered a Parliament complex, and then, in fact, he paid respects to the father of the nation. Now he's going to be moving inside Parliament through gate number 4, where opposition MPs, all of the members of the opposition MPs, the India bloc, are waiting, in fact, to welcome. Essentially, Gandhi gets a grand welcome inside Parliament, with the India bloc also, in fact, rallying around this point. They were the first, in fact, to speak about his disqualification and how unfair that was when he was reinstated. In fact, when the Supreme Court of India on the 4th of August stayed his conviction and his disqualification, opposition MPs also again spoke about the fact that they welcome this decision.
We're bringing to you fresh visuals of Rahul Gandhi as he's just arrived inside the Parliament after almost a 135-day hiatus. Rahul Gandhi now back in action. Of course, this was a long-drawn legal battle, a big relief that's come in from the Supreme Court that stayed the conviction in the criminal defamation case on the Modi surname. The controversy went on for nearly 2.5 months, about 135 days after Rahul Gandhi now back in the Parliament. These are first images of Rahul Gandhi giving the Congress party a good impetus right ahead of the no trust, no confidence motion that will be playing out in the House tomorrow. Today is a big day undoubtedly, as a Delhi Services Bill will be presented in the Rajya Sabha. Rahul Gandhi giving Congress itself as a party a big boost as he arrives, and those are the first images that we flashed to you right here on India Today at the Parliament premises. This is Rahul Gandhi all back in the Parliament with huge celebrations that broke out among the Congress cadre. Across the country we saw celebrations galore. Of course, the opposition, the Congress, claiming that all the attempts by the BJP to suppress Rahul Gandhi, now the Supreme Court has given us justice. He will not be, they will not be able to stop him from speaking the truth, etc. We heard all sorts of narratives playing out, with the Congress accusing the BJP of deliberately trying to hold him back from entering the parliament. And now they claim they've got justice.
राहुल जी कुछ कहेंगे अभी सभी ने आपका स्वागत किया डिस्टेंस बॉस डिस्टेंस रिक्वेस्ट हम्बल
जो है न्यूज क्लिक जैसी संस्था को मिला है और न्यूज क्लिक संस्था को जो न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स ने लिखा है वो लिखा ये है कि भारत में ईडी ने जो रेड किया है आइस के बारे में ये लगातार बोलते हैं सर ईडी की रेड में जो खुलासा हुआ है उसका पूरा खुलासा किया है और वो जो न्यूज क्लिक है सर वो देशद्रोही गैंग टुकड़े गैंग जो भारत को खंडित करना चाहते हैं वो न्यूज क्लिक उस संस्था का जो है हेड कर रहा है पुरकायस्त उसका मालिक है उसके सारे पैसे में कहां से मिले कैसे नक्सलाइट को दिए गए कैसे माओवादियों को दिए गए कैसे शर्मा को रोहिणी सिंह को या मान लीजिए स्वाति चतुर्वेदी जैसे लोगों को केवल भारत के खिलाफ एक माहौल बनाने के लिए चाइनीज पैसा दे रहे हैं उसके बारे में सर दूसरा मैं इस सरकार से मांग करता हूं सर कि जब भी भारत में संकट आया
हेलो चेक आ जाओ माइक लगा रहे हैं यार लोग हेलो चेक
Gandhi is now inside the parliament. He's now attending the first day, starting this week. Almost 10 days of the monsoon session has already completed. Not much has really come out of it. With Rahul Gandhi now in the House, will there be fruitful discussions? Is the question here. Rahul Gandhi on the right-hand side, we bring you visuals of Rahul entering the parliament. On the left, he's seated inside as the parliament proceedings continue.
राहुल गांधी की गाड़ी आ रही है इंडिया टीम के तमाम मेंबर्स हैं राहुल गांधी सांसदों द्वारा और इंडिया पार्टी तब से राहुल गांधी के स्वागत में यहाँ पे इंतजार कर रही थी। राहुल गांधी सीधे उतर के संजय सिंह जो सांसद है उनसे शायद मिलने के लिए जाए और ये राहुल गांधी की संसद में पहली झलक राहुल जी
आज तक की कार्यवाही 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Chaos inside the House. The House is now adjourned until noon. Of course, Rahul Gandhi has now reached the Parliament premises. Hours after the Lok Sabha Secretariat gave him a clearance after they received the Supreme Court's order that stayed his conviction in a criminal defamation case. Rahul Gandhi now has been given a go-ahead. Meanwhile, the House has been adjourned. It should resume at 2 p.m. Those are the first images of Rahul Gandhi arriving at the Parliament premises. Of course, a huge celebration among the Congress cadres across the length and breadth of the country. You're seeing Congress offices in exuberant celebrations. Rahul Gandhi about 135 days later and a long, prolonged legal fight after he's now back in the Parliament. Amit Bharadwaj brings us more.
Amit, give us a sense of the celebration that we see inside the parliament. And do we see this kind of happiness just on the faces of Congress members, or is it a common sentiment among the alliance partners, the India alliance?
Well, Nabila, a couple of minutes back when we were speaking about the celebrations at the AICC, I had said that these visuals will not remain limited to the AICC headquarters in the national capital, but will spill over to the parliament as well, which is not far from the 24 Akbar Road. And inside the parliament right now, as we speak, what we had seen is that Rahul Gandhi entering the parliament complex, he being welcomed by the Congress MPs. After that, Rahul Gandhi went to the Gandhi statue with Congress MPs, and while he was walking, there was a grand welcome of sorts as much as possible inside the parliament complex by the Congress MPs. And there are other visuals as well where you have many of the India Bloc Party MPs as well, whether it be the Congress's MPs, the Aam Aadmi Party, Trinamool Congress, all of the India Bloc Parties MPs standing together, most of them from Rajya Sabha standing together and sloganeering to welcome Rahul Gandhi. So these are visuals that we normally do not see inside the parliament, where a leader from a specific party is being welcomed in this manner and sort by other opposition parties as well. But this is happening because, remember the way and manner in which Rahul Gandhi was immediately disqualified from the Lok Sabha as a member of parliament right after he was convicted in the Surat defamation case, and after barely within 72 hours the eviction notice as well from for his house had come. So the opposition parties also want to make sure, rather the India Bloc parties want to make sure that this moment when Rahul Gandhi is returning to the parliament complex, the narrative is set right, the optics are set right, and the message comes across as if a great injustice was handed over to Rahul Gandhi and the opposition parties. In the way and manner Rahul Gandhi was disqualified, he was evicted from his house, and now the Supreme Court has given him a sag of relief, and opposition parties, Congress Party, India Bloc parties are making sure that the message goes across to people that look, Rahul Gandhi is back in the parliament and he is there going to join the proceedings. All attempts were made by the Bharatiya Janata Party to make sure that Rahul Gandhi stays away from the parliament. But after the judgment from the Supreme Court, Rahul Gandhi is back in the parliament. So this is the message that the India Bloc parties want to give, and in particular Congress Party, and that is why all these preparations were being done. We had seen earlier in the day as to how sweets were distributed inside Mallikarjun Kharge's office right after the Lok Sabha notifications, the Lok Sabha Secretariat notification reinstating Rahul Gandhi as member of parliament had come. You had elated Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary offering sweets to Mallikarjun Kharge. Many of the Congress MPs literally holding bags of sweets inside the parliament complex. And now, the moment Rahul Gandhi had entered the parliament complex, there was a celebration of sorts, not only from the Congress Party MPs, but also by other MPs from the India Bloc Party. So clearly, opposition parties banding together to send across a message that, look, injustice was done, and that has been reversed, and Rahul Gandhi is here back in the parliament. And very interesting developments would unfold tomorrow, Nabila. Remember, the no confidence motion that you were referring to is to happen tomorrow, and Rahul Gandhi is expected to speak during the no confidence motion. That is what we are learning from our sources. And if he speaks, we have to be prepared for a massive firework on the floor of the House and in Lok Sabha as well, where you could, all you could expect is Rahul Gandhi once again training guns at the Bharatiya Janata Party, at the central government.
Well, there's also a lot of, the BJP is often taking jibes at Rahul Gandhi that he's barely present in the parliament. But now with his reinstatement as an MP, do you think this time around could be slightly different? Have you had a word on that with the Congress netas? Is Rahul Gandhi going to be a lot more regular? Are we going to hear fiery speeches from him in the parliament this time?
The strategy, or at least the timing, falls correct as far as the Congress party and the opposition bloc is concerned. You know, what more the opposition parties could have asked for, or the Congress in particular could have asked for. On one side, you have the Delhi Services Bill being brought in the Parliament, in the upper house of the Parliament today, and on that very day, Rahul Gandhi was reinstated, and tomorrow there's going to be a no confidence motion being moved, which has been moved by Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress party itself, and in that moment you would want your most popular leader to be in the floor of the House and to make that speech. But the question about his regularity, whether he'll be participating in the more of the proceedings or not, is something that the Congress party will have to respond now. But be sure that the last 4 days of this monsoon session, the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi would want to exploit as much as possible to send across a public message, because remember, he has been away from the proceedings because of the disqualification. Now you have the most popular leader of the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi, coming back in the House. He will be speaking as member of the Parliament. So the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi himself, as well as the India bloc parties, would want to get maximum out of that opportunity. Remember, after the monsoon session, the House will be reconvened normally in the winter session. So there's a long gap between that, and then you will also have the elections in several of the state assemblies, including the Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh. So what we would expect around that time is that possibly Rahul Gandhi will be busy with the election campaigning, as would be the other leaders from the Congress party, and even from the Bharatiya Janata Party for that matter. But rightly so, that question that you asked, whether he'll be regular in the proceedings or not, that is to be seen. But as far as the monsoon session is concerned, there are hardly 4 to 5 days that is left, because the House is expected to go Sandai on 11th of this month, and there's a possibility that after Prime Minister's speech is expected on the 10th of this month. So there are hardly 4 to 5 days left in the monsoon session. But
absolutely, there's barely been fruitful proceedings in the Parliament. We've just more often than not seen sloganeering, chaos with the opposition alliance partners there sticking to their stance on discussing Manipur with the Prime Minister being in the House. But that hasn't happened. On the contrary, you have the BJP insisting that MPs must discuss, opposition must discuss the atrocities against women in Rajasthan, which is a Congress-ruled state. So this logjam has continued. Nothing fruitful has come in both houses of the Parliament. Rahul Gandhi, like you said, is likely to speak tomorrow. Any word that we have on what exactly he's going to be raising in his first speech after being back?
Well, Nabila, the no confidence motion that was moved by the India bloc MPs, and rather in particular Gaurav Gogoi of the Congress party, was done because the India bloc parties wanted Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come to the floor of the House and speak on issue of Manipur. The way our northeastern state is in complete turmoil since May. And because the opposition parties failed to get Prime Minister to speak on the floor of the House, the strategy that was employed in both houses, whether it be the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha, in Lok Sabha you had a different strategy, in Rajya Sabha you had a different strategy. So the best strategy that could have been employed by the opposition bloc was that to move a no confidence motion, which would mean that the government will have to come to the floor of the House, and there was a high possibility of the Prime Minister speaking on after the no confidence motion, and that is what was aimed at, has been achieved by the opposition parties in terms of House proceedings. On 8th and 9th, you will have discussion on no confidence motion. On 10th, Prime Minister is expected to speak after the no confidence motion, after the voting process is over. In that manner, the speech that we are talking about, or the address that we are talking about, the opposition parties, the Congress MPs, and if at all Rahul Gandhi speaks tomorrow, office, there's a high likelihood. Speech could be focused majorly on Manipur and other policy matters through which Mr. Gandhi could target the government over its policy issues. So that is pretty clear. Manipur is going to remain the top focus for the India bloc parties, for the Congress party, and possibly also for Rahul Gandhi tomorrow. Back to you.
You know, that said, as we see the kind of celebration for Rahul Gandhi in the parliament, it's also a very important day for the Aam Aadmi Party as the Delhi Services Bill is going to be introduced in the Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha has been adjourned until 2 p.m. Once it resumes, it's going to be a real litmus test to see if at all the India alliance, the opposition alliance partners are truly on one page or not, because that's only the place where they could defeat the BJP in numbers.
Right, Nabila, you know, that is the litmus test that India bloc MPs or India bloc parties are facing right now. We know that numbers are at odds. You know, 121 is the number that the NDA plus YSRCP and BJD looks like right now. And the opposition bloc is expected to have 104, 105 votes in its favor with India bloc MPs on one side and the BRS also coming in support of the Aam Aadmi Party. We know for a matter of fact that several parties, including the Congress Party, the Aam Aadmi Party, the BRS, all JDU, in fact, all of these parties have already issued 3-line whip to ensure that all its members are on the floor of the House. You know, in a very interesting turn of events for that matter, the JDU's whip also applies on the deputy leader of the upper house, Mr. Harivansh, because he's after all MP from the Janata Dal United. So, you know, a whip has been issued. All the India bloc parties would want that attendance is 100%. In a very interesting development today, Nabila, what we are also expecting is leaders such as stalwarts such as you know, Shibu Soren, who is former Chief Minister of Jharkhand and President of Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. He could come to the House as well for the proceedings, despite the fact that he hasn't been keeping well. And similar messages or expectations have been kept for former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh as well. So there's a possibility that Mr. Manmohan Singh could come to the House proceedings during the Delhi Services Bill. At least that's what is the expectation of the Aam Aadmi Party as well. So there's a lot of optics at play as well.
You know, as we speak, we know that there's been chaos within the parliament. And Amit, do stay with us. We have some big news coming in with the BJP now accusing the Congress party of having some links with China when it comes to funding to Rajiv Gandhi Trust. A big allegation surfacing. BJP now accusing the Congress party in the parliament, accusing the Congress itself to have links with China, breaking up the Chinese funds issue for Rajiv Gandhi Trust. After New York Times exposed China propaganda funding, BJP now says probe the Congress-China links. Listen in.
जब भी भारत में संकट आया 2005 से लेकर 2014 तक चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट ने कांग्रेस को पैसा दिया, जिसका FCRA लाइसेंस भारत सरकार ने कैंसिल किया। 2008 में जब ओलंपिक हुआ, ये कांग्रेस को, ये सोनिया जी को और राहुल जी को बुलाया गया। 2017 में जब डोकलाम हो रहा था, उस डोकलाम के समय सर ये चाइनीज के साथ बातचीत कर रहे थे। चाइनीज के माध्यम से देश में एक अलग तरह का माहौल पैदा करना चाहते हैं। मेरा भारत सरकार से आग्रह है कि जितनी भी फंडिंग हुई है कांग्रेस को, जितनी भी चाइना ने फंडिंग की है, जांच की जाए और जितने लोग हैं उनको सलाखों में डाला जाए और कांग्रेस पार्टी को किया जाए।
Right. There you have Nishikant Dubey of the BJP claiming the Congress has links with China. And this is what the BJP has been raising time and again. Issue of Chinese donations to the Congress party. As we see in the latest, Nishikant Dubey, the House raises questions as to why Chinese funding came to Rajiv Gandhi Trust. In fact, the BJP has not missed an opportunity to raise this question. And this time, yet again, Nishikant Dubey making that point on the floor of the House, as you have the opposition trying hard to corner the government on issues like Manipur and wanting a debate on the matter. Here you have the BJP now raising questions on the country's security in the first place, country's integrity, claiming that the Congress is the one who has been having links with Chinese. In fact, accusing Congress of taking donations from China towards Rajiv Gandhi Trust. Let me cut across to Shehzad Poonawala joining us on the phone line. Shehzad, the reason to why this issue has been raked up in the parliament today?
You see, Rahul ki dukaan mein Chinese saman hi milta hai. We thought it was not just the red diary. Today there's a red agenda of Congress which has been exposed, and by whom? By New York Times, the paper that they consider as gospel. The New York Times has given a clear-cut account of how Neville Roy Singham and his news clique are dangerous tools of the Communist Party of China and how they are promoting China's political agenda across the world. And this is the same organization when in 2021 Indian agencies acted on them. It was the Congress and its entire ecosystem that came out in its defense. Whether it was Randeep Surjewala or the stalwart leaders of Congress who defended news cliques, saying that these are only journalists trying to do their job. And today, it is the same Congress party which has a standing MOU with the Chinese, the same Congress party which has received funding from Chinese into RGF, which is using this kind of propaganda platforms of the Chinese to destabilize India. Therefore, the Congress party must explain to us what is it that their agenda is. Isn't it true that they have linkages with this news clique? Isn't it true that they were defending news clique? Isn't it true that they've received funding from the Chinese? Isn't it true that at every opportunity they have played a role of the Chinese propaganda machinery, whether it's Galwan, whether it's Doklam, whether it's questioning the Indian Armed Forces? Isn't it true that the Congress party, while it was in power, also played to the Chinese agenda, whether it's on the territorial front or on the financial front, and caused huge harm to the interests of India? And therefore, today the relevant question should be asked of the Congress कि ये रिश्ता क्या कहलाता है? क्या राहुल की दुकान में केवल चीनी सामान मिलता है?
You know, but in that case, is this the debate that y'all are looking forward to? The BJP wants a debate on this, wants answers from the Congress right at a time when you're discussing Manipur. Is this the conversation that you want to have on the floor?
First of all, Nabila, if the Congress was so serious about Manipur, they would not have stalled Parliament for 9 days and then allowed it to discuss the Delhi Services Bill. So I think the sanctimonious stands aside, the Congress should answer whether they are even serious about Manipur. As far as this issue is concerned, don't you think it's a little troubling that the Chinese are funding so-called organizations to destabilize India, to undermine India? The Congress party is defending them. There is an agency that is probing on this. The Congress party defends this organization. And even the New York Times, as the Congress party hails, has now called out this agenda of the Chinese through news cliques. And not a single question should be asked of the Congress. Are they above any kind of questioning?
Absolutely not. The timing of which is the question. But why don't you elaborate for us a little on the funding that we're speaking of? In fact, just last year, Amit Shah as well had raked up the same issue, saying that about 1.3 crores was given by China to Rajiv Gandhi Trust. Would you know a little more on that?
Look, it is clear and evident that there is a web of Chinese propaganda that has been created and is being funded by this gentleman called Mr. Neville Singham, who is running all of these organizations, is funding them using Chinese money and Chinese agenda. And the elements who are in India supporting this are connected to the Congress party. The Congress party and its entire ecosystem came out in defense when the Enforcement Directorate started some kind of proceedings against news cliques, saying that this was an assault on the free press. Apart from that, the Chinese have on record given money to the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. The FCRA of Rajiv Gandhi Foundation has also been cancelled subsequently. We have also seen that there is a standing MOU between the Chinese and Rahul Gandhi, which they do not disclose the contents of even today. We have seen the manner in which between 2004 to 14, the Chinese were allowed to get several advantages over India, and the UPA government did nothing except to facilitate the Chinese point of view. And therefore, the question today is that whether it's Doklam, whether it's Galwan, whether it is this issue, is there a Chinese propaganda wing that operates within the Congress party? And who is funding this? Who is the one that is behind this? And why is it that the Congress party is tying up with elements antithetical to Indian interests only because it wants to score a political brownie point? This should be answered by Congress party and by Rahul Gandhi in particular.
All right. Thank you, Shehzad, for joining us on that. I'm going to cut across to BJP's Nishikant Dubey, who on the floor of the House raised this very question, asking what are the links between the Congress and China? As much as the opposition now trying to corner the centre on issues of Manipur, here you have the BJP raising questions based on a New York Times report asking why doesn't the Congress admit that they received indeed funding from China into the Rajiv Gandhi Trust?
जब भी भारत में संकट आया 2005 से लेकर 2014 तक चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट ने कांग्रेस को पैसा दिया, जिसका FCRA लाइसेंस भारत सरकार ने कैंसिल किया। 2008 में जब ओलंपिक हुआ, ये कांग्रेस को, ये सोनिया जी को और राहुल जी को बुलाया गया। 2017 में जब डोकलाम हो रहा था, उस डोकलाम के समय सर ये चाइनीज के साथ बातचीत कर रहे थे। चाइनीज के माध्यम से देश में एक अलग तरह का माहौल पैदा करना चाहते हैं। मेरा भारत सरकार से आग्रह है कि जितनी भी फंडिंग हुई है कांग्रेस को, जितनी भी चाइना ने फंडिंग की है, जांच की जाए और जितने लोग हैं उनको सलाखों पर नीचे डाला जाए और कांग्रेस पार्टी को सदस्यता रद्द किया जाए।
All right, slipping into a short break, coming up on the other side, taking you through all the action on the India bloc, getting ready for the battle in Rajya Sabha to test for the opposition alliance as the Delhi Services Bill is going to be introduced, ailing ex-Jharkhand Chief Minister Shibu Soren also to vote. Stay with us.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में।
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare, live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
Days after riots and violence engulfed the state of Haryana, bulldozer action continues in Nuh. The Haryana administration razed down several establishments in violent hit Nuh. Meanwhile, over 600 shanties were demolished under CM Khattar's anti-encroachment drive in the Nuh district. Also, Section 144 was imposed in the district in order to restore the law and order situation. So far, 104 FIRs have been registered. About 216 have been arrested so far in the July 31st violence. As per sources, 8 of the accused who instigated the violence are from the state of Rajasthan. Meanwhile, VHP leader Surendra Jain said the yatra is not over yet. Yatra will resume this month. While probe is still underway, Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij has claimed that no violence was pre-planned.
देखो जी, फिलहाल तो यही टारगेट है, उसके बाद प्लान आउट करते हैं, जैसे भी प्लान आउट होता है उसके अपडेट कर दिया जाएगा। मालिक कौन है? मालिक जो भी हो जी, इसका अवैध निर्माण है और इसके जो है नोटिस प्रॉपर दे दिए जा चुके हैं। नोटिस बहुत पहले दिए जा सकते हैं।
लोकल प्रशासन का फेल्योर ये 100% था और इसीलिए आज मजबूर होकर हरियाणा के गृह मंत्री को कहना पड़ा कि मुझे 3 बजे के बाद मालूम चला और वो भी मेरे मित्र ने बताया, क्योंकि मैं अंदर घिरा हुआ लोगों को बचा रहा हूं, मैंने ही उनको फोन किया। और तेज चलना चाहिए और केवल चलना नहीं चाहिए, स्थायी व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए और स्थायी व्यवस्था यही है कि मुस्लिम बहुल इलाके के अंदर सीआरपीएफ और बीएसएफ का स्थायी केंद्र बने। वहां के समाज ने आश्वासन दिया है कि हम बची हुई यात्रा पूरी करेंगे, वहां की खापों ने कहा है। इसलिए जब वो आह्वान करेंगे हम उस यात्रा में शामिल होंगे और इस यात्रा को पूरा करें।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Karnataka Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao has stirred a controversy, putting the India alliance in a tough spot. Dinesh Gundu Rao called Aam Aadmi Party's Mohalla Clinic overhyped after visiting Panchsheel Mohalla Clinic in Delhi city. Meanwhile, AAP claims the Karnataka minister changed his stance after receiving a phone call. Here's more.
The opposition India alliance is in a spot. War of words erupt between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress over Mohalla clinics in Delhi. It started with a guided tour of Mohalla clinic given to Karnataka Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao, shared widely on social media by AAP leaders. But Dinesh Gundu Rao later called Arvind Kejriwal government's Mohalla clinics overhyped and disappointing.
It was not like the way it was hyped up to be. So in that way it was a disappointment. It was not like the way it was hyped up to be as a model for the whole country. I think there are better models in many other states also. And even in Karnataka also we have got our own good model.
Now Congress leader Sandeep Dixit has slammed Arvind Kejriwal's governance.
जब कभी बड़ा अलायंस होता है तो उसमें ऐसे सब भी हो जाते हैं। अब ऐसा नहीं है भाई, जंगल में जहाँ शेर रहते हैं, हाथी रहते हैं, वहाँ गीदड़ भी रहते हैं। गीदड़ से भी नहीं करेंगे यार, गीदड़ बेचारे में भी बहुत बढ़िया क्वालिटीज होती हैं, वो भी प्राकृतिक होता है, उसका भी प्रकृति में कोई योगदान होता है।
Meanwhile, the Bharatiya Janata Party did not miss out on the opportunity to take a dig at the Kejriwal government.
These two parties that cannot see eye to eye have only come together not because they have any mission or vision. It is only because they want to save their corruption, their commission, their politics of division and their obsession and ambition for position.
AAP claims Dinesh Gundu Rao changed his position on Mohalla clinics under pressure from some quarters.
दिनेश राव जी बहुत तारीफ कर रहे थे, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक देख रहे थे, अखबार वाले साथ में थे, मीडिया साथ में। अचानक एक फोन आया, किसका आया तो वो बता सकता है, और उनकी भाषा बदल गई।
The open fight between the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party has come as an embarrassment for the newly forged opposition alliance, India. Will the two parties be able to bury their differences ahead of elections? Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. Here's some big news coming in on fire breaking out at Delhi's AIIMS. 6 fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. All patients have been evacuated from AIIMS. The fire at Delhi's AIIMS endoscopy room at the second floor of AIIMS building. And this is the smoke billowing from the AIIMS building, a massive sprawling AIIMS complex. The second floor in the endoscopy room, fire has broken out. Kumar Kunal is at the spot, bringing us a lot more on that. Kumar, please give us if at all patients inside the AIIMS building are safe. Have they been evacuated? What's led to the fire? Kumar Kunal. We seem to have a patchy connection there. We're going to try and patch him back, but some scary visuals coming in right from AIIMS building. The fire is broken out at the second floor of the AIIMS complex. 6 fire tenders right now trying to douse that fire, but you see smoke emanating from that building. Second floor, the endoscopy room is where the fire broke out, and the reason for it is yet to be established, but patients for now we believe have been evacuated from the AIIMS. Kumar Kunal, go on, tell us what's the reason for the fire, any injuries? Hopefully we believe that patients have been evacuated from there.
See, Nabila, I can show you the live pictures directly from the AIMS, and although what we are learning from our sources that the fire is under control now, different firefighters are still working to douse whatever the things are there. I can show you the fire service vehicles, they are at work, the fire brigade vehicles are at work, and what we have gathered information from our sources that fire is under control now. It has started from the second floor, which is endoscopy department, and which is just nearby the emergency department. Both of the departments are on the same floor, and when the fire broke in the building, it was quite crowded, as today is Monday, the first day of week. Hence, several of the patients and their those who are coming along with the patients, they were actually at this building, and hence I can show you that are a few more fire tenders are brought to the service. I can show you the main gate has been opened. I am taking you through the live pictures that at least 8 fire tenders are already inside the building. Now 2 more fire tenders have brought to the work. So it is significant because what we have been told by the fire department and the AIMS administration that fire is under control. So if the fire has been doused, then why 2 additional fire tenders have been brought? That is a big question. But now what actually we are getting, we have shown through the pictures that these fire tenders have been brought inside the AIMS campus, and still, although we can't see the fire from any of the windows or any of the facets, but still fire tenders are coming, and almost all the patients, all those who were present at that moment inside the building on the second floor, they have been rescued. More fire tenders are now coming and rushing towards the building. 2 more fire tenders are coming inside the building. So this is the situation right now. I can show you the live pictures which are coming directly from the most important, the biggest hospital in the country, which is All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So this is the situation, and firefighters as well fire tenders are continuously rushing to douse the fire. So there were obviously information that fire was controlled, but now the situation is not under. What is the situation?
Well, we believe that the fire has broken out near the emergency ward of AIMS. You see that thick ball of smoke emanating from the building, the AIMS Institute, where several patients were present. They've been evacuated, thankfully. No injuries have been reported, at least no casualties as of now. It could be very well that the hospital management there are rushing many of those patients out. For now, we know that most of them have been evacuated. Atul Garg on the phone line with us, the chief fire officer. Mr. Garg, tell us what do you think has caused this fire, and are people safe? Is it an empty space now?
See, the fire occurred around 12 o'clock. We rushed around 14 fire tenders. Fire is under control right now, and we are, searching the whole premises. We cannot say whether anybody is trapped or not, but that we'll let you know a little bit later.
Now, for now, would we know what was the reason for the fire, and is it coming under control, or is this fire going out of hand? Images that we see here on television shows a thick ball of smoke and fire still ablaze.
Fire is under control, absolutely under control. And cause of the fire is too early to tell what is the cause of fire. Presently we are doing search operation to see if anybody is trapped there.
Right, sir. Would you know if there's an emergency exit and if the building is compliant with the fire safety norms?
See, in general, AIMS has been, meeting all the requirements, but let us see whether system was working in this building or not. That is later on. Not right now. My priority right now is rescue the people if somebody is there.
Okay, but for now you're saying the fire is fully under control and people have been evacuated from there. So searches are on to see if anyone's trapped.
Right. Search operation is continuing. We are seeing with this door to door, room to room, whether anybody is there or not. Fire is under control, absolutely under control.
All right, thank you, Atul Garg, for joining us. Chief Fire Officer Atul Garg says the fire is now under control. It's been brought under control. 11:54 a.m. That's roughly about 45 minutes ago when the fire tenders were alerted of this fire that broke out in the endoscopic room, very close to the emergency room of AIIMS, following which 6 fire tenders were rushed to the spot. In fact, Atul Garg tells us there are nearly 14 teams who are doing everything they can to bring this fire under control. Search operations across the AIIMS complex underway to see if there's anyone trapped. For now, people are safe. Kumar Kunal joins us more. Kumar, here we know that AIIMS is quite a busy area, even on that road that leads up to AIIMS. Tell us a little more on the ease with which fire tenders are able to reach the spot and do their duty. Is it true that fire has finally come under control?
Happening at the AIIMS is still not quite known, because earlier what we have been told by the AIIMS administration and even the fire service officials that fire is under control. But seemingly it is not right now, because several of the fire officers are at work and even fire tenders are rushing to the building. So this is clearly indicating that fire is still not under the control, and although everyone is not quite upfront about the situation, none of the officials are actually briefing that what the situation, in how many rooms fire is still not under control, if anyone of the patients are still inside those rooms where the fire have broke out. These things are still not known, and hence it is not, although the claims made by the AIIMS administration and the fire service officials, they are claiming that situation is under control, but it is not from any of the officials which is coming from, because some of the officials who came to the main gate, we actually tried to ask them that what the situation inside, so they are non-committal about the situation. But the way more fire tenders are coming inside the AIIMS building, that is clearly indicating that still fire is not completely doused, and it will take some time to completely take the situation under control. So this is the situation right now. I will try to show some of the pictures that how fire tenders are still working, and still more fire tenders are being brought to the work. Meanwhile, all those who were present inside the premises, inside the building, they have been evacuated. No one is being allowed to go inside. Neither media personnel are being allowed. So situation is such that we are at the main gate, and inside what's happening, it is actually still not very much known, although they are claiming that situation is under control, but nothing concrete and nothing, no senior officials are coming here to brief us about the situation right here. So we can just we're
at the moment, of course, hoping that everything's under control, as assured by Atul Garg, who is the Chief Fire Officer who spoke to us. Kumar Kunal, thank you very much for joining us. He's been tracking those developments, and we're going to bring to you, if at all things are under control in just moments from now, we'll have better clarity. For now, we hear that people have been evacuated. Those patients have been moved out of the building. Search is on to see if anyone's stranded, but for now, no casualties reported. Fire under control. All right, cutting across to new violence, just days after the entire state of Haryana was engulfed in communal clashes. In the new district where the clashes really broke out, bulldozers were completely razing down many of those constructions which they, the civic body, accused of being illegal. And after much outrage and petitions before the High Court, now you have the Punjab and Haryana High Court asking for officials to stop razing down illegal construction. In fact, demolition of this demolition drive itself in the name of illegal encroachments was carried on in No. It continued for the 4th day straight. Started, in fact, on Sunday, it was already 4 days that these shanties, according to officers there, were illegal. A bunch of houses were broken down. Bulldozers raised it down. A curfew in No now has been lifted, though, for 4 hours on Sunday. In an attempt to restore some kind of normalcy, the curfew was relaxed in No even today. So about roughly 4 to 5 hours, curfew is relaxed so that people can move about doing their business. As far as investigation is concerned, Haryana police has now intensified probe. Police is in touch with Rajasthan government. This comes just after the state police on Saturday arrested 8 accused who are from Rajasthan, taking a dig at the district's law and order situation. The Congress has now alleged lack of security during the Jal Abhishek Yatra.
नूह से लेकर सोहना तक में जितनी भी हिंसा हुई वो सब कुछ प्री प्लान थी। एक साजिश के तहत इस हिंसा को अंजाम दिया गया था। हरियाणा पुलिस ने राजस्थान से 8 से ज़्यादा आरोपियों को गिरफ्तार किया है और उनसे पूछताछ में यह खुलासा हुआ है कि वो साजिश के तहत हरियाणा की सीमा में दाखिल हुए थे। उन्हें मालूम था कि शोभा यात्रा निकलने वाली है और इसी के तहत वो दाखिल हुए थे और उन्होंने जमकर हिंसा फैलाई थी। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तानी यूट्यूबर के वीडियो में लगातार भड़काऊ कंटेंट थे, उस पर एसपी ने भी ये खुलासा किया है कि इस तरह के वीडियो लगातार पाकिस्तान से जारी किए जा रहे थे, जिस पर हरियाणा पुलिस की नज़र बनी हुई है। कैमरामैन अंकित के साथ अरविंद ओझा।
जब ये यात्रा हुई तो उसके पहले ये सुना है कि कोई 2, 4, 5 बड़े खतरनाक और बड़े सांप्रदायिक माहौल को बिगाड़ने वाले वीडियो सर्कुलेट हुए, कहा जाता है, जिस कारण से वहाँ उपद्रव हुआ। तो जब आपको मालूम है कि इस तरीके के वीडियो सर्कुलेट होंगे तो स्थानीय स्तर पर टेंशन तो हो सकती है। तो ये तो मैं नहीं मान सकता कि पुलिस वाले भी उसी समाज में रहते हैं, वहीं रहते हैं, उनके पास ये वीडियोस नहीं आए होंगे। धार्मिक कोई जगह एक ऐसी जगह से जा रहा है जो संवेदनशील है या जहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है, तो वहाँ आपको पुख्ता इंतजाम करना चाहिए था।
अब तक 56 FIR रजिस्टर हो गया डिस्ट्रिक्ट नो में और 147 लोगों को हमने अरेस्ट कर दिया। इन्वेस्टिगेशन हमारा चल रहा है, 4 टीम्स को बनाया। इन्वेस्टिगेशन तेजी गति में प्रोग्रेस चल रहा है। अभी टेक्निकल एविडेंस में जोड़ा जाएगा और इन्वेस्टिगेशन वगैरह आगे बढ़ता जाएगा, सब कुछ खुलासा हो जाएगा।
All right, now reacting to violence and riots that broke out in Haryana's Nuh, Brahm Yadav, a Gurugram councillor, has said that Hindus should not give Muslims houses on rent and that the landlords should check the Aadhaar cards of their tenants before renting out their homes. In fact, he's also added that one should boycott shops run by Muslims.
मेरा निवेदन ये है भाई कि इन किराएदारों को मत दो, मीट मच्छी की दुकान जैसे तिगरा में घुसे हम भाई, ऐसे मुसलमानों को मत दे, भूखे रह लेंगे, लेकिन इनका पैसा हमारा पैसा इनके पास जाता है, इनसे हम ले। तो भाई हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन है सभी ग्रामीण वासियों से जो यहाँ गुड़गांव के कोई भी आए हो, जैसे मैं कातीपुर से आया हूँ भाई, मैं भी अपने गांव वालों से निवेदन करूंगा, हाथ जोड़ के सबके आधार कार्ड देखो, जो मुसलमान हो उसको अपना मकान, कोई भी जमीन मत दो। और जो हमारे हिंदू भाई है, वाल्मीकि है, कोई भी है भाई, वो मीट की दुकान हिंदू भाई करे, बाहर से आके मुसलमान यहाँ कमाते हैं और फिर वही हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चलाते हैं।
All right, that was a brazen statement by the BJP councillor in full public glare. Slipping into a short break on that note, coming up on the other side, Assam set to bring ban polygamy law. Hemanta Biswa pledges empowerment for women. Opposition calls the move as communal and diversionary. Stay with us.
Very few people in the country have access to the Couture Week, and hence through our medium we're going to get you what really happened at the Couture Week. Let's first begin with the opening showcase of Falguni and Shane Peacock. Let's bring you a roundup of the beautiful showcase by Tarun Tahiliani and a gorgeous one while added by JJ Valaya as well. Here's a look. Designer Tarun Tahiliani presented his latest masterpiece capsule, For Eternity, at India Couture Week. With For Eternity, Tarun paid homage to the timeless allure of traditional craftsmanship and art.
India's, as we've discussed before, a fashion tradition. This is a new Western interpretation where we are blending our craft with the Western idea of changing fashion and a modern fit and size-specific fit. It's taken me a long time to navigate myself back through a very organic but real process of what makes me feel better. You know, I grew up, I thought Studio 54 was the last one.
Falguni and Shane Peacock's show had a strong social commentary. They shattered the glass ceiling with model Victor in a lehenga. So anyone now calling the lehenga bridal should now think twice, as inclusivity is the order of the day. Falguni and Shane Peacock opened the Couture Week and had Kiara Advani as the showstopper.
This year we wanted to do a lot of layering. If you noticed, we had a kurta and then we had a short jacket and we had a veil and we had dupattas. We just wanted to make it really dramatic and I think
also we wanted to reinvent the Indian bridal scene actually. The modern bride wants to wear a jacket, they want to wear short jackets, they want to look cool.
I guess inspiration that comes behind every garment, a lot of detailing, it just makes it look so elegant and yet so glamorous.
The House of Valaya by JJ Valaya celebrate the couture season in its new collection, Baroda. It was a marriage of craft and opulence that unfolded through three
All right, now in the latest move, the Assam government is mulling over prohibiting polygamy in the state of Assam. Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma has said that a law to ban the practice of a man marrying multiple women will be brought this year in the Assam Assembly. As per High Court judge-led expert committee, the Assam government can proceed to enact a law prohibiting polygamy in the state. Going by the report submitted by the committee to Chief Minister Biswa Sarma, the state of Assam has the legislative competence to enact a law to end polygamy. This is what the government says. The Chief Minister has added that the law, however, will have to be cleared by the President of India instead of the Governor. Meanwhile, opposition has now slammed the decision of the government, calling this decision itself as diversionary and a communal act, especially at a time when suggestions are being brought in on UCC by the Law Commission.
আইন কৰাৰ অধিকাৰ ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰৰ আছে নে নাই সেই সাবজেক্টৰ ওপৰতে আমি কমিটিখন বনাই দিছিলোঁ আজি কমিটিখনে আমাক সৰ্বসন্মতিক্ৰমে ৰায় দিছে যে পলিগমিৰ ওপৰত আইন কৰাৰ অধিকাৰ ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰৰ আছে খালি তাত যেটো ফাইনাল সিগনেচাৰ যেটো এসেন্ট বুলি কয় হেতু ৰাজ্যপালৰ পৰা নহয় ৰাষ্ট্ৰপতিৰ পৰা ল'ব লাগিব whether we'll do it in September or December or January that is to be decided but within this financial year this law will definitely come
3-4 बार हम लोग बैठा है एक कमेटी बैठने का बाद एक हम लोग रिपोर्ट हम लोग प्रिपेयर किया है और रिपोर्ट प्रिपेयर करके आज हम लोग का रिपोर्ट चीफ मिनिस्टर का ऑफिस में हम लोग चीफ मिनिस्टर का हाथ में दे दिया अभी बाकी गवर्नमेंट का ड्यूटी गवर्नमेंट करेगा पॉलीगैमी का ऊपर क्या करना है क्या करना नहीं तो ये सब गवर्नमेंट करेगा
Our agenda was to basically see whether there was legislative competence for the state to enact a law, given the fact that polygamy, and particularly for Muslims, is also governed by the Sharia Act of 1937, which is a central law. So it was keeping this in mind that the committee sat and finally submitted its report and has generally pointed out that the state has the legislative competence to do so, subject to the doctrine of repugnancy under Article 254, which means it requires the presidential assent.
Would this apply only with regard to the Sharia Act, as in the repugnancy with regard to the Sharia Act, or would the polygamy ban also apply to tribal practices, etc.?
In fact, in the report, we have considered that very briefly, because this was specific to the Sharia Act. We've also pointed out that the tribals have a protection under the Hindu Marriage Act of 55. So polygamy, in a sense, or marriage laws, there's been codification of it. Hindu Marriage Act was 55, the Christian Marriage Act is 1872, the Parsi Marriage Act is 1936, and the Sharia Act is 1937. So with regard to that, we've pointed it out and said that this is something also that during the legislative process could be considered.
All right, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for a lot more on that. Stay with us. On the other side, Rahul Gandhi's Lok Sabha membership has been restored after Lok Sabha Secretariat issues a notice. He is now reinstated as an MP back in the parliament. Stay.
You saw the clothes, you saw the celebrities, you saw the jewelry. Time now for you to see footwear fashion and how to keep it dramatic this season. Here's a look. When it comes to footwear, a lot of drama is now making way. For instance, Freddie Mercury makes a comeback with Theatre XYZ heels. Harrison, Dark Horse, and this is the Theatre XYZ one. My favorite pick from their drama collection. It's got the boss-like appeal to it as well. Even the Harrison Cloud9 from the collection is now gender fluid and mainstream. Not just that, boots for all weather are here and they look chic. I'm a sucker for color this monsoon, and the monsoon footwear these days are coming in different colors and different patterns. I'm just loving every bit of it. Right from bubblegum smelling sandals to jelly shoes in all shapes and sizes and colors, monsoon shoes are sure having a moment. And if you have the courage to wear something different, try out these jelly ones from Melissa that are available in every color for different moods. And if you are the classy, safe type, your footwear can still have a lot of drama. These picks from OCD, especially the tap dancing Rebeccas or the dramatic Julies, come in with elegance in its own dramatic twist. It's a beautiful artisanal work of craftsmanship made by artisans of India. And just look at the kind of drama it is adding to my foot. While this season is all about adding drama, remember, wearing a story on your feet is all the 2023 footwear fashion is all about. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Rahul Gandhi is now finally back as an MP in the parliament. I'm going to take you through the images of the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, the headlines first. Rahul's Lok Sabha membership finally restored after Lok Sabha Secretariat issued a notice. Grand welcome there by the India Alliance MPs for Rahul Gandhi's reinstatement. BJP alleges China link in Congress in the parliament. BJP rakes up alleged Chinese funding for Rajiv Gandhi Trust after New York Times exposed China propaganda funding. BJP says the probe, BJP asking now for a probe on Congress's China links. India bloc readies for Rajya Sabha battle. Opposition to pull out all stops on Delhi services bill, ailing ex-Jharkhand Chief Minister Shibu Soren to vote. BSP MP, BJP MLC verbal spat on stage. Danish Ali stops the BJP MLC's Bharat Mata chant on stage. BJP Neta Vijay Vargiya threatens, says can kill anti-Bharat brigade. Fire breaks out at Delhi's AIMS endoscopy room near the emergency ward. All patients evacuated. Fire tenders have managed to bring the fire under control. All right, cutting across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is right now participating in the 9th National Handloom Day celebration. Let's cut across to the live
इस सेक्टर में आए हैं, ये पैसा कहां पहुंचा है? ये पैसा मेरे हथकरघा सेक्टर से जुड़े गरीब भाई बहनों के पास गया है। ये पैसा गांवों में गया है, ये पैसा आदिवासियों के पास गया है। और आज जब नीति आयोग कहता है ना कि पिछले 5 साल में 13.5 करोड़ लोग भारत में गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं, वो बाहर निकालने के काम में इसने भी अपनी भूमिका अदा की है। आज वोकल फॉर लोकल की भावना के साथ देशवासी स्वदेशी उत्पादों को हाथों हाथ खरीद रहे हैं। ये एक जन आंदोलन बन गया है। और मैं सभी देशवासियों से एक बार फिर कहूंगा, आने वाले दिनों में रक्षाबंधन का पर्व आने वाला है, गणेश उत्सव आ रहा है, दशहरा, दीपावली, दुर्गा पूजा, इन पर्वों पर हमें अपने स्वदेशी के संकल्प को दोहराना ही है। और ऐसा करके हम अपने जो हस्तशिल्पी हैं, अपने बुनकर भाई बहन हैं, हथकरघा की दुनिया से जुड़े लोग हैं, उनकी बहुत बड़ी मदद करते हैं। और जब राखी के त्योहार में, रक्षा के उस पर्व में मेरी बहन जो मुझे राखी बांधती है, तो मैं तो रक्षा की बात करता हूं, लेकिन मैं अगर उसको उपहार में किसी गरीब मां से हाथ से बनी हुई चीज देता हूं, तो उस मां की रक्षा भी मैं करता हूं। साथियों, मुझे इस बात का संतोष है कि टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर के लिए जो योजनाएं हमने चलाई हैं, वो सामाजिक न्याय का भी बड़ा माध्यम बन रही है। आज देश भर के गांवों और कस्बों में लाखों लोग हथकरघे के काम से जुड़े हैं। इनमें ज्यादातर लोग दलित, पिछड़े, पसमानदा और आदिवासी समाज से आते हैं। बीते 9 वर्षों में सरकार के प्रयासों ने न सिर्फ इन्हें बड़ी संख्या में रोजगार दिया है, बल्कि इनकी आय भी बढ़ी है। बिजली, पानी, गैस कनेक्शन, स्वच्छ भारत जैसे अभियानों का भी लाभ सबसे ज्यादा वहां पहुंचा है। और मोदी ने उन्हें गारंटी दी है मुफ्त राशन की। और जब मोदी गारंटी देता है तो उसका चूल्हा 365 दिन जलता ही जलता है। मोदी ने उन्हें गारंटी दी है पक्के घर की। मोदी ने इन्हें गारंटी दी है 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की। हमने मूल सुविधाओं के लिए अपने बुनकर भाइयों और बहनों को दशकों का इंतजार खत्म किया है। साथियों, सरकार का प्रयास है कि टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर से जुड़ी जो परंपराएं हैं वे ना सिर्फ जिंदा रहे बल्कि नए अवतार में दुनिया को आकर्षित करें। इसलिए हम इस काम से जुड़े साथियों को और उनकी पढ़ाई, प्रशिक्षण और कमाई पर बल दे रहे हैं। हम बुनकरों, हस्तशिल्पियों के बच्चों की आकांक्षा को उड़ान देना चाहते हैं। बुनकरों को बच्चों को स्किल ट्रेनिंग के लिए उन्हें टेक्सटाइल इंस्टीट्यूट्स में 2 लाख रुपए तक की स्कॉलरशिप मिल रही है। पिछले 9 वर्षों में 600 से अधिक हैंडलूम क्लस्टर विकसित किए गए हैं। इनमें भी हजारों बुनकरों की ट्रेनिंग दी गई है। हमारी लगातार कोशिश है कि बुनकरों का काम आसान हो, उत्पादकता अधिक हो, क्वालिटी बेहतर हो, डिजाइन नित्य नूतन हो। इसलिए उन्हें कंप्यूटर से चलने वाली पंचिंग मशीनें भी उपलब्ध कराई जा रही है। इससे नए नए डिजाइन तेजी से बनाए जा सकते हैं। मोटर से चलने वाली मशीनों से ताना बनाना भी आसान हो रहा है। ऐसे अनेक उपकरण, ऐसी अनेक मशीनें बुनकरों को उपलब्ध कराई जा रही है। सरकार हथकरघा बुनकरों को रियायती दरों पर कच्चा माल यानी धागा भी दे रही है। कच्चे माल को लाने का खर्च भी सरकार वहन करती है। मुद्रा योजना के माध्यम से भी बुनकरों को बिना गारंटी का ऋण मिलना संभव हुआ है। साथियों, मैंने गुजरात में रहते हुए बरसों मेरे बुनकर साथियों के साथ समय बिताया है। आज मैं जहां से सांसद हूं, काशी, उस पूरे क्षेत्र की अर्थव्यवस्था में भी हैंडलूम का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। मेरी अक्सर उनसे मुलाकात भी होती है, बातचीत होती है, इसलिए मुझे धरती की जानकारी भी रहती है। हमारे बुनकर समाज के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती रहा है कि वो प्रोडक्ट तो बना लेता है, लेकिन उसे बेचने के लिए उन्हें सप्लाई चेन की दिक्कत आती है, मार्केटिंग की दिक्कत आती है। हमारी सरकार उन्हें इस समस्या से भी बाहर निकाल रही है। सरकार हाथ से बने उत्पादों की मार्केटिंग भी जोर दे रही है। देश के किसी न किसी कोने में हर रोज एक मार्केटिंग एग्जीबिशन लगाई जा रही है। भारत मंडपम की तरह ही देश के अनेक शहरों में प्रदर्शनी स्थल आज निर्माण किए जा रहे हैं। इसमें दैनिक भत्ते के साथ ही निःशुल्क स्टॉल भी मुहैया कराया जाता है। और आज खुशी की बात है कि हमारी नई पीढ़ी के जो नौजवान हैं, जो नए नए स्टार्टअप्स आ रहे हैं, स्टार्टअप की दुनिया के लोग भी मेरे होनहार भारत के युवा हथकरघा से बनी चीजें, हस्तशिल्प से बनी चीजें, हमारे कॉटेज इंडस्ट्री से बनी चीजें, उसके लिए अनेक नई नई टेक्निक, नई नई पैटर्न्स, उसके मार्केटिंग की नई नई व्यवस्थाएं, अनेक स्टार्टअप्स आजकल इस दुनिया में आए हैं। और इसलिए मैं उसके भविष्य को एक नयापन मिलता हुआ देख रहा हूं। आज वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट योजना के तहत हर जिले में वहां के खास उत्पादों को प्रमोट किया जा रहा है। देश के रेलवे स्टेशनों पर भी ऐसे उत्पादों की बिक्री के लिए विशेष स्टॉल बनाए जा रहे हैं। हर जिले के, हर राज्य के हस्तशिल्प, हथकरघे से बनी चीजों को प्रमोट करने के लिए सरकार एकता मॉल भी बनवा रही है। एकता मॉल में उस राज्य के हस्तकला उत्पाद एक छत के नीचे होंगे। इसका भी बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे हैंडलूम सेक्टर से जुड़े भाई बहनों को होगा। आप में से किसी को अगर गुजरात में स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी देखने का अवसर मिला होगा तो वहां एक एकता मॉल बना हुआ है। हिंदुस्तान के हस्तशिल्पियों द्वारा बनी हुई देश के हर कोने की चीज वहां उपलब्ध होती है। तो टूरिस्ट वहां जो आता है तो एकता का अनुभव भी करता है और उसको हिंदुस्तान के जिस कोने की चीज चाहिए वहां से मिल जाती है। ऐसे एकता मॉल देश की सभी राजधानियों में बने, इस दिशा में एक प्रयास चल रहा है। हमारी इन चीजों का महात्म्य कितना है। मैं प्रधानमंत्री कार्यकाल में विदेश जाता हूं तो दुनिया के महानुभावों के लिए कुछ न कुछ भेंट सौगात ले जाना होता है। मेरा बड़ा आग्रह रहता है कि आप सब साथी जो बनाते हैं उन्हीं चीजों को मैं दुनिया के लोगों को देता हूं। उनको प्रसन्न तो करते ही हैं जब उनको मैं बताता हूं कि मेरे फलाने इलाके के फलाने गांव के लोगों ने बनाई है, तो वो बहुत प्रभावित भी हो जाते हैं। साथियों, हमारे हैंडलूम सेक्टर के भाई बहनों को डिजिटल इंडिया का भी लाभ मिले, इसका भी पूरा प्रयास है। आप जानते हैं सरकार ने खरीद बिक्री के लिए एक पोर्टल बनाया है, गवर्नमेंट ई मार्केट प्लेस, यानी जेम, GEM। जेम पर छोटे से छोटा कारीगर, शिल्पी, बुनकर अपना सामान सीधे सरकार को बेच सकता है। बहुत बड़ी संख्या में बुनकरों ने इसका लाभ उठाया है। आज हथकरघा और हस्तशिल्प से जुड़ी 2.25 लाख संस्थाएं जेम पोर्टल से जुड़ी हुई है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार अपने बुनकरों को दुनिया का बड़ा बाजार उपलब्ध कराने पर भी स्पष्ट रणनीति के साथ काम कर रही है। आज दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां भारत के MSMEs, हमारे बुनकरों, कारीगरों, किसानों के उत्पादों को दुनिया भर के बाजारों तक ले जाने के लिए आगे आ रही है। मेरी ऐसी अनेक कंपनियों के नेतृत्व से सीधी चर्चा हुई है। दुनिया भर में इनके बड़े बड़े स्टोर से, रिटेल सप्लाई चेन है, बड़े बड़े मॉल्स हैं, दुकानें हैं। ऑनलाइन की दुनिया में भी इनका सामर्थ्य बहुत बड़ा है। ऐसी कंपनियों ने अब भारत के स्थानीय उत्पादों को विदेश के कोने कोने में ले जाने का संकल्प लिया है। हमारे मिलेट्स, जिसको हम अब श्री अन्न के रूप में पहचानते हैं, ये श्री अन्न हो, हमारे हैंडलूम के प्रोडक्ट्स हो, अब ये बड़ी इंटरनेशनल कंपनियां उन्हें दुनिया भर के बाजारों में लेके जाएगी।
All right, now cutting across to some news coming in as the BJP has targeted the Congress over New York Times investigative report that's prompted the BJP to accuse the Congress of having links with China. The New York Times investigation, their investigative report that was released today, speaks of how Chinese government had actively peddled propaganda across the world, including India. And that echoed in the parliament today as the BJP demanded answers from the Congress, leveling serious allegations against the Gandhi family of having links to Beijing. BJP's Nishikant Dubey raked up the issue of funding towards Rajiv Gandhi Trust from China. He spoke about this in the parliament, demanding a detailed investigation. Interestingly, Union Minister Anurag Thakur also lashed out at the Congress, accusing them of attempting to shield news from websites NewsClick. when they were raided for alleged China links back in 2017. So what exactly was the New York Times report? Well, their detailed investigation has claimed that US billionaire Neville Roy Singham, he's linked to multiple network outlets across the world and has financed their Chinese propaganda on behalf of the Chinese government. The report claims that in India, news website NewsClick was also financed by Singham to write propaganda pieces masked as independent content in favor of China.
आज बड़ा एक सीरियस मामला मैं उठाना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष जी। कारण यह है कि न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में इन लोगों को जो है केवल विदेशी ताकतों के साथ रहकर उन्हीं के न्यूज़पेपर में, उन्हीं के देश में उनके क्या हो रहा है उसी को ये मानते हैं। न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में एक बड़ा अच्छा न्यूज छपा है सर कि 38 करोड़ रुपया जो है न्यूज क्लिक जैसी संस्था को मिला है। और न्यूज क्लिक संस्था को जो न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स ने लिखा है वो लिखा ये है कि भारत में ईडी ने जो रेड किया है, आइस के बारे में लगातार बोलते हैं सर, ईडी की रेड में जो खुलासा हुआ है उसका पूरा खुलासा किया है। और वो जो न्यूज क्लिक है सर, वो देशद्रोही गैंग, टुकड़े गैंग जो भारत को खंडित करना चाहते हैं, वो न्यूज क्लिक उस संस्था का जो है हेड कर रहा है, पुरकायस्त उसका मालिक है। उसके सारे पैसे में कहां से मिले, कैसे नक्सलाइट को दिए गए, कैसे माओवादियों को दिए गए, कैसे शर्मा को, रोहिणी सिंह को या मान लीजिए स्वाति चतुर्वेदी जैसे लोगों को केवल भारत के खिलाफ एक माहौल बनाने के लिए चाइनीज पैसा दे रहे हैं, उसके बारे में सर। दूसरा, मैं इस सरकार से मांग करता हूं सर कि जब भी भारत में संकट आया 2005 से लेकर 2014 तक चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट ने कांग्रेस को पैसा दिया जिसका FCRA लाइसेंस भारत सरकार ने कैंसिल किया।
All right. Well, we heard Nishikant Dubey of the BJP raising the issue in the parliament. While we've seen the monsoon session of the parliament has been a near washout, except for the Delhi Services Bill being passed in the Lok Sabha. Now, the start of this week, the Lok Sabha echoed with allegations of the Congress party being funded by China. In fact, the allegation here is that funding came through Chinese embassy into Rajiv Gandhi Trust. The BJP netas asking for the Congress leaders to admit that fact. Let me cut across to Amit Bhardwaj, who's joining us live from the parliament. Amit, while the opposition collectively are hoping to have a discussion on Manipur with Prime Minister Modi in the House for it, here you have the BJP now picking on exactly what they've been saying for the last 2 years. And it appears that New York Times report has given them a fresh narrative at this point, which speaks of Chinese propaganda and money coming into the Rajiv Gandhi Trust, which is why Rahul Gandhi allegedly held secret meetings with the Chinese. These are allegations that have been mounting. It appears that the New York Times report is really a nail on that coffin.
Well, Nabila, this has given fresh ammo to the Treasury benches, the Bharatiya Janata Party MPs. For the past 2 years, we have been, time and again, we have heard several BJP MPs, several press conferences at the BJP headquarters where they have tried to link the China funding with the Congress party via Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. And now you have a New York Times report, questioning the entire funding and the propaganda machinery being run, allegedly being run by one individual, Mr. Neville Roy Singham. And the allegation in the NYT report is that Mr. Singham was also funding this news website NewsClick. And the BJP's link in this particular regard is that the same NewsClick which was raided by the Enforcement Directorate at that point in time, the Congress party and several people from the left ecosystem, from the left liberal ecosystem had come together and had criticized the government for the ED action on NewsClick. And via this, commonness or commonality, what they are saying that, see, on one hand you have NewsClick being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. The Congress comes at front and defends NewsClick. On the other side, you also have the same Congress party which had received allegedly funding from the for the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation from Chinese establishment. So this is the reason the Congress party must be questioned on this issue. But the allegations which are coming from the Treasury benches, or rather the Bharatiya Janata Party MPs in this case, is not there's nothing new. Yes, the NYT report is providing them fresh ammo to target the Congress party as well as Rahul Gandhi in this particular regard. And it is the timing of it is quite interesting, Nabila. At the very moment when Rahul Gandhi entered the Parliament complex after him being reinstated as MP in the Lok Sabha, that is the time when Nishikant Dubey from the BJP inside the House, inside Lok Sabha, raised this issue about the NYT report, saying that these people referring to the opposition parties keep on talking about the NYT report.
Yeah.
And here is another NYT report which speaks about as to how Chinese propaganda was being run by this particular website NewsClick, and they are trying to connect those dots between the
and of course the BJP are demanding answers. Well, Amit, stay with us. Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP joining us. Let's have a listen.
राहुल की दुकान में चाइनीज सामान ही मिलता है. We thought it was not just the red diary. Today there's a red agenda of Congress which has been exposed, and by whom? By New York Times, the paper that they consider as gospel. The New York Times has given a clear-cut account of how Neville Roy Singham and his news clique are dangerous tools of the Communist Party of China, and how they are promoting China's political agenda across the world. And this is the same organization when in 2021 Indian agencies acted on them. It was the Congress and its entire ecosystem that came out in its defense. Whether it was Randeep Surjewala or the stalwart leaders of Congress who defended NewsClick, saying that these are only journalists trying to do their job. And today, it is the same Congress party which has a standing MOU with the Chinese, the same Congress party which has received funding from Chinese into RGF, which is using this kind of propaganda platforms of the Chinese to destabilize India. Therefore, the Congress party must explain to us what is it that their agenda is.
All right, I'm going to cut across to Tom Wadakan, who is the national spokesperson for the BJP. Mr. Wadakan, here amid discussions being attempted to both sides wanting to have a discussion on Manipur, it appears that now has become a secondary issue. The BJP raising issues of Chinese funding towards Rajiv Gandhi Trust, accusing the Congress of cozying up to Chinese when there was an infiltration bid over the last few years. Tell us more on this.
Jamila, the fact of the matter is there is a MOU signed by the Congress party, which remains a mystery till date. And then there is this New York Times report about a certain portal and how money was transferred for propaganda for Chinese. And they have been also been part of the ecosystem supporting the Congress party. So all this needs an explanation when I would call it an enemy country like China is using our media to expand its base in India. We have sensitive borders with them. Many of the Manipur issues which we said has gone into the background. No, it's not gone into the background. It is a lot of weapons coming in from China via Burma, which is a soft border. Now, these are issues that need explanation. And if the Congress party doesn't give a reply to this, then, we will take this to the logical end through discussions in Parliament, to the streets of the country, and raise issues. Because what is a political party doing meddling around with funds coming in from China?
You know, at a time like this, we haven't heard a concrete response denying the same from the Congress. And this is not as if this is the first time the BJP is bringing this on the floor of the House. 2020 was the first that the BJP had raised the issue. And so far, no satisfactory answers have come from the Congress's end. Has an investigation rolled out with this regard?
Well, the logical issues will take its own course. I mean, NIA raids were there on that portal, and they've been leading smoking gun evidences to establish links. Investigation is in progress. It's a work in progress. But the Congress party, which claims to be secular and what have you, should explain what is this connect. I mean, how many times have they connected with China And then you have this dinners at the Chinese embassy at crucial times. Information to the Congress party comes from the Chinese embassy. This needs explanation.
All right. Well, Mr. Ambadkar, thank you very much for joining us. We hear the BJP now raising this very question in the parliament as well. Nishikant Dubey of the BJP questioning the Congress and asking them to admit that they indeed received funding from China into Rajiv Gandhi Trust. What was the need for it? What was the amount taken? And this was precisely around the time when Chinese was trying to infiltrate to the Indian borders. And at a time like that, the Congress was allegedly cozying up with the Chinese. I'm going to cut across to give you a quick breakdown to what exactly the New York Times investigation exposes. Starting with the orchestrated international propaganda toolkit by China, it clearly suggests that China was trying very hard across the globe to push their propaganda, positive propaganda for the country. And then we have the investigative report there suggesting that Indian website called NewsClick had links to the Chinese government, and they had put out a lot of articles that spoke well of China or highly of China while along the time they were trying to infiltrate into Indian borders. Now, number 3 is the Indian website that was funded for propaganda pieces. That's precisely what I mentioned, as China was using this website to push positive propaganda for their country. Now, US billionaire Singham's role in this funding propaganda, Indian-born US billionaire, we believe, has been the man behind funding this entire propaganda act. Now, propaganda was disguised as independent content, which is all the more something that has been closely looked into and detailed in the New York Times report, that most of that content was made to look as if it was independent content that was being put out and that had no malice, but clearly it was propaganda. Amit Bharadwaj, who is still at the parliament, joins us live for more on that. Amit, now it seems like the whole narrative from Manipur has switched to Rahul, and also now that Rahul Gandhi has come back to the parliament, it appears the entire narrative has now switched towards Congress party receiving funding from Beijing. Tell us a little more. Has the Congress reacted at all? We know both houses will resume at 2 p.m.
Well, Nabila, you know, what was expected today is that when Rahul Gandhi comes to the parliament complex and when he is in Lok Sabha, the Congress would again up the ante as far as the Manipur issue is concerned, and maybe further its demand that the Prime Minister should come to the floor of the House and speak on this issue. It was again a shot in the arm for the opposition parties, for the India bloc parties, as well as the Congress party in particular. But what happened the moment when Rahul Gandhi stepped inside the house, inside the parliament complex, at that point in time, you had Nishikant Dubey from the Bharatiya Janata Party rising in the house and raking up this issue, raising this issue about the Chinese propaganda machinery, as to how this Mr. Singham had funded the website NewsClick, which was pushing, as being reported in NYT, was pushing the Chinese propaganda in India. And there was an attempt made by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey to connect the dots between NewsClick, Mr. Singham, Congress Party, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, to raise the question as to what is the MOU that was signed between the Congress Party and the China. But so far we are yet to get that response from the Congress Party. Maybe they'll stick to the old narrative and stance that they had taken in the past. Back to you, Nabila.
Now, tell us a little more on the year when this controversy escalated. We know BJP raised this in 2020, but what was the year that and Rajiv Gandhi Trust was set up in the 90s? So during which period is the investigation suggesting that there was money pumped into the Rajiv Gandhi Trust for Chinese propaganda in India? Are we looking at the last decade or before that? All right, stay with us. I'm going to cut across to Udit Raj, the Congress leader, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Udit Raj, give us your understanding on the New York Times investigative report that suggests that there was Chinese propaganda that was carried out, money was being pumped into India, and Rajiv Gandhi Trust was the one who received that money to sort of put out propaganda content while at a time when Chinese was trying to infiltrate into Indian borders. BJP raising this in the parliament, demanding answers.
See what happened. PM Care Fund also received the Chinese money. And not only that, Vinod Adani, brother of Adani, is a partner of Chinese person. What about that? And Prime Minister explained it that hasn't he received the fund in PM Care Fund from Chinese corporate houses? That is also to be discussed. Let us discuss all together. Why this only? Isolated, make it isolated case. Let all such matters to be discussed. Those who have been funded from China, Chinese forces. And what the Prime Minister said that time that we will boycott Chinese and ban this TikTok, etc. And afterwards, business transaction increased and many other relations have increased. And so far, the BJP has not in position to explain that how much money they have got from the Chinese companies.
No, but is it true that money was received by the Rajiv Gandhi Trust? Because the BJP claims an MOU was signed in 2008 and therefore there was a lot of money exchange that happened in the years subsequently. So are you admitting that this indeed happened?
Will you ask it from the BJP that how could they receive money in PM Care Fund? How can you defend? See, what happened when Congress received, suppose if Congress received, I don't know still, but it's very obvious that the PM Care Fund has received the money from Chinese sources, Chinese companies. Explain that also. If that is wrong, then that is also wrong. Otherwise, it should not question, and I don't think they have a moral ground to raise the question in the parliament.
All right.
I don't have moral.
All right, Udit Raj, thank you very much for joining us. But clearly here, the Congress has taken serious objection to what was said by Nishikant Dubey of the BJP. Leader of Congress in Lok Sabha, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, has now shot a letter to Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla regarding the BJP MP Nishikant Dubey's comments that he made in the Lok Sabha today, precisely on the Congress allegedly receiving funding from China. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in that letter has written, and I quote, "We demand under Rule 380 that his remarks be expunged in full and that an inquiry be conducted into how such allegations was permitted to be made and was raised on record." Cutting across to the BJP, who is holding a press conference on the same.
लोग कभी भारत का हित नहीं सोच सकते। भारत कैसे कमजोर हो, कैसे भारत के हितों को नुकसान पहुंचाया जाए और कैसे भारत विरोधी एजेंडे को कैसे हवा, खाद, पानी दिया जाए, ये सब चिंता इससे जुड़े लोग करते हैं और इसमें दिन रात लगे रहते हैं। भारत लंबे समय से दुनिया को बता रहा था कि न्यूज क्लिक भी प्रचार का एक खतरनाक वैश्विक जाल है। और आज मैं आपको बताने जा रहा हूं कैसे घमंडिया गठबंधन, अगर मैं कहूं तो कांग्रेस, चीन, न्यूज क्लिक सभी एक भारत विरोधी गर्भनाल से जुड़े हुए हैं। कांग्रेस, चाइना, न्यूज क्लिक अ पार्ट ऑफ अ umbilical cord। और ये इससे सिद्ध होता है क्योंकि कुछ लोगों को तो ये भी आदत थी कि, और मैं नाम लेके भी कह सकता हूं, कि राहुल जी की नकली मोहब्बत की दुकान में चीनी सामान ये साफ नजर आने लगा है। चीन के प्रति प्यार ये दिखता था और भारत के खिलाफ दुष्प्रचार ये विदेशी जमीन पर भी और विदेशी न्यूज एजेंसियों के माध्यम से भी प्रोपेगेंडा के तहत होता था। एक एजेंडा था, एंटी इंडिया, ब्रेक इंडिया कैंपेन, ये लोग चलाते थे। और इनके यहां सारा सामान चीनी है और चीन को सम्मान है। और जब मैं न्यूज क्लिक की बात करता हूं तो चीन के द्वारा संपोषित ग्लोबल मीडिया संस्थान जिसके द्वारा ये फंडिंग हुई है, न्यूज क्लिक की अगर मैं बात करूं इसकी फंडिंग की भी, तो जब भारत में इसके खिलाफ जो इसके रेड हुई और वो रेड 5 दिन तक चली, उसमें कहां कहां से पैसा लिया गया, कितने पैसे आए, वो सब जानकारियां भी मैं आपको देने वाला हूं कि क्या क्या उस समय हुआ। उस समय भी प्रश्न उठे थे कि आखिरकार ये फंडिंग एकदम से कैसे और कहां से आई। अगर आप इनकी फंडिंग का जाल देखेंगे तो विदेशी नेविल रॉय सिंघम, ये सिंघम कोई सिंघम फिल्म की बात नहीं कर रहा मैं, ये नेविल रॉय सिंघम ने इसकी फंडिंग की। और फंडिंग उसको कहां से आई नेविल रॉय सिंघम को? चाइना पीछे से करता है। और इसमें नेविल रॉय का जो सीधा संपर्क है कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ऑफ चाइना के एक प्रोपेगेंडा आर्म के साथ है, जो चाइनीज मीडिया कंपनी माकू ग्रुप के साथ। ऐसा किसने कहा? जिसके ऊपर कांग्रेस और अन्य विपक्षी दल बड़ी बड़ी बातें जिन अखबारों के बारे में करते, उन्होंने ही पुष्टि की है। पुष्टि उस बात की कि जो भारत ने 2 साल पहले कह दिया था। हमने 2021 में न्यूज क्लिक के बारे में खुलासा किया कि कैसे विदेशी हाथ भारत के खिलाफ है, कैसे विदेशी प्रोपेगेंडा भारत के खिलाफ है, और ये एंटी इंडिया ब्रेक इंडिया कैंपेन में कांग्रेस और विपक्षी दल भी उनके समर्थन में जुड़कर सामने आए थे। उस समय उनके किन किन लोगों ने ट्वीट किए? ये कांग्रेस के नेताओं के ट्वीट हैं। 1, 2, तीसरा, ये खुलकर उनके साथ थे, ये चौथा। और फिर कांग्रेस आई तो कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी तो जब चाइना का समर्थन करना और उनके लोगों का एजेंडा, तो ये एक और साथ में है। फिर बाकी तृणमूल कांग्रेस कैसे पीछे रहती, वो भी साथ में आ गई, बड़े बड़े पत्रकारों से लेके बाकी सबके नाम। और ये कहते थे कि भारत सरकार फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस के खिलाफ कार्रवाई कर रही है। मैं इस पे भी आऊंगा। मित्रों, ये जो इसकी फंडिंग है, उसके साथ साथ मैं एक बात ये भी कहना चाहता हूं, फंडिंग तो एक कर रहे थे न्यूज क्लिक को चाइनीज कंपनियां नेविल रॉय सिंघम के माध्यम से, लेकिन जो इनके सेल्समैन थे हमारे हिंदुस्तान के कुछ लोग हो गए थे। जब इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई हुई तो उनके पक्ष में आकर खड़े हो गए, और जो चाइना के नैरेटिव को बनाने के लिए ये लोग साथ में जुड़कर खड़े हो गए। भारत के भोले भाले लोगों को भ्रमित किया गया दुष्प्रचार के माध्यम से, और एक झूठा प्रोपेगेंडा, ये फ्री न्यूज के नाम पे फेक न्यूज परोसने वाले हैं, और इनका समर्थन करके अपना राजनीतिक उल्लू सीधा करने वाली कांग्रेस पार्टी और अन्य दल ये फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस के नाम पर इनके साथ जुड़ गए। अब ये जो न्यूज क्लिक को जो पैसा आया, ये रूट भी कहां कहां से हुआ। ये गौतम नवलखा का नाम तो आपने सुना ही होगा। ये भी एक आरोपी है। किस केस में? एल्गार परिषद के माओइस्ट लिंक में जो भीमा कोरेगांव केस है, उसमें अभी तक जेल में ये है, अंडर हाउस अरेस्ट है, यूएपीए लगा हुआ है इनके ऊपर। और यही नहीं, न्यूज क्लिक को शुरू होने के कुछ महीनों के बाद ही करोड़ों रुपए दिए गए, और इन करोड़ों रुपए जब मिले तो उसमें से 1.5 करोड़ रुपया एक इलेक्ट्रीशियन को दे दिया। अरे 1.5 करोड़ रुपए एक इलेक्ट्रीशियन को दे दिया, तब तो कांग्रेस और बाकी दलों ने, राहुल गांधी जी ने, किसी ने सवाल खड़े नहीं किए। और यही नहीं, ये लॉस मेकिंग कंपनी का शेयर बढ़ चढ़कर दामों में खरीदा गया, आर्टिफिशियली एनहांस्ड प्रीमियम उस पर मिला। लॉस मेकिंग कंपनी के शेयरों पर जब आर्टिफिशियली एनहांस्ड प्रीमियम मिलता है, बढ़ा चढ़कर पैसा मिलता है, उस पर तो कोई सवाल खड़ा नहीं करते, लेकिन प्रॉफिट मेकिंग कंपनियों के शेयरों पर यह सवाल खड़ा करते हैं। जब भारत इसी कंपनी के ऊपर कार्रवाई करता है, तब तो उस पर सवाल खड़े होते हैं। लेकिन ये चीनी गंध की बदबू जब दुनिया भर में फैलती है और जो अमेरिका का एक अखबार इसके ऊपर अपनी रिपोर्ट निकालता है तो दिखाता है कि फॉरेन मीडिया ने कैसे एक्सपोज किया है न्यूज क्लिक को, और चाइना के साथ साथ कांग्रेस पार्टी का हाथ भी इसमें कैसे उसका सहयोग समर्थन करने में है। और ये फॉरेन प्रेस के प्रोपेगेंडा और एजेंडा पर हम भारत को टुकड़े टुकड़े नहीं होने देंगे, चाहे कांग्रेस टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के साथ जाकर खड़ी हो जाए। राहुल गांधी जी बीच रात को जाकर उनके साथ खड़े हो गए, बाद में टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग के लोगों को अपने आप में शामिल भी करा लिया। और इनके समय तो सीबीआई और ईडी पिंजरे में बंद तोता होती थी, लेकिन आज अगर वो ईडी कार्रवाई न्यूज क्लिक जैसी फर्जी संस्थाओं के खिलाफ करती है तो उसके ऊपर ये प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करते हैं। ये गलत सूचना के खिलाफ, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन के खिलाफ युद्ध है और ये युद्ध जारी रहना चाहिए। भारत सरकार की एजेंसियों ने अगर कदम उठाए हैं तो भारत के खिलाफ दुष्प्रचार करने वाले जो चाइना का एजेंडा लेकर दुनिया भर में नैरेटिव खड़ा करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, जो ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय अखबार ने भी बात कही है, तो उसको मैं आपके सामने रख रहा हूं। और ये एंटी इंडिया ब्रेक इंडिया एजेंडा नहीं चलेगा। आडवाणी जी ने एक बार बहुत पहले पार्लियामेंट में कहा था कि जब देश के खिलाफ कोई खड़ा होता है तो उसमें हम सबको इकट्ठे होकर आना चाहिए। और उन्होंने तो यह भी कहा था कि किस तरह से कौरव और पांडव भी एकजुट हो गए थे जब तीसरा कोई सामने आकर खड़ा हुआ था। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य देश का यह है कि कांग्रेस ने विदेशी लोगों के साथ हाथ मिलाने का प्रयास किया। और यही नहीं, जब इनको निमंत्रण मिला सोनिया जी को, राहुल जी को, कब मिला? जब ओलंपिक्स खेल हुए तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को भी, गांधी परिवार को भी वहां पर न्योता दिया गया। और ये लोग उस समय चाइना भी गए, खेल देखने गए थे, खेल करके आ गए। वहां पर एक एग्रीमेंट साइन करके आ गए जहां पर हाई लेवल एक्सचेंज होना था दो पार्टियों के बीच में। अब पता नहीं किस तरह का हाई लेवल एक्सचेंज होना था। ये तो 2017 में हमको जुलाई में देखने को मिला, जब डोकलाम में अतिक्रमण करने का प्रयास उस समय चीन की सेना ने किया तो हमारे सेना के जवानों ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब उनको दिया। लेकिन राहुल गांधी जी उस समय चीन के अधिकारियों के साथ, डिप्लोमेट के साथ हाथ भी मिला रहे थे, खाना भी खा रहे थे, ना जाने क्या रणनीति और क्या क्या एक्सचेंज कर रहे थे। ये इससे पता चलता है कि जो 2008 में इनको एग्रीमेंट हो गया था, उस समय एक पेमेंट भी की गई थी। पेमेंट किसको की गई? पेमेंट की गई थी राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को। और ये राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को जो पेमेंट की गई 2005-7 के बीच में, ये किस लिए की गई? और ये उस समय की गई जब सोनिया गांधी जी यूपीए की, और वही यूपीए सरकार जिसके ऊपर लाखों करोड़ के भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोप भी है। वो नैरेटिव के लड़ने के लिए क्या इनको चाइना के लोगों का सहयोग लेना पड़ेगा, या चाइना के समर्थक ऐसी एजेंसियों का सहयोग लेना पड़ेगा जो एंटी इंडिया ब्रेक इंडिया कैंपेन चलाते हैं, उनका सहयोग लेना पड़ेगा? और ये नेशनल एनएसी की जो चेयरपर्सन थी, जो यूपीए में कहूंगा उस समय सोनिया गांधी जी, तो क्या ये पैसा और ये पार्टी उस समय से ही इस काम में लगी है? और ये एग्रीमेंट भी साइन किसी और ने नहीं किया, चाइना के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट, उस समय के स्टैंडिंग कमेटी के मेंबर, सीपीसी पॉलिट ब्यूरो के शी जिनपिंग और उनके कांग्रेस के जनरल सेक्रेटरी राहुल गांधी जी के बीच में हुआ। आखिरकार इस एग्रीमेंट में क्या लिखा है? ये 2017 में भी देखने को मिला कि राहुल गांधी जी देश के साथ तो खड़े नहीं हुए, लेकिन उस समय उनके अधिकारियों के साथ रहे। इसका अगला उदाहरण आपको देखने को मिलता है जब कैम्ब्रिज जज बिजनेस स्कूल में मार्च 2023 में राहुल गांधी जी ने बड़े बढ़ा चढ़ाकर चाइना की प्रेज भी की, फोर्स ऑफ नेचर कहा, एस्पायरिंग सुपर पावर कहा। भारत की तो बढ़ाई नहीं कर पाए, भारत का अपमान ही करते रहे और डेमोक्रेसी इन इंडिया इज अंडर अटैक कहते रहे, लेकिन चाइना का समर्थन करते रहे। और ये जो हमारा पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर है, उससे गुजरने वाली वन बेल्ट वन रोड इसको लेकर भी, चाइना बेल्ट एंड रोड इनिशिएटिव को लेकर उनके जिस तरह से वो गुणगान करते रहे, ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि ये एक ही गर्भ नाल के तीनों हिस्सा हैं। कांग्रेस, चीन और न्यूज क्लिक क्यों ना हो, ये एक बार नहीं कई बार देखने को मिला। और एक और कड़ी इसमें अगले उनके दौरे पे जुड़ जाती है, जब इंडियन अमेरिकन मुस्लिम काउंसिल ने, जिनके ऊपर आप देखेंगे राहुल गांधी जी के अमेरिका दौरे में साथ साथ रहे, सहयोगी रहे, आयोजन में रहे, और इनके खिलाफ त्रिपुरा सरकार ने मुकदमा भी किया कि जिस तरह से फेक न्यूज फैलाने का काम किया गया। और ये आईएमसी वही है जो न्यूज क्लिक के समर्थन में उस समय भी आए थे। चोर चोर मुसेरे भाई कहां कहां इकट्ठे होते हैं, ये आप सबके सामने नजर आया। और ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो जर्नलिस्ट हों, प्रेस गिल्ड से हों, या कोई अपने अवार्ड वापसी गैंग हो, ये सब लोग इकट्ठे हो जाते हैं समय समय पर एंटी इंडिया ब्रेक इंडिया कैंपेन को लेकर, उस एजेंडा को लेकर। और न्यूज क्लिक भी उसमें एक कैसी अहम भूमिका निभा रही थी। और ये कांग्रेस बैक्ड, या फिर मैं कहूं जो कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी बैक्ड भी, जो पैसे उनको अलग अलग रूट से आए हैं न्यूज क्लिक को या बाकी ऐसी कंपनियों को, जो पेड मीडिया हाउसेज जो झूठा नैरेटिव खड़ा करती हैं और झूठी खबर फैलाने में ये शातिर हैं। ये तो इतने शातिर हैं कि एक टेररिस्ट को भी एक एक्टिविस्ट बना देते हैं। ये टेररिस्ट को भी एक्टिविस्ट बना देते हैं। और ये न्यूज क्लिक जो चलाई जाती किसी और के द्वारा नहीं, पुरकास्था द्वारा चलाई जाती है, जो पीपीके न्यूज क्लिक स्टूडियो प्राइवेट लिमिटेड है। इसको पैसा भी किस किस से प्राप्त हुआ, वो अगर आप मनी ट्रेल भी देखेंगे जो सामने नजर आता है, तो स्पष्ट तौर पे दिखता है कि ये जो नेविल रॉय सिंघम है, इन्होंने ही यहां पर 27 करोड़ 51 लाख रुपया न्यूज क्लिक में दिया, जो आगे जाकर इसमें से गौतम नवलखा को भी 20,53,000 रुपए गए हैं। और एक बप्पादित्य सिन्हा जो आईटी सेल मेंबर है कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया के, 82 लाख रुपया उनको भी गया है। तो कम्युनिस्ट भी कैसे कांग्रेस से पीछे रहेंगे, सब ने कहीं ना कहीं से कुछ ना कुछ लिया है। तो न्यूज क्लिक के पीछे खेल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ऑफ चाइना और कांग्रेस पार्टी जो हमारे हिंदुस्तान की है, उनका सबका ये खेल इसमें दिखता है कि कैसे भारत विरोधी एजेंडा चलाना है और कैसे एक के बाद दूसरा पैसा इनको दिया गया। और बहुत सारे सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट को इसमें से पैसा गया, मैं उसके नाम लेने में नहीं जाऊंगा, वो इतने बड़े भी नहीं जिनको इतना बड़ा बना दिया गया है। लेकिन इतना जरूर कहूंगा, ये शुरू तो की गई थी चाइना का नैरेटिव खड़ा करने के लिए दुनिया भर के कॉन्टिनेंट्स में, लेकिन किस तरह से कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इसको साथ में ले लिया भारत विरोधी एजेंडा चलाने के लिए। क्या कांग्रेस इतनी गिर गई है और कुछ दल इनके समर्थन में न्यूज क्लिक के इतना गिर गए थे कि वो सत्ता पाने के लिए इतना गिर जाएंगे कि न्यूज क्लिक के समर्थन में आके पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी खड़ी हो गई थी, इनके साथी खड़े हो गए थे, एक घमंडिया गठबंधन के लोग इसका एक हिस्सा बने रहे। और केवल यही नहीं, मैं श्रीमान अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कैसे पीछे रहते, आखिरकार वो तो चल के ही एनजीओ चलाकर आए थे, वो तो बात करते थे भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ वाली, आज उनकी पूरी पार्टी भ्रष्टाचार में घिरी हुई है, डूबी हुई है, मंत्री जेल में पड़े हुए हैं। तो क्या श्रीमान अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और मनीष सिसोदिया जी, इनके जिस एनजीओ में ये पार्टनर हैं, हिस्सेदार हैं, क्या उनके माध्यम से भी न्यूज क्लिक की कोई फंडिंग हुई है? क्या देश को बताना चाहेंगे? तो चाइना का पैसा भारत विरोध में एक न्यूज क्लिक के माध्यम से लगे और उसमें कांग्रेस से लेकर बाकी दल भी साथ में जुड़ जाएं, तो ये अपने आप में दिखता है, अपने आप में दिखता है कि कैसे ये न्यूज क्लिक कांग्रेस, कम्युनिस्ट, चाइना न्यूज क्या कर रहे हैं वो आपको दिख ही रहा है। मैं बात पे आपको अंत में इतना ही कहूंगा कि ये सारे ट्वीट्स जो मैंने आपको दिखाए, आज मेरा उन लोगों से कहना है कि आप जो धुआं ही धुआं है, कुछ ना हुआ है, आपने धुआं तो बहुत फैलाने का काम किया, भारत के खिलाफ एजेंडा फैलाने का काम किया, न्यूज क्लिक के समर्थन में खड़े हुए, विदेशी एजेंसियों, विदेशी ताकतों के साथ मिलकर सत्ता में आने के लिए देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ खड़े हुए। आपने एजेंडा भी वहां पे चलाया, लेकिन आज जब एक विदेशी मीडिया हाउस ने उस प्रोपेगेंडा और एजेंडा को पूरी विश्व के सामने खोलकर रखा है, तो मेरा आपसे सवाल है कि क्या आप देश को, राहुल गांधी जी, जवाब दोगे कि ये 2005-7 में जो राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन ने पैसा लिया वो कहां खर्च हुआ? जो हाई लेवल आपने मीटिंगें करनी थी वो क्या चाइना के साथ हुई? क्या न्यूज क्लिक एक उसका हिस्सा है? क्या कांग्रेस, चीन, न्यूज क्लिक भारत विरोधी गर्भनाल से जुड़े हुए हैं? और मेरा सवाल समस्त घमंडिया गठबंधन, ये विपक्ष के लोगों से है कि क्या आपने भी समय समय पर इस माध्यम से पैसा जो कहीं ना कहीं से आया, आप लोगों ने भी इसका इस्तेमाल किया है? और ये एंटी इंडिया सिंगम जो नेवल रॉय सिंगम है, वो जो भारत के खिलाफ एजेंडा चला रहे हैं, फैक्ट चेकर के नाम पे या चाइनीज चेकर इन मीडिया फ्रीडम के नाम पर, ये भारत में एक प्रोपेगेंडा खड़ा करने के लिए आए हैं। और मैं तो कांग्रेस के बारे में अंत में इतना ही कहूंगा, फ्रॉम 1962 to 2022-2023, Congress has not changed a bit. The physical and intellectual space of India has been yet again handed by Congress to China on a platter. सोरोस से सिंगम, चाइना से कांग्रेस पार्टी तक, ये सब अलायंस पार्टनर दिखते हैं भारत के खिलाफ एंटी इंडिया एजेंडा, ब्रेक इंडिया एजेंडा को लेते हुए। एक समय था महात्मा गांधी जी ने क्विट इंडिया चलाया था, ये एंटी इंडिया और ब्रेक इंडिया एजेंडा चला रहे हैं। इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य क्या होगा? श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी, देश को जवाब दें। देश पूछना चाहता है आखिर आपके हाथ इन सब के साथ कैसे जुड़े हैं, और कांग्रेस के हाथ और कहां इन एंटी इंडिया प्रोपेगेंडा में जुड़े हुए हैं? धन्यवाद।
मेरा निवेदन है माननीय राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी से कि आपको संबोधित करें। माननीय राजीव जी।
I will be very brief. My friend and colleague Anurag Bhai has laid out in extensive detail the threat represented by misinformation and how some countries are actively fanning misinformation in our country with the help of some news platforms in India and with the help of and to help some political parties in India. I want to quickly share with you, this is neither a new revelation nor is it something that is happening for the first time. A couple of years ago, over 1,000 accounts on social media had to be removed when they were identified as ISI, Pakistan's ISI PR linked, who were fanning misinformation and violence in India. Then a few months ago, there were another 1,000 plus accounts that were removed that were being sponsored by and operated by Khalistani elements, again fanning misinformation and violence and lies and hatred against the government of India and our leadership. This new revelation further reinforces the threat that our country, our democratic society, our open media faces when a group of people and vested interests get together, invest in platforms, and these groups operate in remarkable coordination. They cross-post, they share each other's content, they share a remarkably common, consistent goal, lies and hatred about our Honorable Prime Minister, lies and hatred about the government, fanning communal disharmony and incitement. We have seen this in Manipur recently. We have seen this in the farmers' agitation. There is a remarkable convergence of strategy. And they fan a consistent narrative. And ironically, as Anurag Bhai said, there is one political leader who is consistent with this narrative. These narratives that are put out by platforms like NewsClick and other platforms that are operating in concert are echoed almost blandly in a similar fashion by this political leader Rahul Gandhi, who goes abroad and says exactly the same things. Democracy is under danger, the judiciary is compromised, the EVMs are compromised, which is exactly the narrative that these platforms put out. I don't want to say any more excepting to say this is neither simple nor is it some innocent activity. This is a complex conspiracy. This is a network of operators being funded, being fanned by vested interests outside the country who are opposed to India's rise, opposed to India's confidence in the global community of nations, opposed to a growing economy and growing presence in the global value chains across the board in manufacturing and innovation. Misinformation is a real danger to our democracy. And every time, as again Anurag Bhai said, there is an attempt to rein in misinformation, these platforms jump along with their friends and rally behind this false cover of free speech. The right to free speech as guaranteed in our constitution is certainly not and must not and should not be a cover for misinformation directed at our nation's rise. And therefore, this revelation that a foreign country is actively funding platforms that are launching and have launched and continue to launch vitriol against our government, our country, our society, our religion, our faith, is something that all of us should be very aware of, and we should all get together and have a consensus on how to fight misinformation in the coming years and coming days. Thank you.
प्रश्न सादर आमंत्रित है। सुजीत ठाकुर, दैनिक भास्कर।
आरोप लगाया है। मेरा सवाल ये है कि क्या ये आप भाजपा की तरफ से सिर्फ आरोप लगा देंगे, आप सरकार
देखिए, जो दुष्प्रचार या झूठी खबर के खिलाफ मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन जो दुनिया भर के लिए एक बड़ी चुनौती बनी है और जिसको लेके रिपोर्ट एक विदेशी अखबार ने आप सबके सामने दी, और जब भारत की एजेंसियों ने उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई की थी, तब तो यहीं के कई पत्रकारों ने, कई मीडिया हाउसेस ने, कई विपक्ष के नेताओं ने उसके ऊपर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़े किए थे। लेकिन एक बात मैं कह दूं कि सच ना तब छिपा था ना आज छिप रहा है। ये एजेंडा जो विदेशी है, ये देश के सामने भी आया है, अब दुनिया के सामने भी आया है। लेकिन एक बात तो खुलकर सामने आ गई कि राहुल गांधी जी की विदेश की या देश की स्क्रिप्ट कहां से लिखकर आती है, ये तो अब पता चल ही गया होगा गर्भनाल का हिस्सा कौन कौन है। जहां तक कार्रवाई की बात है, वो कार्रवाई अलग अलग जिनकी जिम्मेदारी है वो अपनी कार्रवाई कर भी रहे हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि घमंडिया गठबंधन के नेता इस पर अपना स्पष्टीकरण अब देंगे, क्या जवाब देंगे? जो कल इनके समर्थन में आकर खड़े हुए थे, आज उनके ऊपर एक गंभीर आरोप है कि देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ ये खड़े हैं, सत्ता में आने के लिए किसी भी स्तर तक गिरने के लिए तैयार खड़े हैं, और ये पैसे के द्वारा चलाया गया फेक नैरेटिव, फेक न्यूज एक टेररिस्ट को भी एक एक्टिविस्ट बना देता है, तो क्या उसका हिस्सा ये भी बनते चले जा रहे हैं?
पूर्णिमा जोशी
देखिए, वो जो एजेंसीज है वो अपनी कार्रवाई कर रही है। समय समय पर जब वो कार्रवाई पूरी होती है उसके बाद वो अगले कदम भी उठाते हैं। उस पर भी मैं ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कह पाऊंगा, लेकिन मैंने एक छोटा सा उदाहरण दिया जो उनकी रिपोर्ट में भी सामने आया कि कैसे सर्विसेज लेने के लिए एक इलेक्ट्रीशियन को 1.5 करोड़ रुपया दिया गया। और यही नहीं, कैसे कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के वहां से पैसे दिए गए आईटी सेल के व्यक्ति को। मैं नाम भी आपको पढ़ के सुना दिया था। नाम याद है आपको कि फिर पढ़ना पड़ेगा? याद है? आप चल सकते हैं। तो जहां कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के, ये देखो मैं आपको फिर दिखा देता हूं। एक और प्रवीर प्रकाष्ठा को तो जो डायरेक्टर हैं उनको तो पैसा दिया ही गया। इसके अलावा भी पैसे दिए गए कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के बप्पादित्य सिन्हा को, गौतम नवलखा को, और ये वो लोग हैं जो माओइस्ट लिंक के लिए जाने गए। यूएपीए इसके ऊपर लगा हुआ है, नवलखा के ऊपर। तो ये कोई छोटी मोटी साजिश नहीं है, गंभीर आरोप भी है और उस पर पैसे की ट्रेल भी दिखती है। अब ये तो इन लोगों को बताना है कि पैसे लिए कि नहीं लिए। आप में से कितने लोगों ने इनसे पूछा है पिछले 2 साल के अंदर आखिरकार कांग्रेस पार्टी ने पैसा कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी से क्यों लिया? दूसरा सवाल यह है कि न्यूज क्लिक में पैसा किन किन पत्रकारों को और किन किन लोगों को गया जो देश विरोधी एजेंडा चलाने के लिए था। वो लोग सामने आकर जवाब देने चाहिए। एजेंसियां तो अपनी कार्रवाई करेंगे, उन लोगों को भी साफ सामने आना पड़ेगा। राहुल गांधी जी को जवाब देना ही पड़ेगा। आखिरकार ये चाइना के साथ, पाकिस्तान के साथ जो ये दोनों मिलकर भारत विरोधी एजेंडा चलाते हैं, उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी कहां खड़ी है? ये बहुत गंभीर आरोप आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं लगा रही, आज एक बड़े पेपर में भी वहां पर भी लिखा गया। तो आज इनको इसका उत्तर देना ही चाहिए।
नीरज पांडे, एबीपी।
अभी जब राजीव जी अपनी बात कर रहे थे तो उन्होंने एक बात पर आपका प्रकाश डाला है कि समय समय पर देखा गया कि पाक द्वारा प्रायोजित या चाइना द्वारा प्रायोजित ऐसे विदेशी बहुत सारे चैनल्स या फिर ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स जिसके माध्यम से भारत विरोधी एजेंडा चलाया जाता है, एंटी इंडिया, ब्रेक इंडिया कैंपेन चलाया जाता है, उसके खिलाफ नियमों के तहत समय समय पर कार्रवाई की भी जाती है। लेकिन ये लगातार प्रयास जारी है। अरे बाहर से कोई करे तो समझ आ सकता है, देश के अंदर बैठकर उनका टूल बनने वाले जो लोग हैं उनके ऊपर सवाल खड़ा होता है कि उन विदेशी प्रोपेगेंडा के ये एजेंट क्यों बन जाते हैं। ये फ्री न्यूज के नाम पर फेक न्यूज चलाने वालों के लिए समर्थन में कांग्रेस पार्टी और घमंडिया गठबंधन के लोग क्यों खड़े हो जाते हैं। और श्रीमान अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और मनीष सिसोदिया जी ये भी बताएं, जिस एनजीओ के हिस्सेदार हैं, क्या उन्होंने भी न्यूज क्लिक जैसी संस्था को फंड किया है?
अरुण सीएन।
अनुराग जी, देश में आपकी सरकार है और जिस तरह की अभी बातें आपने कही वो बहुत बड़े लेवल की कॉन्स्पिरेसी लग रही है। आपको नहीं लगता कि शुड बी बेस्ड ऑन डिप्लोमेटिक लेवल एज वेल विद चाइना?
देखिए, जो बाहर की बातें वो तो करेंगे जो हमें करना है सरकार के नाते, लेकिन जो नकली मोहब्बत की दुकान में चीनी सामान जिनके है राहुल गांधी जी, वो तो देश को बताएं कि आखिरकार ये गठजोड़ जो है, ये जो 2005-7 से पैसा राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन में ले रहे हैं, अब तक कितना पैसा ले चुके हैं, कहां कहां खर्च किया, जो हाई लेवल इंफॉर्मेशन देनी थी वो क्या दिया, जो विदेशी प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके भारत विरोधी बातें करते हैं, चाइना की तारीफों के पुल बांधते हैं राहुल गांधी जी और भारत को नीचा दिखाते हैं। क्या वो यहां पर इस बात का जवाब देंगे कि ऐसे और कितने प्लेटफॉर्म हैं जहां पर चाइना फंड कर रहा है और कांग्रेस पार्टी को उसकी जानकारी है? अगर भविष्य में उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होगी तो जैसा न्यूज क्लिक के मामले में ये आकर खड़े हुए और फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस के नाम पर दुहाई दे रहे थे, क्या उस समय भी कांग्रेस पार्टी भारत विरोधी ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स के समर्थन में ही खड़ा होगी?
अदिति ट्रिब्यून।
Rajiv ji flagged two things. He bracketed the fact that many URLs and many channels suspect channels were found during the farmer agitation movement, and he also said in Manipur violence too. Can you throw some light on whether more suspicious handles have been red flagged for the Manipur violence, because he mentioned it?
देखिए, अभी बहुत सारी ऐसी जानकारियां जो शायद मैं आपसे साझा ना भी कर पाऊं, लेकिन इतना जरूर कहूंगा, ये जो भारत को तोड़ने का या भारत विरोधी एजेंडा कुछ लोग कई वर्षों से चला रहे हैं, अब ये न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके भी भारत की छवि को खराब करने के लिए, भारत के बारे में दुष्प्रचार करने के लिए, भारत में फेक न्यूज को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस के नाम पर ये अपनी दुकान चला रहे हैं। और इसके ऐसे बहुत सारे सबूत समय समय पर मिलते हैं और उचित कार्रवाई भी की जाती है। ये विदेशी हमले होंगे भविष्य में भी, लेकिन बात यह है, विदेशी हमलों के सामना करने के लिए क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी भारत के लोगों के साथ खड़ी है या ये विदेशी हमले करने वाली एजेंसियों के साथ खड़ी है? सवाल ये है। और आज ये दिखता है कि दिस गमंडिया गठबंधन इज अ कोएलिशन which believes in collusion for corruption, which will lead to collision and collapse. इनका टकराव और पतन होना ही है इस गठबंधन का।
कमलेश, भारत एक्सप्रेस।
जब ये साबित हो गया कि उसकी एंटी इंडिया प्रोपेगेंडा में शामिल
है। This August House, as I rise to oppose this retrogressive bill, I ask why no government since 1992, when Delhi's special constitutional status was created, be it a BJP government or a Congress government, be it any other color of the political spectrum, be it the same political party, the center and the NCT, or be it different parties, not one of them has tried to overrule two constitution bench judgments. Not tried to overrule two constitution bench judgments on the status. Please. The status of NCT. Why did no government create an authority where the Chief Minister of Delhi is in a minority? Why did no government empower two bureaucrats to overrule an elected Chief Minister? Why did no government make the Honorable LG, who is a constitutional figurehead except in three areas, into a super CM? And finally, why did no government make it available to the LG's powers to appoint heads of regulatory agencies, large number, all of Delhi, for Delhi, by Delhi, funded and budgeted by the NCT government, but the power of appointment of its heads is with the LG. Honorable members of this August House, this government and this bill has done it all. Something not done earlier. Friends, why was it not done earlier? Because unfortunately it is the fitrat of this control freak sarkar, whose vendetta, whose visiting card appears to be vendetta, whose identity badge is of a graceless and fuming electoral loser. Yes. Whose approach is to control by hook or by crook, usually more by crook and less by hook. Yes. So friends, make no mistake about it. As I will demonstrate shortly, this bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic. It is a frontal assault on the regional voice and aspirations of the people of Delhi. It violates all principles of federalism, all norms of civil service accountability, all models of assembly-based democracy, and of course, it violates, as I will demonstrate, the basic structure. Friends, it is not about this NCT government or that. It is the deliberate regression from a people's government guaranteed to the people of Delhi 30 years ago. And hence it is a decimation of the most fundamental constitutional values on the basis of which 239AA and that entire chapter was passed. That is why, friends, we must all collectively rise to oppose it. Because otherwise, friends, Iqbal's words will haunt us when he talked of तारीख की नजरें and he said, लम्हों ने खता की, सदियों ने सजा पाई. Friends, we must also collectively oppose it, because someday this anti-federal knock will come at your door. ये उनके लिए सोचने की बात है जो इस बिल का समर्थन कर रहे हैं या समर्थन करने की घोषणा कर दी है. जो आज दिल्ली सरकार के साथ हैं, शायद कभी आपके पास भी जल्द ही आपके साथ भी ऐसा ही हो सकता है. सबका नंबर आ सकता है. उस वक्त जब नंबर आएगा तो आपको सिर्फ याद आएंगे मार्टिन न्यूमेलर के वर्ड्स. वो पुराने जाने माने शब्द हैं, लेकिन मैं दोहरा रहा हूं. First they came for the socialists and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I am not a Jew. Then they came for me and for you, and there was no one left to speak for us. Friends, what does, let me start with my two heads. What does this bill do textually first? And secondly, what is the consequence of that text? Let me deal with these two aspects first. दोस्तों, ये बिल एक सिविल सर्विसेज अथॉरिटी बनाता है और उसको व्यापक शक्तियां देता है सुझाव देने की, हर नियुक्ति, हर स्थानांतरण, हर चीज के बारे में, ग्रेड ए अफसर से लेके दानिश अफसर तक. व्यापक है, विशाल है. कौन किसी और की सरकार में वित्त का सेक्रेटरी बनेगा, कौन पीडब्ल्यूडी का सेक्रेटरी बनेगा, उनके बीच में अदला बदली कब और कैसे होगी, ये माननीय एलजी करेंगे निर्णय, न कि चुनावित सरकार. ये बड़े स्पष्ट प्रावधान है. मैं अभी आपको प्रावधान के नंबर नहीं दे रहा हूं. दूसरा, जितने भी सतर्कता के अधिकार क्षेत्र हैं और जितने भी नॉन सतर्कता, नॉन विजिलेंस, वो सभी केसेस अनुशासनहीनता के विषय में सब इस अथॉरिटी में आएंगे सुझाव के लिए और माननीय एलजी के पास निर्णय के लिए. इसका उद्देश्य बड़ा स्पष्ट है. उद्देश्य है एक भय और हिस्टेरिया का माहौल बनाना, एक खौफ पैदा करना, जिससे कि आप इन सभी सचिवों को कंट्रोल कर सके, जो कि दिख रहा है दिन प्रतिदिन. तीसरा, ये अथॉरिटी में 3 व्यक्ति हैं, चीफ सेक्रेटरी, प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी और मुख्यमंत्री. और मुख्यमंत्री को बहुत बड़ा ओहदा दिया है, अध्यक्ष बनाया गया है. ये अजीब सा अध्यक्ष है दोस्तों. कोरम है 2 लोगों का, ये एक चेयरमैन है बिना चेयर के. मैंने वैश्विक और भौगोलिक रूप से आज तक कहीं नहीं देखा मेरे सीमित अनुभव में कि एक चुनावित चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव 2 सचिवों के नीचे आएगा. ये 2 सचिव बैठ के निर्णय करेंगे, ये 2 सचिव बैठ के निर्णय करेंगे और वो मुख्यमंत्री वहां खड़ा होगा, देखता रहेगा, चुप्पी साधेगा या अपना डिसेंट नोट करवाएगा. और उसके बाद, और ये सब प्रावधान है, एक एक चीज में जो बोल रहा हूं प्रावधान है, उसके बाद ये निर्णय और सुझाव जाएगा पहले सुपर सीएम के पास और उसके बाद सुपर बॉस जो हमारे सामने बैठे हैं माननीय गृह मंत्री, ये सब गृह मंत्रालय में आएगा. चौथा दोस्तों, बाद में चौथा, जितने बोर्ड्स हैं, समितियां हैं, संस्थाएं हैं, वो सब, और इसमें बहुत हैं, महत्वपूर्ण हैं, अल्पसंख्यक संघ, दिल्ली सूरेज बोर्ड, दिल्ली जल बोर्ड, सो मेनी, लेबर वेलफेयर बोर्ड, वक्फ बोर्ड, ऐसे 20 की सूची हमने दी है न्यायालय में. उन सब की बजट बनाएगा ये एनसीटी सरकार. उनके काम होंगे एनसीटी के लिए, एनसीटी के लोगों के लिए, लेकिन उनके अध्यक्ष, उनके हेड को वहीं से अपॉइंट होंगे, सुपर सीएम या गृह मंत्रालय से. 5वां, जो दूरगामी नीतियां हैं सभी सिविल सर्विस के लिए, उनके टेन्योर के लिए, उनके स्थानांतरण के लिए, उनकी नियुक्तियों के लिए कौन सी पोस्ट नाजुक है, कौन सी पोस्ट सेंसिटिव नहीं है, और उपयुक्तता, वर्ड इस्तेमाल किया सूटेबिलिटी, उपयुक्तता इस अफसर की इस पद के लिए, ये सब, और हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट कौन होना चाहिए, ये सब माननीय सुपर सीएम और अंततोगत्वा हम जानते हैं कि जो सब चीज करती है नियंत्रण, वो होम मंत्रालय। हर छोटी चीज के लिए, हर बड़ी चीज के लिए पूर्ण रूपेण व्यापक निर्बाध टेक ओवर, कब्जा, निर्बाध कब्जा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, माननीय गृह मंत्री, आप जैसे उच्चतम पद पर विराजमान महानुभाव, क्या आप अफसर क्लासेस के लिए निचले से लेके सेक्रेटरी तक नीतियां आप बनाना चाहते हैं? कम से कम वो तो एक छोटे ओहदे वाले मुख्यमंत्री के पास छोड़ दीजिए। Sixthly, friends, the secretary, this is amazing. The annals of history of legislation have not seen bills like this. The secretary of the department is made in charge of preparing and authenticating every memo, including cabinet notes. Not bad yet. Disagreements between the secretary and the minister have to be recorded in writing and then sent to the LG, and the secretary in the act itself, in the bill itself, says that the secretary may write on the note which he sends to the LG why the secretary thinks that the Council of Ministers is taking a decision contrary to law. Any law. Law means any law. Any law of India, in the opinion of the secretary, is being violated by the Council of Ministers, goes to the LG. It makes, friends, the elected government hollow. A chief minister paralyzed, unable to act. Any minister shivering before his or her secretary. And the bureaucracy looking up to the LG even for sneezing. And the LG, of course, looking up to the Home Ministry. ऐसे हालात को देखकर मुझे वो पुराना शेर याद आया दोस्तों, एक काफिले वालों तुम इतना भी नहीं समझे, लूटा है तुम्हें रहजन ने रहबर के इशारे पर. This bill, friends, eliminates 2 out of the 3 interlocking, fundamental, distinct chains and institutions which form the bedrock of any assembly-based democracy, and therefore they hit at the very root of the basic structure. These 3 interlocking chains, which are discussed in 10 paragraphs of the Supreme Court judgment, I wish somebody had read the judgment carefully before drafting the bill, are 1, a political executive through the Council of Ministers answerable to the people; 2, a civil service answerable to the political executive and hence accountable to the people through the political executive; and regulatory agencies which are an integral part of governance in any system. The bill simply eliminates number 2 and 3. Out of 3, it takes away 2. Friends, the object is not to make Hamlet the Prince of Denmark, not even the slave of Denmark, but to take over Denmark itself. It is to make Denmark a hollow shell, substitute NCT for Denmark. Its second impact is that it eliminates the accountability of the civil service completely. In doing so, it eliminates the very concept of Westminster-style democracy, which Delhi is supposed to be fully Westminster-style minus 3 subjects only. The civil service, friends, after this bill, will jump, bend, crawl, answer at the behest of an external agency, be it the Home Ministry or the Super Chief Minister. There is not even a token diarchy of powers between the CM and the LG. It converts an impartial civil service into a dictatorial civil service. Shame. It gives a real example of that forgotten serial which I love to watch and all of you have watched. Yes, Minister. The civil servant is saying only no, Minister. Remember what Nehru said about the ICS. That time, Indian Civil Service says this is neither Indian nor civil, nor does it provide service. I'm not sure how accurately it will apply in 2023, but I think he came very close to it. एक म्यान में 2 तलवार नहीं है ये केस. म्यान भी एलजी के पास है और तलवार भी केंद्र सरकार के पास है. मुख्यमंत्री एक कोने में खड़े होकर तमाशा देख सकते हैं सिर्फ. My third head of submission to this august house, friends, This bill seeks to amend the Constitution by an act of Parliament. The Constitution and the debates underlying it all wanted Delhi to have all powers -3. This bill adds a fourth to those 3, and it does it magically without a constitutional amendment. It is indeed magic, even if it is black magic, because you can amend a constitution without a constitutional amendment.
Absolutely black.
Fourth, decimating 2 out of the 3 prongs of a Westminster-style democracy, which has an answerable and accountable civil service and a regulatory agency, clearly violates the basic structure, because the basic structure of an assembly-based democracy includes these 3 interlocking chains. I believe that that would be a very likely Supreme Court conclusion if at all this bill is passed. Fifthly, it also violates the basic structure in another manner. The principle of decentralized federal government that has already been a part of the basic structure from the days of Bombay in 1993, around the time, by the way, when 239AA was created. If there is one animating bedrock philosophy underlying 239AA, it is decentralized federal governance. Otherwise, why not keep Delhi as a mere large municipality under central government's control? Advani ji हुआ करते थे बहुत बड़े अधिकारी ऐसे municipal setup में पहले. Why not a mere union territory? You know there are 10 of them. Delhi is the only one to have been given the constitutional status by a constitutional amendment. No other union territory. Why? Para 77 of the 2023 judgment partly answers that. I quote, "In the spiral of cooperative federalism, the Union of India must exercise its powers within the boundaries created by the Constitution. NCT Delhi, in having a sui generis federal model, must be allowed to function in the domain chartered for it by the Constitution. The Union and the NCT share a unique federal relationship. It does not mean that NCT is subsumed in the Union merely because it is not a state." ये मेरे शब्द नहीं हैं, ये उच्चतम न्यायालय के शब्द हैं. Friends, Delhi alone, out of 10 such territories, was given this constitutional status. Not only because federalism and the aspirations of the people of Delhi were recognized, but the idea was that you will not be able to amend it out of shape, out of character, without a constitutional amendment. You don't have it today. You have a statute. This arrogant government, and this is very interesting, this arrogant government first tried it by invading Delhi's special status in 2016 and 17. Forgotten now, by executive action without even a statute. We argued and we got a 2018 first Constitution Bench judgment which struck it down. It did it again by a second notification without a constitutional amendment and lost it, and the judgment came in 2023, a few months ago. But friends, unfortunately there is no cap on deliberate foolishness. There is no bar to repetitive constitutional error. They have done this again. This time they've upgraded it from a notification to a statute, but still without a constitutional amendment. And even if this bill is passed, which I am sure it will not be, the result will be the same a third time. History will repeat itself. Friends, constitutional stupidity masquerading as power is by no means a new phenomenon, especially when reason falls on deaf ears. The result is always the same: जिहालत, हिमाकत और नफरत. संविधान का बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर दोस्तों लम्हों की बात नहीं है, सदियों की बात है. और अगर संविधान को सदियां सुनेगी, लम्हे नहीं, तो हम सबका उत्तरदायित्व बनता है कि हम उस संविधान की आवाज की हिफाजत करें. क्योंकि अदर नहीं तो संविधान चीख चीख कर कहेगा मुझे लम्हे नहीं सदियां सुनेंगी, हिफाजत से मेरी आवाज रखना. आज आप केंद्र में हैं, मैं आप पार्टी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं बीजेपी की बात कर रहा हूं. आज आप ट्रेजरी बेंच में हैं, कल कोई और होगा. ये कायम रहेंगे कि ये आपने हस्तक्षेप किया क्योंकि आपके कायम शब्द के लिए मेरे पास एक जवाब है। तुमसे पहले भी वो जो शख्स यहाँ तख्त नशीन था, तुमसे पहले भी जो यहाँ शख्स तख्त नशीन था, उसको भी अपना खुदा होने का इतना ही यकीन था। बल्कि बशीर बद्र को कृपया भूलिए नहीं। आप लोग सब जानते हैं उसको, मुझे भी कोट करते रहते हैं आप में से कई। बशीर बद्र को उसने ही कहा था, शोहरत की बुलंदी भी पल भर का तमाशा है, शोहरत की बुलंदी भी पल भर का तमाशा है, जिस डाल पे बैठे हो वो टूट भी सकती है। तो इसलिए कायम शब्द का इतना अहंकार नहीं होना चाहिए। Sixthly, friends, let me read some seminal words in the 2023 judgment. Now, these are going to take a little bit of time. It's a longish quotation, but it's very important for this House. 10 paras, and I'm only reading selectively, of the Supreme Court. It's completely forgotten. I'll read a little quickly and fast. This is a unanimous judgment, not a single dissent. And these words have been ignored, and they are not my words. Even though it's long, pardon me, allow me to read it. It's the highest court of the country. In a democracy, each word I'm reading is a quotation, and I can assure you these words will come to haunt you. In a democracy, accountability lies with the people who are the ultimate sovereign. The cabinet, consisting of elected representatives, is collectively responsible for the proper administration of the country and is answerable to the legislature for its actions. The government is responsible for the decisions and policies of each of the ministers and of their departments. This creates a multi-linked chain of accountability where the legislature is accountable to the people who elected them and the government is collectively responsible to the legislature. It's quite amazing. Collective responsibility is an important component of parliamentary democracies. The day-to-day decisions of the Council of Ministers are to be implemented by a neutral civil service under the administrative control of the ministers in order to ensure that the functioning of the government reflects the preferences of the elected ministers and through them the will of the people. It is essential to scrutinize the link of accountability between the civil service professionals and the elected ministers who oversee them. Under the Westminster parliamentary democracy, civil service constitutes an important component of a triple chain of command that ensures democratic accountability. हर शब्द की धज्जियां उड़ा रहा है ये बिल, हर शब्द की. The triple chain of command is as follows. Civil service officers are accountable to the ministers, ministers are accountable to parliament, and thirdly, parliament legislature is accountable to the electorate. An unaccountable and non-responsive civil service may pose a serious problem for governance in a democracy. It creates a possibility that the permanent executive, consisting of unelected civil service officers who play a decisive role in the implementation of government policy, may act in ways that disregard the will of the electorate. In a federal polity, a fundamental question which arises is which would be the more appropriate authority to whom the civil service officers would be accountable. Everything which the bill is saying is dealt with here. In a democratic form of government, only one more para is left, friends, the real power of administration must reside in the elected arm of the government. Subject to the confines of the Constitution, a constitutionally entrenched and democratically elected government needs to have control over its administration. If a democratically elected government is not provided with the power to control the officers posted within its domain, then the principle underlying the triple chain of command of collective responsibility would become redundant. That is to say, if the government is not able to control and hold to account the officers posted in service, then its responsibility towards the legislature as well as the public is diluted. The principle of collective responsibility extends to the responsibility of officers, who in turn report to the ministers. If the officers stop reporting to the ministers or do not abide by their directions, the entire principle of collective responsibility is affected. Therefore, GNCT ought to have control over the services. Now, I know there's a statute. I'll deal with their best defense, which has been raised by the government. But first, I've read to you 10 paragraphs. For those interested, from 102 to 111. Clearly, friends, this bill is therefore, in the light of these paragraphs, stillborn. It does not, indeed cannot remove the basis, which is this of the unanimous Constitution Bench judgment. These quotations I have just read are bedrock principles. This bill is simply providing provisions directly contradicting these bedrock principles. It cannot simply nullify a unanimous Constitution Bench. It must at least amount to removing its basis and rendering that judgment inoperable. I have just read to you passages which are impossible to remove the basis of. These are bedrock principles. How do you remove the basis? It is therefore trying to overrule directly a Supreme Court judgment. It therefore is an impermissible constitutional exercise if you try to nullify a Supreme Court judgment without removing its basis. It is not only does this bill insult the people of Delhi, it insults the Supreme Court. It insults our intelligence. कभी दिल में ख्याल आता है कि जैसे 1935 वाले गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट में चुनाव जरूर रखे थे लेकिन पावर नहीं रखा था कुछ भी। क्या यही कॉलोनियल मॉडल का आप कार्यान्वित कर रहे हैं आज इस बिल द्वारा? हम आपको चुनाव दे रहे हैं, पद दे रहे हैं, लेकिन पावर नहीं दे रहे हैं। Is this not an illegal power grab through the back door? Yes. Now, seventhly, friends, I come to the main defense, the only defense of the government, because you should know this, how wrong and how fallacious it is. It is based on clause 7A and B of the article. Can I just read? None of you need to be lawyers to understand this, the text of the, and you'll get the answer automatically. This is the entire defense. Parliament may by law make provision for giving effect to or supplementing, mark the word, for giving effect to or supplementing the provisions contained in the foregoing clauses and for all matters incidental or consequential thereto. Friends, these words on bare text mean that to reinforce, operationalize, effectuate and implement the earlier provisions which provide the entire architecture for Delhi, Parliament can make laws. This was a provision put so that every time something is to be made to fill a gap, to plug a hole, you don't have to have a constitutional amendment. Parliament is sufficient to plug that hole, to reinforce the Delhi's architecture. Friends, the short point is, can you destroy or decimate that architecture and structure by resorting to a provision that says that the power is exercisable to reinforce it or implement it? ये इस प्रावधान के साथ विश्वासघात नहीं है क्या? 7A and 7B were created when implementing the true letter of, you could reinforce or plug the gaps without amending the constitution. It can never be used to destroy, to supersede, to bury that architecture itself. If this ridiculous interpretation is accepted, does it mean that by this brute parliamentary majority, today you have transferred services to the central government, tomorrow you will do this for each item, electricity, parks, highways, Waqf board, labor board. Then why not have Delhi as a municipality? Why create the constitutional architecture? And that too by using clause 7, which says supplement, reinforce, implement, incidental. At the end of para 46 of the 23 judgment, which nobody appears to have read, as far as the bill makers are concerned, it says again, if we interpret the phrase insofar as such matter is applicable in a manner, insofar as such matter is applicable to union territories, in a manner to exclude a greater number of entries than what is already excluded, that is in addition to 3, it will defeat the very purpose of granting a special status to NCT. This is the Supreme Court in para 46. In other words, friend, this government, like Alice in Wonderland, says words will mean what I say they will mean. That's their interpretation of 7. I will use 7 as a Brahmastra, not to supplement and implement 239AA, but to supplant it, to reduce it to vanishing point. The scalpel created to heal, to cauterize, to cure, to fill gaps, to make you more healthy, will now be used to stab and kill. Obviously, only Alice in Wonderland in this government is on the same page on this. दोस्तों, ये सब प्रावधान जैसे क्लॉज 7 है और इस तरह प्रकार के प्रावधान कई जगह होते हैं, आम चीज है, लोगों की आवाज को ज्यादा सशक्त बनाने के लिए है, विकास और समृद्धि की गति और दिशा को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए है, न कि वोट डालने वाली जनता को निहत्था बनाने के लिए, उसको बेबस करने के लिए। इस बिल ने ऐसे सभी उद्देश्यों को अपने माथे पे उल्टा करके लग दिया है। संविधान को इस प्रकार से विकृत करेंगे आप तो परवीन शाकर के शब्द पूरी तरह से लागू होंगे। ए मेरी गुलजमी तुझे चाह थी एक किताब की। अब संविधान वाली किताब की बात कर रहे हैं। ए मेरी गुलजमी तुझे चाह थी किताब की, अहले किताब का मगर क्या तूने हाल कर दिया। Those in the treasury benches adopting this are actually distorting it out of recognition. The fundamental error of the central government and of the Honorable Home Ministry is to confuse the existence of power with the validity of its exercise. For the last several days, we've been hearing curtain raisers coming from the Home Ministry that we have the power. We are not talking about competence. The question is, if you have the power, its existence is subject to substantive limits. 3-4 minutes more. What you do not have is the power to cross the Lakshman Rekha, which this bill is designed to cross. The question of competence to pass a law, which I am not at all addressing here, is quite different from whether the law is a valid exercise of such competence. Not when it violates the basic structure, not when it violates substantive provisions. Friends, the bill is designed to violate specifically all those substantive limits. This is beyond the remit of any statutory bill. Whether even a constitutional amendment can do it, we will see when they bring a constitutional amendment in a 4th round. But the statute being lower than the Constitution must go. The Constitution is itself challengeable if it violates the basic structure. That stage has not come. Turning now to my 8th head, and I'm finishing very quickly, just give me a few minutes more. It is convenient to forget, and this you'll be interested to know, now that we are having a bill, we tend to forget this. There were no exigent circumstances on 19th of May when you passed the ordinance. The Supreme Court has said in 100 judgments, you must demonstrate how, quote unquote, it is necessary to take immediate action. Immediate necessity is distinguished from mere desirability. These are not my words, they are Supreme Court words. Expression necessity coupled with immediate action conveys the sense that it is imperative due to an emergent situation to promulgate an ordinance. Now I want to tell you, on 11 May, 2 महीने की जिरे और बहस के बाद ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बेंच ने निर्णय दिया। 6 दिन बाद 17 मई को कैबिनेट ने अप्रूव कर दिया ऑर्डिनेंस, लेकिन पारित नहीं किया, घोषित नहीं किया, क्योंकि वो जानते थे 2 दिन बचे हैं अभी उच्चतम न्यायालय के बैठने के लिए। 19 तारीख को उच्चतम न्यायालय अवकाश पे जा रही थी।
The revised time given to you by the LOP was 1 second.
Some of my friends here are prepared to donate some time.
30 minutes. You have left only 13 minutes for Mr. Chidambaram.
2 minutes more. 2 minutes more.
So you will leave 11 minutes for him?
Yes, yes. Then there are other people to donate time to us. There are other people. On 19th May.
1 second.
Important legislation रहने के ये जरूरी है कि बहस अच्छी हो रही है। बहुत दिन के बाद बहस अच्छी हो रही है। सभी लोगों को सुनने में आ रहा है और नॉलेजेबल है, तो आप कंसीडर करिए, आपके हाथ में है, और एक 10 मिनट एक्सटेंड कर दीजिए।
Every minute used by you, doctor, will cut into the time of Mr. Chidambaram. No. Initially, both were given equal time. Then his time was increased.
माननीय अध्यक्ष,
Go ahead.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय,
Last 1 minute.
17 तारीख को ये अप्रूव हो गया कैबिनेट द्वारा। इसको आप 19 की शाम को 5 बजे के बाद जब मैं घर जा रहा था कोर्ट से क्यों लाए? क्योंकि आपको मालूम है कि 19 तारीख लास्ट डे था कोर्ट के फंक्शनिंग का, उसके बाद अवकाश थी। क्या यू वेट फॉर 2 days fearful that the Supreme Court is sitting till 19th May? Is this not cheap tactics and chicanery at its worst? The deleterious effects of this ordinance were visible in the last 2 or 3 months it's been there. Governance is at a standstill. 2 bureaucrats are threatening to take majority decisions over the Chief Minister's head. The LG daily trespasses in all domains of elected reps. Heads of bodies funded and operated by NCT are approved and controlled by the Home Ministry. NCT is reduced to a fiefdom of the central government. Insubordination is at its peak. हमारी बात आप सुनते, मैं बस अंत कर रहा हूँ 1 मिनट में। हमारी बात तो आप सुनेंगे नहीं, सुनते नहीं हैं। कम से कम अपने मार्गदर्शक मंडल की बात तो सुन लिया करिए, या कभी कभी उनसे बात करते हैं, पूछते हैं, उनको भी भूल गए आप लोग। मार्गदर्शक मंडल से बात कर लीजिए, क्योंकि आपकी सरकार, भारत रत्न अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की सरकार में आपके मार्गदर्शक गृह मंत्री अडवाणी जी दिल्ली को पूरा स्टेटहुड जाने का बिल लाए थे। और जब आप 2 चुनाव दिल्ली के जीते इस मुद्दे पे कि दिल्ली के पास पूरा स्टेटहुड होना चाहिए, तो मदन लाल खुराना जी, आपके पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री, ने कहा था, कोट, full statehood for Delhi is the remedy for all its ills. आज देश और दिल्ली आपसे फुल स्टेटहुड नहीं मांग रहा है, आज सिर्फ वो इतना विनती कर रहा है कि जितना बाएं हाथ दाएं हाथ ने संविधान ने दिया है उतना बाएं हाथ से तो नहीं लीजिए। इतनी छोटी सी विनती कर रहा है। जहां तक दुख और आक्रोश का सवाल है, ये एक दुखद और खतरनाक प्रस्तावित कानून है दोस्तों। अंत करूंगा मैं ये कहकर कि ये दिल्ली के बारे में शेर बिल्कुल उपयुक्त बैठाता है ये बिल, ये प्रस्तावित कानून। चेहरे पे सारे शहर के गर्द मलाल है, जो दिल का हाल है वही दिल्ली का हाल है, दुख और आक्रोश का हाल है।
डॉक्टर सुधांशु त्रिवेदी 20 मिनट्स।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आज जब इस राष्ट्रीय राजधानी क्षेत्र विधेयक के ऊपर मैं समर्थन करने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूं, तो पहले मैंने विपक्ष के विद्वान वक्ता महोदय का वक्तव्य सुना तो मुझे विचित्रता का अनुभव हुआ और संपूर्ण विपक्ष को देखकर विस्मय हो रहा है। विचित्रता इसलिए कि उन्होंने कहा कि आई हैव नॉट सीन एनी पैरेलल एनीवेयर। तो मैं भी कहना चाहता हूं, ये पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि किसी देश की राष्ट्रीय राजधानी में उस देश की केंद्र सरकार की शक्तियां, उससे अधिक शक्तियां किसी और की होनी चाहिए। मेरे विचार से दुनिया में ऐसा कोई दूसरा उदाहरण देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। सो आई सपोर्ट व्हाट अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी हैज सेड, आई एम अनेबल टू फाइंड पैरेलल एनीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड। दूसरा विषय जो मैंने कहा कि विस्मय का अनुभव क्यों हो रहा है, अभी देखिए उन्होंने 2 बार सुपर सीएम प्रयोग किया कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पद पर बैठे हुए व्यक्ति के लिए, मगर महोदय इस देश ने बगैर संवैधानिक पद पर बैठे हुए सुपर पीएम 10 साल तक देखा है। और मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि अभी मैंने कितना सुंदर सामंजस्य देखा कि उन्होंने कहा कि समय कम हो रहा है, तो आम आदमी पार्टी वालों ने कहा हम भी समय देने को तैयार हैं। सारे विपक्ष को देख के विस्मय होता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी, जिसका कि 3 राज्यों में स्थिति यह रही कि गुजरात में वोट हाफ कर दिया, बिल्कुल बता रहे हैं, सुनिए तो, अरे सुनिए तो, बता रहे हैं।
सॉरी
गुजरात मेंबर्स का वोट
one second. Dr. Abhishek Singhvi was heard in rapt attention. This is the decorum of the house. No.
Yes, I am coming to that, sir. Let me
do not get into disruptive mode. Dr.
तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ये लोग किस तरीके से आए हैं साथ में। अरे साहब बहुत सारे शेर बोले थे, ऑर्डिनेंस के पार्ट नहीं थे, हम भी बता रहे हैं आपको।
I will have to name you.
देखिए इनकी
I will have to name you.
ठीक,
you have got it as a habit.
क्या शिद्दत दिख रही है एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट करने में। देखिए इनकी स्थिति ये,
we want decorous debate here. Doctor said many things, maybe digestible, maybe indigestible. Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi.
मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि गुजरात में कांग्रेस का वोट हाफ कर दिया, पंजाब में इनका स्विच ऑफ कर दिया, दिल्ली में साफ कर दिया और आपने इनको माफ कर दिया। और उसके माफी के बाद भी मुझे लगता है, अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी ने कहा था तो मैं भी ये कहना चाहता हूं, आप साथ में आए हैं दिल्ली के इस बिल पे, दिल्ली की जनता के लिए आए हैं या किसी और कारण से आए हैं, ये दिल्ली की समझदार जनता समझती है। तो मैं भी एक पंक्ति कहना चाहूंगा कि शाम तक सुबह की नजरों से उतर जाते हैं, इतने समझौतों पे जीते हैं कि जमीर भी मर जाते हैं। अब यह एक संवैधानिक विषय है कि यह जिस प्रकार से संविधान में लागू होना चाहिए, परंतु उसके साथ राजनीतिक टीका टिप्पणी की जा रही है, तो एक सैद्धांतिक विषय भी आता है। तो मैं संवैधानिक और सैद्धांतिक दोनों विषयों का जवाब दूंगा। आई विल रिप्लाई बोथ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल एंड कॉन्सेप्चुअल एस्पेक्ट। देखिए माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने लोकसभा में बहुत स्पष्ट किया था कि दिल्ली पूर्ण राज्य नहीं है, ये एक विशेष श्रेणी का यूनियन टेरिटरी है, यानी विशेष श्रेणी का संघ शासित राज्य है। वैसे मुझे लगता है संघ शब्द आते ही बेचैनी ज्यादा हो सकती है दूसरी तरफ, और संघ शासित से बेचैनी और हो सकती है, इसलिए मैं यूनियन टेरिटरी वर्ड प्रयोग करूंगा। इट इज अ स्पेशल कैटेगरी ऑफ यूनियन टेरिटरी। और वैसे भी आजकल अंग्रेजी के प्रति मोह बहुत ज्यादा है, क्योंकि अपने गठबंधनों का भी नाम अंग्रेजी में ही ज्यादा रखा जा रहा है। संविधान में जो भाग 8 में उल्लिखित, वैसे तो जब मैंने टीवी चर्चा के दौरान कई बार विपक्ष के लोगों से INDIA का हिंदी फुल फॉर्म पूछा, तो पहले दिन तो लोग गूगल देख के भी नहीं बता पाए। खैर, अब मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि संविधान के भाग 8 में उल्लिखित प्रावधानों के अनुसार, अरे सुनिए बात, देखिए संविधान के भाग 8 में उल्लिखित प्रावधानों के अनुसार अनुच्छेद 239 से 242 तक संविधान में इस विषय का पूर्ण वर्णन है। अनुच्छेद 239AA में इसका विशेष प्रावधान किया गया है। यदि उसके क्लॉज को 239AA3B को देखें तो संसद को दिल्ली संघ राज्य यूनियन टेरिटरी से संबंधित किसी भी विषय पर कानून बनाने का पूरा अधिकार है। इसमें किसी भी प्रकार का कोई संशय नहीं है। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के जिस निर्णय का बार बार उल्लेख किया जाता है और हमारे विरोधी उसको अपने हिसाब से प्रयोग करते हैं, उसमें भी बहुत साफ देख लें कि 105 पेज के उस निर्णय में कहीं पर भी सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने संसद के द्वारा दिल्ली के बारे में कानून बनाए जाने के विषय के ऊपर किसी प्रकार की कोई टिप्पणी नहीं की है। इसके बाद भी न्यायालय के आदेश में पैरा 161 और 162 को कई बार उल्लेख किया जाता है, परंतु यदि पूरे संदर्भ में देखें तो पैरा 86, 95 और पैरा 164F को पढ़ें तो वहां पर संसद के द्वारा दिल्ली के संदर्भ में किसी भी विषय के ऊपर कानून बनाने की शक्तियों का विधिवत अनुमोदन है, कहीं पर निगेशन नहीं है। और स्पष्टता के साथ इसकी आवश्यकता क्यों थी? ताकि शासकीय आदेश को एक विधायी शक्ति भी मिल सके, एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर को एक लेजिस्लेटिव पावर भी मिल सके। इसलिए उस अस्पष्टता को दूर करने के लिए, टू रिमूव एनी एन आयोटा ऑफ सस्पिशन, यह आवश्यक था। इसलिए मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करता हूं। अब कई बार लोग कहते हैं साहब अध्यादेश की आवश्यकता क्यों थी? वैसे तो माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने भी इस विषय को लोकसभा में बताया था। अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी ने कहा कि 19 तारीख को अध्यादेश क्यों आया। शायद उन्हें ध्यान हो कि दिल्ली सरकार में जैसे ही चंद दिनों में ताकत मिली तो सबसे पहले किन फाइलों के बारे में, सतर्कता के साथ सतर्कता विभाग की फाइलों के बारे में कार्रवाई की गई। मीडिया में प्राप्त समाचारों के अनुसार सतर्कता सचिव ने यह रिपोर्ट किया कि रात 9 बजे मंत्री के द्वारा उनको कॉल किया गया, सुबह 3 बजे तक वह कार्रवाई चलती रही, 76 से अधिक फाइलें मंगाई गईं और उन्होंने उपराज्यपाल महोदय को यह आशंका भी व्यक्त की कि उसमें कई ऐसी फाइलें थीं जो कि गोपनीय थीं और उसके अनुसार उन फाइलों में किसी भी प्रकार की छेड़छाड़ भी संभव है। अब मुझे बहुत आश्चर्य होता है कि दिल्ली में बाढ़ आई तो दिल्ली फ्लड कंट्रोल अथॉरिटी की बैठक तो 2 साल से नहीं हुई, मगर विजिलेंस की फाइलें ओवरनाइट सर्च की गई। तो मेरे विचार से, और ये सर 16 और 17 मई की रात का था, तो मानी हुई बात है जब ऐसी परिस्थिति नजर आएगी तो उसके 1-2 दिन के अंदर अध्यादेश की आवश्यकता महसूस होगी। यहां मैं एक और बात भी कहना चाहता हूं कि ब्यूरोक्रेसी पे नियंत्रण की बात आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार के द्वारा की जाती है, तो ये लोग तो अपनी एक पैरेलल ब्यूरोक्रेसी भी बना चुके हैं, क्योंकि अनेक प्रकार के समाचार पत्रों में आया है कि कई ऐसे लोग जो कि आम आदमी पार्टी के पदाधिकारी हैं, वो सरकारी पदों पर भी विद्यमान हैं और सरकारी पदों पर रहते हुए सरकारी शक्तियों का भी उपयोग कर रहे हैं। वैसे ये लोग बहुत दावा करते हैं कि इन्होंने बहुत सारी चीजें फ्री दिया, कुछ 100 रुपए दिल्ली की जनता को कुछ मामलों में फ्री मिला और अपने लोगों को कई मौकों पे, कई जगहों पे, दर्जनों से ऐसे लोग हैं जिनको लाख लाख 1.5 लाख की तनख्वाहें मिली। और यदि आरोपों को देखा जाए तो करोड़ों रुपए के घोटालों के आरोप हैं। एक कहावत होती है, माले मुफ्त दिले बेरहम। तो मैं कहना चाहूंगा इनकी तो स्थिति यह है कि माले मुफ्त दिले बेरहम, दिल्ली पे सितम और करोड़ों हजम। अब एक और बात जो ब्यूरोक्रेसी के नियंत्रण की बात है, तो मैं ध्यान दिलाना चाहता हूं, इस दिल्ली प्रदेश में एकमात्र ऐसा प्रकरण हुआ जो पूरे देश के इतिहास में बहुत विचित्र था कि दिल्ली के मुख्य सचिव ने दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री आवास के अंदर अपने साथ मैन हैंडलिंग का आरोप लगाया। मेरे विचार से पूरे भारत के इतिहास में ऐसा कोई उदाहरण नहीं होगा कि इस प्रकार की बात इस प्रकार का आरोप लगा हो और वह भी मुख्यमंत्री की उपस्थिति में लगा हो। यह दर्शाता है कि ब्यूरोक्रेसी को नियंत्रण करने की जो छटपटाहट है उसमें वास्तविकता में वो फितरत क्या है। और मैं एक टेक्निकल पॉइंट कहना चाहता हूं, दिल्ली का कोई स्टेट कैडर नहीं है। जैसे राज्यों का कैडर होता है तो राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री उस कैडर को नियंत्रित करता है। जो आईएएस और आईपीएस अधिकारी होते हैं वो यूनियन टेरिटरी कैडर में आते हैं। जब वो सारे राज्यों में, सारी केंद्र शासित राज्यों में उनका स्थानांतरण हो सकता है, तो मैं आपके माध्यम से विपक्ष से पूछना चाहता हूं कि यदि दिल्ली के एक अधिकारी का ट्रांसफर गोवा होना है और दिल्ली के सीएम की उस पर एब्सोल्यूट अथॉरिटी होगी तो यह कैसे संभव हो सकता है। इसलिए यह आवश्यक है कि इस विषय के ऊपर केंद्र सरकार की शक्तियां परिभाषित है। अब एक दूसरी बात भी है, दिल्ली में स्टेट कैडर भी नहीं है। यानी जैसे स्टेट पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन होता है और राज्य के कैडर होते हैं, तो यहां भी दानिश कैडर है। यानी दानिश कैडर में भी 3-4 यूनियन टेरिटरी आती हैं, दमन दीव और अन्य। अब दानिश कैडर के एक अधिकारी की जरूरत यदि अंडमान में या दमन दीव में भी होगी और दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री यह तय करेगा, तो क्या यह संवैधानिक दृष्टि से उचित है। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने जो यह विषय रखा है वो पूरी तरीके से उचित है। अब दुरुपयोग की बात में मैं एक और बात कहना चाहता हूं, इनकी वास्तविक मंशा क्या थी। दिल्ली में एक जनरल फाइनेंशियल रूल 2019 है जो ये कहता है कि 10 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का अगर किसी भी प्रकार का व्यय होगा तो वह मंत्री की शक्ति से बाहर होगा और वह एलजी के पास जाएगा। महोदय, इनके मुख्यमंत्री जी का जो मकान या वजीर आला का अजीमुशान महल बनाने के लिए जो बिल बने साहब, वो पूरे उसके एक साथ नहीं बने। 10 करोड़ से कम के 8.5, 8, 7.5, 9 करोड़ रुपए के डिफरेंट बिल बने। और एक मद ऐसा है जिसमें कि मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय के कर्मचारियों के लिए, महोदय जानते कितने का बिल बना? 9.99 करोड़। यानी 0.01 से कैसे बचा जा सकता है कि टेंडर न करना पड़े, मन मुताबिक खर्चे कर लिए जाएं। यह दर्शाता है कि नियमों के प्रति और ब्यूरोक्रेटिक नियमों के प्रति इनके मन में क्या आस्था है। और इतना ही नहीं, दिल्ली मेट्रो के लिए तो वृक्ष काटने की परमिशन वर्षों तक नहीं मिलती थी, मगर मुख्यमंत्री आवास के लिए वृक्ष काटने की परमिशन उनको मिल जाती थी। अब इसके साथ मैं एक और बात कहना चाहता हूं, एक नैतिकता, सैद्धांतिकता का सवाल उठाया जाता है। तो मैं कोट करना चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री जी ने, जिनका वो आलीशान शीश महल बना हुआ है, उन्होंने 27 अक्टूबर 2013 को शीला दीक्षित जी के विषय में लिखा था ट्वीट, और उनको मैं कोट कर रहा हूं। उन्होंने कहा कि दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री शीला दीक्षित जी के घर में 10 एसी लगे हैं। मैंने तो सुना है कि बाथरूम में भी एसी लगे हैं। कौन भरता है इस एसी का बिल? और आगे वो कहते हैं, मेरा तो कलेजा कांप उठता है ये सोचकर कि दिल्ली की 40% जनता झुग्गियों में रहती है, तो कोई मुख्यमंत्री ऐसे आलीशान घर में कैसे रह सकता है। मैं कहना चाहता हूं, देखिए, केजरीवाल जी का कलेजा कापा हो या ना कापा हो, रूह कापी हो ना कापी हो, रूह है क्या है, किसकी रूह है, उस पर मैं टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता। मगर मैं एक बात जरूर कहना चाहता हूं कि शीला दीक्षित जी जहां भी होंगे उनकी रूह को बहुत तकलीफ हो रही होगी कि जब उनके ऊपर ऐसी बातें करने वालों के साथ वो सारे लोग आज आकर खड़े हुए होंगे। वैसे महोदय, उनके घर में 10 एसी थे, यहां तो 15 टॉयलेट भी हैं। और इतना ही नहीं, 1-1 करोड़ रुपए के पर्दे भी लगे हुए हैं, और 1 करोड़ रुपए के पर्दे का एस्टीमेट है। और इतना ही नहीं, अब सुनिए, उनके सामने एक दूसरी समस्या हो गई है कि अभी तक जो बातें चल रही थी, अब उनके सामने यह समस्या है कि उन चीजों को कैसे छुपाएं। देखिए, मैं इनके लिए कहना चाहूंगा कि अब उनकी फितरत जग जाहिर हो चुकी है। तो आज आम आदमी पार्टी की स्थिति यह है कि अब जो चेहरे से जाहिर है छुपाएं कैसे, तेरी मर्जी के मुताबिक नजर आए कैसे। अब इस घर को सजाने का तसव्वुर हुआ बात की बात, अब तो मुश्किल है कि इस घर की हकीकत को छुपाएं कैसे। और यहां पर इसके बाद मैं कटाक्ष के बाद एक बात करुणा के साथ कहना चाहता हूं कि अन्ना हजारे के आंदोलन से निकली हुई वो पार्टी जो एक कमरे के मकान में रहते थे, और उससे निकली हुई पार्टी आज सैकड़ों करोड़ के आलीशान मकान में रहती हैं। तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली की जनता और जिन जिन लोगों ने उस आंदोलन का समर्थन किया, उनके ऊपर भी एक आघात है। और साथ ही साथ ये एक बात का और भी संकेत देता है, फूड फॉर थॉट है देश के लोगों के लिए, कि एक्सपेरिमेंटल पॉलिटिक्स कई बार बड़े विचित्र परिणाम भी देती है। अब किसी नए नवेले प्रयोग को आजमाने का वक्त नहीं है। बल्कि आजमाए हुए मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को चमकाने का वक्त है। और बहुत से लोग ये कहते हैं, संवैधानिक नैतिकता का प्रश्न उठाते हैं कि अध्यादेश क्यों लाया गया। अध्यादेश के लाने का तात्कालिक कारण मैंने बता दिया, और वैसे मैं अपने विपक्ष के लोगों के सुलभ संज्ञान के लिए बता देना चाहता हूं कि इन लोगों ने कितनी बार अध्यादेश लाए हैं। नेहरू जी की सरकार में 70 बार, इंदिरा जी के जमाने में 77 बार, राजीव जी के समय में 35 बार, नरसिम्हा राव जी के समय में 77 बार, मनमोहन सिंह जी के समय में 61 बार, और जो यूनाइटेड फ्रंट गवर्नमेंट बनी थी भाजपा विरोध में, उसमें 1.5 साल में 77 बार। तो मुझे लगता है अध्यादेश का विषय उठाने से पहले इस अंक गणित को भी देख लेना चाहिए। अब मैं एक और बात कहना चाहता हूं, जो संविधान की दुहाई देते हैं उनके लिए। ये तो वो लोग हैं सभापति महोदय जिनकी संविधान में क्या आस्था है। इन्होंने संसद के द्वारा पारित सीए कानून के खिलाफ विधानसभा में प्रस्ताव पारित कर दिया। यह संविधान का सम्मान है। और वो सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट एक्ट था। नागरिकता का विषय तो पूर्ण राज्य का भी विषय नहीं हो सकता, और तो उसके बावजूद दिल्ली सरकार ने पारित कर दिया। तो इसका अर्थ हुआ कि ये जिस प्रकार के कार्य करते हैं उनका संविधान में कोई आस्था नहीं है। और अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी अभी कह रहे थे इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट, तो मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, आफ्टर दी 72nd एंड 73rd कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट देयर आर 3 tier ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, जिसमें एक म्युनिसिपल और जिला पंचायत, एक स्टेट और एक सेंटर। तो मान्यवर, ये तो राजीव गांधी जी लाए थे। तो आपके मन में
All right, that's the parliamentary showdown over Delhi Services Bill. On that note, we're slipping into a short break. We'll be back with a lot more on this. Stay with us.
Communal flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep. Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली लग चली है, पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया।
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
Very few people in the country have access to the Couture Week, and hence through our medium we're going to get you what really happened at the Couture Week. Let's first begin with the opening showcase of Falguni and Shane Peacock. Let's bring you a roundup of the beautiful showcase by Tarun Tahiliani and a gorgeous one while added by JJ Valaya as well. Here's a look. Designer Tarun Tahiliani presented his latest masterpiece capsule, For Eternity, at India Couture Week. With For Eternity, Tarun paid homage to the timeless allure of traditional craftsmanship and art.
India's, as we've discussed before, a fashion tradition. This is a new Western interpretation where we are blending our craft with the Western idea of changing fashion and a modern fit and size-specific fit. It's taken me a long time to navigate myself back through a very organic but real process of what makes me feel better, you know. I grew up, I thought Studio 54 was the last word.
Falguni and Shane Peacock's show had a strong social commentary. They shattered the glass ceiling with model Victor in a lehenga. So anyone now calling the lehenga bridal should now think twice, as inclusivity is the order of the day. Falguni and Shane Peacock opened the Couture Week and had Kiara Advani as the showstopper.
This year we wanted to do a lot of layering. If you noticed, we had a kurta and then we had a short jacket and we had a veil and we had dupattas. We just wanted to make it really dramatic and I think
also we wanted to reinvent the Indian bridal scene actually. The modern bride wants to wear a jacket. They want to wear short jackets. They want to look cool.
I guess inspiration that comes behind every garment, a lot of detailing, it just makes it look so elegant and yet so glamorous.
The House of Valaya by J.J. Valaya celebrate the couture season in its new collection, Baroda. It was a marriage of craft and opulence that unfolded through 3 signature interpretations.
It is based on various very interesting nuances from the past of Gujarat, which involve the Maratha Empire, the Mughal Empire, as well as the Portuguese. Lipan, the Kutch mirror work, everything put together to create a new sort of language and a new dialogue.
In New Delhi, with Riya Modi, Shaithi Narula for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
क्षेत्र नहीं है। और फिर इतना ही नहीं, सिंगापुर में इनको बुलाया, इनविटेशन आता मेयर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस का, तो मुख्यमंत्री होते हुए जाना चाहते हैं। तो मेरे विचार से कम इनको थोड़ा पढ़ना लिखना चाहिए। और एक पढ़ने लिखने पे एक तथ्य मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा। जब न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स अखबार में इनकी तारीफ निकली थी तो इनके मुंह से निकल गया था कि दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा अखबार, और उसमें इतनी तारीफ निकलवाना आसान नहीं है। वैसे निकलवाना शब्द निकल गया था। मगर मैं पढ़े लिखे मुख्यमंत्री को यह भी बताना चाहता हूं महोदय कि न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा अखबार नहीं है, वो है यमुनी शिंबुन जापान का। अमेरिका का भी सबसे बड़ा अखबार वो नहीं है, यूएसए टुडे। और इतना ये समझिए, इतना ही नहीं, भारत का टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया, दैनिक भास्कर, और वो भी उनसे अधिक हैं। तो मैं सिर्फ ये बताता हूं, अरे भाई जिस अखबार का नाम लेते हैं कम से कम उनको तो पढ़ लेना चाहिए था। मैं आपको अधिक समय न लेते हुए मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाह रहा हूं महोदय कि इनको ना पढ़ाई से मतलब है, इन्हें ना पढ़ाई से मतलब है, न लिखाई से मतलब है, इन्हें तो बस कमाई से मतलब है, और वो भी ऊपर वाली कमाई से। और अंत में मैं कहना चाहता हूं सर, अंत में एक लाइन और कहना चाहता हूं कि आज सब लोग मिले, आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस एक साथ मिले, भारत की सबसे पुरानी पार्टी, पुरानी धुरानी पार्टी, नई पार्टी, नई नवेली पार्टी, अजब अलबेली पार्टी, सब मिलकर एक हो गए। मगर प्राप्त क्या किया? दोनों ने सिद्धांतों से समझौता किया, और कांग्रेस ने भी इतना सयाना दांव चला कि इन्होंने अगर उनका हाथ पकड़ के दिल्ली अध्यादेश पे समर्थन लिया हो तो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव ले आए, लीड उनको मिल गई। तो इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं अंत में कि इन लोगों को आखिर में क्या प्राप्त हुआ, ये पंक्ति कह के समाप्त करता हूं कि इनको विधेयक भी नहीं मिला और सम्मान भी नहीं मिला, यानी इज्जत भी गई, बात भी नहीं मिली। तो एक पंक्ति कहता हूं, न तुम ही मिले, आप लोगों के लिए लागू है, न तुम ही मिले न मयस्सर तुम्हारी दीद हुई, दीद मतलब साइट, न तुम ही मिले न मयस्सर तुम्हारी दीद हुई, तुम ही कहो ये मुहर्रम हुई कि ईद हुई।
सुखेंदु शेखर रे, श्री सुखेंदु शेखर
त्रिवेदी ने बड़े जोश के साथ और बहुत शेर शायरी के साथ उन्होंने बात की। त्रिवेदी ने शेर शायरी के साथ बहुत लंबी तकरीर की। अगर उसको उत्तर हमारे पास चतुर्वेदी है, अगर आप त्रिवेदी है तो हमारे पास चतुर्वेदी है।
माननीय प्रतिपक्ष के नेताजी, नहीं, डॉक्टर अभिषेक सिंघवी ने कवि का काम ज्यादा किया, वकील का कम किया। कितना कवि का काम आपने किया? श्री सुखेंदु शेखर रे, 9 minutes.
Thank you. I am not going to make a political speech because the matter relates to a very important bill relating to National Capital Territory of Delhi. Sir, there is no sound from this microphone. I cannot shout. No volume.
Volume, sir.
No volume here.
I can hear.
But I cannot shout, sir. I cannot hear. There is no feedback. No feedback to my ear.
Yes, some problem, sir.
Good.
Some problem.
As I have stated,
that I am not going to make any political statement, but my submission shall be confined within the parameters of this bill. On 19th of May this year, the Honorable President of India promulgated the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Ordinance 2023, which negates a Constitution bench judgment of the Supreme Court dated 11th May 2023 that brought services under GNCTD. There could be some symbolism in the ordinance being promulgated in the middle of the night, as already stated by some of my colleagues, just a few hours after the Supreme Court closed for summer vacation. But I am not on that. Meanwhile, the ordinance has been challenged in the Supreme Court, and the matter has since referred to a constitution bench. During the pendency of the matter before a constitution bench of the highest court of the land, the government has introduced this present bill to repeal the ordinance and for further amending the GNCT Act 1991. I wondered as to whether heaven would have fallen had the government waited for the outcome of the constitution bench where the ordinance is still pending. What is the urgency involved in the matter? What is the urgency? There is no whisper about the urgency in the bill or the statement which have been received just now after the introduction of the bill, that the aforesaid judgment, that is judgment dated 11th of May, posed certain challenges in the efficient administration of the government of NCT of Delhi, which needed to be addressed through appropriate legal interventions. According to me, this is a stigma on the highest forum of our judiciary, which must be deprecated by all conscious citizens of this country. Third, in the year 2021, in the matter of Madras Bar Association, the Supreme Court held inter alia, and I quote one line, "A legislation can be declared as unconstitutional if it is in violation of the principle of separation of powers, the rule of law, and Article 14 of the Constitution, that is arbitrariness." Therefore, once there is such a judgment, which was delivered in 2001, government ought to abide by that judgment of Supreme Court, which is otherwise a requirement under the Constitution. I am coming to that later on. Third, the question is whether the Legislative Assembly of Delhi has powers over all matters in List 2, except the matters in entries 1, 2, and 18, which is public order, police, and land. In apparent defiance of the 11th May judgment, this bill seeks to amend the GNCT Act for abridgment of the powers conferred upon the GNCTD legislation by the Constitution, because the entry number 41 is sought to be taken away, is sought to be inserted through this bill, so 3 will be 4, rightly pointed out by our senior counsel, Mr. Abhishek Manu Singh Bichi. Now, sir, when a constitution bench comprising 5 judges of Supreme Court declares or interprets Article 239 AA3A of the Constitution, the same is binding upon all courts and authorities in India in terms of Article 141 and 144 respectively. Neither Article 239 AA3A nor Articles 141 and 144 can be negated without a constitutional amendment. I repeat, without a constitutional amendment, this cannot be done. And if at all the government brings, subsequently will have to bring, if they wish, because this legislation will be declared null and void. As a student of law, I understand. It will be done. But if the government at all in future brings a constitutional amendment bill, that will also hit by the principle of separation of powers, and federalism, which are the basic structures of the Constitution that was held by the Supreme Court right from the Keshavananda Bharati case till Minerva Mill case. Yes. Sir, this bill this bill seeks to render the GNCTD Assembly, or for that matter the Delhi government, virtually toothless and ineffective insofar as the services and service commission are concerned. Even a constitutional bill on this score shall be unconstitutional ab initio, as it will negate federalism and separation of powers, already stated by me. Sir, now let me have a look at the bill once. Possibly that will be the final, because 7 minutes already elapsed. Come to part 4A. It says about provisions relating to the maintenance of democratic and administrative balance in the governance of National Capital Territory of Delhi. What a brilliant drafting. To maintain a balance, the original act came into being in 1991. We are in 2023. So for the last 33 years, there was no balance. There was no balance. That is why, all on a sudden, the Kumbhakarna has risen from the deep sleep to maintain a balance. Yes. Wow. Interestingly, the authority has been proposed to be created. Which authority? Already stated by other members. The Chief Minister, Chief Secretary, Home Secretary. Sir, please give it to us. Please give it to us. Very interesting bill. Chief Minister, Home Minister, Chief Minister, Chief Secretary and Home Secretary. And whatever may be recommended by the Chief Minister, if it is not accepted by the two bureaucrats, then also it will be passed and the Lieutenant Governor will accept it. So, Chief Minister will be what should I say? What should I say? Without any authority. He doesn't have any authority. The bureaucrat will prevail upon him. So in democracy, will of the people is supreme. Vox populi, vox dei. Sabar upore manush satya tahar upore nai. Will of the people. But here, the will of the people, which has been reflected through election, the duly elected, constitutionally elected government, his Chief Minister has no power. The bureaucrat will overrule the recommendations of the Chief Minister. This is a draconian bill. This is against all spirit of the Constitution, and every citizen of this country should oppose this bill in the manner, not only inside Parliament, even outside Parliament, voice is to be raised. Sir, finally, with your kind permission, I would like to quote from judgment online of former Chief Justice Y.V. Chandrachud, the father of the present Honorable Chief Justice of India. Quote, Parliament cannot, under Article 368, expand its amending power so as to acquire for itself the right to repeal or abrogate the Constitution or to destroy its basic essential features. Here is a case where the basic features are being destroyed. And sir, according to me.
All right, the BJP and Congress are now at loggerheads at a New York Times investigative report that's prompted the BJP to accuse the Congress of having links with China. The New York Times investigative report on how the Chinese government has actively peddled propaganda across the world, including India, echoed in the parliament and outside, as well as BJP demanded answers from the Congress, leveling serious allegations against the Gandhis of having links to Beijing again. BJP's Anurag Thakur raked up the funding of Rajiv Trust, once again demanding a detailed investigation. Anurag Thakur also lashed out at the Congress party. He accused them of attempting to shield the news website NewsClick when they were raided for alleged China links back in the year 2021. So what exactly was the New York Times report? What did it claim? That detailed investigative report has claimed that a US billionaire Neville Roy Singham is linked to multiple network outlets across the world and has financed the Chinese propaganda on behalf of the Chinese government. The report claims that in India, news website NewsClick was also financed by Singham to write propaganda pieces masked as independent content in favor of China.
Congress, China, NewsClick are part of a umbilical cord. राहुल जी की नकली मोहब्बत की दुकान में चीनी सामान ये साफ नजर आने लगा है। चीन के प्रति प्यार ये दिखता था और भारत के खिलाफ दुष्प्रचार ये विदेशी जमीन पर भी और विदेशी न्यूज एजेंसियों के माध्यम से भी प्रोपेगेंडा के तहत होता था। एक एजेंडा था, एंटी इंडिया, ब्रेक इंडिया कैंपेन ये लोग चलाते थे। कांग्रेस ने विदेशी लोगों के साथ हाथ मिलाने का प्रयास किया और यही नहीं, जब इनको निमंत्रण मिला सोनिया जी को, राहुल जी को, कब मिला? जब ओलंपिक्स खेल हुए तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को भी, गांधी परिवार को भी वहां पर न्योता दिया गया और ये लोग उस समय चाइना भी गए, खेल देखने गए थे, खेल करके आ गए। विदेशी नेविल रॉय सिंघम, ये सिंघम कोई सिंघम फिल्म की बात नहीं कर रहा मैं, ये नेविल रॉय सिंघम ने इसकी फंडिंग की और फंडिंग उसको कहां से आई? नेविल रॉय सिंघम को चाइना पीछे से करता है और इसमें नेविल रॉय का जो सीधा संपर्क है कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ऑफ चाइना के एक प्रोपेगेंडा आर्म के साथ है। ये रूट भी कहां कहां से हुआ? ये गौतम नवलखा का नाम तो आपने सुना ही होगा। ये भी एक आरोपी है। किस केस में? एल्गार परिषद के माओइस्ट लिंक में जो भीमा कोरेगांव केस है, उसमें अभी तक जेल में ये अंडर हाउस अरेस्ट है। यूएपीए लगा हुआ है इनके ऊपर।
A couple of years ago, over 1,000 accounts on social media had to be removed when they were identified as ISI, Pakistan's ISI PR linked, who were fanning misinformation and violence in India. Then a few months ago, there were another 1,000 plus accounts that were removed that were being sponsored by and operated by Khalistani elements, again fanning misinformation and violence and lies and hatred against the government of India and our leadership. There is an attempt to rein in misinformation. These platforms jump along with their friends and rally behind this false cover of free speech. The right to free speech as guaranteed in our constitution is certainly not and must not and should not be a cover for misinformation directed at our nation's rise. And therefore, this revelation that a foreign country is actively funding platforms that are launching and have launched and continue to launch vitriol against our government, our country, our society, our religion, our faith, is something that all of us should be very aware of, and we should all get together and have a consensus on how to fight misinformation in the coming years and coming days.
See what happened. PM Care Fund also received the Chinese money, and not only that, Vinod Adani, brother of Adani, is a partner of Chinese person. What about that? And Prime Minister explained it that hasn't he received the fund in PM Care Fund from Chinese corporate houses? That is also to be discussed. Let us discuss all together. Why this only? Isolated, make it isolated case. Let all such matters to be discussed those who have been funded from China, Chinese sources. And what the Prime Minister said that time that we will boycott Chinese and ban this TikTok, etc. And afterwards, business transaction increased and many other relations have increased. And so far, the BJP has not in position to explain that how much money they have got from the Chinese companies.
Let's now walk you through what the New York Times investigation exposes. Investigation exposes, number one, it was an orchestrated international propaganda toolkit by China. Point number two, Indian website NewsClick's link to the Chinese government was exposed to. Point number three, the Indian website NewsClick, which I just spoke to you about, was funded for propaganda pieces. The fourth point is that US billionaire Singham's role in funding propaganda was also exposed by this investigation by the New York Times. Point number five, the propaganda was disguised as independent content. All right, let's get you the flowchart now. The Chinese money trail and how it has been decoded. ED sources have also spoken to India today. So this is what our ED sources have indicated. You've got the Communist Party of China. You've got Neville Roy Singham. He's a tech billionaire who is living in Shanghai. 38 crore rupees was given to NewsClick. PPK NewsClick Studio Private Limited, they got the money to carry out this particular Chinese propaganda. 21 lakhs was given to Gautam Navlakha. Now, Gautam Navlakha happens to be NewsClick shareholder. So you'll get to know how it is all eventually goes back to be linked to the Communist Party of China as well. Aishwarya now joins us for the very latest development on this. Aishwarya, walk our viewers through this raging debate that is even taking place now in the Parliament on the back of this New York Times expose that we're talking about. Aishwarya, can you hear me? Can we get Aishwarya back in moments from now, please? Aishwarya will join us in moments from now to get us up to speed with the raging debate that is taking place in the Parliament on the back of this particular expose, which we're bringing to you. This is a New York Times expose. We got you the flowchart in terms of how the money was flown as well. Aishwarya is also back with us. Aishwarya, if you could walk our viewers through the Parliament storm on the back of this particular development, the back of this particular investigation by the New York Times.
Well, it's all started with Nishikant Dubey. Let me tell you, he spoke up and then he spoke about the fact that NewsClick, something which was raided, an organization which has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate, they also went ahead and said that in fact it was raided for almost 5 days. They can now be traced back to China, they can now be traced back to Congress, and that is what the top leaders of the BJP also spoke about in a press conference. Anurag Thakur, who's looking at the INB ministry, also said that they have proof which now speaks about the fact that there was propaganda which was being given out by NewsClick. In fact, the MOS for IT ministry also very categorically said that they have seen how misinformation was being spread by NewsClick. So clearly, what the ministers and the BJP at the moment is trying to speak is the fact that the government has proof, which is now tying China with Congress, and in turn, making sure that both of them also have ties with NewsClick, an organization which, according to the government, was spreading anti-Indian sentiment across the country and also spreading out anti-Indian sentiment globally. So this is what the BJP at the moment is speaking about.
Would you call this the biggest media scandal of 2023, and how does the Congress respond to this as well?
Well, we are still waiting, for the Congress to respond, because the BJP is now putting Rahul Gandhi in the dock. In fact, they're also spoken about all the trips that Rahul Gandhi has made to China over the past many years. Anurag Thakur categorically speaking about the fact that both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were in fact being invited by China, and both of them also went to China. Also speaking about the fact when Doklam was happening, that was the time when Rahul Gandhi was advocating that India now needs to have diplomatic ties and also needs to have back channel talks with China. So the BJP now putting the Congress party in the dock and saying that you, since the year 1962, have had some kind of back channel talks with China, and when the government has proof and when it has come to the fore that what NewsClick used to do, what China used to do with regards to our country, why you, as the leaders of the Congress party and your party Congress as a whole, are quiet about the entire matter. So now the BJP clearly putting, the onus on the Congress party and also onus on those people who, according to the government, were spreading anti-India sentiment globally.
All right, this is going to be our top focus. We'll come back to Aishwarya in moments from now, but I'm compelled to take a very short commercial break on that note. When we return, explosive revelation on pre-planned new riots. This and more in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में।
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare. Live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today television.
UNESCO has recommended Venice to be added under World Heritage in Danger list ahead of its 45th meet that is to be held in September. Climate change and over-tourism are some major issues for which Venice has been recommended under the danger list. Take a look.
The United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization has recommended that one of the most popular and fragile tourist destinations of Italy, Venice, be added to its list of World Heritage in Danger, a designation that is given when a vulnerable heritage site is in need of support. The recommendation to put Venice on the World Heritage in Danger list was made by UNESCO and its advisory body experts ahead of the 45th session of the agency's World Heritage Committee meet, which will be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in September this year. Mass tourism, development projects and climate change are some major reasons behind UNESCO's recommendation to put Venice under the danger list. According to the organization, these issues are causing deterioration and damage to the building structures and to the urban areas, degrading the cultural and social identity of the property and threatening the integrity to its cultural, environmental, landscape attributes and values. UNESCO has asked the Italian government to ensure that utmost attention is given to Venice and its long-standing problems should be addressed that have been causing damage to the city. Over-tourism in Venice has been a serious issue. Venice is one of the places that is currently designated as a World Heritage Site because of its outstanding universal value, cultural and natural offerings. With Neha Kumari, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Lok Sabha polls approach near, political showdown between opposition BJP is escalating. Prime Minister Modi took a jab at the opposition alliance, recalling that Mahatma Gandhi's Quit India movement was launched on 9th August. The Prime Minister said similarly the country wants dynasty, corruption and appeasement to quit India. Meanwhile, the opposition has slammed the Prime Minister Modi's remarks and called it a diversion from real issues like Manipur, Haryana, violence and inflation.
साथियों, 7 तारीख के एक दिन बाद 9 अगस्त आ रही है। 9 अगस्त वो तारीख है जब ऐतिहासिक क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट की शुरुआत हुई थी। महात्मा गांधी ने मंत्र दिया था और क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट ने स्वतंत्रता की तरफ भारत के कदमों में नई ऊर्जा पैदा कर दी थी। इसी से प्रेरित होकर आज पूरा देश हर बुराई के लिए कह रहा है क्विट इंडिया। चारों तरफ एक ही गुंज है, करप्शन, क्विट इंडिया, यानी भ्रष्टाचार, इंडिया छोड़ो, डायनेस्टी, क्विट इंडिया, यानी परिवारवाद, इंडिया छोड़ो, अपीजमेंट, क्विट इंडिया, यानी तुष्टीकरण, इंडिया छोड़ो।
पूरे हिंदुस्तान ने और पूरे देश ने, पूरी इंडिया ने ये तय किया है कि इस बार 2024 में सिर्फ इंडिया को अपनाएंगे और इंडिया को ही जिताएंगे। इंडिया का मतलब है कि इंडिया जब होगी तो देश के अंदर में बेरोजगारी दूर होगी, महंगाई दूर होगी, यहाँ पे किसानों के सम्मान की बात होगी, महिलाओं के सम्मान की बात होगी। ये इंडिया है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है इस इंडिया को पूरा हिंदुस्तान अपनाएगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जाहिर सी बात है कि इंडिया से डर लगने लगा है, तभी इंडिया की बातें इतनी करते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया की बात न करके अगर मणिपुर पे बोलते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, अगर वो हरियाणा की जो घटना है उस पर चर्चा करते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, टमाटर इतना महंगा इस पे बोल देते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर सेड भ्रष्टाचार भारत छोड़ो, तुष्टीकरण भारत छोड़ो, वोट बैंक की राजनीति भारत छोड़ो। तो व्हाई इज इट द ऑपोजिशन इज टेकिंग इट पर्सनली? ही हैज नॉट नेम्ड द ऑपोजिशन। That means the opposition knows that they represent Bhrashtachar, they represent Tushtikarana, they represent Parivarvad. Therefore, they are taking it personally.
You are watching India Today.
सड़कों पे लाठियां खाई, न जाने क्या क्या किया दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा दिलाने के लिए। और अंततः वो दिन आया जिस दिन वाजपेयी सरकार के उप प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी इस सदन के भीतर एक बिल लाए, द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट बिल 2003, जो दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा देता है। ये बिल आडवाणी जी इस सदन के भीतर लाए और कहा कि दिल्ली को अधिकार देने की जरूरत है, दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा भाजपा दिलाएगी। यहां भी बात खत्म नहीं होती सर। इसके बाद 2013 के अपने मैनिफेस्टो में बीजेपी ने कहा हम पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा देंगे। इनकी जून 2013 में नेशनल एग्जीक्यूटिव की मीटिंग हुई, उसमें मता पास कर कहा हम दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा देंगे। यहां तक कि इनके सांसद डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन ने बयान दिया कि जब आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे हम दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा देंगे। ये इन सब ने सर लगातार बातें कही और दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा दिलाने की मांग लगातार भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली वालों के सामने रखती रही। सर ये बिल सिर्फ संविधान का और लोकतंत्र का अपमान नहीं है, ये बिल लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी का, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी का, मदन लाल खुराना जी का, सुषमा स्वराज जी का, अरुण जेटली जी का, सबका अपमान करने का और उनके 40 साल के संघर्ष को मिट्टी में मिलाने का काम करता है। सर मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री जी का बयान लोकसभा में सुन रहा था। उन्होंने कहा कि पंडित नेहरू ने ये बात रखी थी कि दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा नहीं मिलना चाहिए। मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री जी से कहना चाहता हूं, नेहरूवादी मत बनिए, अडवाणीवादी बनिए, वाजपेयीवादी बनिए और दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा देने का आज आपके पास ऐतिहासिक मौका है। दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा दीजिए। सर, इस बिल को लाने का असल कारण क्या है? यह बिल क्यों लाया गया है? पिछले 25 साल में दिल्ली में 6 बार विधानसभा के चुनाव हुए। 6 के 6 चुनाव भारतीय जनता पार्टी बुरी तरीके से हारी। यहां तक कि 2015 और 20 में आजाद भारत के इतिहास की सबसे बड़े जनादेश की सरकार अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में बनाई। क्योंकि ये पिछले 25 साल चुनाव नहीं जीत पाए और अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी के आने के बाद ये जानते हैं कि अगले 25 साल भी ये लोग चुनाव नहीं जीत पाएंगे, तो सरकार को नष्ट करने का काम कर रहे हैं। क्या ना रहेगी सरकार और ना रहेगा चुनावों का महत्व, ना रहेगा बांस, ना बजेगी बांसुरी। लेकिन मैं आज इस मंच से भाजपा से अनुरोध करूंगा कि कम से कम लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी को न्याय दीजिए, कम से कम उनकी इच्छा पूरी करिए, दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा दीजिए। सर, मेरा दूसरा भाग कि कैसे ये बिल एक संवैधानिक पाप है। सर, पहली चीज, ये अब्यूज ऑफ ऑर्डिनेंस मेकिंग पावर्स है, आर्टिकल 123 जो संविधान का देता है। संविधान ये कहता है, और वाईवी चंद्रचूड़ साहब का AK रॉय वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण लैंडमार्क जजमेंट है, जिसने कहा कि ऑर्डिनेंसेस सिर्फ आपातकालीन और विषम परिस्थितियों में लाए जाएंगे। ऐसी कौन सी आपातकालीन और विषम परिस्थितियां आ गई कि आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले को 8 दिन के भीतर बदलना पड़ गया? दूसरा सुप्रीम कोर्ट, दूसरा बिंदु, यह सुप्रीम कोर्ट का अपमान है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले को 8 दिन के भीतर 5 जजों के संवैधानिक पीठ के सर्वसम्मति के फैसले को बदल के आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक मैसेज दिया है कि हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट को भी चैलेंज करते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले को भी नहीं मानते। आपको जो ऑर्डर जारी करना है करो, हम चंद दिनों के अंदर ऑर्डिनेंस लाकर उस फैसले को बदल देंगे। They have challenged the majesty of the honorable Supreme Court, sir। और मैं आपको ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आजकल जो ऑर्डिनेंस लाने की जो एक फेटिश इस सरकार ने देखी, चाहे वो लैंड एक्विजिशन बिल हो, चाहे वो फार्म बिल हो, चाहे ईडी के डायरेक्टर का एक्सटेंशन हो, जो ये सारी चीजें ऑर्डिनेंसेस के माध्यम से इन्होंने करी थी, इस बिल का हश्र भी वही होगा जो सारे पुराने बिलों का हुआ था। सर, थर्ड बिंदु कि कैसे ये बिल संघीय ढांचे को एरोड करता है। हमारा भारत का संविधान और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का 2023 का 2018 का संवैधानिक पीठ का फैसला कहता है कि दिल्ली के पास एक यूनिक फेडरल आइडेंटिटी है, यूनिक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल आइडेंटिटी है, और भारत का संविधान जो हमें संघीय ढांचा देता है, जो शक्तियां देता है, उन शक्तियों को एनक्रोच करने का काम ये सरकार करती है, हमसे अफसरशाही और तमाम शक्तियां छीनकर। मैं आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट का वो एक वाक्य पढ़ के सुनाना चाहूंगा। द मेजॉरिटी इन द 2018 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल जज बेंच हेल्ड that while the NCT of Delhi could not be accorded with the status of a state, the concept of federalism is applicable to Delhi। हम पूर्ण राज्य नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी राज्य का दर्जा एक संघीय ढांचे के परिप्रेक्ष्य में दिल्ली को मिलता है। उसके बाद सर, इन लोगों ने तो कमाल ही कर दिया। आज बिना संवैधानिक संशोधन लाए संविधान को बदल दिया, मात्र एक एक्ट ऑफ पार्लियामेंट से, जो आज तक शायद भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ। सर, इसके बाद ये बिल पार्लियामेंट्री अंडरमाइन करता है प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को। भारत का संविधान कहता है सर कि परमानेंट एग्जीक्यूटिव और पॉलिटिकल एग्जीक्यूटिव मिलके लेजिस्लेचर के प्रति जवाबदेही होंगे। ये प्रिंसिपल ऑफ कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। इसमें से परमानेंट एग्जीक्यूटिव यानी कि अफसरशाही को छीनकर ये पूरी तरीके से कलेक्टिव रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का प्रिंसिपल जिस पे सरकारें चलती हैं देश में, उसे ध्वस्त करता है। और आखिरी बिंदु, संवैधानिक अपराध का, ये ट्रिपल चेन ऑफ अथॉरिटी को तार-तार करता है सर। ट्रिपल चेन ऑफ अकाउंटेबिलिटी ये होती है कि अफसरशाही की जवाबदेही मंत्री को, मंत्री की जवाबदेही लेजिस्लेचर को, और लेजिस्लेचर की जवाबदेही जनता को। इसमें से अगर आप अफसरशाही हटा देते हो तो फिर जवाबदेही की जो ये ट्रिपल चेन ऑफ अकाउंटेबिलिटी है ध्वस्त हो जाती है। तो ये काम करके संवैधानिक अपराध एक प्रकार से सरकार ने किया है। सर, मेरा आखिरी भाग, ये कैसे एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव हाराकिरी, एक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव गतिरोध पैदा करता है। ये कहता है सिर्फ उपराज्यपाल ही ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग करेंगे एक समिति के माध्यम से, यानी कि अफसर अब मुख्यमंत्री की नहीं सुनेगा, मंत्रियों की नहीं सुनेगा। अगर अब दिल्ली में किसी के घर में बिजली नहीं आ रही, पानी नहीं आ रहा, किसी के बच्चे का स्कूल में दाखिला नहीं हो रहा, तो वो उपराज्यपाल के पास जाएगा, अपने मंत्री मुख्यमंत्री के पास नहीं जाएगा। क्या लोग जानते हैं उपराज्यपाल कहां रहता है? उपराज्यपाल कौन सी विधानसभा से चुनाव लड़ा, उपराज्यपाल ने कौन सा चुनाव जीता? लेकिन सारी शक्तियां एक चुनी हुई सरकार से निकालकर उपराज्यपाल को देता है। ये आगे कहता है सर ये बिल कि हम एलजी को सोल डिस्क्रिशन देते हैं, स्वयं के विवेक से फैसले लेने की तमाम शक्तियां। आज तक उपराज्यपाल और गवर्नर काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स की एड एंड एडवाइस से बाध्य थे, लेकिन यह बिल उपराज्यपाल को सुपरसीडिंग पावर देता है। आगे सर ये बिल जितने भी ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हैं उन्हें एक जुडिशियल अथॉरिटी बना देता है। यह कहता है अफसरशाही तय करेगी कि मंत्री का फैसला सही है कि मंत्री का फैसला गलत है, और अगर अफसर को मंत्री का कोई फैसला पसंद नहीं आया तो अफसर मंत्री का फैसला लागू करने से मना कर सकते हैं। और सर यह बिल अथॉरिटी, कमीशंस और कॉरपोरेशंस बनाने की तमाम, गठन करने की, नियुक्ति करने की शक्तियां सारी की सारी केंद्र सरकार को दे देता है, यानी कि सरकार की चाबी एक प्रकार से केंद्र सरकार को हाथ में पकड़ा देता है। सर माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने कहा था कि आम आदमी पार्टी एक सुपारी सी जितनी पार्टी है, एक सुपारी जितनी छोटी सी पार्टी है। सर ये वो सुपारी जितनी पार्टी है जो आजाद भारत के इतिहास का फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग पॉलिटिकल स्टार्टअप कहलाती है। ये वो सुपारी जितनी पार्टी है जिसने 3 बार भाजपा को दिल्ली में हराया और 2 बार 2015 और 20 में आजाद भारत के इतिहास की सबसे बड़े जनादेश की सरकार बनाई। ये वो सुपारी जितनी पार्टी है जिसने पंजाब में भाजपा को लगभग शून्य पर लाकर खड़ा कर दिया। ये वो सुपारी जितनी पार्टी है जो 10 साल में राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बनी। ये वो सुपारी जितनी पार्टी है जिसके 161 विधायक और 11 सांसद है। और ये वो सुपारी जितनी पार्टी है जिसका काम देखने के लिए फर्स्ट लेडी ऑफ यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका और यूनाइटेड जनरल के पूर्व प्रमुख बान की मून आते हैं। सर मैं आज अपने साथी जो आंध्र प्रदेश और उड़ीसा की सरकार चलाते हैं उन्हें कहना चाहूंगा, आपकी जरूर कुछ मजबूरियां रही होंगी जिसके चलते आपने ये फैसला लिया इस सरकार के इस बिल का समर्थन करने में। कुछ तो मजबूरियां रही होंगी, यूं ही कोई बेवफा नहीं होता। लेकिन मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि आग जब लगेगी तो बहुत दूर तक जाएगी। राहत इंदौरी साहब का एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण शेर है, अगर खिलाफ है होने दो, जान थोड़ी है, ये सब धुआं है, आसमान थोड़ी है, लगेगी आग तो आएंगे कई घर जद में, यहां सिर्फ हमारा मकान थोड़ी है। लेकिन जब आपके घर में आग लगेगी आम आदमी पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी होगी, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं। और सर मैंने अपनी बात शुरू करी थी महाभारत के एक अंश से, मैं समाप्त भी महाभारत के एक अंश से करूंगा। सर बीच कुरुक्षेत्र के मैदान में जब युद्ध प्रारंभ होने वाला था तो युधिष्ठिर ने शंखनाद करने से पहले एक घोषणा करी और कहा कि ये धर्म की लड़ाई है। मेरी सेना में खड़े मेरे पीछे जितने योद्धा हैं, अगर उन्हें लगता है कि धर्म मेरे साथ नहीं कौरवों के साथ है तो मेरी सेना छोड़कर सामने वाली मेरे दुश्मन की सेना में जाकर खड़े हो जाएं, उनकी ओर से युद्ध करें। और अगर कौरव सेना में कोई योद्धा है जिसे लगता है कि धर्म युधिष्ठिर के साथ है, पांडवों के साथ है, तो आप कौरवों की सेना छोड़कर मेरी सेना में आइए, मैं बाहें फैलाकर आपका स्वागत करूंगा। उस समय कौरवों का एक भाई युयुत्सु कौरव सेना छोड़कर पांडवों की ओर आया और पांडवों की ओर से युद्ध लड़ा। मैं उसी बात का जिक्र करते हुए आज इस सदन में बैठे तमाम सांसदों को कहना चाहता हूं, राज्यसभा काउंसिल ऑफ स्टेट्स है, हम लोग काउंसिल ऑफ स्टेट्स है, जहां ज्यादा जिम्मेदारी बनती है राज्यों के हकों की, अधिकारों की रक्षा करने की। मैं मांग करता हूं आज आप लोग पार्टी लाइन से ऊपर उठकर, विचारधारा से ऊपर उठकर संविधान को बचाने के लिए, लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए इस बिल को हराइए। आज ये इतना असंवैधानिक और गैर कानूनी बिल अगर ये सफल हो गया तो हो सकता है आज के बाद आने वाले समय में ये लोग देश में चुनाव ही ना कराएं, चुनावी प्रक्रिया को खत्म करने से। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
डॉक्टर सस्मित पात्रा,
Thank you.
12 minutes.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I rise to speak on behalf of the Biju Janata Dal. Sir, speaking on this bill in the Lok Sabha, our party's senior member of parliament and leader of the BJP parliamentary party in Lok Sabha, Shri Pinaki Mishra ji has already made our stand very clear and has made it very eloquently and succinctly expressed that the Biju Janata Dal's equidistant stand from the BJP and the Congress and the reasons for the same and the fact that BJP is our principal opposition party. I reiterate and place on record that we are equidistant from the BJP and the Congress, and our principal opposition party in Odisha is the BJP. Our stand today does not change anything in that regard. Sir, Sir, BJP is in favor of this bill because it supports the constitutional standpoint of this bill and the Parliament's power to enact legislations and the Parliament's legislative competence to such matters. Sir, I need a protection, sir. You can imagine the kind of ruckus being made. I should be heard. 4.5 crore people in Odisha want to hear, whether people here want to hear or not.
Honorable members, please keep calm.
Thank you, sir.
You see,
Sir, in July 4th, 2018, the Supreme Court judgment in its civil appeal has very clearly said on para 277, और ये मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अध्यादेश या सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट से रेफर कर रहा हूं, 2018 जुलाई 4 क्या कहती है सुप्रीम कोर्ट? सुप्रीम कोर्ट in the matter of civil appeal 2357 says, however, if the Parliament makes laws in respect of certain subjects falling in the state list or the concurrent list, this is referring to Delhi, the executive.
There's breaking news coming in. Rahul is going to speak tomorrow at 12 noon in the Lok Sabha. Rahul Gandhi is going to be leading the Congress charge during the No Trust debate. Big news coming in. Rahul Gandhi will be speaking tomorrow. He will be speaking at noon tomorrow in the lower house of the parliament in Lok Sabha. Rahul Gandhi is going to be the one leading the Congress's charge during the No Trust debate. The latest coming in. Our reporter will also join us in moments from now. The No Trust debate is going to be an important one, and Rahul Gandhi is going to be leading the charge as far as the no confidence motion is concerned in the parliament. What we're picking up at the moment is that Rahul Gandhi is going to be speaking at 12 noon tomorrow, and the No Trust debate will take place in the parliament, and he's going to be leading the charge on the No Trust vote debate. We'll get you more details on this in moments from now. In fact, it was Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary who was going to decide which leaders are going to be speaking on this particular issue. Rahul Gandhi is going to be delivering the speech during the debate on no confidence motion, which is going to be taken up most likely tomorrow. In fact, all the Congress MPs have been talking about how they want Rahul to speak, and we've got Maushmi joining us for the very latest on this story. Maushmi, if you could walk our viewers through the no confidence motion, the no trust vote debate, and Rahul Gandhi's speech tomorrow at 12 noon in the Lok Sabha.
So clearly, Chaiti, as my colleague Rahul Gautam has confirmed that Rahul Gandhi would be speaking at 12 noon in the Lok Sabha. That really means this is a comeback. After his comeback, Rahul Gandhi will make his first speech after his membership has been reinstated. So clearly the Congress and the India Party trying to corner the government and pitch it as a battle between the India Party and versus the NDA. Clearly Rahul Gandhi would, since the entire matter comes on in the backdrop of the Manipur crisis that is unfolding, Rahul Gandhi is expected to launch a frontal attack on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He did meet a member delegation of Manipur Congress leaders today and took an update of what's happening in Manipur. So perhaps he is gearing up to in fact make his first speech after becoming the Member of Parliament again.
And this is going to be his first speech. Like you said, this is his comeback. And he obviously, we know, Maushmi, that he attended his first Lok Sabha session also after 4.5 whole months. So all eyes are going to be on what he has to say tomorrow noon.
Absolutely, because Rahul Gandhi, as far as, the no confidence motion is concerned, and this particular one, everybody knows that the numbers are stacked heavily against the opposition, and it's not about the number game. And then it is about the issue that the opposition parties want to rake up, and that is the Manipur issue. So Rahul Gandhi would be laying threadbare the attack of the opposition on the government, the complacency, and the allegations of, large-scale violence and crime against women. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not spoken in the House, and that's been one of the primary demands of the opposition parties, that the PM should answer in the well. And having left no choice, the opposition parties say that they had to move the no confidence motion to get the government and the Prime Minister to speak on this entire issue. So we'll have to wait and see how long does he really speak, whether it's a speech extended to 1 hour. The equation between the opposition and the government will be there for all to see on a topic that has seen several adjournments in this monsoon session. So we will have to wait and see how Rahul Gandhi, with the Congress party in an upbeat mood, with a fresh alliance between the India
we'll come
members.
back to you for more on this, Maushami. Thanks so much for joining us on this breaking news. Rahul Gandhi, of course, as Maushami was also mentioning, has got his parliament membership back. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi did attend his first Lok Sabha session after 4.5 months today. Right after he entered the Sansad, he paid tribute at the Gandhi statue. He got a grand welcome by India Bloc as soon as he stepped inside the parliament premises. The Lok Sabha Secretariat also cleared Rahul's return 3 days after Supreme Court stayed his conviction. Congress hailed his comeback as a moral victory. With his return now, the stage is all set for Rahul's participation in no trust motion debate against Prime Minister Modi. Celebrations also erupted outside Congress headquarters moments after his membership was restored. Congress cadres rejoiced with dhol, dance and firecrackers for Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi was disqualified, remember, on 23rd of March after Gujarat court convicted him in a defamation case over his Modi surname remark and sentenced him to 2 years in jail.
Justice has prevailed and conspiracies has been defeated. We are very happy that Mr. Rahul Gandhi's return in Lok Sabha and Parliament will give a lot of energy for the opposition and the India Alliance particularly. It's a welcome decision by Honorable Speaker. They had implemented the Supreme Court order, and we all were hearing conspiracies by the government to stop Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, but Honorable Speaker has overruled that thing and he has prevailed on the justice. We welcome and thank the Honorable Speaker for the decision.
यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि तमाम कांग्रेस के सांसद किस तरह से विक्ट्री साइन दिखाते हुए, तो यहाँ पे देखिए विक्ट्री साइन जो दिखाते हुए तमाम सांसद खड़े हुए हैं और कांग्रेस के सांसद खड़े हुए हैं, बीजेपी के राव इंद्रजीत सिंह भीतर जा रहे हैं। आज बड़ा दिन आप लोग के लिए,
हमारे लिए नहीं, देश के लोकतंत्र के लिए। जब एक सत्ता के अहंकार में चूर सरकार ने अपने एक एमएलए से एक फर्जी गैर संवैधानिक स्कीम करके किया है, तो निश्चित रूप से आज देश के संविधान।
Breaking news coming in. Congress's Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has sought bungalow for Rahul Gandhi and after being reinstated as the Wayanad MP. Sources say Rahul Gandhi has applied to the Housing Committee now, has sought reallotment of his bungalow as a Member of Parliament. Remember, he lost his bungalow. You do remember that he had lost his house after he was disqualified as the Member of Parliament, but today he makes his comeback after 4.5 months. He's back now. Tomorrow he's going to also be addressing a very important address tomorrow noon in the Parliament, in the Lok Sabha. And now the latest coming in is that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary goes ahead and says that Rahul Gandhi should be reallotted his bungalow as the Member of Parliament. This after being reinstated as the Member of Parliament from Wayanad constituency yet again. Sources have said Rahul has applied to the Housing Committee now. Slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, explosive revelation on pre-planned noon riots. This is more in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
आज बड़ा एक सीरियस मामला मैं उठाना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष जी। कारण यह है कि न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में इन लोगों को जो है केवल विदेशी ताकतों के साथ रहकर उन्हीं के न्यूज़पेपर में, उन्हीं के देश में उनके क्या हो रहा है उसी को यह मानते हैं। न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में एक बड़ा अच्छा न्यूज छपा है सर कि 38 करोड़ रुपया जो है न्यूज क्लिक जैसी संस्था को मिला है। और न्यूज क्लिक संस्था को जो न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स ने लिखा है वो लिखा यह है कि भारत में ईडी ने जो रेड किया है, आइस के बारे में ये लगातार बोलते हैं सर, ईडी की रेड में जो खुलासा हुआ है उसका पूरा खुलासा किया है। और वो जो न्यूज क्लिक है सर, वो देशद्रोही गैंग, टुकड़े गैंग जो भारत को खंडित करना चाहते हैं, वो न्यूज क्लिक उस संस्था का जो है हेड कर रहा है, पुरकायस्त उसका मालिक है। उसके सारे पैसे में कहां से मिले, कैसे नक्सलाइट को दिए गए, कैसे माओवादियों को दिए गए, कैसे शर्मा को, रोहिणी सिंह को या मान लीजिए स्वाति चतुर्वेदी जैसे लोगों को केवल भारत के खिलाफ एक माहौल बनाने के लिए चाइनीज पैसा दे रहे हैं, उसके बारे में सर। दूसरा, मैं इस सरकार से मांग करता हूं सर कि जब भी भारत में संकट आया 2005 से लेकर 2014 तक चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट ने कांग्रेस को पैसा दिया, जिसका FCRA लाइसेंस भारत सरकार ने कैंसिल किया।
Our agenda was to basically see whether there was legislative competence for the state to enact a law, given the fact that polygamy, and particularly for Muslims, is also governed by the Sharia Act of 1937, which is a central law. So it was keeping this in mind that the committee sat and finally submitted its report, and has generally pointed out that the state has the legislative competence to do so, subject to the doctrine of repugnancy under Article 254, which means it requires the presidential assent.
Would this apply only with regard to the Sharia Act, as in the repugnancy with regard to the Sharia Act, or would the polygamy ban also apply to tribal practices, etc.?
In fact, in the report, we have considered that very briefly, because this was specific to the Sharia Act. We've also pointed out that the tribals have a protection under the Hindu Marriage Act of 55. So polygamy, in a sense, or marriage laws, there's been codification of it. Hindu Marriage Act was 55, the Christian Marriage Act is 1872, the Parsi Marriage Act is 1936, and the Sharia Act is 1937. So with regard to that, we've pointed it out and said that this is something also that during the legislative process could be considered.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum
As the Lok Sabha polls approach near, political showdown between opposition BJP is escalating. Prime Minister Modi took a jab at the opposition alliance, recalling that Mahatma Gandhi's Quit India movement was launched on 9th August. The Prime Minister said similarly the country wants dynasty, corruption and appeasement to quit India. Meanwhile, the opposition has slammed the Prime Minister Modi's remarks and called it a diversion from real issues like Manipur, Haryana, violence and inflation.
साथियों, 7 तारीख के एक दिन बाद 9 अगस्त आ रही है। 9 अगस्त वो तारीख है जब ऐतिहासिक क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट की शुरुआत हुई थी। महात्मा गांधी ने मंत्र दिया था और क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट ने स्वतंत्रता की तरफ भारत के कदमों में नई ऊर्जा पैदा कर दी थी। इसी से प्रेरित होकर आज पूरा देश हर बुराई के लिए कह रहा है क्विट इंडिया। चारों तरफ एक ही गूंज है, करप्शन, क्विट इंडिया यानी भ्रष्टाचार इंडिया छोड़ो, डायनेस्टी क्विट इंडिया यानी परिवारवाद इंडिया छोड़ो, अपीजमेंट क्विट इंडिया यानी तुष्टीकरण इंडिया छोड़ो।
पूरे हिंदुस्तान ने और पूरे देश ने, पूरी इंडिया ने ये तय किया है कि इस बार 2024 में सिर्फ इंडिया को अपनाएंगे और इंडिया को ही जिताएंगे। इंडिया का मतलब है कि इंडिया जब होगी तो देश के अंदर में बेरोजगारी दूर होगी, महंगाई दूर होगी, यहाँ पे किसानों के सम्मान की बात होगी, महिलाओं के सम्मान की बात होगी। ये इंडिया है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है इस इंडिया को पूरा हिंदुस्तान अपनाएगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जाहिर सी बात है कि इंडिया से डर लगने लगा है, तभी इंडिया की बातें इतनी करते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया की बात न करके अगर मणिपुर पे बोलते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, अगर वो हरियाणा की जो घटनाएं हुई उस पर चर्चा करते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, टमाटर इतना महंगा इस पे बोल देते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर सेड भ्रष्टाचार भारत छोड़ो, तुष्टीकरण भारत छोड़ो, वोट बैंक की राजनीति भारत छोड़ो। तो why is it the opposition is taking it personally? He has not named the opposition. That means the opposition knows that they represent भ्रष्टाचार, they represent तुष्टीकरण, they represent परिवारवाद. Therefore they are taking it personally.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
You are watching India Today.
Hey, good evening and thank you for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Rahul's Lok Sabha membership restored after Lok Sabha Secretariat issues notice. Grand welcome by India MPs for Rahul in the parliament. BJP alleges China linked to Congress in Parliament. BJP rakes up alleged Chinese funding for Rajiv Gandhi Foundation after New York Times exposed Chinese propaganda funding. BJP says probe Congress's China links.
China news clip a part of a umbilical cord. राहुल जी की नकली मोहब्बत की दुकान में चीनी सामान ये साफ नजर आने लगा।
Explosive revelation on pre-planned new riots, chilling WhatsApp chats, exposed conspiracy, communal poison spewed to mobilize mob, sinister attack on Shobha Yatra orchestrated. The Delhi Services Bill debate rages on in the Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party hits back at Amit Shah, alleges bill gives centre to control Delhi. Furious BSP MP, BJP MLC verbal spat on stage. Danish Ali stops BJP MLC's Bharat Mata chant on stage. BJP Neta Vijay Vargiya threatens, says can kill anti-Bharat brigade. Fire breaks out at Delhi AIIMS endoscopy room near emergency ward. All patients evacuated. Fire tenders douse fire. Breaking news coming, explosive revelation in pre-planned new riots. 2 minutes 50 seconds of sinister mob planning. Here how VHP Yatra was targeted. Chilling WhatsApp chats are now exposing conspiracy. The plot was to kill and bleed. New temple attack plan on WhatsApp group. The communal poison spewed to mobilize the mob is what we're picking up. Voice that incited mob killings in New. Scary, disturbing and blood-curdling. Listening.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम रहमतुल्लाह। अरे भाई तुम नो बताओ ये मेवात कहा इतने एक बुजदिलन किए के कम से 100-200 आगे होंगे, कहा 10-20 भी ना टपके इनमें से कम से कम। जैसे गाड़ी जलाई, गाड़ी इनके साथ में कहा 10-20 ने टपका था। कहीं चोड़ी पहन रखी है मेवात ने। जितने भी हैं तमाम की तमाम जो है सिंगार के मंदिर पे इकट्ठे हो जाओ फटाफट, ठीक है। गुजारिश है ये आपसे, आज मौका है। देखो हाथ अड़ाओगे तो भी इतनी गाड़ भीड़ आएगी, अगर जान से भी मार दोगे 10-20 तो भी उतनी आएगी, या मत सोचिए ना से। हाँ तो यानी आज मौका है, अपने आप है पेश कर लो, ठीक है। मरनो तो एक दिन जब भी, आज भी मरना और कल भी मरना, ठीक है भाई। जितने भी है ग्रुप में ज्वाइन हैं ये बंदे, 10 हैं, 20 हैं, 50 हैं, 150 हैं, जितनों भी हैं, इनसे भी मेरी हाथ जोड़ के रिक्वेस्ट है कि ये भी इन पर अगर मेमन के ग्रुप हैं ना, चाहे 1000 ग्रुप हैं, उन 1000 में बांट दीजिए, चाहे सऊदी अरब तक ग्रुप हैं, समन में बांट दीजिए, ठीक है। देखो आज तो तुम मोहब्बत कर लो, काई सु कर लो, चाहे बीवी सु कर लो, बच्चे सु कर लो, दौलत सु कर लो, धन सु कर लो, किसान सु कर लो, एक ना एक दिन ही तो सारी छूटेगी। या तो खुद छोड़ दे जो चीज़ से मोहब्बत कर रहे हो, या खुद तुम छोड़ दो, या मौत आने से छूट जाए, या वो चीज़ वैसे बर्बाद होने से छूट जाए। या मत सोचियो कि मेरी मेहरबानी रह रही है, मेरे बालक रह रहे हैं, या मेरी दौलत रह रही है, या मत सोचियो, ठीक है। जब मैं अपनी कौम पे बात बने तो बिल्कुल निडर होकर खड़े हो सामने, ठीक है। मैदान में भागनो, पसे पुष्ट भागनो, ये बुजदिलन को काम है। या सो बढ़िया तुम जो है चूड़ी पहन लियो, वो बढ़िया है, ठीक है। जब यार खुदा के बंदे नू सोचो, जो मेवात को गढ़ मानो जावे, वहाँ में से ये लोग बच के चले जाऊँ, कम से भी कम 1-20 तो इनमें से एक बार दफन ना हो जाऊँ, जब तक कि कमेटी निचावली ना बैठे जाऊँ। और एक ख़ास तौर से बहुत गंदी आदत हमारे मेवन में, दुनिया चल रही है, आप वीडियो बनाने में लगे। अरे खुदा के बंदे तुम नू बताओ, वीडियो बना ली गए कौन? कम से भी कम याद छोड़ दो, अपनी कौम में बचाओ, ठीक है। इन्हें शेयर करने में मत लगे रहो, वीडियो बना के नहीं छोड़ दी, वीडियो बनाने में। अरे 100 एक आदमी 32 वीडियो बना लिया, हज़ारों आदमी वीडियो बनाने में लगे हैं, तो आगे का काम कौन देखोगे तुम वीडियो बनाएंगे तो।
Arvind Oja is getting us these updates from Nu. Arvind, ये जो ऑडियो क्लिप हमारे पास एक्सेस किया है हमने, और इससे जो खुलासा हुआ है उसके बारे में और बताइए। ये जो राइटर जो बात कर रहा है वो कौन है, कौन सी साइड से है, इसके बारे में थोड़ी और जानकारी दीजिए, जिस ऑडियो क्लिप को हमने अभी लिसन किया है।
देखिए ये जो ऑडियो है मेवात के एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में डाला था एक शख्स ने, और उसके बाद ये ऑडियो जो है काफी वायरल हुआ। इस ऑडियो में दरअसल 31 जुलाई को सिंगार एक मंदिर है, शिव मंदिर, वहां पर लोगों को इकट्ठा करने के लिए कहा जा रहा था। और लगातार ये भी अगर आप सुने इस ऑडियो में जो इंडिया टुडे ने एक्सेस किया है, इसमें बात कही जा रही है कि 100 से 200 लोग ही वहां पर हैं, कम से कम 10-20 लोगों को तो मारना ही चाहिए, या 10-20 लोगों को की हत्या करनी चाहिए, इस तरह की ये ऑडियो है। और साथ ही साथ भीड़ को ये कहा जा रहा है कि वो सिंगार मंदिर के पास पहुंचे। दरअसल सिंगार मंदिर वो नू से 45 किलोमीटर दूर एक इलाका है, वहां पर शिव मंदिर है, जहां पर शोभा यात्रा जो नू से स्टार्ट होनी थी वो वहां पर आकर खत्म होनी थी। और जैसे ही ये ऑडियो वायरल होता है उसके बाद जो श्रृंगार मंदिर है उसके आसपास वायलेंस स्टार्ट हो जाती है। इंडिया टुडे के पास 31 जुलाई की वो तस्वीरें भी हैं, जब इस ऑडियो के वायरल होने के बाद वहां पर वायलेंस हुई, आम लोग थे उन पर स्टोन पेल्टिंग हुई, कई लोग उसमें जख्मी हुए थे। और उसके बाद ये जो श्रृंगार मंदिर है उसके अंदर 2 बार अटेम्प्ट हुआ, भीड़ उसके अंदर दाखिल होने की कोशिश की। दरअसल देखिए ये ऑडियो क्लिप ये दिखाता है कि ये जो वायलेंस है वो अचानक से नहीं हुआ था, बल्कि कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी थी और नूह में स्टार्ट हुआ था। अगर ये सडन वायलेंस था, अगर कोई अचानक से वायलेंस होता तो नूह तक ही ये वायलेंस सिमट करके रह जाता। लेकिन जैसे ही नूह में ये इंसिडेंट शुरू होता है, 45 किलोमीटर दूर सिंगार में ऑडियो क्लिप एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में डाला जाता है, उसके बाद वायलेंस स्टार्ट हो जाता है। तो ये पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी कहीं ना कहीं लगती है और हरियाणा पुलिस इसी एंगल पर जांच कर रही है। लेकिन ये काफी शॉकिंग ऑडियो क्लिप है जो इंडिया टुडे ने एक्सेस किया है। ये बताता है कि कितनी डीप रूटेड ये कॉन्स्पिरेसी है मेवात को हिंसा में झोंकने की।
की आवाज है इसमें, जो लोग बात कर रहे हैं उनके नाम के बारे में या कोई और डिटेल्स पता लगा है?
नहीं, देखिए पुलिस जो सोर्स बता रहे हैं, पुलिस ने जरूर इनको आइडेंटिफाई किया है और जो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप जिसमें ये ऑडियो क्लिप डाली जा रही थी, अगर आप सुने तो जो बंदा है जिसने अपनी ऑडियो डाली है उसमें डर नाम की बिल्कुल भी चीज नहीं है। उसका कहना है कि ये ऑडियो है, इसको और भी ज्यादा से ज्यादा उस 31 जुलाई को ये ऑडियो, और उस 31 जुलाई को बोल रहा है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में इस ऑडियो को शेयर किया जाए, यहां तक कि सऊदी अरब तक शेयर किया जाए। और उसमें नंबर 1, नंबर 2 सिंगार मंदिर पर पहुंचने की बात की जा रही है। और इस ऑडियो क्लिप के तुरंत बाद इंडिया टुडे की टीम, आज मैं खुद ग्राउंड पर गया था पूरी ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन को कंप्लीट करने के लिए। हमने देखा कि 31 जुलाई को वहां पर वायलेंस हुआ था, वहां जो लोग पासरबाई गुजर रहे थे उन पर अटैक्स हुआ था, कई लोग बुरी तरह से इंजर्ड हुए थे। उसके बाद मंदिर के आसपास जो है वो भी भीड़ अटैक करने की कोशिश कर रही थी। ये ऑडियो क्लिप पुलिस के पास पहुंच चुका है, पुलिस अक्यूज को आइडेंटिफाई कर रही है, क्योंकि एक नहीं, आपको बताऊं कि सिर्फ हरियाणा और मेवात के लोग नहीं, बल्कि राजस्थान से, हरियाणा से सटे जो राजस्थान के डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहां से भी मॉब अंदर आई थी। तो क्यों ये ऑडियो क्लिप व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में डाला गया, क्यों ये ऑडियो ज्यादा से ज्यादा वायरल करने के लिए कहा गया, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन का सब्जेक्ट है और हरियाणा पुलिस को कुछ लीड भी इस मामले में मिली हुई है।
बिल्कुल, थैंक्स सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस विद दोस डिटेल्स राइट देयर, अरविंद. Now, days after riots and violence engulfed the state of Haryana, bulldozer action has come to a halt after an order from the Punjab and Haryana High Court. The Deputy Commissioner has ordered officials to stop razing down illegal construction. The High Court passed these orders while taking a suo motu cognizance of the demolition drive carried out by the state government after no violence. The court also questioned the Haryana government's demolition drive launched without serving any notice period to affected parties. In an attempt to restore normalcy, curfew is going to be relaxed for 4 hours in New today. Meanwhile, another accused has been detained by the Haryana STF from New, and as per sources, the accused is employed at a hospital in New.
The Punjab and Haryana High Court, after taking a cognizance of the demolition drive launched by the Haryana government in Noon district, has stayed the drive. The court has also expressed surprise and questioned the state government why the state government launched the drive without issuing any notices to the affected parties. After receiving the court orders, the Noon district administration has now stopped the drive. And during the 4-day drive, dozens of illegal structures built in and around Noon were removed. The people were in anger against the state government and had questioned the drive.
सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से हमने नाका लगाया है, चेकिंग कर रहे हैं, कोई संदिग्ध व्यक्ति आगे ना जाए, कोई संदिग्ध सामान ना लेके जाए, सेफ्टी दृष्टि से हमने लगाया। धीरे धीरे हालात सामान्य होते जा रहे हैं, आप भी देख रहे हो, और लगभग मुझे लगता है गाड़ी अभी पटरी पे है। आज से मुझे लगता है सरकारी ऑफिस भी खुल जाएंगे, ATM भी खुल रहे हैं, गाड़ियां भी चल रही हैं, रोडवेज की बसें भी चल रही हैं, हालात सामान्य हैं।
Reacting to the violence and riots that broke out in Haryana's New, Brahm Yadav, a Gurugram councillor, said that Hindus should not give Muslims houses on rent, and that the landlord should check the Aadhaar cards of their tenants before renting out their houses. In fact, he also added, shockingly, that one should boycott the shops run by Muslims as well. And this is the hate rant that is going on.
मेरा निवेदन ये है भाई कि इन किराएदारों को मत दो, मीट मच्छी की दुकान जैसे तिगरा में घुसे हम भाई, ऐसे मुसलमानों को मत दे, भूखे रह लेंगे, लेकिन इनका पैसा हमारा पैसा इनके पास जाता है, इनसे हम ले। तो भाई हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन है सभी ग्रामीण वासियों से, जो यहाँ गुड़गांव के कोई भी आए हो, जैसे मैं कातीपुर से आया हूँ भाई, मैं भी अपने गांव वालों से निवेदन करूंगा, हाथ जोड़ के सबके आधार कार्ड देखो, जो मुसलमान हो उसको अपना मकान, कोई भी जमीन मत दो। और जो हमारे हिंदू भाई है, वाल्मीकि है, कोई भी है भाई, वो मीट की दुकान हिंदू भाई करे, बाहर से आके मुसलमान यहाँ कमाते हैं और फिर वही हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चलाते हैं।
The Assam government is mulling over prohibiting polygamy in the state. The Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said that a law to ban the practice of a man marrying multiple women is going to be brought this year in Assam Assembly. As per a High Court judge-led expert committee, the Assam government can proceed to enact a law prohibiting polygamy in the state. Now, going by the report submitted by the committee to Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, the state of Assam has the legislative competence to enact a law to end polygamy. The Chief Minister, however, added that the law has to be cleared by the President instead of the Governor. Meanwhile, opposition has slammed the decision of the government and calling it a diversionary tactic and a communal one, especially at a time when suggestions on the UCC are being received by the Law Commission.
কৰাৰ অধিকাৰ ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰৰ আছে নে নাই সেই সাবজেক্টৰ ওপৰতে আমি কমিটিখন বনাই দিছিলো আজি কমিটিখনে আমাক সৰ্বসন্মতিক্ৰমে ৰায় দিছে যে পলিগমিৰ ওপৰত আইন কৰাৰ অধিকাৰ ৰাজ্য চৰকাৰৰ আছে খালি তাত যেটো ফাইনাল সিগনেচাৰ যেটো এসেন্ট বুলি কয় হেতু ৰাজ্যপালৰ পৰা নহয় ৰাষ্ট্ৰপতিৰ পৰা ল'ব লাগিব Whether we'll do it in September or December or January, that is to be decided. But within this financial year, this law will definitely come.
3-4 बार हम लोग बैठा है एक कमेटी बैठने का बाद एक हम लोग रिपोर्ट हम लोग प्रिपेयर किया है और रिपोर्ट प्रिपेयर करके आज हम लोग का रिपोर्ट चीफ मिनिस्टर का ऑफिस में हम लोग चीफ मिनिस्टर का हाथ में दे दिया अभी बाकी गवर्नमेंट का ड्यूटी गवर्नमेंट करेगा पॉलीगमी का ऊपर क्या करना है क्या करना नहीं तो ये सब गवर्नमेंट करेगा
Our agenda was to basically see whether there was legislative competence for the state to enact a law, given the fact that polygamy, and particularly for Muslims, is also governed by the Sharia Act of 1937, which is a central law. So it was keeping this in mind that the committee sat and finally submitted its report and has generally pointed out that the state has the legislative competence to do so subject to the doctrine of repugnancy under Article 254, which means it requires the presidential assent.
Would this apply only with regard to the Sharia Act, as in the repugnancy with regard to the Sharia Act, or would the polygamy ban also apply to tribal practices, etc.?
In fact, in the report, we have considered that very briefly, because this was specific to the Sharia Act. We've also pointed out that the tribals have a protection under the Hindu Marriage Act of 55. So polygamy, in a sense, or marriage laws, there's been codification of it. Hindu Marriage Act was 55, the Christian Marriage Act is 1872, the Parsi Marriage Act is 1936, and the Sharia Act is 1937. So with regard to that, we've pointed it out and said that this is something also that during the legislative process could be considered.
It is day 5 of the Gyanvapi survey. The court-ordered survey of Gyanvapi, excluding Buzukhana, is being carried out to determine if the mosque was built on a pre-existing temple or not. In a big claim made by the Muslim side, the lawyer asserted that the Trishul symbol that's there on the wall of the Gyanvapi is actually Allah written on the wall and not a Hindu symbol. He even stated that finding swastika symbols should not come as a surprise, since Mughals also had swastika symbols on their coins. The Hindu side, however, has claimed that they found remains of Hindu idols in Gyanvapi and the primary stage of survey is over.
ये एक साइंटिफिक सर्वे है और साइंटिफिक सर्वे एडवोकेट कमीशन के सर्वे से अलग होता है. यहाँ पे अगर ये सोचना कि हर दिन कुछ मिलेगा वो गलत है, क्योंकि इसकी डिटेल पूरे स्ट्रक्चर की, यहाँ के आर्किटेक्चर की, इसके नीचे क्या है, हर एक चीज़ की बड़ी डिटेल्ड साइंटिफिक स्टडी की जा रही है. और जब एएसआई की रिपोर्ट आएगी तब पता चलेगा कि एएसआई की फाइंडिंग्स क्या हैं. जो मस्जिद के अंदर का भाग है, वजू टैंक के ठीक सामने जो 3 डोम है, उसके नीचे डिटेल स्टडी की जा रही है. तो ये सारा काम चल रहा है.
ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद नहीं है, पहले तो ये कहना बंद कर दीजिए. ज्ञानवापी भगवान शंकर का मंदिर है. धन्यवाद.
हर मुगल पीरियड में बहुत से इस तरह के सिक्के चलाए जाते थे जिसमें स्वास्तिक भी बना हो, ओम भी बना हो. तो ये कह देना कि ये फिक्स है कि नहीं साहब, कमल का फूल जो है अगर बना है किसी मस्जिद के पिलर पर तो साहब वो सिर्फ हिंदुओं के इस्तेमाल, ऐसा तो है नहीं कि फूल किसी के लिए स्पेसिफिक बना हुआ है कि नहीं साहब गुलाब का फूल है तो ये फला इस्तेमाल करेगा, और कमल का फूल है तो ये कम्युनिटी इस्तेमाल करेगी, बेल का फूल है तो ये करेगी, ऐसा तो है नहीं। फूल तो सभी के लिए कोई बना सकता है। इस्लाम में
त्रिशूल की बात हो रही है, डमरू की बात हो रही है।
हम कहते हैं कि आप कहते हैं त्रिशूल लिखा, हम कहते हैं अल्लाह लिखा, हम भी तो अल्लाह उसी तरह लिखते हैं। हम भी तो अल्लाह लिखने का यही वही सिस्टम है जिस तरह से त्रिशूल बनाने की बात करते हैं।
Samarth Srivastava is now joining us live for the latest on this. Samarth, if you could tell us about what is going on as far as the ASI survey is concerned, because what's going to matter here are facts.
See, we are present at the majestic Kashi, and the survey is still on. It's the day 5 in the Gyanvapi complex when ASI team have entered inside and began survey. Though it was a bit late today due to Savan, as large number of devotees throng Kashi Vishwanath temple. We are present at this particular spot. What cameraman Neeraj will show you the visuals out here. A lot of policemen, police barricades out here, and amid the tight police security, you would be seeing a large number of devotees thronging the Kashi Vishwanath temple. This is the area. This is the way towards the Kashi Vishwanath temple because it's the way day of Savan. Then that is why it's a huge public coming in for the darshan purposes. But the ASI survey is still on. It has been around more than 5 hours because the survey began at 11 a.m. and it would stop at 5 p.m. And what we can expect from the survey, as told by the Hindu side advocates, that ASI might use machines from today, and then that could be the thing called GPR, because what we saw in the earlier days, they were taking the measurements, the mapping thing was happening, but no use of machine was whatsoever used, and that's a important part because that will in a way originate and tell the exact the way the entire area was turned into a mosque as claimed by the Hindu side, while the Muslim side is claiming that the symbols you call it the Shiv symbols, the Om symbols as called by the Hindu side are not those. These were the symbols of Allah. So that's a contradictory statement from the Muslim side, while Hindu side is claiming that they have found the Narsimha avatar, the thing symbol inside that particular mosque. But it has been a long debate. As Vishnu Jain said, we have to wait for the final ASI report, for the conclusion, for the exact purpose what ASI is doing inside, because it's not a day 1 or day 2 thing that things will come out like every day what's happening inside. The compiled report would be submitted on September to the district court by the ASI. But what's important is the survey work is going on full swing.
Absolutely.
They are just taking a break for an hour for the lunch in the afternoon, and it remains continued till 5 p.m. every day.
All right, leave it at that. Samar, thanks so much for joining us with those details right there. Shifting focus now, Rahul's Lok Sabha membership has been restored after Lok Sabha Secretariat. Bringing you all of this and more in moments from now, slipping into a very short commercial break, but bringing you all about the grand welcome by India MPs for Rahul Gandhi in the Parliament in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
Congress party and entire government is indulged in corruption. So this kind of complaints has been repeatedly coming against all the ministers, including CM, his family and entire government. Even in Bangalore, every possible place, these people have been trying to exploit. Being corrupt is become their culture, and they are completely insensitive, and people are really worried, completely they are worried.
उनको जिस साजिश के तहत भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक सिंह गर्जना को रोकने की कोशिश की थी, राहुल गांधी इज बैक, और फिर उनकी सिंह गर्जना चालू रहेगी। लेकिन मेरी समझ में एक चीज नहीं आती, ये भाजपा क्यों अपने खिलाफ उठने वाली आवाज को बंद करने की कोशिश कर रही थी। आज ये इंडिया की जीत है, राहुल गांधी की जीत है, मोदी सरकार की पराजय है।
We are happy that Honorable Rahul Gandhi ji is back in Parliament, and we still believe that democracy exists in this country, even though the Surat court verdict was not in a proper manner, which was even also stated by the Honorable Supreme Court of India. It is very clear that even a common man can now depend upon the judicial system of India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Karnataka Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao has stirred a controversy, putting the India alliance in a tough spot. Dinesh Gundu Rao called Aam Aadmi Party's Mohalla Clinic overhyped after visiting Panchsheel Mohalla Clinic in Delhi city. Meanwhile, AAP claims the Karnataka minister changed his stance after receiving a phone call. Here's more.
The opposition India alliance is in a spot. War of words erupt between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress over Mohalla clinics in Delhi. It started with a guided tour of Mohalla clinic given to Karnataka Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao, shared widely on social media by AAP leaders. But Dinesh Gundu Rao later called Arvind Kejriwal government's Mohalla clinics overhyped and disappointing.
It was not like the way it was hyped up to be. So in that way it was a disappointment. It was not like the way it was hyped up to be as a model for the whole country. I think there are better models in many other states also. And even in Karnataka also we have got our own good model.
Now Congress leader Sandeep Dixit has slammed Arvind Kejriwal's governance.
जब कभी बड़ा अलायंस होता है तो उसमें ऐसे सब भी हो जाते हैं। वो ऐसा नहीं है भाई, जंगल में जहाँ शेर रहते हैं, हाथी रहते हैं, वहाँ गीदड़ भी रहते हैं। गीदड़ से भी नहीं करेंगे यार, गीदड़ बेचारे में भी बहुत बढ़िया क्वालिटीज होती हैं, वो भी प्राकृतिक होता है, उसका भी प्रकृति में कोई योगदान होता है।
Meanwhile, the Bharatiya Janata Party did not miss out on the opportunity to take a dig at the Kejriwal government.
These two parties that cannot see eye to eye have only come together not because they have any mission or vision. It is only because they want to save their corruption, their commission, their politics of division and their obsession and ambition for position.
AAP claims Dinesh Gundu Rao changed his position on Mohalla clinics under pressure from some quarters.
दिनेश राव जी बहुत तारीफ कर रहे थे, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक देख रहे थे, अखबार वाले साथ में थे, मीडिया साथ में, अचानक एक फोन आया, किसका आया तो वो बता सकता है और उनकी भाषा बदल गई।
The open fight between the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party has come as an embarrassment for the newly forged opposition alliance, India. Will the two parties be able to bury their differences ahead of elections? Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Rahul Gandhi gets his parliament membership back. Congress MP attended his first Lok Sabha session after 4.5 months today. Right after he entered Sansad, he paid tributes at Gandhi's statue. He got a grand welcome by India bloc as soon as he stepped inside parliament premises. The Lok Sabha secretariat cleared Rahul's return 3 days after Supreme Court stayed his conviction. Congress hailed his comeback as a moral victory. With his return now, the stage is all set for Rahul's participation in the no trust motion debate against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Celebrations erupted outside Congress headquarters moments after his membership was restored. Congress cadres rejoiced with dhol, dance and firecrackers for Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi was disqualified on 23rd March after Gujarat court convicted him in a defamation case over his Modi surname remark and sentenced him to 2 years in jail.
It's a welcome decision by Honorable Speaker. They had implemented the Supreme Court order, and we all were hearing conspiracies by the government to stop Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, but Honorable Speaker has overruled that thing and he has prevailed on the justice. We welcome and thank the Honorable Speaker for the decision.
यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि तमाम कांग्रेस के सांसद किस तरह से विक्ट्री साइन दिखाते हुए, तो यहाँ पे देखिए विक्ट्री साइन जो दिखाते हुए तमाम सांसद खड़े हुए हैं और कांग्रेस के सांसद खड़े हुए हैं, बीजेपी के राव इंद्रजीत सिंह भीतर जा रहे हैं। आज बड़ा दिन आप लोग के लिए,
हमारे लिए नहीं, देश के लोकतंत्र के लिए। जब एक सत्ता के अहंकार में चूर सरकार ने अपने एक एमएलए से एक फर्जी गैर संवैधानिक स्कीम करके किया है, तो निश्चित रूप से आज देश के संविधान के लोकतंत्र के लिए बड़ी
दायरे में सिमट के आया है, हर रवायत से हट के आया है। आंधियों को जरा खबर कर दो, शेर वापस पलट के आया है। राहुल गांधी जी की सदस्यता बहाल हुई, हालांकि शनिवार को ही हो जानी चाहिए थी, लेकिन हम सब इंतजार कर रहे थे कि जल्दी से जल्दी हो, देश इंतजार कर रहा था कि जल्दी से जल्दी हो। धन्यवाद, देर आए दुरुस्त आए, अच्छा है। राहुल जी आए, संसद की दीवारें उनका इंतजार कर रही हैं।
बिल्कुल प्रोसीजर होता है कि जिस तरीके से उनकी सदस्यता रद्द हुई थी कन्विक्शन होने पर, और उनका और स्टे आया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, इतना उनको समय लगा उनको रीइंस्टेट करने के लिए। उस पर ही सवाल उठ खड़ा होता है कि किस तरीके की हिपोक्रेसी है कि आप सदस्यता रद्द तो कर देते हैं, बहाल करने के लिए आपकी इतनी रिक्वेस्ट करनी पड़ती है। साथ ही साथ अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के MP का कन्विक्शन हुआ है, क्या उनकी सदस्यता रद्द हो गई है, क्या उनसे घर खींच लिया गया है? तो ये सारी चीजें हैं, अभी हिपोक्रेसी दर्शाता है, बट वी वेलकम हिम बैक। होपफुली वो अपनी आवाज फिर से बुलंद करेंगे।
माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट को बधाई, जिसकी वजह से पूरे देश की जनता का लोकतंत्र पर भरोसा बढ़ा है, न्यायालय पर भरोसा बढ़ा है। और हमें उम्मीद है कि जिस तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जिस तरीके से काम करने का तरीका है कि लोगों की सदस्यता ले ले, हमें उम्मीद है औरों की भी सदस्यता वापस होगी।
हम राहुल गांधी जी को कांग्रेचुलेट करते हैं और स्पीकर साहब का भी धन्यवाद करते हैं कि उन्होंने कोई विलंब नहीं किया और राहुल गांधी जी की सदस्यता को रिस्टोर किया है। थैंक यू।
कांग्रेस पार्टी सब ने अपने आप का एक मूर्खता प्रदर्शन करते हैं, जहाँ तक मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ। ये तो क्या है, उस कल वो फ्राइडे आ गया है और सैटरडे संडे शायद नहीं होगा। वो स्पीकर आज निर्णय किया है, और क्या है, आज तो जो फ्राइडे होने के बाद आज तो रिस्टोर हो गए ना। कम से कम जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के बीच में जब चलता है विषय, थोड़ा संयम तो रखना पड़ेगा। तो ऐसे तो बाकी MPs को भी हुआ है, तो इसलिए जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है, संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है, वो प्रक्रिया हमने बिना डिले किए किया है।
All right, Rahul Gandhi going to be making a grand speech tomorrow at noon. We'll cut live to it, of course, and you can watch it right here on India Today. He's got his parliament membership back and he attended his first Lok Sabha session as well after 4.5 months. Today was the first day after 4.5 months. And Maushami now joins us for the very latest. Maushami, 4.5 months. Rahul's back. He gets his membership back. What happens to his house now? Because Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary wants his house to be restored as well. What's the update on that front? And what can we expect at 12 noon tomorrow?
So, Chetty, after coming back, Rahul Gandhi would be making his first speech tomorrow, and that's on a very important motion that was moved by the leaders of the India Party. And tomorrow is the no confidence motion, a 3-day discussion, and the Prime Minister would answer on the 10th. So, a comparison or a parallel would be drawn. Of course, it is expected that Rahul will launch a frontal attack on the Modi government and question the Prime Minister's silence in the House over the Manipur issue. Importantly, that will be his first speech as a member or a lead party of the India alliance. So it will be interesting to see, because he'll not only be supported by the Congress MPs but also by the other colleagues in the alliance. On the other hand, as far as the question on the House is concerned, the Congress party and in fact Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said that they would be waiting for the normal protocol. There should be a response from the Lok Sabha Secretariat, or perhaps from the Urban and Development Ministry's department, as far as allotting Rahul Gandhi a house is concerned. Even though there's a question mark whether he will get the same house 12 Tughlaq's lane back, as we've learned that it has not been allotted to anybody else.
All right, thanks Maushami for joining us with the very latest details. The BJP and Congress are at loggerheads over the New York Times investigative report that prompted the BJP to accuse the Congress of having links with China. The New York Times investigative report on how the Chinese government has actively peddled propaganda across the world, including India, echoed in the parliament and outside, as well as the BJP demanded answers from the Congress party, levelling serious allegations against the Gandhis of having links to Beijing again. BJP's Anurag Thakur raked up funding of Rajiv Trust once again, demanding a detailed investigation. Thakur also lashed out at Congress, accusing them of attempting to shield news website NewsClick when they were raided for alleged China links back in 2021. So what exactly has the New York Times report claimed? Their detailed investigative report has claimed that a US billionaire, Neville Roy Singham, is linked to multiple network outlets across the world and has financed their Chinese propaganda on behalf of the Chinese government. The report also claims that in India, news website NewsClick was also financed by Singham to write propaganda pieces masked as independent content in favor of China.
Congress, China, NewsClick are part of a umbilical cord. राहुल जी की नकली मोहब्बत की दुकान में चीनी सामान ये साफ नजर आने लगा है। चीन के प्रति प्यार ये दिखता था, और भारत के खिलाफ दुष्प्रचार ये विदेशी जमीन पर भी और विदेशी न्यूज़ एजेंसियों के माध्यम से भी प्रोपेगेंडा के तहत होता था। एक एजेंडा था, एंटी इंडिया, ब्रेक इंडिया कैंपेन ये लोग चलाते थे। कांग्रेस ने विदेशी लोगों के साथ हाथ मिलाने का प्रयास किया, और यही नहीं, जब इनको निमंत्रण मिला सोनिया जी को, राहुल जी को, कब मिला? जब ओलंपिक्स खेल हुए तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को भी, गांधी परिवार को भी वहां पर न्योता दिया गया, और ये लोग उस समय चाइना भी गए, खेल देखने गए थे, खेल करके आ गए। विदेशी नेविल रॉय सिंघम, ये सिंघम कोई सिंघम फिल्म की बात नहीं कर रहा मैं, ये नेविल रॉय सिंघम ने इसकी फंडिंग की, और फंडिंग उसको कहां से है? निवेल रॉय सिंघम को चाइना पीछे से करता है। और इसमें निवेल रॉय का जो सीधा संपर्क है कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ऑफ चाइना के एक प्रोपेगेंडा आर्म के साथ है। ये रूट भी कहां कहां से हुआ? ये गौतम नवलखा का नाम तो आपने सुना ही होगा। ये भी एक आरोपी है। किस केस में? एल्गार परिषद के माओइस्ट लिंक में जो भीमा कोरेगांव केस है, उसमें अभी तक जेल में ये अंडर हाउस अरेस्ट है। यूएपीए लगा हुआ है इनके ऊपर।
A couple of years ago, over 1,000 accounts on social media had to be removed when they were identified as ISI, Pakistan's ISI PR linked, who were fanning misinformation and violence in India. Then a few months ago, there were another 1,000 plus accounts that were removed that were being sponsored by and operated by Khalistani elements, again fanning misinformation and violence and lies and hatred against the government of India and our leadership. There is an attempt to rein in misinformation. These platforms jump along with their friends and rally behind this false cover of free speech. The right to free speech as guaranteed in our Constitution is certainly not and must not and should not be a cover for misinformation directed at our nation's rise. And therefore, this revelation that a foreign country is actively funding platforms that are launching and have launched and continue to launch vitriol against our government, our country, our society, our religion, our faith, is something that all of us should be very aware of, and we should all get together and have a consensus on how to fight misinformation in the coming years and coming days.
See what happened. PM Care Fund also received the Chinese money, and not only that, Vinod Adani, brother of Adani, is a partner of Chinese person. What about that? And Prime Minister explained it that hasn't he received the fund in PM Care Fund from Chinese corporate houses? That is also to be discussed. Let us discuss all together. Why this only? Isolated, make it isolated case. Let all such matters to be discussed. Those who have been funded from China, Chinese forces. And what the Prime Minister said that time that will boycott Chinese and ban this TikTok, etc. And afterwards, business transaction increased and many other relations have increased. And so far, the BJP has not in position to explain that how much money they have got from the Chinese companies.
All right, let's get you what the New York Times investigation actually ends up exposing. Number one, it's an orchestrated international propaganda toolkit by China. It also further goes on to say that Indian website NewsClick's link and shows how it was linked to the Chinese government. We have a flowchart as well. We'll show you the flowchart in moments from now. Number three, Indian website was funded for the propaganda pieces. Point number four, US billionaire Singham's role in funding this particular propaganda. And point number five, the expose also shows propaganda and how it was disguised as independent content. Let's get you the flowchart so you get a better sense of the Chinese money trail that has been decoded by New York Times. ED sources have also revealed to India today. Now, this is Communist Party of China, the helm of affairs, and you'll see how Gautam Navlakha is eventually linked to the Communist Party of China. Gautam Navlakha is a NewsClick founder. Now, the Communist Party of China, to Neville Roy Singham, the tech billionaire living in Shanghai, he gets his funding from there. Neville further goes on to give 38 crore rupees to NewsClick, PPK NewsClick Studio Private Limited. They ended up receiving this particular cash for Chinese propaganda, and then 21 lakhs was also given to Gautam Navlakha. So finally, you can see that being linked back to the Chinese Communist Party. Moving on now, after passing the Lok Sabha test, the Delhi Services Bill has been tabled in the Rajya Sabha. India opposed Delhi bill, calling it anti-democratic, and stated that this bill undermines the power of Delhi Chief Minister. The opposition says bill has been tabled by the centres against basic structure and that the BJP's approach is to control the national capital by hook or crook. Calling the bill a political fraud and constitutional sin, AAP claimed that it is only being brought to make administrative hurdles in Delhi. The BJP, however, hit back, asserting that no rule of constitution has been broken and the legality of the bill is totally valid. The bill sailed through Lok Sabha and Centre and is set to pass the Rajya Sabha test as well. The BJP and allies have 131 members. The opposition has 104. AAP says it's hopeful of sailing through with majority.
सर, हम न्याय की गुहार लगाने आपके सामने आए हैं, अपने हक मांगने आए हैं, अपने हक से ज्यादा मांगने नहीं आए। सर, मैं अपने वक्तव्य को 3 भाग में बांटता हूं। पहला कि ये बिल कैसे एक राजनीतिक धोखा है, पॉलिटिकल फ्रॉड है। दूसरा, ये कैसे एक संवैधानिक पाप है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल सिन है। और तीसरा कि ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉकजैम यानी कि प्रशासनिक गतिरोध दिल्ली में कैसे पैदा कर देता है। सर, ये बिल सिर्फ संविधान का और लोकतंत्र का अपमान नहीं है, यह बिल लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी का, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी का, मदन लाल खुराना जी का, सुषमा स्वराज जी का, अरुण जेटली जी का, सबका अपमान करने का और उनके 40 साल के संघर्ष को मिट्टी में मिलाने का काम करता है। सर, मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री जी का बयान लोकसभा में सुन रहा था। उन्होंने कहा कि नेहरू जी ने, पंडित नेहरू ने ये बात रखी थी कि दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा नहीं मिलना चाहिए। मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री जी से कहना चाहता हूं, नेहरूवादी मत बनिए, आडवाणीवादी बनिए, वाजपेयीवादी बनिए और दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा देने का आज आपके पास ऐतिहासिक मौका है। दिल्ली को पूर्ण राज्य का दर्जा दीजिए।
This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic. It is a frontal assault on the regional voice and aspirations of the people of Delhi. It violates all principles of federalism, all norms of civil service accountability, all models of assembly-based democracy, and of course, it violates, as I will demonstrate, the basic structure.
तो मैं भी कहना चाहता हूं, ये पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि किसी देश की राष्ट्रीय राजधानी में उस देश की केंद्र सरकार की शक्तियां, उससे अधिक शक्तियां किसी और की होनी चाहिए। मेरे विचार से दुनिया में ऐसा कोई दूसरा उदाहरण देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। So I support what Abhishek Manu Singhvi ji has said. I am unable to find parallel anywhere in the world.
Siddaramaiah government is under lens yet again. The sitting agricultural minister in Karnataka has been slammed with corruption charges. In a letter to the governor, the agriculture department claimed that Cheluvaraswamy demanded 6 to 8 lakh rupees from the officials. The agricultural department added that if the charges are not looked into at the earliest, the officials from agricultural department shall consume poison. Demanding an inquiry, the governor office has now written to Chief Secretary of Karnataka. Meanwhile, Minister Cheluvaraswamy has dismissed the allegations, claiming that the letter doing the rounds is fake. It's not just him. The department that allegedly shot off the letter has also denied the same. India Today spoke to Joint Director from Mandya town, who claimed that no such letter had been written. Meanwhile, BJP continues to claim that this is not the first time that corruption charges were levied against Siddaramaiah-led government.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಜೆಡಿ ಏನೋ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಈಗ ಜೆಡಿ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿದೆ ನಾನು ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಯಾವುದೋ ಫೇಕ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಪಾಪ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಇದನ್ನ ಹುಡುಕಿ ಏನೇನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಆ ತರ ಇದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ಫೇಕ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಆ ಥರದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಜೆಡಿ ಅವರು ನಾನು ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ
ಈ ರೀತಿ ಫೇಕ್ ಬರೆಯೋದು ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಆಗ್ರಹಿಸ್ತೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ
ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದು ಸತ್ಯನ ಅಸತ್ಯನ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತನಿಖೆ
ಸರ್ ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಂಡ್ಯನಾ ಸರ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ನಾಗಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಟುಡೇ ಇಂದ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಬರ್ದಿರೋ ಪತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಪತ್ರ ನೀವು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನೇ ವಿಚಾರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನೀವು ಯಾವುದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪತ್ರ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ
ನೀವು ಯಾವ್ದು ಬರ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್?
ನಾವು ಬರ್ದಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಇಲಾಖೆಯವರಲ್ಲ ಇದು.
ಸೊ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತೀರಾ ಸರ್? ಅದನ್ನ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತೀರಾ?
ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್, 10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಆ ಗುತ್ತಿಗೆದಾರ ಸಂಘದವನು ಈ ಥರ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಪರ್ಸೆಂಟೇಜ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತೊಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು, ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2-3 ಜನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡವ್ರು ಏಜೆಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ. ಅವ್ರು ದುಡ್ಡು ತಂದಿದ್ರು ಒಳಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ದುಡ್ಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹಿಡಿ ಅಂತಾರಂತೆ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಕೇಳಗಳು. ಇದು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯ. ಇದು ಇವರು ಹೋಗಿ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂತ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕ ಆಡಳಿತ ತರ್ತಾರ.
Congress party and entire government is indulged in corruption. So this kind of complaints has been repeatedly coming against all the ministers, including CM, his family and entire government. Even in Bangalore, every possible place, these people have been trying to exploit. Being corrupt is become their culture and they are completely insensitive, and people are really worried, completely they are worried.
There is a YST, Yatendra Siddaramaiah tax, where transfer posting scam is taking place in a very big way in every department. And now there is proof of this. Joint agricultural directors of different taluks in the Mandya district have written a letter to the governor giving proof that how the Karnataka minister Chaluvaraya Swamy is demanding 6 to 8 lakh rupees bribes from them. The Congress party is a corruption ki dukan. It has looted the country when it was in UPA between 2004 to 14, and in every state government where it comes to power by mistake, it starts looting the state.
Chandrayaan 3 inches closer towards another milestone. As the spacecraft entered the lunar orbit, it caught sight of the moon during its maneuver. Chandrayaan 3 shared the first ever images of the moon, and they look truly breathtaking. The aircraft gave a glimpse of how the moon looks like, with blue-green colors, with many craters, as it was approaching towards it. The Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft successfully entered the lunar orbit yesterday. If the mission goes as planned, Chandrayaan 3 will safely land near the moon's south pole between 23rd and 24th of August. Slipping to a very short commercial break. When we return, Rahul's Lok Sabha membership restored after Lok Sabha Secretariat issues notice. Grand welcome by India MPs for Rahul in the party.
You are watching India Today.
जब भी भारत में संकट आया 2005 से लेकर 2014 तक चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट ने कांग्रेस को पैसा दिया, जिसका FCRA लाइसेंस भारत सरकार ने कैंसिल किया। 2008 में जब ओलंपिक हुआ, ये कांग्रेस को, ये सोनिया जी को और राहुल जी को बुलाया गया। 2017 में जब डोकलाम हो रहा था, उस डोकलाम के समय सर ये चाइनीज के साथ बातचीत कर रहे थे। चाइनीज के माध्यम से देश में एक अलग तरह का माहौल पैदा करना चाहते हैं। मेरा भारत सरकार से आग्रह है कि जितनी भी फंडिंग हुई है कांग्रेस को, जितनी भी चाइना ने फंडिंग की है, जांच की जाए और इतने लोग हैं उनको सलाखों में डाला जाए और कांग्रेस पार्टी को किया जाए।
कांग्रेस पार्टी सब ने अपने आप का एक मूर्खता प्रदर्शन करते हैं। जहां तक मैं बोलना चाहता हूं, ये तो क्या है, उस कल वो फ्राइडे आ गया है और सैटरडे संडे शायद नहीं होगा। वो स्पीकर आज निर्णय किया है और क्या है, आज तो जो फ्राइडे होने के बाद आज तो रिस्टोर हो गए ना। कम से कम जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के बीच में जब चलता है विषय, थोड़ा संयम तो रखना पड़ेगा। तो ऐसे तो बाकी एमपीज को भी हुआ है। तो इसलिए जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है, संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है, वो प्रक्रिया हमने बिना डिले किया है।
Weather forecast now.
Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Vasant Valley School secured the top honours in the 13th edition of the Vasant Valley Aaj Tak Hindi debate competition, showcasing their debating prowess and intellectual acumen against formidable opponents there. They showcased a brilliant display of debating skills from top schools across the nation. Take a look.
तो हम लोग बस चुप्पी से इन लोगों को देखते रहते हैं, ना सकारात्मकता को बढ़ावा देते हैं और ना नकारात्मकता को खत्म करते हैं।
पर मूकदर्शिता का अर्थ जो हमारा दल बताना चाह रहा है वह यह है
A fierce clash of intellect.
स्पष्ट करना चाहूंगा कि हम आज के सदन को भारतीय बुद्धिजीवियों के सदन द्वारा देखना चाहेंगे।
हमें प्रतिस्पर्धा में टिके रहने की आवश्यकता है और प्रतिस्पर्धा में टिके रहने के लिए हमें अपने कार्य पर ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है।
मैं जादूगर बन सकती हूँ, वो जो ट्रॉफी है उसको 2 में भी कर सकती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं चाहती हूँ कि वसंत वैली एंड सिंधिया स्कूल दोनों ही जीते। मुझे इतना मज़ा हिंदी वाद विवाद में कभी नहीं आया जितना इस वक्त आया। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत तालियां। एंड द विनर इज वसंत वैली स्कूल।
And the prestigious Vasant Valley School emerged victorious in the 13th edition of the Vasant Valley Aaj Tak Hindi debate competition.
कितना बढ़िया है वह समाज जहां हर घिनौने कार्य का जवाब है मूकदर्शिता।
Students from the Vasant Valley and the Scindia School took on each other in the final round of the competition, which saw a thrilling face-off between the teams of both the schools.
उस पे टांग अड़ाकर उसके बिना ज्ञान होए उसे और बिगाड़ने की कोशिश करता है, वह होता है मूकदर्शिता।
Participants from the two teams sparred on the motion adopted by the House, Mookdarshita mein hi buddhimani, which translates into being a mute spectator is a smart decision. The competition saw an enthusiastic participation from 26 renowned schools from all corners of the country. While students representing the Scindia school debated for the motion,
तो जिस आदर्शवाद की भावना से, जिस मूक दर्शक का चयन ना करने से हमारे ऊपर संकट आ रहा है, हमारे परिवार पर संकट आ रहा है, हम उसका चयन क्यों करें महोदय? महोदय, आज बुद्धिमान वही है जो स्वयं का जीवन संचालन करने में सक्षम हो, जो स्वयं की परिस्थिति को सुधार सके, स्वयं सफलता हासिल कर सके। वह बुद्धिमान नहीं है जो दूसरों की मदद करने का चोला पहन के घूम सके। बुद्धिमानी धर्म से कहीं दूर दूर तक मेल नहीं खाती है महोदय, जिस बात को समझने में मेरा विपक्षी मित्र पूर्ण रूप से असक्षम है।
The students representing the Vasant Valley debated against the motion.
उनके खंडन की ओर बढ़ते हुए उन्होंने आके सबसे पहले मूक दर्शिता की गलत परिभाषा दी, उसको हमारे पहले वक्ता ने सही किया। उन्होंने आके बोला कि हमें अपनी जंग लड़नी जरूरी है। लेकिन महोदय आप ही बताइए, अगर मेरे पास इस बात का हक ही ना हो कि मैं अपनी आवाज उठाऊं, अपने विचारों को प्रस्तुत करूं, तो मैं कौन सी जंग लड़ूंगी महोदय। उन्होंने आके बात करी निजी विकास की, आगे बढ़ने की, कि हमें खुद आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है, खुद आगे होने की जरूरत है महोदय। लेकिन आप ही बताइए कि हम लोग जब अपने विचार ही आगे नहीं रखेंगे तो फिर हम लोग आगे कैसे बढ़ेंगे।
In the end, Vasant Valley School's compelling arguments and persuasive delivery earned them the coveted title.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Airtel Extreme Fiber.
Hours before no trust vote, Rahul is back in Parliament. After 134 days, Rahul's ghar wapsi. Grand welcome by opposition bloc. Next, another Modi-Rahul battle. Top focus on 5 Line.
After 134 days in suspension, Rahul Gandhi is back in Parliament. It's a good day for democracy because the no confidence motion led by the Congress party begins tomorrow. And as we confirm to you first here on India Today, Rahul Gandhi will be speaking tomorrow at noon, pretty much leading the charge on that no confidence motion. We'll tell you what all of this means. We'll put up the political blocks and make it clear for you from both sides of the political fence what Rahul's return really means for politics on the road to 2024. Remember, only 9 months to go. I'm Shiv. This is 5 Live. Let's get straight to the headlines. Delhi Services Bill showdown rages in Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party hits back at Home Minister Amit Shah, alleges the bill gives control of Delhi to the centre. BJP alleges China linked to the Congress. In Parliament, BJP rakes up alleged Chinese funding for the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation after New York Times exposes China propaganda funding of Indian website NewsClick.
China NewsClick, a part of a umbilical cord. राहुल जी की नकली मोहब्बत की दुकान में चीनी सामान के साफ नजर आने लगा है.
Explosive revelation on pre-planned new riots. Chilling WhatsApp chats expose conspiracy. Communal poison spewed to mobilize the mob. Sinister attack on Shobha Yatra orchestrated. Siddaramaiah government under the lens yet again just a few weeks after being voted to power. Karnataka governor raises corruption charges against agriculture minister. Chellavara Swamy calls allegations false. Furious BSP MP, BJP MLC verbal spat on stage caught on camera. Danish Ali stops BJP MLC's Bharat Mata chant on stage. BJP Neta Vijay Varghya threatens, says can kill anti-Bharat brigade. The grand Ghar Wapsi of Rahul Gandhi couldn't have possibly been celebrated with greater fervor by opposition parties than it was today. Each and every picture coming out of Parliament from outside, from inside, showed that the opposition was uniting in its swagatam of Rahul Gandhi, who returns to Parliament as Lok Sabha MP from Wayanad after 134 days in suspension. Remember, there was quite a bit of suspense and some politics over whether Rahul Gandhi would be reinstated as a member of Parliament ahead of the big no-confidence motion that kicks off tomorrow in the Parliament. But all of that is settled now with Rahul Gandhi back in Parliament. There was a huge congregation of opposition MPs who stood outside Parliament to welcome Rahul as he walked in. There was a lot of dhol baja. There was some cultural performances as well. There was a lot of laddus being fed to each other. And finally, Rahul Gandhi took the chair once again as Lok Sabha MP. As you can imagine, on the road to 2024, the Congress's by far most popular leader is back in the hot seat. Take a look at some of the reactions.
It's a welcome decision by Honorable Speaker. They had implemented the Supreme Court order, and we all were hearing conspiracies by the government to stop Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, but Honorable Speaker has overruled that thing and he has prevailed on the justice. We welcome and thank the Honorable Speaker for the decision.
कांग्रेस पार्टी सब ने अपने आप का एक मूर्खता प्रदर्शन करते हैं, जहाँ तक मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ। ये तो क्या है, कल वो फ्राइडे आ गया है और सैटरडे संडे शायद नहीं होगा। वो स्पीकर आज निर्णय किया है और क्या है, आज तो जो फ्राइडे होने के बाद आज तो रिस्टोर हो गए ना। कम से कम जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के बीच में जब चलता है विषय, थोड़ा संयम तो रखना पड़ेगा। तो ऐसे तो बाकी एमपीज को भी हुआ है। तो इसलिए जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है, संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है, वो प्रक्रिया हमने बिना डिले किया है।
बिल्कुल प्रोसीजर होता है कि जिस तरीके से उनकी सदस्यता रद्द हुई थी कन्विक्शन होने पर, और उनका और स्टे आया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का, इतना उनको समय लगा उनको रीइंस्टेट करने के लिए। उस पर ही सवाल उठ खड़ा होता है कि किस तरीके की हिपोक्रेसी है कि आप सदस्यता रद्द तो कर देते हैं, बहाल करने के लिए आपकी इतनी रिक्वेस्ट करनी पड़ती है। साथ ही साथ अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक MP का कन्विक्शन हुआ है, क्या उनकी सदस्यता रद्द हो गई है, क्या उनसे घर खींच लिया गया है। तो ये सारी चीजें हैं, अभी हिपोक्रेसी दर्शाता है, बट वी वेलकम हिम बैक। होपफुली वो अपनी आवाज फिर से बुलंद करेंगे।
माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट को बधाई, जिसकी वजह से पूरे देश की जनता का लोकतंत्र पर भरोसा बढ़ा है, न्यायालय पर भरोसा बढ़ा है। और हमें उम्मीद है कि जिस तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जिस तरीके से काम करने का तरीका है कि लोगों की सदस्यता ले ले, हमें उम्मीद है औरों की भी सदस्यता वापस होगी।
Now let's just do a quick SWOT analysis. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats for all sides with Rahul Gandhi now returning to Parliament. Let's first look at the strengths for the Congress. Rahul Gandhi is by far the Congress's most popular leader. He gets to lead the charge ahead of 2024. As it stands confirmed, he's going to be leading the charge tomorrow in Parliament at that no-confidence motion as well. And let's face it, Rahul Gandhi is perhaps, in the constellation of the opposition, best suited to amplify the issues of Manipur, price rise, riots, unrest, etc. Now let's look equally at the weaknesses, because there are also many. Number one, Rahul in Parliament has consistently proven to be advantage BJP no matter which way you look at it, not least because of Rahul Gandhi's own performance so far in Parliament. Number two, Rahul Gandhi back in Parliament gives the BJP a chance to make it Modi versus Rahul Gandhi, which is what the Congress wants to avoid at all costs. Number three, every single speech, every utterance by Rahul Gandhi will push the notion of a presidential battle. His persona, his words will all push the idea that the Congress is projecting Rahul Gandhi against the Prime Minister, which is what the BJP wants, which the Congress definitely does not want. Now let's come to the opportunities. Number one, it's a chance for Rahul Gandhi to prove that he can be a boss in this new India alliance of the opposition. Number two, it's a chance for Rahul Gandhi to rally the many even now the warring opposition parties within the larger India alliance. Number 3, it's a chance for Rahul Gandhi, and he's done so quite well over the last couple of years, to shed that unserious image that he had during the 2019 campaign. There are, however, opportunities, but there are also threats now. Since this is a SWOT analysis, let's look at 3 threats now. It gives the BJP a chance to make this entire election about Rahul Gandhi, which is what the Congress does not want. It runs the risk of Rahul's words being used by the BJP to completely divert. Rahul Gandhi back in parliament means he gets to speak. Each and everything he says can be used by the BJP to twist and turn and divert from what the Congress is hoping will be the main issues at hand. And finally, Rahul Gandhi is now exposed and vulnerable to a very familiar attack that has been pointed at him for a long time. He gets to be labelled as a disgruntled dynast who is attempting to become Prime Minister for the 3rd time against a hyper-popular leader like Narendra Modi. So these are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats that you had better keep in mind when Rahul Gandhi opens up and makes his first speech after his suspension tomorrow in Parliament. Now, one of the most viral moments involving Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi in Parliament so far is an incident that I hardly need to revive or jog your memory about. It happened in 2018 during the no trust vote at that time, in the vote of thanks, when Rahul Gandhi's infamous hug and wink episode. Everyone remembers how Rahul Gandhi had walked across the aisle, hugged the Prime Minister, gone back, sat in his seat, and then winked at his then colleague Jyotiraditya Scindia, who since then has moved, of course, to the BJP. This incident in many people's eyes is a signature moment as far as Modi-Rahul relations are concerned. Let's look at it once in full.
No, this is not necessary. No. Nirmala ji.
The hug and the wink episode came just a year before the 2019 elections, and everyone has seen what happened in the 2019 elections. Rahul Gandhi, at that time, with the hug and wink episode, had captured the headlines. It had looked very charismatic. He had talked all about pyar ka dukaan, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, it only amplified Rahul Gandhi's reputation of being an unserious politician. That is the aftertaste of this entire episode. Since then, Rahul Gandhi has worked on nurturing a much more serious persona, not one that treats Parliament like his living room, but rather someone who embarked on a very, very high-profile Bharat Jodo Yatra, someone who is seen to have been involved in some way or the other in the big success of the Congress party in Karnataka. And a great amount of the image, messaging and effort around Rahul Gandhi over the last 5 years has been to try and get the Indian electorate to forget this image of a winking Rahul in Parliament, because that was an image that became stuck in people's eyes and people's minds. Now Rahul Gandhi, looking much more disheveled with a beard and hair, etc., is looking to be taken much more seriously. Will his re-entry into Parliament now bring about that seriousness, and will that give the Congress the advantage, or will it give the BJP the advantage, is a question that I cannot answer. Only the people of India will answer over the next 10 months. Now, the last Rahul Gandhi versus Prime Minister Modi showdown was in February this year, just before Rahul Gandhi was suspended. The setting was the reply to the president's motion of thanks. Rahul Gandhi's speech focused only on the Adani issue, big parts of which had then to be expunged. In 2022, the previous year, the motion of thanks saw a direct Rahul versus Modi debate. We've pulled out the most fiery bits of those two exchanges. Take a look. A जादू की झप्पी And then the infamous aankh mare moment.
मैं पहली बार यहाँ आया था, बहुत सी चीजें नई जानने को मिली जिसका कुछ अर्थ ही जिंदगी में पता नहीं था। पहली बार मुझे पता चला कि गले मिलना और गले पड़ना में क्या अंतर होता है। ये पहली बार पता चला मुझे। पहली बार मैं देख रहा हूं कि सदन में आंखों से गुस्ताखियां होती हैं। ये आंखों की गुस्ताखियों वाला खेल भी पहली बार इसी सदन में देखने को मिला।
These viral images were back in July 2018, the last time Rahul Gandhi and Modi crossed swords in Parliament. A flashback that remains a viral talking point in India's roller coaster politics. But unlike the 2018 hug-wink episode, however, Modi was absent for Rahul's offensive.
आपके अंदर मेरे लिए गुस्सा है, आपके लिए मैं पप्पू हूँ, आपके लिए मैं अलग अलग गाली दे सकते हो, मगर मेरे अंदर आपके खिलाफ इतना सा भी गुस्सा, इतना सा भी क्रोध, इतनी सी भी नफरत नहीं है। मैं कांग्रेस हूँ और ये सब कांग्रेस हैं।
And Rahul returned the favor by staying away from Parliament when Modi mounted his lengthy counter-attack.
अध्यक्ष जी, आप देखिए कि ये डिस्टर्ब तब करते हैं कि उनको अंदाजा आता है चोट बड़ी गहरी होने वाली है। उनको मालूम है कि मुसीबत में फंसे हैं आज, और कुछ लोग बोल करके भाग जाते हैं और जेलना ऐसे बेचारों को पड़ता है।
Very much in keeping with election atmosphere, both leaders have invoked their most aggressive campaign avatars.
There is another vision, a centralizing vision, the vision of a king, the idea of a king, which the Congress removed in 1947. We smashed that idea of a king. Now that idea of a king has come back. That there is a king, a Shahin Shah, a ruler of rulers, a master of masters. No matter what fantasies you might have, you will never ever rule over the people of the states of India.
सवाल चुनाव नतीजों का नहीं है, सवाल उन लोगों की नीयत का है, उनकी नेक दिली का है कि इतने बड़े लोकतंत्र में इतने साल तक शासन में रहने के बाद देश की जनता हमेशा हमेशा के लिए उनको क्यों नकार रही है, और जहां भी ठीक से लोगों ने राह पकड़ ली, दोबारा आपको प्रवेश करने नहीं दिया है। इतना सारा होने के बावजूद भी, इतना सारा पराजय होने के बावजूद भी ना आपका अहंकार जाता है, ना आपकी इकोसिस्टम आपके अहंकार को जाने देती है।
While Rahul Gandhi has come in for praise from many quarters for a focused speech that attacked the government on a variety of issues,
my grandmother was shot 32 times and my father was blown into bits. So I understand a little bit about what this country is. My blood has been sacrificed, not by me, by my great-grandfather, by my grandmother, by my father for this country. So I understand what it is. And you are fiddling with something very, very dangerous. Yes.
Many saw vintage Modi that harked back to the unsparing sardonic tone he wielded during the 2014 campaign.
कांग्रेस को हमेशा से इन बातों से नफरत रही है। विभाजनकारी मानसिकता उनके डीएनए में घुस गई है। अंग्रेज चले गए, लेकिन बांटो और राज करो, ये नीति कांग्रेस ने अपना चरित्र बना लिया है, और इसलिए ही आज कांग्रेस टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग की लीडर बन गई है।
As it did in the last general election, will Rahul versus Modi be a repeat metaphor in the elections this season, and more importantly, in the run-up to 2024?
आज आज हिंदुस्तान में आप मेड इन इंडिया, मेड इन इंडिया, मेड इन इंडिया की बात करते रहते हो। मेड इन इंडिया हो ही नहीं सकता। आज बात खत्म हो गई है, क्योंकि मेड इन इंडिया वाले हैं कौन? मेड इन इंडिया वाले स्मॉल मीडियम वाले हैं, उनको आपने खत्म कर दिया। मेड इन इंडिया वाले कौन हैं? असंगठित लोग हैं, उनको आपने खत्म कर दिया, हटा दिया, परे कर दिया।
वो कहते हैं मेक इन इंडिया हो ही नहीं सकता है। बताओ, इसमें आनंद आ रहा है? कोई ऐसा हिंदुस्तान के लिए सोच सकता है क्या कि मेक इन इंडिया हो ही नहीं सकता? अरे भाई, आपको तकलीफ होगी, हम आकर के करेंगे, ठीक है, ऐसा बोलो। देश को क्यों गाली देते हो जी? देश के खिलाफ क्यों बोलते हो?
ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, इंडिया टुडे। Now remember, in 2018, the previous no confidence motion against Prime Minister Modi had taken place. That motion was, of course, defeated. The Modi government was countered on rising crimes against minorities and women, as well as the government's contentious role in the alleged Rafale scam and the impact of demonetization. Here, just to jog your memory once again, are the highlights of that occasion.
I can see he's smiling, but there is a touch of nervousness in the gentleman. There is a touch of nervousness in the gentleman, and he is looking away from me. I can understand that. And now he cannot look into my eyes. He cannot look into my eyes. I can see that. How can it be? Because the Prime Minister has not been truthful. मैंने प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में साफ साफ बोला है, और प्रधानमंत्री अपनी आंख मेरे आंख में नहीं डाल सकते हैं। ये सच्चाई है। कभी उधर देख रहे थे, कभी उधर देख रहे थे, मगर सच्चाई है, सच्चाई है। चलिए चलिए।
कि प्रधानमंत्री अपनी आंख में मेरी आंख भी नहीं डाल सकते। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदया, सही, हम कौन होते हैं जो आपकी आंख में आंख डाल सके? कोई गरीब माँ का बेटा, पिछड़ी जाति में पैदा हुआ, गांव से आया है। आप तो नामदार हैं, नामदार, हम तो कामदार हैं। आपकी आंख में आंख डालने की हिम्मत हमारी नहीं। आंखों की बात करने वालों की आंखों की हरकतों ने आज टीवी पे पूरा देश देख रहा है। कैसे आंख खोली जा रही है, कैसे बंद की जा रही है। ये आंखों का खेल।
So there's a great deal of viral subject matter when it comes to the Modi-Rahul takkar in Parliament. I want to get a perspective in from India Today's National Affairs editor Rahul Srivastav, who's had a ringside view of many of these things that most of us have only seen on YouTube, and they still have millions of views. Rahul, when it comes to Modi versus Rahul in Parliament, I mean, there is so much content. There is, there's the hug and wink episode. There is the vote of thanks fight that they had earlier this year. We had the big fight over Adani as well. Now with Rahul coming back in, do you think it's going to be different? Because the last time we saw it, Rahul Gandhi had rolled up his sleeves. He was extremely combative. But then there is also that lesson learned of not making it Modi versus Rahul, which is what the BJP is hoping to do.
Shiv, Shakespeare in The Tempest has said that what's past is prologue. So in 2018, the script for 2023 was written. July 26, and we are in August, so it's the same monsoon session.
Yeah.
Now, in 2018, what were the circumstances? Let's analyze that. Rahul Gandhi was feeling upbeat about Rafale, and Chaukidar Chor hai, all those elements had already come in. Bhagidari, and all those templates were used in Parliament. Rahul Gandhi was definitely feeling much more upbeat compared to 2014 after that loss. But then Pulwama and several other things happened, and the advantage was lost. But the fact is that compared to that, today you have Rahul Gandhi through his Bharat Jodo Yatra and his foreign visits and these statements, perhaps has positioned himself as a slightly better position as a more accomplished leader, that he has been around in the country. The opposition, which was splintered at that time, is slightly more united with the 26 odd parties. They may not have as many MPs in terms commensurate manner. They have more. But the fact is that though India says that coalition says that no personality cult, will fight it as a collective, Rahul Gandhi, reinstated as a member of parliament, will be out there to prove a point.
Yeah, yeah.
You know that Mohabbat ki Dukaan and the hate factory, his trip to Manipur last time, he will like to build on that. The Congress party will like to showcase Rahul Gandhi. Now, what does showcasing do? Now, how does it start? See, on the 26th of July, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge early in the morning rushed Mr. Gaurav Gogoi to go and submit a no confidence motion notice to the speaker.
Yes.
If you don't submit it to the speaker before 10, it does not get taken up on that day.
Right, right.
Now, there was a rush, but the moment it happened, TMC and others objected that why did you make it a solo affair? It had to be a collective affair. Therefore, yesterday it was decided. So that was the first problem they ran into. Now, when they get onto the floor of the House, yes, Rahul Gandhi, we can expect a very aggressive Rahul Gandhi on the issues that the Congress wants to raise, because they will like to set up a perception battle. This is the first time, the 28th no confidence motion, first time you'll have a no confidence motion brought in not to corner the government, but to make a prime minister speak. So the idea is not the trust vote, they are going to lose that, but to set a perception battle.
Right, right.
Now, in that, if Rahul Gandhi does not position himself as ahead of the pack, then what's this whole
And
thing
he is
about?
going to be speaking at 12.
He's going to be speaking. He's going to be speaking. Gaurav Gogoi is the man who moved it, so he'll speak first. But the fact remains that Rahul Gandhi is set to intervene in this and going to speak the Congress side of the story. A lot of time to be allocated to opposition is going to be given to him. Now, if he does not position himself, then I think the point is lost. And if he positions, Prime Minister Modi and the BJP will be saying, we are loving it. Because that's exactly what they want.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Rahul. How much of showcasing of Rahul Gandhi can the Congress strategize and do without running the risk of handing it to the BJP in terms of giving them the full opportunity to make this presidential, make this once again like 2018, 2019. This is, after all, Rahul versus Modi. Here is Rahul in his third attempt to, try for the Prime Minister's chair once again. That's what they'll do.
See, Shiv, there is a political dilemma that the Congress faces. I've been saying since 2018, the Congress has to decide whether it wants to defeat Narendra Modi or it wants to make Rahul Gandhi the Prime Minister. But in that dilemma, can Rahul Gandhi retract? Can he move back that much? But if Rahul Gandhi moves back, means Congress moves back. And that's not a very politically wise move, because barring few states where there is a direct fight between BJP and the regional satraps, it is Congress versus the BJP. If Rahul Gandhi moves back, then he's moving back in states where the Congress is in a direct fight.
Absolutely.
For a strong opposition, the first say is that the Congress has to be strong. Say, for example, 1996, when the UF government came to power, the Congress had 150 odd seats. So without Congress getting 150, there is no dream of an opposition government. So that is why Rahul Gandhi can't move back. But if he moves back too much, he threatens the unity of India, because there will be jitters. Why will Mamata Banerjee accept, or Nitish Kumar accept, or Arvind Kejriwal?
Absolutely.
I think I think they will be walking a very thin line tomorrow.
Very, very interesting. But Rahul Gandhi is going to be front and center. All eyes, in many ways, are going to be on him. 12 o'clock is when he begins his speech as part of that no confidence motion. Remember, our coverage starts early tomorrow. Rahul is going to be with us on our panel as we bring you the most watched coverage, and I'm already saying that, of the big no confidence motion. Rahul, thank you very much for getting us your insight into what's going to be a very big day tomorrow and Rahul's role in Parliament and beyond on the road to 2024. We're taking a very quick break here on 5 Live. On the other side, from politics, we're switching to something else that happened in Parliament. And it's incredible. A New York Times report, of all things, is being brandished by the BJP, because that investigation suggests that a website called NewsClick, very critical of the Modi government, has been funded by the Chinese government.
flashpoint at Delhi's doorstep.
फिर देख सकते हैं 15 शुरू हो चुका है.
Amidst the flames and rioting, India Today reporters fearless on the ground.
Stone pelting was so aggressive from the both sides.
Entire market in the area has been shut right now. Attacked the cyber police station of Noor.
Facts, questions,
What resulted in the communal clashes?
and first-hand reports.
एकदम ही पत्थर आए हैं ऊपर से छतों पे से गोली तक चली है पीछे वाला शीशा टूट लिया
100% accuracy amidst the blaze. We track the face of every story. India Today. India United.
निवेदन ये है भाई कि इन किराएदारों को मत दो. मीट मच्छी की दुकान जैसे तिगरा में घुसे हम. भाई ऐसे मुसलमानों को मत दे, भूखे रह लेंगे. लेकिन इनका पैसा हमारा पैसा इनके पास जाता है, इनसे हम ले. तो भाई हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन है सभी ग्रामीण वासियों से जो यहाँ गुड़गांव के कोई भी आए हो. जैसे मैं कातीपुर से आया हूँ, भाई मैं भी अपने गांव वालों से निवेदन करूंगा हाथ जोड़ के सबके आधार कार्ड देखो. जो मुसलमान हो उसको अपना मकान कोई भी जमीन मत दो. और जो हमारे हिंदू भाई है वाल्मीकि है कोई भी है, भाई वो मीट की दुकान हिंदू भाई करे. बाहर से आके मुसलमान यहाँ कमाते हैं और फिर वही हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चलाते हैं.
Congress party and entire government is indulged in corruption. So this kind of complaints has been repeatedly coming against all the ministers, including CM, his family and entire government. Even in Bangalore, every possible place, these people have been trying to exploit. Being corrupt is become their culture and they are completely insensitive and people are really worried, completely they are worried.
जब भी भारत में संकट आया 2005 से लेकर 2014 तक चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट ने कांग्रेस को पैसा दिया जिसका FCRA लाइसेंस भारत सरकार ने कैंसिल किया. 2008 में जब ओलंपिक हुआ ये कांग्रेस को, ये सोनिया जी को और राहुल जी को बुलाया गया. 2017 में जब डोकलाम हो रहा था उस डोकलाम के समय सर ये चाइनीज के साथ बातचीत कर रहे थे. चाइनीज के माध्यम से देश में एक अलग तरह का माहौल पैदा करना चाहते हैं. मेरा भारत सरकार से आग्रह है कि जितनी भी फंडिंग हुई है कांग्रेस को, जितनी भी चाइना ने फंडिंग की है उसकी जांच की जाए और इतने लोग हैं उनको सलाखों पर पीछे डाला जाए और कांग्रेस पार्टी को किया जाए.
Our agenda was to basically see whether there was legislative competence for the state to enact a law, given the fact that polygamy, and particularly for Muslims, is also governed by the Sharia Act of 1937, which is a central law. So it was keeping this in mind that the committee sat and finally submitted its report and has generally pointed out that the state has the legislative competence to do so, subject to the doctrine of repugnancy under Article 254, which means it requires the presidential assent.
Would this apply only with regard to the Sharia Act, as in the repugnancy with regard to the Sharia Act, or would the polygamy ban also apply to tribal practices, etc.?
In fact, in the report, we have considered that very briefly, because this was specific to the Sharia Act. We've also pointed out that the tribals have a protection under the Hindu Marriage Act of 55. So polygamy, in a sense, or marriage laws, there's been codification of it. Hindu Marriage Act was 55, the Christian Marriage Act is 1872, the Parsi Marriage Act is 1936, and the Sharia Act is 1937. So with regard to that, we've pointed it out and said that this is something also that during the legislative process could be considered.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Anil Kumar Mishra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ.
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर. और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको और उसी गाछ के टुकड़ा से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन का शुरुआत वहीं से हुई.
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
तो मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं. लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा. जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा. अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं.
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ.
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures. With Rajesh Verma in Ramgarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
A website called NewsClick, which basically functions online and via YouTube, is now in the dock owing to an investigation by the New York Times, which has dropped a veritable bombshell on NewsClick. NewsClick, which does a great deal of journalism and reportage that makes it unfriendly or perceived to be unfriendly to the government, is now become a talking point in Parliament after a New York Times investigation says that Chinese government propaganda money to the tune of crores of rupees has been channeled by a tech billionaire into this website, and that's the reason why some of its coverage seems to be pushing the Chinese agenda. From the Ladakh standoff, to the Rafale scam, to India's economy, to various other political and economic issues in the country, it has come under a great deal of scrutiny now. Remember that NewsClick, this website, was raided by the Enforcement Directorate back in 2021, and now it's the New York Times itself, that has pointed a finger through an investigation to say that this Indian website received funding from the Chinese government. The BJP and the Congress are at angry loggerheads over this NYT investigative report that has prompted the BJP to accuse the Congress of having links with China. The NYT investigative report on how the Chinese government has actively peddled propaganda across the world, including India, has echoed in Parliament inside and outside. Take a look. It is perhaps the biggest media scandal to rock India and the world in recent times. A New York Times investigation has blown the lid off Chinese propaganda being passed off as independent content, courtesy million-dollar deals. And yes, there's an alleged Indian puppet as well. Indian news website NewsClick, the same company that was raided in 2021, has been named by the New York Times investigation report as having received 38 crore rupees to run Chinese puff pieces. The NewsClick site put up videos and articles like China's history continues to inspire the working class, all because of an alleged shady deal with the Chinese Xi Jinping government. And the man who made these payments to NewsClick allegedly and many other international media platforms is reportedly Neville Roy Singham, a US tech billionaire based in Shanghai. Singham, according to the report, acted as a front for the Chinese government and paid several networks to run China-positive pieces, including Indian news site NewsClick. The rot runs deep, as Enforcement Directorate sources back in 2021 had revealed how the money had been sent to NewsClick's shareholder, Gautam Navlakha.
If we go by the allegations, basically Communist Party of China, the person who was involved in this entire deal is Neville Roy Singham. He has 4 non-profits in USA and he is a tech billionaire living in Shanghai. Through Singham, 38 crore rupees traveled to NewsClick. Out of these 38 crore rupees, this becomes extremely important. Out of 38 crore rupees, 9 crore came through foreign direct investment via inward remittances. Apart from 9 crore rupees, almost 28 crore rupees also traveled, and according to NewsClick, it was in exchange of some of the services which they provided. But when Enforcement Directorate raided their premises, when they got hold of certain documents in this entire investigation, what they got to know, there was no logical explanation of that 38 crore rupees. Out of 38 crore rupees, again, extremely important, 21 lakh rupees went to Gautam Navlakha. He is also a shareholder, and along with Gautam Navlakha, there were certain individuals, certain journalists who also got that money.
This explosive investigative report has sparked off a massive political fight, as the BJP has raked up the Rajiv Gandhi Trust's alleged funding from China and questioned why the Congress was quick to jump to NewsClick's defense back in 2021 during the Enforcement Directorate raids.
2008 में इनका एग्रीमेंट हो गया था, उस समय एक पेमेंट भी की गई थी। पेमेंट किसको की गई? पेमेंट की गई थी राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को। और ये राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को जो पेमेंट की गई 2005-7 के बीच में, ये किस लिए की गई? और ये उस समय की गई जब सोनिया गांधी जी यूपीए की, और वही यूपीए सरकार जिसके ऊपर लाखों करोड़ के भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोप भी है।
The BJP has also put the focus on how misinformation was being spread rapidly on social media to create an anti-India narrative.
There is an attempt to rein in misinformation. These platforms jump along with their friends and rally behind this false cover of free speech. The right to free speech as guaranteed in our constitution is certainly not and must not and should not be a cover for misinformation directed at our nation's rise.
The Rajiv Gandhi Trust has been accused of receiving donations from Chinese entities between 2005 and 2009 under the leadership of Sonia Gandhi. As the BJP Congress political fight blazes on, the question over whether some journalists have become Ji Huzuris to Xi Jinping has sparked a massive international debate. With Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today. And we've got a first reaction coming in from NewsClick, the website that has been exposed by the New York Times for having taken a huge amount of funds from tech billionaire on behalf of the Chinese government to spread propaganda and anti-India journalism. NewsClick has responded to the China link charge. It calls the allegations false and misleading. NewsClick has said in a statement that China link charges are fake. This website is now under a massive glare. It has not qualified its statement but said that the allegations of a Chinese link are completely fake. Let me go straight across to India Today's Aishwarya Paliwal for more on this. Aishwarya, has NewsClick provided any further details? Have they given a substantive defense? This is, after all, the New York Times, which is a newspaper that's considered the holy grail of websites like NewsClick. Many sections of the opposition which had defended NewsClick in 2021, they take everything that the New York Times says, as practically biblical. What are they saying now?
Well, the opposition, let me tell you, Shiv, is completely quiet. And even NewsClick, apart from just giving out one statement, has not been able to give any proof. The government on the other side, the MOS of IT, which is Information Ministry, very clearly Rajiv Chandrasekhar saying that they have seen a spike in the kind of news that NewsClick was giving over the past 2 years. Also, the INB Minister Anurag Thakur very clearly saying that the government has proof of the funding. Also saying that all those people, especially the Congress party, they were all standing in favor of NewsClick, but investigation by the government has found out that massive anti-India things were going on the website. Unfortunately, no substantial proof from the website apart from just that statement. Shiv.
Okay, Aishwarya, thank you very much for getting us that. Let's go straight into our face-off because it has become immediately and explosively political, not just on the airwaves, but literally inside Parliament as well, with an angry exchange of fire over this NewsClick revelation erupting in the Lok Sabha today, courtesy BJP MPs like Nishikant Dubey and certain others. Let's go straight to our political guest, Anila Singh, spokesperson of the BJP, but starting with Mohan Kumar Mangalam, spokesperson of the Congress party. Welcome to you both. Thank you for your time. Mohan, to you first. The BJP has kind of clubbed the whole NewsClick revelations in the New York Times, along with the Rajiv Gandhi Trust. And you saw Anurag Thakur, Minister, addressing a press conference as well, training his guns in part at NewsClick, but making this about a larger ecosystem of entities, including the Congress party, allegedly taking money from the Chinese. That's what the BJP is alleging. Mohan, respond.
First, let me say that I find it amusing that Mr. Anurag Thakur will actually quote anything from the New York Times. I mean, let me quote him on Twitter from March 2023, when he said New York Times had long back dropped all pretensions of neutrality while publishing anything about India. He called it mischievous and fictitious, and this isn't the only article they've criticized of the New York Times. So I guess they've changed their minds about the reporting authenticity of that particular publication. Secondly, let me say that this isn't a new allegation. They leveled this allegation in the past, and they even cancelled Rajiv Gandhi Foundation's FCRA license. What I am wondering is why they haven't done anything about PM Cares. We have no idea who the donors to PM Cares are. We know there were public pronouncements of Chinese companies such as Xiaomi donating over 10 crores to PM Cares, and there was absolutely nothing done about that because the PM Cares fund is not subject to any sort of scrutiny like Rajiv Gandhi Foundation and other funds are. What I also wonder is what is the BJP doing in 2009 when a BJP RSS team actually went to meet with the Communist Party of China and talked about border issues in Arunachal. What I also wonder is why the BJP government has allowed imports from China to grow from somewhere around 50 to 60 billion in 2004 to now about $100 billion. What I also wonder is why the External Affairs Minister's son's organization, which is the Observer Researcher Foundation, that has received money from the Chinese embassy, not once, not twice, but several times over, is not subject to the same kind of scrutiny like the Rajiv Gandhi Foundation is. And for the BJP to talk about receiving money from nefarious sources, they should be the last ones talking about it because they got money in 2014-15 of an amount of 10 crores from a company called RKW Developers that had links with Iqbal Mirchi alias Iqbal Menon, who was accused in the 93 Mumbai blast and a close associate of Dawood Ibrahim. They're the last ones to talk about where funding is coming from.
Okay, Anila, the Congress, smashes the ball back in your court saying, who are you to question us about Chinese money? And he's listed a huge number of instances alleging that the BJP is no one to talk. How would you respond to that? Keep it to what we're talking about. Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, News Click. Also remember there were raids that happened back in 2021, by the Enforcement Directorate against News Click, at which point there were members of the opposition who had actually defended.
My ram to all, and I was very well listening to Mr. Mangalam, and he was, saying, oh, how BJP can quote New York Times when BJP says that whatever the news come out in New York Times, you cannot rely on that. But sir, this time you can come out and say whatever New York Times is saying, it is all crap. Does Congress party has got that type of guts to say this thing to the New York Times? Of course not. But the nexus in between the political parties like Congress, the NGOs, the media house, the companies, and the Chinese, it is unnerving. It is very scary how these people are looting this country, how these people are cheating this country. And I have to tell Mr. Mangalam, you should correct your facts and you should know what your leaders had said earlier. When the raids happened on NewsClick and News Laundry and a couple of more...
NewsClick. Let's keep it on NewsClick.
No. I'm saying when tax official raids happened on NewsClick and News Laundry, at that time we had seen that Randeep Surjewala, Digvijay Singh, Abhishek Singhvi, Supriya Srinath, and many more Congress leaders, they had come out and they had started advocating in favor of NewsClick. So you can very well see the connection. It doesn't require rocket science to understand that how this political party, Congress, is connected to NewsClick, how NewsClick is connected to Singham.
Okay, so Mohan, the allegation is that the Congress basically trooped out to defend NewsClick when they were being raided by the Enforcement Directorate, and now you have egg on your face because the New York Times, which in the Congress and the opposition's view can say no wrong, has basically said something that's very unpalatable for you. Respond to what Anila is saying.
So, Shiv, I don't think we have egg on our face in any way. If we have egg on our face, so does the Press Club of India.
No, the BJP is saying that. BJP is saying
Let me finish. Yes. I'm responding to her. I'm saying the Press Club of India, the Editors Guild, there were many people who condemned the action against NewsClick at that point in time, saying that it was a move to intimidate journalists. I mean, we are 161 out of 181 in 180 countries in the world press freedom index. So if someone goes ahead and raids an agency that is publishing news critical about the government, which is a rarity these days, let me add, I would say that anybody in opposition will get up and say, you are actually trying to intimidate journalists. I'm not sure why this is surprising. And I will also say that a journalistic report in New York Times or Washington Post or whatever that publication may be is not concrete proof. I would like an investigative agency's report to come out. And if that is indeed true, action to be taken against that report. And after that, we can have a conclusive discussion about what NewsClick was and isn't.
So you're saying that an investigation should happen into what the New York Times is alleged, because it's part of their investigation.
No. I'm saying the Enforcement Directorate is obviously doing an investigation. They were raided in 2021. So I will wait for the ED's report to come out and for subsequently a charge sheet to be filed before I start making comments against a news organization.
No, but I understand that. But Mohan, what about the allegations made in the New York Times? These are extremely serious allegations. Do you think those should be investigated? The Chinese link of NewsClick?
Of course. I think if there is a drawable link, if there is a money trail, so to speak, that is evident and that is easy to find, I'm sure the Enforcement Directorate will seek that information from whatever report has been published from the respective foreign agencies.
Understood. And Anila, final word to you then. We've seen all the fire and brimstone, the politics, the finger pointing, etc. Will there be an investigation now? If the New York Times is being brandished now by the BJP, will the BJP put its money where its mouth is and actually investigate? Yes, the Enforcement Directorate has already taken action against NewsClick, but this issue of Chinese money funding them, will this also be investigated now, or will it only just be politics?
Indeed, do you think that the investigative agencies in our country in today's time, they are going to spare anybody who is very much well connected with wrong routes to get money in? The news portals funding from China, the secret MOU signed by the Congress party with the Chinese And the Soros connection only raises many more questions, which Congress party in today's time at this moment is not able to answer.
Okay.
Because
Can I
now
offer
the
a
Bharat
solution
understands
for the
that
founders of NewsClick?
Chinese fund Indian National Congress. That is a reality.
I'm out of time. 10 seconds. Only 10 seconds to you, Mohan. 10 seconds.
I just want to offer a piece of advice to the founders of NewsClick. If they want to get away from this investigation, the best way to do so is to join the Bharatiya Janata Party, as history has proven time and again.
Okay, jibe delivered, but who knew that the BJP would be quoting from the New York Times and the Congress would be saying, let's wait for more information. That's what the media is these days, especially in an election year. We leave it there. Thank you very much to the both of you for your time here on 5 Live. It's a wrap. I'll see you at the same time tomorrow, 6 p.m. Prime, with Akshita comes up next. The Delhi Services Bill showdown is raging in Parliament. And boy, if you've missed some of the big highlights, we've got them lined up for you next.
कांग्रेस पार्टी सब ने अपने आप का एक मूर्खता प्रदर्शन करते हैं। जहां तक मैं बोलना चाहता हूं, ये तो क्या है, उस कल वो फ्राइडे आ गया है और सैटरडे संडे शायद नहीं होगा। वो स्पीकर आज निर्णय किया है और क्या है, आज तो जो फ्राइडे होने के बाद आज तो रिस्टोर हो गए ना। कम से कम जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के बीच में जब चलता है विषय, थोड़ा संयम तो रखना पड़ेगा। तो ऐसे तो बाकी एमपीस को भी हुआ है। तो इसलिए जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है, संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है, वो प्रक्रिया हमने बिना डिले किया है।
आज बड़ा एक सीरियस मामला मैं उठाना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष जी। कारण यह है कि न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में इन लोगों को जो है केवल विदेशी ताकतों के साथ रहकर उन्हीं के न्यूज़पेपर में, उन्हीं के देश में उनके क्या हो रहा है उसी को ये मानते हैं। न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में एक बड़ा अच्छा न्यूज छपा है सर कि 38 करोड़ रुपया जो है न्यूज क्लिक जैसी संस्था को मिला है। और न्यूज क्लिक संस्था को जो न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स ने लिखा है, वो लिखा ये है कि भारत में ईडी ने जो रेड किया है, आइस के बारे में ये लगातार बोलते हैं सर, ईडी की रेड में जो खुलासा हुआ है उसका पूरा खुलासा किया है। और वो जो न्यूज क्लिक है सर, वो देशद्रोही गैंग, टुकड़े गैंग जो भारत को खंडित करना चाहते हैं, वो न्यूज क्लिक उस संस्था का जो है हेड कर रहा है, पुरकायस्त उसका मालिक है। उसके सारे पैसे में कहां से मिले, कैसे नक्सलाइट को दिए गए, कैसे माओवादियों को दिए गए, कैसे शर्मा को, रोहिणी सिंह को, या मान लीजिए स्वाति चतुर्वेदी जैसे लोगों को केवल भारत के खिलाफ एक माहौल बनाने के लिए चाइनीज पैसा दे रहे हैं। उसके बारे में सर, दूसरा मैं इस सरकार से मांग करता हूं सर कि जब भी भारत में संकट आया 2005 से लेकर 2014 तक चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट ने कांग्रेस को पैसा दिया, जिसका एफसीआरए लाइसेंस भारत सरकार ने कैंसिल किया।
Net employee addition has dropped a combined 135% at TCS, Wipro and HCL Tech. This means where the companies had added 31,000 employees this quarter last year, this year they've seen a fall of nearly 11,000 employees. This is in line with the muted financial numbers shared by these companies. Akanksha Chaturvedi gets us a deep dive into this trend. A closer look. Akanksha?
That is right, Abha. Hiring across major Indian IT companies has dampened in Q1 FY24 as compared to the year-ago quarter. If we take a close look at the numbers, we see that TCS only added around 500 people to the company in Q1 FY24, while this number was over 28 times bigger last year. TCS added over 14,000 employees in Q1 FY23. At Wipro, this trend seems to have worsened. In Q1 FY24, Wipro's headcount actually reduced by around 8,000 employees, while in Q1 FY23, they had added over 15,000 people to the organization. HCL Tech was also in line with this trend. The company's headcount went down by over 2,500 people in Q1 FY24, whereas they had added around 2,100 people in the year-ago quarter. This slowdown is in line with the broader slowdown in the industry, which is caused by the cutbacks in IT and discretionary spending across the world.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
As the Lok Sabha polls approach near, political showdown between opposition BJP is escalating. Prime Minister Modi took a jab at the opposition alliance, recalling that Mahatma Gandhi's Quit India movement was launched on 9th August. The Prime Minister said similarly the country wants dynasty, corruption and appeasement to quit India. Meanwhile, the opposition has slammed the Prime Minister Modi's remarks and called it a diversion from real issues like Manipur, Haryana, violence and inflation.
साथियों, 7 तारीख के एक दिन बाद 9 अगस्त आ रही है। 9 अगस्त वो तारीख है जब ऐतिहासिक क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट की शुरुआत हुई थी। महात्मा गांधी ने मंत्र दिया था और क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट ने स्वतंत्रता की तरफ भारत के कदमों में नई ऊर्जा पैदा कर दी थी। इसी से प्रेरित होकर आज पूरा देश हर बुराई के लिए कह रहा है क्विट इंडिया। चारों तरफ एक ही गुंज है, करप्शन, क्विट इंडिया, यानी भ्रष्टाचार, इंडिया छोड़ो, डायनेस्टी, क्विट इंडिया, यानी परिवारवाद, इंडिया छोड़ो, अपीजमेंट, क्विट इंडिया, यानी तुष्टीकरण, इंडिया छोड़ो।
पूरे हिंदुस्तान ने और पूरे देश ने, पूरी इंडिया ने ये तय किया है कि इस बार 2024 में सिर्फ इंडिया को अपनाएंगे और इंडिया को ही जिताएंगे। इंडिया का मतलब है कि इंडिया जब होगी तो देश के अंदर में बेरोजगारी दूर होगी, महंगाई दूर होगी, यहाँ पे किसानों के सम्मान की बात होगी, महिलाओं के सम्मान की बात होगी। ये इंडिया है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है इस इंडिया को पूरा हिंदुस्तान अपनाएगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जाहिर सी बात है कि इंडिया से
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
एक अधिनियम शुद्ध विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयकांगन है जो सदस्य के पक्ष में आ गए हैं।
After sailing through the lower house, Delhi Services Bill reaches Rajya Sabha. War of words over bill erupts.
This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic.
दुनिया में ऐसा कोई दूसरा उदाहरण देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। So I support what Abhishek Manu Singhvi ji has said. I am unable to find parallel anywhere in the world.
AAP, Congress lead opposition's defense.
ऑर्डिनेंसेस सिर्फ आपातकालीन और विषम परिस्थितियों में लाई जाएंगी। ऐसी कौन सी आपातकालीन और विषम परिस्थितियां आ गई कि आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले को 8 दिन के भीतर बदलना पड़ गया?
Delhi Parliament dangle, our top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. This Monday evening, I'm getting you all the latest updates coming in from Parliament. As we speak, the debate on the Delhi Services Bill is underway in the crucial Rajya Sabha. It sailed through Lok Sabha. Will the bill have a similar fate in the Rajya Sabha? At this point, it definitely looks like it. So what does that mean politically for the India alliance? We're going to be talking about that and much more. As always, let's begin with the headlines. Rahul's Lok Sabha membership restored after Lok Sabha Secretariat issues notice. Grand welcome by India MPs for Rahul in Parliament. Furious BSP MP BJP MLC verbal spat on stage. Danish Ali stops BJP MLC's Bharat Mata chant on stage. BJP Neta Vijay Varghya threatens says can kill anti-Bharat brigade. BJP alleges China linked to Congress and Parliament. Rakes up alleged Chinese funding for Rajiv Gandhi Foundation after the New York Times exposed China propaganda funding. NewsClick, Indian website, accused of getting Chinese funding response, calls allegations false and misleading.
Chris, China, NewsClick, a part of a umbilical cord. राहुल जी की नकली मोहब्बत की दुकान में चीनी सामान ये साफ नजर आने लगा है.
Explosive revelation on pre-planned new riots, chilling WhatsApp chats, exposed conspiracy, communal poison spewed to mobilize mob, sinister attack on the Shobha Yatra orchestrated. Day 5 of ASI survey at Gyanvapi complex concludes. Hindu side claim remnants of idols found. ASI to submit survey report in 4 weeks. And Siddaramaiah government under lens yet again. Karnataka governor raises corruption charges against the agriculture minister. Cheluvaraya Swamy calls all allegations baseless and false. As we speak, every political party currently in the Rajya Sabha is getting a chance to present their view on the Delhi Services Bill. And in about 30 minutes from now, Home Minister Amit Shah is also expected to speak in the Rajya Sabha. This is the big fight for control in Delhi. Home Minister Amit Shah is the one who had tabled the bill in the Lok Sabha. He'd given a fiery speech just before the bill was passed in the lower house as well. Expect the same fireworks in just about 30 minutes from now, as Amit Shah will essentially be closing up the BJP's arguments, the NDA's arguments in favor of the bill at 6:30 this evening. After that is when the voting will take place, and that's when it'll come down to the numbers. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining us live with more details on this. Aishwarya, good evening. In half an hour from now, Amit Shah will be speaking. That will be followed by the voting. And that's when, of course, we'll know which way this will go. The opposition is doing everything they can, including bringing forward their ailing members of parliament to the Rajya Sabha today to ensure that, they have the numbers on their side. Well, Akshata, for the Aam Aadmi Party, this indeed is a do-or-die battle, because this is what they spoke about when they joined the India Alliance. In fact, they also arm-twisted the Congress Party, making sure that the Congress Party comes on board with making sure that when the ordinance is in the Rajya Sabha, the Congress Party stands with the Aam Aadmi Party. We have seen quite a lot of bonhomie between all the opposition parties. This actually is a litmus test for all of them. As far as the BJP is concerned, the numbers obviously are not on their side at the moment in the Rajya Sabha. But yes, we will see a very fiery speech given by Home Minister Amit Shah. 6:30, 6:45, Akshata, is what we understand when the Home Minister will get up. Let me tell you, ever since the debate, the discussion began on the bill, he's been listening to everyone speak very keenly. Was seen also writing notes. So Amit Shah, the Home Minister, very, very ready for the debate, and we will see what happens when the voting takes place. But yes, for the Aam Aadmi Party at least, this is a do-or-die battle.
Very true. Aishwarya, just stay with me. At this point, while the Aam Aadmi Party, as Aishwarya put it, is a do-or-die battle for them, it's definitely not looking good, because if you see the kind of comments that have come in, there are some fence-sitters who are crucial in this game. The BJD, the YSRCP, they've already spoken. They've made their stand clear. They're saying we're backing the BJP on this one. Many of them even not holding back. The YSRCP particularly lashed out at the Aam Aadmi Party. To get you some of those highlights of what played out in the Rajya Sabha, as expected, the India Alliance came together to oppose this bill, calling it anti-democratic and stating that this bill essentially undermines the power of the Delhi Chief Minister. The opposition said that the bill has been tabled by the centre and it's against the basic structure of our constitution. Now, as far as the BJP is concerned, they've, of course, continued to defend the bill completely. You had Sudhanshu Trivedi speaking for the BJP, saying that no rule of constitution has been broken and that the legality of the bill is 100% valid. We've seen some very, very interesting arguments being put forth in the Rajya Sabha because some of your biggest legal stalwarts are also there. Mahesh Jethmalani has spoken. The former CJI, Ranjan Gogoi, has also spoken on this particular bill. Let's play out some of those highlights for you.
This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic. It is a frontal assault on the regional voice and aspirations of the people of Delhi. It violates all principles of federalism, all norms of civil service accountability, all models of assembly-based democracy.
गुजरात में कांग्रेस का वोट हाफ कर दिया, पंजाब में इनका स्विच ऑफ कर दिया, दिल्ली में साफ कर दिया और आपने इनको माफ कर दिया। और उसके माफी के बाद भी मुझे लगता है अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी ने कहा था तो मैं भी ये कहना चाहता हूं, आप साथ में आए हैं दिल्ली के इस बिल पे, दिल्ली की जनता के लिए आए हैं या किसी और कारण से आए हैं, ये दिल्ली की समझदार जनता समझती है। तो मैं भी एक पंक्ति कहना चाहूंगा कि शाम तक सुबह की नजरों से उतर जाते हैं, इतने समझौतों पे जीते हैं कि जमीर भी मर जाते हैं।
सर, मैं अपने वक्तव्य को 3 भाग में बांटता हूं। पहला कि ये बिल कैसे एक राजनीतिक धोखा है, पॉलिटिकल फ्रॉड है। दूसरा, ये कैसे एक संवैधानिक पाप है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल सिन है। और तीसरा कि ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉक जैम। संविधान ये कहता है, और वाईवी चंद्रचूड़ साहब का AK रॉय वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण लैंडमार्क जजमेंट है, जिसने कहा कि ऑर्डिनेंसेस सिर्फ आपातकालीन और विषम परिस्थितियों में लाई जाएंगे। ऐसी कौन सी आपातकालीन और विषम परिस्थितियां आ गई कि आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले को 8 दिन के भीतर बदलना पड़ गया?
If this bill is passed, the Aam Aadmi Party, that is the official name, I have no hesitation to say that it is absolutely anarchy party. AAP. Tanashahi party. That is what they are doing now. Tanashahi party. Anarchy party.
So BJP is in favor of this bill because it supports the constitutional standpoint of this bill and the Parliament's power to enact legislations and the Parliament's legislative competence to such matters.
What I do not understand is the half-hearted support extended by two of my learned friends representing the BJD and the YRCP. They know that this is unconstitutional. I think the Law Ministry knows it is unconstitutional.
But the respective parties who are chiefly concerned with this change are Congress and the BJP. Is that the Congress who never had any problem with this issue about control of services has now, like a batsman who has lost form and hasn't scored a half century for 10 years, is now seeking an alliance so that it can inch towards its first 50. The AAP is like a cricket team whose captain has been caught ball tampering. A vigilance report exists and suddenly they want to become vigilant about the vigilance report. BJP's present government is the third umpire. We want to stop this nefarious practice. A convention, a wholesome convention for better administration and for effective administration of the Union Territory of Delhi by the Union government now needs to be made into law, lest people subvert the services and hide their corruption. I wholeheartedly and with all the vigor at my command support this. Thank you, Chairman.
What is pending before the Supreme Court is the validity of the ordinance and specifically 2 questions referred to the Constitution bench. That has nothing to do with what is being debated in the House.
Okay, so those were some of the highlights of the arguments made both for and against the bill. I want to bring in Maushmi Singh on this broadcast. Maushmi, good evening. The question everyone's asking right now is what is going to be the fallout of what we're seeing currently in the Rajya Sabha? If things don't go in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party, despite all of, the dialogue that they've had with the Congress, with the entire India alliance, is it a possibility, and this is something Amit Shah referred to, but on the ground, Maushmi, is it a possibility that the Aam Aadmi Party will then walk out of the India alliance?
Akshita, the
Apologies. We'll just reconnect with Maushmi in just a few moments there. At this point, with the arguments continuing in Rajya Sabha, the question that I put forth of what this would really mean for the political future of the India alliance is what everyone's asking at this point. Aishwarya Paliwal is also with us. Aishwarya, that question to you, are you picking up really from your sources some hints, some buzz that the AAP is actually considering that move of leaving the India alliance if this doesn't go in their favor?
Well, these are all information that we are getting from the sources, and there obviously has been a buzz from day one, because the way in which Aam Aadmi Party arm-twisted Congress into coming on the same page and saying that they will stand with the Aam Aadmi Party, there's a lot of speculation, obviously. The political circles are abuzz with the fact that if things don't go the way the Aam Aadmi Party wants it, they will be the first party to walk out of the India alliance. We also saw, Akshita, if you remember what happened in Patna. That was the place where Nitish Kumar had invited everyone. We saw the visuals of those mangoes going inside the house, but it was in fact Arvind Kejriwal who did not even have dinner there. So obviously a lot of speculation at the moment going on, but one thing that the India alliance will try to do, and that is if they want to fight unitedly against Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP, is to make sure that they stick together till at least 2024. So if the Aam Aadmi Party walks out now, then this entire alliance, the India alliance, will be standing on very weak footing. The next meeting is in Mumbai. So, they will all have to make sure that they stick together. Everything depends now, Akshita, on the voting that will take place. The BJP also has made sure that they have all the MPs in the House. Right. The opposition also issued a whip. The Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, had issued a whip, wanting to make sure that they have numbers with them, Akshita.
And if you look at the numbers right now and how they stand really at this point, the BJP and its allies are about 131 members, while the opposition has 104. So if the Aam Aadmi Party right now is putting up a show where they claim they still have the numbers, well, you see on your screens how it's playing out. It's definitely not in their favor. They're just putting up a brave face at this point. Maushmi is back with us. Maushmi, that question to you once again. What are you picking up from your sources? Is there a possibility of the Aam Aadmi Party leaving the India alliance? Are the India allies right now worried that that's something they have to consider?
Akshita, I think it's a bit too early to actually deduce that them not being able to get the bill through, vote against the bill, and the BJP getting the bill passed in the House would actually make the Aam Aadmi Party walk out of the alliance, because this is also an issue of credibility of the Aam Aadmi Party. Yes, they have been a difficult partner to ally with. We saw that they held the entire presser in Patna to ransom, and Arvind Kejriwal made it very clear that the interest of Delhiites was his priority, and the Congress took its stand. But we've seen a lot of bonhomie after that. We've seen a lot of support for Sanjay Singh, who was suspended by the chair, and the entire India Party members are still sitting with him and protesting with him. So we will have to wait and see. It's too early to read between the lines right now.
All right, we'll see what is the impact. We'll possibly know come tomorrow itself, considering that the voting will be happening in just about 1 hour from now after Home Minister Amit Shah speaks. Breaking news that's coming in, you can expect a reaction from Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal almost right after the proceedings of the Rajya Sabha. Now, Arvind Kejriwal has tweeted, and I quote here, "I will address on the black bill today immediately after the Rajya Sabha debate ends." He's referred to the Delhi Services Bill as the black bill. but it's confirmed that soon after the Rajya Sabha debate comes to an end, which is followed by a voice vote, Arvind Kejriwal will speak. By then, it will be very clear whether the bill has been passed or not. So accordingly, of course, Kejriwal will be making his comments. But it's detrimental to him, to his government. So he will be tracking very closely what's really happening. Home Minister Amit Shah is expected to speak in about 15 minutes from now. And after that, the voice vote will take place. Right after that, we're expecting that Arvind Kejriwal will also speak. Let's cut across to more breaking news that's coming in. Here's an interesting bit that we pulled out from the Rajya Sabha debate. You had the RJD, which is very much a part of the India Alliance, targeting the Aam Aadmi Party over the Delhi Services Bill. Manoj Jha, who was speaking on behalf of RJD, highlighted how Aam Aadmi Party took a different stand on Article 370 on Jammu and Kashmir when that debate had played out in the Rajya Sabha. And essentially his message is, I hope AAP has learned from then to now that you must support and stand with the helpless. So there are some taunts. We don't know whether it's going to have any impact on the alliance per se, but these are taunts that are happening on the floor of the House. Manoj Jha essentially advising the Aam Aadmi Party saying, look, I'm glad you've learned your lesson from what happened the last time around. Let's play out for you exactly what the RJD MP said.
सर मैं तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का बिल ही नहीं मानता हूं, दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट का बिल ही नहीं मानता हूं। मैं तो ये मानता हूं कि सर अगर ये प्रयोग सफल हुआ, अगर सांप ने रास्ता देख लिया, तो कल को उन पर भी गाज गिरेगी जो आज न्यूट्रलिटी और इक्विडिस्टेंट के नाम पर न जाने क्या क्या सोच रहे हैं। सर हम तब भी आपके साथ होंगे, ये तो गारंटी है सर, हमारे पास कोई विकल्प ही नहीं है। परेशान हताश लोगों के पक्ष में खड़ा होना। हम तो कश्मीर चल रहा था, उस वक्त आम आदमी पार्टी ने कोई और पोजीशन लिया था। आज उनको समझ में आ रहा होगा कि क्यों उस वक्त वो पोजीशन लिया, और आज मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि कल को किसी राज्य के साथ होगा, हम आपके साथ होंगे।
So that was the comment made by Manoj Jha. But even as, in fact, he gave that particular advice to the Aam Aadmi Party, there's no doubt which way the RJD will vote. They've made it very clear that they will back the AAP at this point. But as I mentioned those numbers earlier, it's not looking good for the Aam Aadmi Party. It looks like the NDA has the numbers on their side, and that's largely because of parties like the BJD and the YSRCP who've taken a stand favouring the BJP on this particular bill. Aishwarya Paliwale is back with us on this broadcast. So Aishwarya, you had in fact the RJD making that tongue-in-cheek comment when you had Manoj Jha highlighting what the Aam Aadmi Party's stand was on Article 370.
Well, Article 370, Akshita, has been a bone, has been a topic on which a lot of leaders have been speaking about the fact that when we needed you, you were not there. One of the first people to speak about it was Farooq Abdullah. Then we also saw how Umar Abdullah also spoke about the fact that when we needed you on 370, that was the time when most of the parties were missing. So obviously, this alliance that has happened of almost 25 opposition parties, all of them, there is a tug of war that is taking place between some of the parties. But yes, for Delhi, for Congress, for the Aam Aadmi Party, especially for Nitish Kumar, because he's, wanting to be the one person who's bringing all the opposition parties together. This is a very, very crucial bill. Also, it is important for the Bharatiya Janata Party because they have been time and again wanting to make sure that the power in the national capital stays with the centre. So just in case they are able to make sure that they get the numbers right and they get this bill passed, it will be a big victory personally for Home Minister Amit Shah, because he's been batting for this bill for quite some time. BJP as a party has been batting for it. We did see after the Supreme Court order how the ordinance was given out in almost the next couple of days. So the BJP is also very keenly eyeing it, and that's the reason why we have seen the way in which BJP has approached it. Home Minister has been listening to each and everyone, sitting inside the house over the past almost 5 hours now, taking down notes. So all eyes at about 6:30, 6:45 p.m. when Home Minister will speak, and then the very crucial voting that will take place. Akshita.
All right, we'll track the latest of what comes in from the Rajya Sabha. Thanks very much, Aishwarya, for getting us all of those details here on India Today. We're getting you all the highlights of what's playing out in the Rajya Sabha. As I said, in about 10 to 15 minutes from now, Home Minister Amit Shah is also expected to speak. We're slipping into a very short break. Lots more coming your way on the other side.
Meet the men Monu Manesar and Bittu Bajrangi who inflamed Mewar, who triggered the fiery chain reaction.
आपके वीडियोस ने जो है वो उकसाने का काम करा है इस यात्रा में।
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया।
The key faces of the new nightmare. Live streamed provocations and poison.
आधे घंटे की प्लानिंग नहीं है, ये कह रहे हैं कि बिट्टू ने बोल दिया, मैंने बोल दिया, वो इसको लोग तैयार बैठे थे वो बंदूक लेके।
Cops hunt them, but we find them. Listen as they paint the full scary picture. Only on India Today Television.
कांग्रेस ने विदेशी लोगों के साथ हाथ मिलाने का प्रयास किया, और यही नहीं, जब इनको निमंत्रण मिला सोनिया जी को, राहुल जी को, कब मिला? जब ओलंपिक्स खेल हुए तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को भी, गांधी परिवार को भी वहां पर न्योता दिया गया, और ये लोग उस समय चाइना भी गए, खेल देखने गए थे, खेल करके आ गए, वहां पर एक एग्रीमेंट साइन करके आ गए जहां पर हाई लेवल एक्सचेंज होना था दो पार्टियों के बीच में। अब पता नहीं किस तरह का हाई लेवल एक्सचेंज होना था, ये तो 2017 में हमको जुलाई में देखने को मिला, जब डोकलाम में अतिक्रमण करने का प्रयास उस समय चीन की सेना ने किया, तो हमारे सेना के जवानों ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब उनको दिया। लेकिन राहुल गांधी जी उस समय चीन के अधिकारियों के साथ, डिप्लोमेट के साथ हाथ भी मिला रहे थे, खाना भी खा रहे थे, ना जाने क्या रणनीति और क्या क्या एक्सचेंज कर रहे थे।
Congress party and entire government is indulged in corruption. So this kind of complaints has been repeatedly coming against all the ministers, including CM, his family and entire government. Even in Bangalore, every possible place, these people have been trying to exploit. Being corrupt is become their culture, and they are completely insensitive, and people are really worried, completely they are worried.
उनको जिस साजिश के तहत भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक सिंह गर्जना को रोकने की कोशिश की थी, राहुल गांधी इज बैक, और फिर उनकी सिंह गर्जना चालू रहेगी। लेकिन मेरी समझ में एक चीज नहीं आती, ये भाजपा क्यों अपने खिलाफ उठने वाली आवाज को बंद करने की कोशिश कर रही थी। आज ये इंडिया की जीत है, राहुल गांधी की जीत है, मोदी सरकार की पराजय है।
We are happy that Honorable Rahul Gandhi ji is back in Parliament, and we still believe that democracy exists in this country, even though the Surat court verdict was not in a proper manner, which was even also stated by the Honorable Supreme Court of India. It is very clear that even a common man can now depend upon the judicial system of India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Karnataka Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao has stirred a controversy, putting the India alliance in a tough spot. Dinesh Gundu Rao called Aam Aadmi Party's Mohalla Clinic overhyped after visiting Panchsheel Mohalla Clinic in Delhi city. Meanwhile, AAP claims the Karnataka minister changed his stance after receiving a phone call. Here's more.
The opposition India alliance is in a spot. War of words erupt between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress over Mohalla clinics in Delhi. It started with a guided tour of Mohalla clinic given to Karnataka Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao, shared widely on social media by AAP leaders. But Dinesh Gundu Rao later called Arvind Kejriwal government's Mohalla clinics overhyped and disappointing.
It was not like the way it was hyped up to be. So in that way it was a disappointment. It was not like the way it was hyped up to be as a model for the whole country. I think there are better models in many other states also. And even in Karnataka also we have got our own good model.
Now Congress leader Sandeep Dixit has slammed Arvind Kejriwal's governance.
जब कभी बड़ा अलायंस होता है तो उसमें ऐसे सब भी हो जाते हैं। अब ऐसा नहीं है भाई, जंगल में जहाँ शेर रहते हैं, हाथी रहते हैं, वहाँ गीदड़ भी रहते हैं। गीदड़ से भी नहीं करेंगे यार, गीदड़ बेचारे में भी बहुत बढ़िया क्वालिटीज होती हैं, वो भी प्राकृतिक होता है, उसका भी प्रकृति में कोई योगदान होता है।
Meanwhile, the Bharatiya Janata Party did not miss out on the opportunity to take a dig at the Kejriwal government.
These two parties that cannot see eye to eye have only come together not because they have any mission or vision. It is only because they want to save their corruption, their commission, their politics of division and their obsession and ambition for position.
AAP claims Dinesh Gundu Rao changed his position on Mohalla clinics under pressure from some quarters.
दिनेश राव जी बहुत तारीफ कर रहे थे, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक देख रहे थे, अखबार वाले साथ में थे, मीडिया साथ में, अचानक एक फोन आया, किसका आया तो वो बता सकता है और उनकी भाषा बदल गई.
The open fight between the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party has come as an embarrassment for the newly forged opposition alliance, India. Will the two parties be able to bury their differences ahead of elections? Bureau Report, India Today.
It's always fun to see one of your favorite celebrities become a showstopper for these couturiers, and a lot of Bollywood made its way to the Couture Week this year in Delhi. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Bhumi Pednekar, Ananya Pandey, Kiara Advani, Vani Kapoor, you name it, and they grace the runway. Here is all the celebrity action. The 16th edition of India Couture Week, organized by FTCI, saw Bollywood celebrities turned showstoppers. Right from Ranbir Kapoor to Kiara Advani, one saw a plethora of celebrities spruce up the runway.
I feel like a golden girl. I feel very glamorous, but I also feel very comfortable, and I always have a great time working with Rimzim. And it's always there's lots of chaotic energy at Fashion Week, but somehow I managed to keep my calm, I think.
It's a beautiful, beautiful embroidered jacket, and they decided to go without the shirt with this really interesting tie. They have a nice little emblem on it, and I think it's elegant and cool and suave and new all at once.
It feels like it's just growing on my body, the textile, the fabric. It's so sexy. I love the way it hugs my curves. It just makes me feel strong, like I can conquer anything.
It's about imagination coming to life. Literally about imagination coming to life. And for that, I mean, just look at this. We can literally sit here and stare at it.
While the focus is never on the celebrities, but the celebration of art and craft in India, it never really hurts to see celebrities glam up the runway. Indian influencers spruced up the front rows. Bahar Dhawan to Sukhneet Wadhwa, there were plenty of them adding glamour.
So, I mean, I was like literally like, oh my God, what a moment for us. Such great designs, the intricate work, absolutely stunning collection.
In New Delhi with Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
Hello and welcome to our special Road to the World Cup, and I'm afraid that road is looking very bumpy. Somehow or the other, the Indian team managed to scrape through in the ODI series, winning that close contest 2-1. But unfortunately, it's not looking great in the T20I series versus the West Indies. It's a 5-match series. The first 2 matches have happened and India are trailing 2-0. plenty of worries for the Indian team ahead of first the 50-over World Cup and then the T20 World Cup, which is going to be played in the West Indies and the US of A. Some questions have been raised when it comes to the balance of the team, the approach of the team, the new template that was much spoken about. All those questions we're going to raise in the next half an hour. But first, let's take a look at how the second T20I panned out. Remember, in the first game, India were asked to chase. That didn't prove to be fruitful for them. So what they did in the second T20I was decide to bat first. I'm afraid, once again, the Indian team ended up on the losing side. Here are the highlights.
India won the toss and opted to bat first. The openers unleashed a couple of big hits, but much like the first T20I, Shubman Gill lost his wicket early.
Not exactly where he wanted it. Field on edge. Shimron Hetmyer completes the catch.
Minutes later, Suryakumar Yadav joined him in the dugout, losing his wicket in the most unfortunate manner.
They're confident.
Tilak Verma continued where he left off in the first T20I, giving India some much-needed breathing room.
Tremendous.
But wickets continued to fall at the other end. For the second straight match, Sanju Samson failed to make the most of the opportunity. Tilak Verma was the lone Indian batter who played well to the conditions and reached his maiden T20I 50. The hosts, however, got another opportunity to stop the run flow when Tilak Verma was dismissed by Akil Hussain. Hardik Pandya played well for his 24 of 18 but lost his wicket just when India needed him to switch gears. India had lost momentum, but the tailenders scored a couple of vital boundaries in the last over and the visitors finished with 152.
Defense of their 152.
Captain Pandya decided to open the bowling for India and gave India a dream start. Brandon King and Johnson Charles were dismissed in the very first over.
Pandya is having a sensational first over.
Nicholas Pooran and Kyle Mayers steadied the ship for the hosts and took the attack to the Indian bowlers.
This one he connects.
Arshdeep Singh bowled a superb knuckle ball to deceive Mayers, and with that, the Windies lost their third wicket.
They'll consider reviewing.
But despite the fall of wickets, the momentum did not drop for the hosts, and Nicholas Pooran was the key for that to happen. He dispatched the ball to different corners and gave West Indies the edge. India needed Pooran's wicket, and it was Mukesh Kumar who got it for the visitors.
Absolutely smashed it.
Although West Indies had done enough to be in the driving seat, but they found a way to complicate things. India came back into the match as 3 wickets fell in a Yuzi Chahal over.
Maybe just short.
However, despite the late drama, the Windies found a way to eke out a win and have now gone 2-0 up in the series. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Let's take you to ground zero because that's where all the action is. That game was played in Guyana. We'll take you live now to Guyana. Joining us, freelance cricket journalist in Vimal Kumar. Vimal, one of the things that's really been highlighted here in India, it's all over social media, is the fact that Captain Hardik Pandya chose not to give Yuzi Chahal his full quota of 4 overs. This after that 16th over that Chahal bowls and turns the game around. I know the captain wasn't asked this question at the post-match press conference, but what's the general opinion there amongst journalists, the fans that turned up, even former players, in commentators? What is everyone saying? Can anyone make sense of that decision?
Thank you so much, first of all, Nikhil, for having me once again on your show. Yeah, but actually, after the defeat, and that was a little shocking because back-to-back win, back-to-back loss against West Indies, against this West Indies side, which is number 7 in ICC ranking and India number 1. No disrespect to West Indies side, and especially the way Indian team has dominated this tour. They won a Test series. They almost won by 2-0. Just rain saved them on the last day. Then obviously ODI series was dominated by India once again. But nobody would have thought by going into the third game India would be 0-2 down. And this is the new team. And what is more shocking, India were in a great position despite not batting at their best. Yuzvendra Chahal with his over, just 1 run and a couple of wickets. India just it just looked like India were in the driving seat. And strangely, Yuzvendra was not asked to bowl either 18th or 19th over, and that has left everyone wondering. Even the journalists in the press box, the fans, they were just asking why Pandya did not ask Chahal to bowl. You can understand, and in hindsight, we always say is the best side, that maybe he could have done that. Maybe Pandya thought that he will use his experience in the 20th over, which was going to be the most crucial. But here is the difference. You see, unlike India thinks that they're batting normally after number 8. Their batting ends, but in a team like West Indies, and we have seen the whether it's Alzari, Joseph or Hussain, they all are capable batters down the line, and this is something India needs to do. That I think that fearless approach we have been talking about, this new T20 template we have been talking about, but the fact that India is fielding five bowlers, and most of them, like 4 of them, like number 8, number 11, like at number 8, your virtually your number 11 starts coming to bat. So that is the problem. But yes, the decision not to bowl Yuzvendra Chahal, and not only that, even someone like Akshar Patel not bowling a single over was also baffling. Yes, you can always argue that there were too many left-handed, and in fact one left-hander was batting until the 16th over, but Akshar Patel is too good a bowler that it's, I have never understood this logic of whenever Indian captain has used Ashwin differently or Jadeja differently. I always believed a quality bowler, a good bowler is always a good bowler. We talk about matchups and all that, but if you go to the Mahendra Singh Dhoni's school of captaincy, he defies all that. Pandya idolizes Dhoni, and something he can do that from that school of thought.
Okay, as Vimal points out, one is that decision about Yuzi Chahal, a few other question marks over the Indian team. Now, as you know, the Indian team is staring at a rare defeat in a bilateral T20I series. Now, the big T20 World Cup is still a fair distance away, but there are some big issues that have started to surface for the men in blue. There are question marks over the strike rates of the top order. There is a clear lack of balance in the composition of the side too. In this special report, we take a look at 4 big questions that are staring India ahead of the next T20 World Cup, which interestingly will be played in the same region where India are playing at the moment.
2 straight defeats for the new look team India, and it's not a happy tale at the moment. Plenty seems to be going wrong at the moment, and India will have to find answers soon. At a time when other teams have upped their game, the Indian batters can't seem to up the tempo. There's display of firepower both at the top and in the middle order for some teams, but India are yet to achieve those high standards. Nicholas Pooran, for instance, took the second T20I away from the Indians with his imperious hitting.
Straight to the fielder, taken on the second attempt.
Pooran scored 67 runs off just 40 deliveries, meaning that he batted at a strike rate of 167.50. In comparison, the Indian batters were way off the mark. Of 3 batters who made in excess of 20 on Sunday, Hardik Pandya's strike rate was the highest at 133.33. The Indian team has opted to go with 7 batters and 4 bowlers, which has affected the team's balance. The Indian team didn't have batting options after Akshar Patel. The need for an 8th batter was evident and would have propelled India to a bigger score. The inclusion of 3 spinners in the 11 has taken away the room to field an 8th batter. And with the top order misfiring at the moment, India are a batter short.
Completes the catch.
Questions are now being asked about the depth of the Indian team.
Attacking.
India are now looking at young players for the 2024 T20 World Cup. But with the tournament just 10 months away, the youngsters need to step up. Those who've lit up the IPL need to start replicating their efforts at the big stage. The Indian skipper too has been found guilty of making some elementary mistakes. Pandya made a huge mistake by not going with Yuzi Chahal in the 18th over of the innings. Chahal had single-handedly turned the match in India's favour, but in the end, he didn't even complete his full quota of overs. There are problems aplenty for the Indian team, who find themselves in a position of losing a rare T20 series against the West Indies. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Plenty of questions when it comes to the Indian T20 team, and that's all become very interesting because we spoke about the team composition. One thing that really stands out at the moment, the senior stalwarts in Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, both of them are not being part of the T20 setup for some time now. Now what is interesting is Rohit Sharma's statement. He said that it was made very clear. This is the first time that he's speaking about the omission from the T20 squad. He says, and I quote him, "It was made very clear that it's a 50-over World Cup year for us, and for some of the guys, it's not possible to play all formats. So we decided on just looking at some players' workload. I definitely fall in that category as well." What this statement tells you is that as far as Rohit Sharma is concerned, and he says few of us, I'm inferring from that he's talking about someone like a KL Rahul as well as a Virat Kohli. For them, it's workload management. It's not that they're out of the scheme of things when it comes to T20 cricket, but probably after the 50-over World Cup, the selectors might go back to someone like Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, and considering the fact that the youngsters aren't doing well, that might just be a real possibility. Vimal Kumar is still with us from Guyana. Vimal, we are talking about this team composition. This young team has been given a chance to do well, show that they can be the future of T20 cricket without the seniors. Unfortunately, it's not really turned out that way for this young team. Where is that new template, people are asking?
That is something interesting, Nikhil, because we don't know about the future. There is no official word as yet. What is the future for Virat Kohli or Rohit Sharma? All along, the seniors have been quiet. They haven't spoken a word about their T20 future, and it is understandably so. Maybe we will have a word after the ODI World Cup, but the timing of Rohit Sharma's comment about that he is open, he is looking forward to visit USA next year, that gives some interesting twist to the entire this narrative that
that's true.
Seniors not going to be part of the T20 setup. But having said that, I think that will be a little harsh, Nikhil, on these youngsters.
Vimal, unfortunately, we're completely running out of time, but thanks so much for taking our time and joining us live on India Today, giving us all the reports from ground zero. But meanwhile, moving away from Indian cricket, plenty happening in the world of sports. Here's a quick look at some of the other headlines of the day. We're starting with hockey now. India thrashed Malaysia 5-0 in the Asian Champions Trophy hockey match in Chennai to go on top of the table. Goals from local boy Selvam Karthi, Hardik Singh, Harmanpreet Singh, Gurjant Singh and Jugraj Singh ensured India continued their dominance over Malaysia, having not lost to them since 2019. India are currently unbeaten with 7 points from 3 games. The host's next encounter is against South Korea, and another win could seal a semi-final berth for Harmanpreet Singh's side.
Just change the angle.
Meanwhile, Deepa Karmakar, the Indian gymnast who finished 4th in the 2016 Rio Olympics, has not been recommended in the final list of athletes in individual events for the upcoming Asian Games in 2023. According to several reports, Deepa did not fulfill the Sports Ministry criteria, which required athletes to have achieved an 8th rank in the last 12 months. Now, although Deepa's name was present in the list on July the 15th, a sports ministry official stated that she had not competed in gymnastics for a long time. However, Deepa has written a letter to the sports ministry urging them to relax the criteria. Meanwhile, Sarfaraz Khan, Mumbai and Delhi capital batsman, has married Ramona Johar, a girl from Shopia district in Jammu and Kashmir. In several videos and posts on social media, Sarfaraz was seen in his wedding attire at his in-laws' place. A number of cricketers congratulated him in replies to his Instagram post. This included India stars Akshar Patel, Umran Malik and Surya Kumar Yadav. Lionel Messi continued to showcase his mastery for Inter Miami. During the League's Cup round of 16 clash against Dallas, Messi scored a spectacular free kick to thrill the audiences. The free kick was the high point in the match between Inter Miami and Dallas, with both teams playing out a 4-4 draw. But Messi was not finished yet. In the penalty shootout, he scored to help Inter Miami reach the quarter-final. With a goal scored, Messi became the leading goal scorer in the League's Cup with 7 goals from 4 games. And finally, former Pakistan skipper and batter Inzamam-ul Haq has been appointed as the chief selector for the Pakistan Cricket Board. This is the second time that he will don this role, having held the position from 2016 to 2019. Inzamam has worked with current Pakistan director Mickey Arthur during his previous tenure that included the 2017 Champions Trophy triumph and the 2019 World Cup. And finally, star India shuttler H.S. Pranoy capped off an impressive week with a runner-up finish at the Australian Open after a heartbreaking loss to China's Wang Hongyang in a thrilling men's singles final on Sunday. However, during the marathon 90-minute long match, there was a passage of play that is grabbing headlines across the world, a 71-point rally between Pranoy and Yang. Enjoy this. We'll see you at the same time after the next game. Thanks for watching.
Oh, lovely from both players there.
Fact of the matter is there is a MOU signed by the Congress party which remains a mystery till date. And then there is this New York Times report about a certain portal and how money was transferred for propaganda for Chinese. And they have also been part of the ecosystem supporting the Congress party. So all this needs an explanation when I would call it an enemy country like China is using our media to expand its base in India. We have sensitive borders with them. Many of the Manipur issues which we said has gone into the background. No, it's not gone into the background. It is a lot of weapons coming in from China via Burma, which is a soft border. Now, these are issues that need explanation. And if the Congress party doesn't give a reply to this, then, we will take this to the logical end through discussions in Parliament, to the streets of the country, and raise issues. Because what is a political party doing meddling around with funds coming in from China?
जब भी भारत में संकट आया 2005 से लेकर 2014 तक चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट ने कांग्रेस को पैसा दिया, जिसका FCRA लाइसेंस भारत सरकार ने कैंसिल किया। 2008 में जब ओलंपिक हुआ, ये कांग्रेस को, ये सोनिया जी को और राहुल जी को बुलाया गया। 2017 में जब डोकलाम हो रहा था, उस डोकलाम के समय सर ये चाइनीज के साथ बातचीत कर रहे थे। चाइनीज के माध्यम से देश में एक अलग तरह का माहौल पैदा करना चाहते हैं। मेरा भारत सरकार से आग्रह है कि जितनी भी फंडिंग हुई है कांग्रेस को, जितनी भी चाइना ने फंडिंग की है, उनकी जांच की जाए और इतने लोग हैं उनको सलाखों में पीछे डाला जाए और कांग्रेस पार्टी को किया जाए।
कांग्रेस पार्टी सब ने अपने आप का एक मूर्खता प्रदर्शन करते हैं। जहाँ तक मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ, ये तो क्या है, उस कल वो फ्राइडे आ गया है और सैटरडे संडे शायद नहीं होगा। वो स्पीकर आज निर्णय किया है और क्या है, आज तो जो फ्राइडे होने के बाद आज तो रिस्टोर हो गए ना। कम से कम जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के बीच में जब चलता है विषय, थोड़ा संयम तो रखना पड़ेगा। तो ऐसे तो बाकी एमपीस को भी हुआ है। तो इसलिए जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है, संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है, वो प्रक्रिया हमने बिना डिले किए किया है।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Vasant Valley School secured the top honours in the 13th edition of the Vasant Valley Aaj Tak Hindi debate competition, showcasing their debating prowess and intellectual acumen against formidable opponents there. They showcased a brilliant display of debating skills from top schools across the nation. Take a look.
तो हम लोग बस चुप्पी से इन लोगों को देखते रहते हैं, ना सकारात्मकता को बढ़ावा देते हैं और ना नकारात्मकता को खत्म करते हैं।
पर मूक दर्शिता का अर्थ जो हमारा दल बताना चाह रहा है वह यह है,
A fierce clash of intellect.
स्पष्ट करना चाहूंगा कि हम आज के सदन को भारतीय बुद्धिजीवियों के सदन द्वारा देखना चाहेंगे।
हमें प्रतिस्पर्धा में टिके रहने की आवश्यकता है और प्रतिस्पर्धा में टिके रहने के लिए हमें अपने कार्य पर ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है।
मैं जादूगर बन सकती हूँ, वो जो ट्रॉफी है उसको 2 में भी कर सकती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं चाहती हूँ कि वसंत वैली एंड सिंधिया स्कूल दोनों ही जीते। मुझे इतना मज़ा हिंदी वाद विवाद में कभी नहीं आया जितना इस वक्त आया। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत तालियां। एंड द विनर इज वसंत वैली स्कूल।
And the prestigious Vasant Valley School emerged victorious in the 13th edition of the Vasant Valley Aaj Tak Hindi debate competition.
कितना बढ़िया है वह समाज जहां हर घिनौने कार्य का जवाब है मूक दर्शिता।
Students from the Vasant Valley and the Scindia School took on each other in the final round of the competition, which saw a thrilling face-off between the teams of both the schools.
उस पे टांग अड़ाकर उसके बिना ज्ञान होए उसे और बिगाड़ने की कोशिश करता है, वह होता है मूक दर्शिता।
Participants from the two teams sparred on the motion adopted by the House, Mook Darshita mein hi buddhimani, which translate into being a mute spectator is a smart decision. The competition saw an enthusiastic participation from 26 renowned schools from all corners of the country. While students representing the Scindia School debated for the motion,
तो जिस आदर्शवाद की भावना से, जिस मूक दर्शक का चयन ना करने से हमारे ऊपर संकट आ रहा है, हमारे परिवार पर संकट आ रहा है, हम उसका चयन क्यों करें महोदय?
महोदय, आज बुद्धिमान वही है जो स्वयं का जीवन संचालन करने में सक्षम हो, जो स्वयं की परिस्थिति को सुधार सके, स्वयं सफलता हासिल कर सके। वह बुद्धिमान नहीं है जो दूसरों की मदद करने का चोला पहन के घूम सके। बुद्धिमानी धर्म से कहीं दूर दूर तक मेल नहीं खाती है महोदय, जिस बात को समझने में मेरे विपक्षी मित्र पूर्ण रूप से असक्षम है।
The students representing the Vasant Valley debated against the motion.
उनके खंडन की ओर बढ़ते हुए उन्होंने आके सबसे पहले मूकदर्शिता की गलत परिभाषा दी, उसको हमारे पहले वक्ता ने सही किया। उन्होंने आके बोला कि हमें अपनी जंग लड़नी जरूरी है। लेकिन महोदय, आप ही बताइए, अगर मेरे पास इस बात का हक ही ना हो कि मैं अपनी आवाज उठाऊं, अपने विचारों को प्रस्तुत करूं, तो मैं कौन सी जंग लड़ूंगी महोदय। उन्होंने आके बात करी निजी विकास की, आगे बढ़ने की, कि हमें खुद आगे बढ़ने की जरूरत है, खुद आगे होने की जरूरत है महोदय। लेकिन आप ही बताइए कि हम लोग जब अपने विचार ही आगे नहीं रखेंगे तो फिर हम लोग आगे कैसे बढ़ेंगे।
In the end, Vasant Valley School's compelling arguments and persuasive delivery earned them the coveted title.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. We're going to get you all the action coming in from the Parliament. The Delhi Services Bill up for discussion in Rajya Sabha. Counting down to it. Amit Shah to speak in a short while from now. Let me first take you through the headlines. Delhi Services Bill showdown rages in Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party hits back at Home Minister, alleges bill given control to Delhi to centre. All eyes on Amit Shah, set to speak in Rajya Sabha shortly. Rahul's Lok Sabha membership restored after Lok Sabha Secretariat issues notice. Grand welcome by India Alliance MPs for Rahul in Parliament. BJP alleges China link to Congress in Parliament. BJP rakes up alleged Chinese funding for Rajiv Gandhi Foundation. After New York Times exposes China propaganda funding, NewsClick responds, calls allegations false and misleading.
Congress, China, NewsClick are part of a umbilical cord. राहुल जी की नकली मोहब्बत की दुकान में चीनी सामान ये साफ नजर आने लगा है.
Explosive revelation on pre-planned new riots. Chilling WhatsApp chats exposes conspiracy. Communal poison spewed to mobilize mob. Sinister attack on Shobha Yatra orchestrated. Day 5 of ASI survey at Gyanwapi complex concludes Hindu side claim. Remnants of idols found. ASI to submit report in 4 weeks' time. Furious BSP MP, BJP MLC verbal spat on stage. Danish Ali stops BJP MLC's Bharat Mata chant on stage. BJP Neta Vijay Varghya threatens, says can kill anti-Bharat brigade. Siddaramaiah government under the lens yet again. Karnataka governor raises corruption charges against agriculture minister. So who will win the Rajya Sabha Delhi dangle, where the Delhi Services Bill is being discussed? The latest coming in, massive uproar, sloganeering, pandemonium in Rajya Sabha. Home Minister Amit Shah to speak shortly. The big fight for control in Delhi. Will bill pass the Rajya Sabha test? In all probability, yes. Why is that? Well, the Aam Aadmi Party earlier was hoping that with the help of the India Alliance MPs in Rajya Sabha, it would reach the halfway mark. However, with the YSRCP and the BJP staying with the government, voting with the NDA on this bill, it seems that the Delhi Services Bill will sail through the Rajya Sabha as well. On Friday, it was tabled in Lok Sabha, passed without a hitch with the brute majority of the Bharatiya Janata Party itself as well as the NDA alliance in Lok Sabha. In Rajya Sabha, the fate practically the same, but what has transpired has been a heated debate on the floor of the House where the MPs from the India alliance coming out, speaking up for statehood for Delhi, calling it trying to control a democratic elected government where the federal democracy comes into question. Let's listen into all the reactions coming in.
This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic. It is a frontal assault on the regional voice and aspirations of the people of Delhi. It violates all principles of federalism, all norms of civil service accountability, all models of assembly-based democracy.
गुजरात में कांग्रेस का वोट हाफ कर दिया, पंजाब में इनका स्विच ऑफ कर दिया, दिल्ली में साफ कर दिया और आपने इनको माफ कर दिया। और उसके माफी के बाद भी मुझे लगता है, अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी ने कहा था तो मैं भी ये कहना चाहता हूं, आप साथ में आए हैं दिल्ली के इस बिल पे, दिल्ली की जनता के लिए आए हैं या किसी और कारण से आए हैं, ये दिल्ली की समझदार जनता समझती है। तो मैं भी एक पंक्ति कहना चाहूंगा कि शाम तक सुबह की नजरों से उतर जाते हैं, इतने समझौतों पे जीते हैं कि जमीर भी मर जाते हैं।
सर, मैं अपने वक्तव्य को 3 भाग में बांटता हूं। पहला कि ये बिल कैसे एक राजनीतिक धोखा है, पॉलिटिकल फ्रॉड है। दूसरा, ये कैसे एक संवैधानिक पाप है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल सिन है। और तीसरा कि ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉक जैम। संविधान ये कहता है, और वाईवी चंद्रचूड़ साहब का AK रॉय वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण लैंडमार्क जजमेंट है, जिसने कहा कि ऑर्डिनेंसेस सिर्फ आपातकालीन और विषम परिस्थितियों में लाई जाएंगे। ऐसी कौन सी आपातकालीन और विषम परिस्थितियां आ गई कि आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले को 8 दिन के भीतर बदलना पड़ गया?
If this bill is passed, the Aam Aadmi Party, that is the official name, I have no hesitation to say that it is absolutely anarchy party. AAP. Tanashahi party. That is what they are doing now. Tanashahi party. Anarchy party.
So BJP is in favor of this bill because it supports the constitutional standpoint of this bill and the Parliament's power to enact legislations and the Parliament's legislative competence to such matters.
What I do not understand is the half-hearted support extended by two of my learned friends representing the BJD and the YSRCP. They know that this is unconstitutional. I think the Law Ministry knows it is unconstitutional.
But the respective parties who are chiefly concerned with this change, AAP, Congress and the BJP, is that the Congress, who never had any problem with this issue about control of services, has now, like a batsman who has lost form and hasn't scored a half century for 10 years, is now seeking an alliance so that it can inch towards its first 50. The AAP is like a cricket team whose captain has been caught ball tampering. A vigilance report exists and suddenly they want to become vigilant about the vigilance report. The BJP present government is the third umpire. We want to stop this nefarious practice. A convention, a wholesome convention for better administration and for effective administration of the Union Territory of Delhi by the Union government now needs to be made into law, lest people subvert the services and hide their corruption. I wholeheartedly and with all the vigor at my command support this. Thank you, Chairman.
The state legislature makes laws for the states, the parliament makes laws for the union territories. For the national capital region of Delhi, which has a special status, the state legislature or the legislature of Delhi makes the laws on the state subjects, except 3. But as Mr. Jethmalani read out, by virtue of 239 3B, Parliament has a power to frame laws beyond these 3. And that is exactly what the bill is seeking to do.
All right, let's cut across right now to Rahul Srivastav, our national affairs editor, breaking it down in terms of numbers. Rahul, interesting because it was very smooth sailing in Lok Sabha. The bill was passed by a voice vote last Friday. But this time around, the Aam Aadmi Party had hoped to get the numbers. The Rajya Sabha, 245 seats in the Rajya Sabha, 8 are currently vacant. That means the total strength, 237, the halfway mark, 119. And correct me if I'm wrong, the BJP right now stands at 109, but 9 each of the BJD and the YSRCP will make the BJP and the NDA alliance sail home in Rajya Sabha as well.
Yeah, the numbers are definitely tight for the government as far as the Rajya Sabha is concerned. And it's been a feature, I think, for the last 20 odd years now that though the government may be in power and has the numbers in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha numbers have been very dicey always. But the BJP has become a virtual tradition in the Rajya Sabha and even the Lok Sabha to a certain extent. If we look at the coming no confidence motion in Parliament, you already have the YSRCP and the BJD saying that their collective strength of 34 MPs will be supporting the government. And that's likely to be the feature. Now, what has been happening is that there have been a lot of back channel talks between the government. The government is not taking it easy. I'm told that interlocutors are in conversation constantly with the BJD and the YSRCP to ensure that every MP is there. Every member needs to be there, and that is how the numbers can be made up. Now, the real problem for the opposition is that to pose any sense of challenge, the opposition has to ensure that its MLAs are there. If they have to portray that a collective strength of the India coalition is in full force there. And what I am told that conversations will go on till late in the night, as long as the vote doesn't take place, because nobody wants a setback on this, and especially this bill, because it's not just a bill being passed, it is a Supreme Court order being overturned with a bill kind of situation for the government. And the government last time around, if you recall in 2014, had a setback on the National Judicial Appointment Commission. That was a setback that the government doesn't want, that once the Supreme Court has overturned one of the situations, then the government doesn't want a setback.
Well, it would be interesting. We are going to expect Amit Shah to speak in a short while from now. But Rahul, to break it down in terms of the support, the Aam Aadmi Party would have hoped that the likes of BJD, though not coming in and voting in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party, would have staged a walkout, which would have meant favor Aam Aadmi Party. But that's not to happen, because one thing is very clear, that whoever is working the back channel talks, they've convinced the BJD and the YSRCP with their 9 MPs each to be in the House and vote in favor.
Yes, Preeti. Arvind Kejriwal would have hoped that there would have been an opposition sense of unity. But I think the opposition lines is now looking like very clear. That's so much so that if you see the meeting in Bangalore, which took place with 26 political parties, where no invites were sent to the BJD or the YSRCP, and in that scenario, that floating group, say 63 odd in the Lok Sabha, and a similar group in the Rajya Sabha, that group will align with the government. Remember, these are political parties which are rather more in rivalry to the Congress than the BJP, and they do not want a revival of the Congress party in their respective states. And the center has very tacitly and carefully assisting these governments. Say, for example, the cases against YSRCP leaders, not much is happening. As far as the aid to the Polavaram project is concerned, aid has been going, 12,000 crore has gone. Also significantly, as far as bank loans and other guarantees are concerned, to the YSRCP government, they have been flowing in. So what one can say is that the government has been keeping some of its allies very happy, so that the number game remains on its side as far as the Rajya Sabha is concerned. Though, if anybody looks at the bill, the kind of sweeping power it gives the central government via the LG is very clear that this is undermining the powers of a chief minister. It's virtually a lame duck government if you have all the bureaucrats appointed by the center looking towards the LG and eventually delivering what the LG and the central government want. There is a situation in which a chief minister is looking at a majority decision in which two of the people are appointed by the center. So it's a very unfair situation right now.
All right, Rahul, stay with me. What we're going to do is we're going to break it down. What does this Delhi Services Bill actually mean, and what would be the key changes that one would witness in terms of administration-wise where Delhi comes into question? Now, what's been dropped? Section 3A removed, preventing the Delhi Assembly from making laws. This is huge. The other annual report, next NCCSA doesn't need to present annual report. The changes in appointment process dilutes provision of appointment of members of statutory bodies. What's new? Powers of appointment, LG now to make appointments in boards formed by Delhi government. That practically takes away every political administrative power where the Delhi government comes into question. And Rahul, I want to bring you in on this, because somewhere down the line, if one has to, in very layman simple terms, explain on what this really bill means, is that we, by the virtue of this bill becoming a law, will make sure that the administration or bureaucracy presides over elected members where, the chief minister or his band of ministers are concerned.
See, Preeti, delivering its order, the Supreme Court had said something very interesting. The order talked about three filters to a system of accountability. The bureaucrats or the civil servants being accountable to the elected government, the elected government to the legislature, and the legislature being accountable to the public. Now, this three-filter system has been altered, primarily because if you look at it, the bureaucracy will now be accountable not to the elected government of Delhi, but to the LG and center. Now, the LG is an appointee, not an elected authority. So what it does, now it leads to a formation, this bill will lead to a formation of a National Civil Services Service Authority, which will be recommending to the Lieutenant Governor. What it will be recommending, if there is any rule which is under the central rules, then the president becomes the appointing authority. If it is any law under the Delhi government, then the LG has a place. So in both the places, the center had a role. Now, if the national, that authority which is going to be created has a chief minister, a chief secretary, and the home secretary and the chief secretary are appointees of the center. They can, in a majority decision, override a chief minister. Then the LG decision can prevail over the authority in case there are differences. Now, imagine if there is an appellate authority which is taking decisions, the LG has powers even over that. Then the term LG's discretion has been changed to LG's sole discretion. Means LG has become a sole discretionary authorities under this new law. As far as peace and tranquility, state government powers and others is concerned, matters related to center, Supreme Court, High Court or state, LG is now the final say. The department secretaries can actually go directly to the LG, chief minister or chief secretary, bypassing their ministers. So the ministers have been undermined. If the Delhi government has no control over civil spirit, then how do you imagine a government can be functioning?
Well, stay with me, Rahul. Let's listen into other political reactions, especially on the floor of the Rajya Sabha. We're going to come right back.
This particular insertion in 1991 and 239, what does it seek to do? It acknowledges the sui generis character of Delhi. The honorable member mentioned there was a reality. It is a union territory, yet it has a legislature, elected government. So he used the term escalated union territory. But that sui generis character needs to be acknowledged, it needs to be fleshed out, and that is precisely what the bill that the government has brought is seeking to do. Now, the Civil Service Authority which is being established, I found it appalling that someone can get up here and say one member is the supreme. Yes, he's an elected chief minister. He deserves full respect. He deserves to have his position as primus inter pares in this three-member committee acknowledged and respected. But to say that the other two are against the whole system, or they have been appointed and their integrity is in doubt, is an outlandish statement, if I may submit.
Neither Article 239A3A nor Articles 141 and 144 can be negated without a constitutional amendment. I repeat, without a constitutional amendment, this cannot be done. And if at all the government brings, subsequently will have to bring, if they wish, because this legislation will be declared null and void. As a student of law, I understand. It will be done.
All right, we're going to keep a keen eye on all developments in Rajya Sabha. Any minute now, Amit Shah would be speaking, the Home Minister concluding, and then it would be up to vote where the Rajya Sabha is concerned. Getting you all of that, a quick break to stay with us.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic. It is a frontal assault on the regional voice and aspirations of the people of Delhi. It violates all principles of federalism, all norms of civil service accountability, all models of assembly-based democracy, and of course, it violates, as I will demonstrate, the basic structure.
तो मैं भी कहना चाहता हूं, ये पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि किसी देश की राष्ट्रीय राजधानी में उस देश की केंद्र सरकार की शक्तियां, उससे अधिक शक्तियां किसी और की होनी चाहिए। मेरे विचार से दुनिया में ऐसा कोई दूसरा उदाहरण देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। So I support what Abhishek Manu Singhvi ji has said. I am unable to find parallel anywhere in the world.
मेरा निवेदन ये है भाई कि इन किराएदारों को मत दो, मीट मच्छी की दुकान जैसे तिगरा में घुसे हम। भाई ऐसे मुसलमानों को मत दे, भूखे रह लेंगे, लेकिन इनका पैसा हमारा पैसा इनके पास आता है, इनसे हमले। तो भाई हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन है सभी ग्रामीण वासियों से, जो यहाँ गुड़गांव के कोई भी आए हो, जैसे मैं कातीपुर से आया हूँ, भाई मैं भी अपने गांव वालों से निवेदन करूंगा, हाथ जोड़ के सबके आधार कार्ड देखो, जो मुसलमान हो उसको अपना मकान, कोई भी जमीन मत दो। और जो हमारे हिंदू भाई है, वाल्मीकि है, कोई भी है, भाई वो मीट की दुकान हिंदू भाई करे, बाहर से आके मुसलमान यहाँ कमाते हैं और फिर वही हमारे ऊपर गोलियां चलाते हैं।
कांग्रेस पार्टी
and entire government is indulged in corruption. So this kind of complaints has been repeatedly coming against all the ministers, including CM, his family and entire government. Even in Bangalore, every possible place, these people have been trying to exploit. Being corrupt is become their culture, and they are completely insensitive, and people are really worried, completely they are worried.
As the Lok Sabha polls approach near, political showdown between opposition BJP is escalating. Prime Minister Modi took a jab at the opposition alliance, recalling that Mahatma Gandhi's Quit India movement was launched on 9th August. The Prime Minister said similarly the country wants dynasty, corruption and appeasement to quit India. Meanwhile, the opposition has slammed the Prime Minister Modi's remarks and called it a diversion from real issues like Manipur, Haryana, violence and inflation.
साथियों, 7 तारीख के एक दिन बाद 9 अगस्त आ रही है। 9 अगस्त वो तारीख है जब ऐतिहासिक क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट की शुरुआत हुई थी। महात्मा गांधी ने मंत्र दिया था और क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट ने स्वतंत्रता की तरफ भारत के कदमों में नई ऊर्जा पैदा कर दी थी। इसी से प्रेरित होकर आज पूरा देश हर बुराई के लिए कह रहा है क्विट इंडिया। चारों तरफ एक ही गूंज है, करप्शन, क्विट इंडिया, यानी भ्रष्टाचार, इंडिया छोड़ो, डायनेस्टी, क्विट इंडिया, यानी परिवारवाद, इंडिया छोड़ो, अपीजमेंट, क्विट इंडिया, यानी तुष्टीकरण, इंडिया छोड़ो।
पूरे हिंदुस्तान ने और पूरे देश ने, पूरी इंडिया ने ये तय किया है कि इस बार 2024 में सिर्फ इंडिया को अपनाएंगे और इंडिया को ही जिताएंगे। इंडिया का मतलब है कि इंडिया जब होगी तो देश के अंदर में बेरोजगारी दूर होगी, महंगाई दूर होगी, यहाँ पे किसानों के सम्मान की बात होगी, महिलाओं के सम्मान की बात होगी। ये इंडिया है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है इस इंडिया को पूरा हिंदुस्तान अपनाएगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जाहिर सी बात है कि इंडिया से डर लगने लगा है, तभी इंडिया की बातें इतनी करते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया की बात न करके अगर मणिपुर पे बोलते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, अगर वो हरियाणा की जो घटना है उस पर चर्चा करते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता, टमाटर इतना महंगा इस पे बोल देते तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहता।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर सेड भ्रष्टाचार भारत छोड़ो, तुष्टीकरण भारत छोड़ो, वोट बैंक की राजनीति भारत छोड़ो। तो व्हाई इज इट द ऑपोजिशन इज टेकिंग इट पर्सनली? ही हैज नॉट नेम्ड द ऑपोजिशन। That means the opposition knows that they represent Bhrashtachar, they represent Tushtikarana, they represent Parivarvad. Therefore, they are taking it personally.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Powered by New Hero Zoom. Go big, go Zoom. Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. Har family hogi insured. Jeep, there's only one.
Good evening. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary, and let's take you directly to Rajya Sabha, where all the action is unfolding. The Delhi Services Bill right now being discussed on the floor of the Rajya Sabha. Massive sloganeering, pandemonium in Parliament. What we are expecting is the Home Minister Amit Shah to speak in Rajya Sabha shortly. He will be concluding the debate, and then it's going to be up for a vote. Now, the big fight to control Delhi playing out in the Rajya Sabha right now. Will the bill pass the Rajya Sabha test? It does seem so. On Friday, the bill passed very easily in Lok Sabha by a voice vote where the NDA enjoys brute majority. It was expected by the Aam Aadmi Party that things would turn differently in Rajya Sabha with the support of the India Alliance. Now, there are 245 seats or members in Rajya Sabha. 8 seats are currently vacant. That brings down the strength of the Rajya Sabha to 237. Out of that, the NDA stands comfortably, not so comfortable, but yet at 105. But why is it comfortable where the Rajya Sabha test for the Delhi Services Bill is concerned? Because it will have the support of 9 MPs each of YSRCP and the BJD. So will be comfortably passed in Rajya Sabha as well. Having said that, the Aam Aadmi Party and the opposition has made it more of a debate where federal democracy under threat and an attempt by the government to override a democratically elected government, which is Delhi. You had Raghav Chadha, who also invoked the Constitution, what the Supreme Court said on the bill, and not just that, what the Supreme Court said on the ordinance, not just that, also invoking Bharatiya Janata Party's own leadership of Vajpayee and Advani. All right, we're going to continue to get you more. I want to cut across right now to Rahul Srivastav, National Affairs Editor, joining us, breaking it down on the latest taking place in Rajya Sabha. But before I do that, let me quickly bring in Reena Gupta, National Spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party. Reena Gupta, will the Aam Aadmi Party ask for a division of votes?
Preeti, we will ask for a division of vote. But having said that, it is very clear that the Bharatiya Janata Party is rattled by the popularity of Arvind Kejriwal. When they could not defeat him electorally thrice in Delhi, this is a backdoor entry that they're trying to do. What they're doing in the parliament today is unconstitutional. And even if they have the votes and they win, the moment it comes up in Supreme Court, it will be thrown out. Because they, by virtue of having brute majority, they cannot change the basic structure of the constitution. And as you have seen clearly from the debates in the parliament today, that all the parties are scared that Bharatiya Janata Party will try to run these experiments in every other state. So even though some of the parties like YSR are supporting them, they're at the same time saying, we hope you don't do this in our state. So it is clear this is the most unconstitutional, the most vindictive central government we've ever had in the history of
But there are two legal purviews to that, Reena Gupta. You had many today in court, the likes of Mr. Gogoi, who also came out, said nothing constitutionally wrong with that. I'm going to come right back. We're also going to include Charu Pragya, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party, in this debate. But before I do that, let's listen in to Raghav Chadha. Let's listen in to Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who here representing the Congress, but representing represents the Aam Aadmi Party in court where this case is being fought. And let's also listen in to what key members of the Bharatiya Janata Party had to say on the floor of the Rajya Sabha. Getting in all reactions and cutting across to Charu Pragya and Rahul Srivastav.
This bill is completely unconstitutional. It is fundamentally anti-democratic. It is a frontal assault on the regional voice and aspirations of the people of Delhi. It violates all principles of federalism, all norms of civil service accountability, all models of assembly-based democracy.
गुजरात में कांग्रेस का वोट हाफ कर दिया, पंजाब में इनका स्विच ऑफ कर दिया, दिल्ली में साफ कर दिया और आपने इनको माफ कर दिया। और उसके माफी के बाद भी मुझे लगता है अभिषेक मनु सिंघवी जी ने कहा था तो मैं भी ये कहना चाहता हूं, आप साथ में आए हैं दिल्ली के इस बिल पे, दिल्ली की जनता के लिए आए हैं या किसी और कारण से आए हैं, ये दिल्ली की समझदार जनता समझती है। तो मैं भी एक पंक्ति कहना चाहूंगा कि शाम तक सुबह की नजरों से उतर जाते हैं, इतने समझौतों पे जीते हैं कि जमीर भी मर जाते हैं।
सर, मैं अपने वक्तव्य को 3 भाग में बांटता हूं। पहला कि ये बिल कैसे एक राजनीतिक धोखा है, पॉलिटिकल फ्रॉड है। दूसरा, ये कैसे एक संवैधानिक पाप है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल सिन है। और तीसरा कि ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉक जैम। संविधान ये कहता है, और वाईवी चंद्रचूड़ साहब का AK रॉय वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण लैंडमार्क जजमेंट है, जिसने कहा कि ऑर्डिनेंसेस सिर्फ आपातकालीन और विषम परिस्थितियों में लाए जाएंगे। ऐसी कौन सी आपातकालीन और विषम परिस्थितियां आ गई कि आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले को 8 दिन के भीतर बदलना पड़ गया?
If this bill is passed, the Aam Aadmi Party, that is the official name, I have no hesitation to say that it is absolutely anarchy party, AAP. Tanashahi party, that is what they are doing now. Tanashahi party, anarchy party.
So BJP is in favor of this bill because it supports the constitutional standpoint of this bill and the Parliament's power to enact legislations and the Parliament's legislative competence to such matters.
All right, viewers, to break it simply, what this bill aims to do is practically the bureaucracy will run Delhi, will make the final decision, and that decision will not lie with the likes of the Chief Minister and his cabinet members. And that is what the Aam Aadmi Party says, that it will dilute a democratically elected government. Having said that, I want to quickly cut across to Charu Pragya, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. But before I do that, I want to bring in Rahul Srivastav, our National Affairs Editor, getting us the latest from Parliament. Rahul, we are expecting to hear from the Home Minister shortly. But having said that, the Aam Aadmi Party thought it would have the numbers. They're saying they're going to ask for a division of votes, but that would be futile if you actually look how numbers stack up.
Preeti, the Aam Aadmi Party wants a division because it wants the numbers to be there for all to be seen. Because a voice vote does not really do that. And once you have a demand for a division, it will become very clear which party and how many MPs of that particular party voted in which direction. And that is why the Aam Aadmi Party, in what I will call a political move, is taking a legislative rule route. The Aam Aadmi Party was hoping that certain opposition players, which might not have gone with the Congress or the other opposition parties on several issues, but on issues pertaining to federal structure of the country. Because what effectively this law does is, one, not only does overturns what the Supreme Court said, but also takes away all the powers a state government really exercises, not just in terms of bureaucracy, Preeti. You know that how political equations are set by appointing people to commissions and boards and others. Now, if you talk about the Delhi Jal Board or the Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission and others, all the powers are taken away by the central government now, because the LG has become a sole authority. And that is why the Delhi government, Aam Aadmi Party, was hoping that somewhere parties afraid that this fire may reach their homes tomorrow might actually come in and help the Aam Aadmi Party. But it seems that really hasn't happened. And I think the support of YSRCP and the BJP is set to tip the scales in favor of the government. But yes, one will have to wait and see how many eventually vote and which way.
Well, it would be interesting, Rahul, because by asking for division of votes, the Aam Aadmi Party also wants to know where did the India Alliance vote? Did all MPs vote in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party, which was against the bill? And that will also somewhere down the line, lay bare on how strong the India Alliance is, because this would practically be their first test in Parliament. I want to quickly bring in Charu Pragya, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party, into this conversation. Charu Pragya, you're being charged today by the India Alliance that you're trying to dilute or override what is a democratically elected government, where issues of democracy or federalism come into question.
Good evening, Preeti. We should remember that Delhi is called a union territory. And that's what it means. It's a territory of the Union of India, like so many others. And Delhi has never been a complete state. Now, that is a constitutional reality. It is written down in Article 239 to Article 242. And anyone who objects to this can just go through the Constitution again. We also need to remember that the present government in Delhi, though they are agitating constantly since the day they have been elected into office, this is a new thing. Delhi had a government before Aam Aadmi Party as well. But have we ever heard of a tussle between the centre and the state the way it's been happening since Aam Aadmi Party came to power here? It's never happened. In fact, when BJP and Congress were handling the state and the centre, even then all of this did not happen. So Delhi has functioned exactly like this and very comfortably. In recent times, we have seen that there's been a misuse of power by the Aam Aadmi Party. And I'll give you 3 very quick examples. Number 1, when they feel that a file will not move, instead of getting the chief secretary's signature on that file, they start
let her finish, madam. I'll come right back to you.
With only the minister's signature. Now, that is not fair. Another thing, 80% of the ministries of Delhi, the ministers they were with, were behind bars. Both the ministers went behind bars and then they were disowned by the Aam Aadmi Party itself. What's going to happen to people of Delhi? That's how you govern. And third, another very important thing. We know what happened during the liquor scam. We know what happened when the Chief Minister of Delhi was building his bungalow, his palace. Instead of taking out a tender, which he's supposed to do, which is mandated by law for any government, for any amount of expenditure above 10 crore, the government of Delhi decided to break down the expenditure into less than 10 crore. 6 times. What are you trying to do? The people of Delhi.
Charu Pragya, what you just said, 2 of those right now are in court. So where the allegations of the scam are concerned, still being investigated. Having said that, I just want to quickly dip into the latest news break that is coming in, and then we'll cut across to the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson to respond. The news that is just coming in from Rajya Sabha, what we are given to understand that the Aam Aadmi Party will ask for a division of votes. They did not in Lok Sabha because brute majority by the NDA, but an attempt by the Aam Aadmi Party to understand who voted for them and who voted against them. After the voice vote, there will be a call by the Aam Aadmi Party to ask for a division of votes, what we were just discussing a short while ago. It will not just give an indication to the Aam Aadmi Party and the India Alliance of where the likes of the YSRCP, BJD, 9 MPs each voted, but also where the India Alliance voted. Did somebody cross vote or not? Having said that, quickly cutting across to Reena Gupta. Reena Gupta, please respond. Grave charges at your doorstep. There is nothing unconstitutional about it, something which was echoed by the likes of Mr. Ranjan Gogoi today in Parliament as well. And on the other side, it's been an allegation that your government is corrupt, you were mishandling administration, your appointments were all over the place, and this was the need of the hour.
Preeti, the people of Delhi have seen many tyrants come and go, and Mr. Modi will be the next one. See, let's not forget that their own senior leaders, Modi ji's guru, Lal Krishna Advani, was the one who presented a bill in Parliament to make Delhi a full state. Mr. Modi himself in 2014 said that he will make Delhi a full state. Sahab Singh Verma, Madan Lal Khurana, all their leaders have lobbied for making Delhi a full state. This shows you the duplicity and the corrupt and cheating behavior of Bharatiya Janata Party. that when they cannot win in people's verdict, in people's mandate, they just want to grab power by hook or by crook. Whether they misuse the ED or the CBI, and in this case, they have gone ahead and brought an unconstitutional bill. And the reason it's unconstitutional is that you cannot change the basic structure of the Constitution. And by
well, it is interesting, Reena Gupta. I would like to cut across to the Rajya Sabha proceedings, if we can, just for about a minute. What you are speaking of, there's a heated debate going on where right now Mr. Manoj Jha has invoked the Constitution as well with what is going on. Let's quickly dip in for 30 seconds. I'm going to be back onto the debate.
No, every time, Mr. Nagar, you look at that side.
But I will take care of it.
Look at this side. And make your point. It will be more impactful.
सभापति जी केवल मैं सिर्फ मैं ये जिक्र इसलिए किया कि आखिर इस बिल को लाने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी, इसकी पृष्ठभूमि के बारे में
make your point. We're going to come right back to it.
Preeti, the point I was making is that they have lost 3 elections against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. And they know that nowhere in the near future will they ever be able to win the hearts of people of Delhi. That is the reason for this backdoor entry. Now, coming back to the Constitution, 239 AAA very clearly delineates the powers of Delhi's Legislative Assembly and the powers of the central government. There was no confusion whatsoever, and we are very sure that the moment this comes up in the Supreme Court, the court will throw it out. Because the court has said again and again that the Constitution's basic structure cannot be changed by the Parliament. And by bringing about this bill, they are trying to change the basic structure of the Constitution. I would just urge them that, why don't you just go back to the people and ask for their votes rather than doing these unconstitutional things.
You couldn't defeat the Aam Aadmi Party 3 times over. Therefore, these are all attempts to take over a government by undemocratic means.
Okay, Preeti, 2 points. What I am about democratic elected representative vote.
There's a problem with your audio link. Will you please get it fixed? We can't hear you. There's a problem with your audio link. Please get it fixed. We're going to come right back. I want to go across to Rahul Srivastava in the interim being. Rahul, interesting how things are playing out in Rajya Sabha. Expected lines, the numbers are going to, in all probability, lie with the NDA. But going from here on, do you see the fight in Supreme Court being long and protracted? Nothing that's going to come off anytime soon?
See, Preeti, one can't comment on how long the proceedings in the court can take, because one doesn't want to prejudge the mind of the courts. But the fact is that given the current law, if it becomes a law, I see a certain amount of problem for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party and advantage BJP. And I think a complete breakdown between the center and the Delhi government. Why I say that? You see, it does not, the bureaucracy and the systems don't follow the Constitution or the rule book. Bureaucracy always functions by understanding where the powers lie. The bureaucrats in this country operate on the basis that where the butter on their bread actually comes from. Now, the appointing authority is the center. The deciding authority is the LG appointee of this center. The punishing authority, the probing authority, the vigilance authority, everything is the center. Now, in that scenario, the bureaucracy's loyalties will lie more with the center.
True.
And that's not a very happy situation.
Well, it's got, whatever one might say or suggest at this point of time, you have the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi Chief Minister in a corner once this becomes a law. We're going to expect to hear from him shortly after we see the bill in all probability be passed in Rajya Sabha. Once again, let's try and connect to Charu Pragya, who was trying to make her point. Charu, if you can hear us, please go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I audible now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So, yeah, I just wanted to make 2 points very clear. First of all, a democratically elected representative voting in parliament for any bill makes it democratic. I don't understand what this whole hue and cry is about. And secondly, tell me one instance in Delhi where this the city of Delhi was functioning as a full state. That's never happened. Delhi is a union territory. And because it is the capital of the country, it has a chief minister in place, which none of the other union territories do. But please understand, it is a union territory. Your whims and fancies is not going to change that. And if that is what you need to challenge, why don't you go to the Supreme Court asking for that aspect to be changed instead of complaining? Today you are debating in Parliament because it suits you. You do not want to debate on any other issue. But let's see how your so-called alliance holds after this specific vote, because there has been mixed reactions from MPs of political parties that are kind of supporting you otherwise. So you also had to take a stand and say that we'll be a part of IADIA only if you speak out against the ordinance. It's not really happened, not completely. So I'm also going to wait.
No, but
and
okay,
watch
whoever
this,
is in the alliance, okay, whoever is been in the alliance, Charu Pragya has spoken up for the Aam Aadmi Party, be it the Congress who was sitting on the fence for a while. They've spoken out vociferously both in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. And we'll know today once the vote comes through a pass. Reena Gupta, please respond. You've always been a union territory. What's the hue and cry right now?
We've always been a union territory with a legislative assembly, and Article 239AA gives Delhi the powers, the Delhi Legislative Assembly some powers. It gives some powers to the central government, which has been always very clear, Preeti. But I'll give you an example. Tomorrow, if there is a problem with electricity in your house, or there's a problem with water in your house, whom will you go to? Will you go to the Babu and say, will you go to the LG? Are the LG's doors open to the general public of Delhi? We've always gone to our elected representatives for these small problems. Now with this new change, we will have nobody to go to because the Babus will continue to get paid even if they don't do the job. If our MLAs, our elected representatives are not doing their job, we had the option of voting them out in 5 years. We don't have that option anymore. And this is not just Delhi, Preeti. The point which was being discussed in the parliament, the reason everybody from various political parties spoke is because everybody is sure that once
I'm going to go into a quick break, but Charu Pragya, I want to get you in on one very quick aspect of it all. 2014, this was part of your own manifesto when Delhi went into election in 2013. You've had the Prime Minister, you've had LK Advani, you've had even Mr. Vajpayee ji come out and propose exactly what the Aam Aadmi Party is fighting for in Parliament today.
Yes, and I realize Aam Aadmi Party continues to quote that at us. But at the same time, we've got evidence. We've got RTI replies which have been sent to us by people who are working in the government. And these RTI replies show us that there has been massive misappropriation of funds. There have been utilization of funds which is for the benefit of the people of Delhi, which is being used elsewhere. And those things you have to be responsible for. Now, you are to keep on, even though he's in jail endlessly for months, but sack the other one because it suits you. So
they will continue to quote Nehru now. They've deserted their own leaders.
With that, I'm going to go into a quick break to stay with us while live visuals coming in there. You see Derek O'Brien on the floor of the House, Rajya Sabha. Very shortly, you'll hear from the Home Minister as well. But we're going to leave you with these visuals from the Rajya Sabha. Quick break to stay with us. All eyes on what is taking place.
The centre will also have to truly respect the federal nature of our constitution, quote unquote.
Fact of the matter is there is a MOU signed by the Congress party which remains a mystery till date. And then there is this New York Times report about a certain portal and how money was transferred for propaganda for Chinese. And they have been also been part of the ecosystem supporting the Congress party. So all this needs an explanation when I would call it an enemy country like China is using our media to expand its base in India. We have sensitive borders with them. Many of the Manipuri issues which we said has gone into the background, no, it's not gone into the background. It is a lot of weapons coming in from China via Burma.
which is the soft border. Now, these are issues that need explanation. And if the Congress party doesn't give a reply to this, then, we will take this to the logical end, through discussions in Parliament, to the streets of the country, and raise issues. Because what is a political party doing meddling around with funds coming in from China?
कांग्रेस पार्टी सब ने अपने आप का एक मूर्खता प्रदर्शन करते हैं। जहां तक मैं बोलना चाहता हूं, ये तो क्या है, कल वो फ्राइडे आ गया है और सैटरडे संडे शायद नहीं होगा। वो स्पीकर आज निर्णय किया है, और क्या है, आज तो जो फ्राइडे होने के बाद आज तो रिस्टोर हो गए ना। कम से कम जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन के बीच में जब चलता है विषय, थोड़ा संयम तो रखना पड़ेगा। तो ऐसे तो बाकी एमपीस को भी हुआ है। तो इसलिए जो कानूनी प्रक्रिया है, संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है, वो प्रक्रिया हमने बिना डिले किया है।
आज बड़ा एक सीरियस मामला मैं उठाना चाहता हूं अध्यक्ष जी। कारण यह है कि न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में इन लोगों को जो है केवल विदेशी ताकतों के साथ रहकर उन्हीं के न्यूज़पेपर में, उन्हीं के देश में उनके क्या हो रहा है उसी को यह मानते हैं। न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स में एक बड़ा अच्छा न्यूज छपा है सर कि 38 करोड़ रुपया जो है न्यूज क्लिक जैसी संस्था को मिला है। और न्यूज क्लिक संस्था को जो न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स ने लिखा है, वो लिखा यह है कि भारत में ईडी ने जो रेड किया है, आइस के बारे में ये लगातार बोलते हैं सर, ईडी की रेड में जो खुलासा हुआ है उसका पूरा खुलासा किया है। और वो जो न्यूज क्लिक है सर, वो देशद्रोही गैंग, टुकड़े गैंग जो भारत को खंडित करना चाहते हैं, वो न्यूज क्लिक उस संस्था का जो है हेड कर रहा है, पुरकायस्त उसका मालिक है। उसके सारे पैसे में कहां से मिले, कैसे नक्सलाइट को दिए गए, कैसे माओवादियों को दिए गए, कैसे शर्मा को, रोहिणी सिंह को, या मान लीजिए स्वाति चतुर्वेदी जैसे लोगों को केवल भारत के खिलाफ एक माहौल बनाने के लिए चाइनीज पैसा दे रहे हैं, उसके बारे में सर। दूसरा, मैं इस सरकार से मांग करता हूं सर कि जब भी भारत में संकट आया 2005 से लेकर 2014 तक चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट ने कांग्रेस को पैसा दिया, जिसका FCRA लाइसेंस भारत सरकार ने कैंसिल किया।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 29 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
As the Lok Sabha polls approach near, political showdown between opposition BJP is escalating. Prime Minister Modi took a jab at the opposition alliance, recalling that Mahatma Gandhi's Quit India movement was launched on 9th August. The Prime Minister said similarly the country wants dynasty, corruption and appeasement to quit India. Meanwhile, the opposition has slammed the Prime Minister Modi's remarks and called it a diversion from real issues like Manipur, Haryana, violence and inflation.
साथियों, 7 तारीख के एक दिन बाद 9 अगस्त आ रही है। 9 अगस्त वो तारीख है जब ऐतिहासिक